I stood in the classroom and listened to the head teacher announce the chi and blood values. Lu Chen, the health value is 119 cards. After hearing this data, the students looked at me in different ways. Zhang Jinming, the head teacher, sighed, looked up at me, and said earnestly, Lu Chen, not all awakeners are suitable for the military exam. Your academic performance is top-notch, and it's not too late to change your major now. He paused for a few seconds, and then said seriously, your awakened talent is taming. If you fail the military exam, you can only enter society early. It may be easier to find an ordinary company or guild. But, he continued, if you take the literary exam, you can enter a top university. After you get your diploma, plus your talent, you will definitely be able to enter a research institute or a big chaebol. You have to think carefully. These words were really from the heart. The other students listened with a teasing look in their eyes, as if they were watching for fun. After all, being an awakened person is what countless people dream of. Taking the literary exam is a joke in their eyes. And I, as the focus of everyone, woke up as if from a dream, looked around, looked at the middle-aged men on the podium, and replied firmly, class leader, what you said makes sense, but I still want to take the military exam. If it was 10 minutes ago, I might have followed the advice, changed my choice directly, took the liberal arts exam honestly, and then went to college for 4 years like in my previous life, and then became a social animal. But now, I won't do that. Because just now, my cheat code, Zerg Overlord, system was activated. With a thought, an illusory prompt box appeared in front of my eyes. Currently bound source insect, blood-sucking insect. Description, rare in ancient times, born in the depths of the endless sea of blood, once caused a catastrophe that destroyed the world. Talent, energy feedback, in some cases, there may be special feedback. Ability, fire form, bloodthirsty, rage, tearing. Number of mother evolutions, 0. Number of offspring, 0. This system is simply amazing. Every time I break through a realm, I can get a mother worm with different abilities. Just like the blood-sucking worm I just bound, its core ability is to feed back energy for me, which is equivalent to turning on the automatic cultivation hook. As long as the mother blood-sucking worm devours flesh and blood, it can continuously feed back energy to me. Unfortunately, only the mother has this ability, and the bred worms do not. But I am still very satisfied. After all, this is only the first source worm, and there will be more later. When a large army is cultivated, I dare not even think about the scene. As a trainer, it seems that there is nothing wrong with me raising a Zerg scourge. I was full of expectations. Of course, it is not easy to train a Zerg scourge. The resources required are inestimable. This is a big project and cannot be rushed. The most important thing right now is the martial arts exam. It is to improve the blood value. I withdrew my thoughts, and the martial arts information of this world emerged in my mind. Hundreds of years ago, a red moon descended, and the blue planet suddenly changed. First, the spiritual energy revived, the mountains and rivers grew, the lakes changed course, and the planet continued to grow. Along with it, there were also secret realms, ruins, and ancient forbidden areas. It was not until the rise of martial arts that humans gradually gained a foothold. At this point, the martial arts era kicked off, and the blue planet became a high-level martial arts world. Under the summary of the ancestors, the martial arts system was also fully established, and the blood value became the most core measurement standard. Generally speaking, the chi and blood value of an adult is between 80 and 90 calories, with 100 being the limit. By honing the body or taking external substances, one can break through the upper limit and become a quasi-warrior. Going up, reaching 149 calories is the limit of a quasi-warrior. Once broken through, one can enter the martial arts sequence and become an extraordinary being. In addition to the conventional martial arts system, there is also a special kind of existence, the Awakener. They can awaken their companion talents at the quasi-warrior stage, and they are a long way ahead of others at the starting line. Talent types are currently divided into 3 major categories: combat, auxiliary, and life. The combat type is undoubtedly the most popular. For example, controlling fire, increasing strength, and mental attacks, this type of awakener is at the top of the pyramid on the road of martial arts, and can crush untalented warriors at the same level. Auxiliary types are also indispensable, such as recovery talents, which can instantly heal and even add buffs. As for the life type, they can neither fight nor assist in combat, but are more inclined to life and production. For example, my awakened, Taming, has the ability of affinity with exotic beasts. It is awakened but not fully awakened, which means it is a little useful in employment, and has the ability to make money. In the martial arts world, life talents are at the bottom of the contempt chain. They are called awakeners but have no practical use, so they are often laughed at, and I am one of them. Laugh if you want. If I, a life-type awakener, win the martial arts exam, how will you respond? 2 lives as a human being. Lu Chen doesn't care about other people's opinions. He is now just waiting for school to end so that he can start upgrading. On the podium, Zhang Jinming announced the qi and blood values of everyone. After putting down the list in hand, he glanced around and continued, in a month, it will be the college entrance examination. As usual, the school will immediately organize the students who will take the martial arts exam and arrange for them to go outside the city for the final sprint. Certainly. If you have your own plans, you don't have to participate. Soon, Zhang Jinming began to count the results to see who was ready to follow the school's arrangements. There weren't many people, and it didn't take long before the last one arrived. Lu Chen, what about you? Zhang Jinming asked, and couldn't help but admonish, according to past experience, the minimum requirement for admission to the martial arts academy is 130 calories. You are only 119 now. Even if you train like crazy in the next month, you can only increase your calories by 2 at most. There is nothing wrong with what he said. Improving qi and blood values is extremely difficult. Less than 1 in 100 people can meet the admission standards. Precisely because it is difficult. There are 3,000 students in the graduating class of Linsang No. 3 Middle School, but only 70 of them take the martial arts exam. Thank you, squad leader. I still decided to take the martial arts exam. Besides, Lu Chen grinned, I won't follow the school anymore. I plan to do the trial on my own. After school, Lu Chen did not go home. Instead, he took a taxi and went to Warrior Street. First, get some beast corpses for the blood-sucking worms to devour. The most important thing. It's to test the effect of feeding back. Of course, you can also go outside the city and start hunting ferocious beasts directly. But Lu Chen doesn't have this ability. The city is guarded by garrisons and has powerful warriors stationed there, so it is very safe. Outside the city, that's another world. If you are not careful, you will die at the hands of ferocious beasts. For trials like those organized by various high schools, they must arrange for experts before they dare to go out. Lu Chen's health value is 119. Maybe he is much stronger than an ordinary person, but it is totally not enough when facing a ferocious beast. Half an hour later, we arrived at our destination. Warrior Street. As the name suggests, this place is dedicated to serving warriors and is filled with a wide variety of shops. A long time ago, Lu Chen also came here with his friends. At that time, I just took a quick look and enjoyed the fun. After all, the things that warriors need are too expensive. It's just tens of thousands. But this time, there's no way to save money. Jiuding Pavilion. Lu Chen looked up. The words on the plaque written in a flamboyant style exude a faint sense of oppression, highlighting the class. He followed the crowd and joined in. A young lady dressed in cool clothes came up to greet him immediately. Welcome to Jiuding Pavilion. I am your exclusive waitress, Xiao Qian. If you need anything, you can just tell me. Although Lu Chen is just a high school student and he dresses very simply. But there was no trace of disdain in the shopping guide's eyes. Even next to them, there was a mother educating her young daughter. See, if you don't practice well, you will be a waitress when you grow up. There was still no fluctuation in the waitress's eyes. The quality is really high. But Lu Chen felt a little embarrassed. After thinking for a while, he said directly, I need a training room and some ferocious beast corpses. Hearing this, the waitress's eyes suddenly showed joy, and the smile on her face became even brighter. This is big business. You can get a lot from this wave of commissions. Okay, please follow me to the conference room and register your information. After saying that, Showing off her graceful figure, she twisted her body and began to lead the way. After arranging Lu Chen to sit down, he skillfully poured tea and water, and notified the supervisor to come over. The latter was an old man with a shrewd look on his face. After seeing Lu Chen, he started with some polite words. Then he began to introduce the business. As for the practice rooms, there are 4 levels, and the fee is charged by the hour. The best is the Tianzi room, which is equipped with. The words were not finished. Lu Chen interrupted directly. I'll go with the lowest gear for an hour, thank you. Cough. The old man cleared his throat and said with a smile, my friend, you are straightforward and have no vanity at all. You will definitely achieve extraordinary success in the future. After putting a smile on his face and giving a compliment, he continued, I wonder if you have any needs for the corpses of ferocious beasts. Lu Chen had already made plans, and replied directly, we need both first-level and lower-level ones. The fresher the better, no processed ones. Try to keep the bodies intact and the blood intact. He had already checked the information before coming. Although the price of Jiuding Pavilion is a bit expensive. But when it comes to service, they never compromise and have a very good reputation. 20 minutes ago, a batch of ferocious beast corpses were put into the warehouse. The old man smiled and gave a price. For the first level, a corpse that meets your requirements will cost at least 150,000. Lu Chen was startled. The information he had looked up before was 100,000. I didn't expect that the number from Jiuding Pavilion would exceed 50,000. It's so expensive. Lu Chen moved his lips and said seriously, I'm a student, can you give me a discount? The old man's eyes widened and he stood there in a daze. No reaction. Area D, training room number 19. When Lu Chen was brought in, all the necessary beast corpses were already placed inside. 3 heads, 1 level. 5 heads have not yet entered the stage. Dear guest, I'm right outside the door. If you need anything, just ring the bell. After the waitress finished speaking, she went outside with a smile. By the way, close the door. All the noisy sounds disappeared instantly. In this training room, Lu Chen could even hear his own heartbeat. Spending money like water, 1 million daxia coins, gone in a flash. Looking at the 8 corpses on the ground, Lu Chen shook his head and sighed. All his savings, which came from the pension he received after his parents died, totaled only 1,300,000 yuan. Now only a fraction is left. Let's get started. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen summoned the blood-sucking insects with a thought. On the right arm, a shadow of an inscription suddenly appeared, flickering slightly and opening a passage. This is the insect nest space. Automatically obtained when the system is activated. The number of accommodating spaces can be expanded as one's own realm improves, which is quite convenient. Soon, under Lu Chen's gaze, a bug half the size of a finger flew out. The little guy came to the outside world for the first time. After circling Lu Chen for a few times, she rolled around on his shoulders as if she was acting coquettishly. This source insect seems to be a little different from what I imagined. Lu Chen blinked. His eyes softened a lot. He could clearly feel the insect cub's attachment to him and its joy after being called out by him. Give you a name, let's call you Red Frost. The little guy is dark red all over. There is a spot of white just above the skull. If you look closely, it looks like a snowflake, or maybe a crystal of frost. The structure is somewhat different from that of ordinary insects. The 2 front claws are like blades, and the mouthparts are densely covered with 2 rows of tiny sharp teeth. Well, a little brutal. But in Lu Chen's opinion, it is still very cute, his own cub. At this time. After hearing that, Hong Shuang flew up happily and gently kissed Lu Chen's cheek. You can really understand what I say. When a fierce beast grows to a certain size, it can transform into a human form. Shouldn't the insect cub be able to do the same in the future? Lu Chen smiled and didn't think much about it. Directly command Red Frost to start devouring. I saw a flash of black light, and the little guy had already crawled into the corpse of the ferocious beast. Although I can't see what's going on inside. But Lu Chen's eyes were still fixed on that place. A first-stage vicious beast, the ground rat. When fully grown, it is 3 meters long. It lives in groups and can spray corrosive venom. The knowledge in the textbooks flashed through my mind. And within just a few seconds, the place where the red frost had penetrated had begun to collapse rapidly. So fast. Lu Chen was stunned. He also couldn't figure out where all the things that the red frost, which was only half the size of a finger, had swallowed went. That's all. About 5 minutes later, the entire ground rat had shriveled up, with only skin and bones left. At the same time as the red frost flew out, a prompt also appeared in Lu Chen's mind. You gain energy feedback, health value plus 10 calories. In an instant, a surge of energy emerged from the body out of nowhere. It was like a river with the floodgates opened, rushing madly through every part of his body. The skin all over his body seemed to be burned, becoming hot and red. Lu Chen felt like he was about to explode. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. After recovering, Lu Chen's heart trembled, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. My qi and blood value has really increased by 10 calories. The changes in your body won't lie. He can now clearly feel the earth-shaking changes in his body. You must know. During Lu Chen's 3 years of high school, his card count increased from 100 to 119. And now, in just a few seconds, just increased 10 calories. It's too outrageous. The feedback effect of red frost far exceeded expectations. He opened the panel and took a quick look. My own blood and energy value has changed from 119 to 129. Take a deep breath. Lu Chen tried hard to calm himself down. Continue to experiment. The data from one time cannot represent everything. Half an hour later, all the corpses of the ferocious beasts were devoured. Lu Chen was sitting cross-legged with his upper body naked. The skin all over his body was blood red and was trembling visibly to the naked eye. A large amount of sweat and stains are discharged from the pores on the body surface, turning into white mist and hazy under the inexplicably high temperature. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light that were almost tangible were about to burst out from his eyes. There was no change in his figure. Still looks a little thin. But within the flesh and blood, there lies a terrifying explosive power. 149 cards. I am now at the peak of a quasi-warrior level. If the school knew, they would probably make me a deity. Lu Chen sighed for a while. I also roughly understood the rules of repaying the favor. The greater the difference between the devoured beast and Lu Chen, the more energy it will give back. As its own qi and HP value increases, the first stage early stage ground rot rat can no longer provide 10 cards, and it will become lower and lower. As for the ferocious beasts that are weaker than Lu Chen and have not yet entered the rank, they no longer receive any benefits. My HP is now at 149, which is the limit for a quasi-warrior. One more step forward and you will officially enter the next level. Enter the ranks of warriors. The life form will gain its first transition. The improvement of one's overall strength will also bring about a qualitative change. But this step is also a chasm. Many would-be warriors with dreams may even be stuck for several years. To take this step, there are 3 options. In Lu Chen's mind, relevant information emerged. First, accumulate knowledge over time and polish it with time. Second, take the level-breaking pill. This thing is only affordable for rich people. Third, there are big men above the Grandmaster level who use their powerful spiritual energy to blast open boundaries. Think of this. Lu Chen chuckled softly. He said to himself, but I don't need it. I can become stronger or even break through the ranks by just killing monsters. Hongshuang's feedback mechanism has a special, break through the ranks, feedback. From now on, I only need to devour 100 first-level beasts. You can break through to the warrior level. Certainly. After the realm breakthrough, the improvement of feedback will return to normal values. 100 first-level warriors may be extremely difficult for other quasi-warriors who are at their limit. But for me, there is no pressure at all. Only an awakened person with combat talent would dare to hunt a first-level beast at the limit of a quasi-warrior. Such people are all geniuses. And Lu Chen. Although the talent awakened is life-related talent. But he still has bug cubs. If measured by talent level, Hongshuang is definitely worth an S level. Turning around and looking. In the left corner, there was a hazy halo the size of a basketball surrounding Hongshuang. The little guy in the center is constantly releasing eggs, like stars swimming in a halo. Lu Chen is almost visible to the naked eye. Those eggs are growing bigger, and soon they will break out of the cocoon and transform into blood-sucking worm larvae. Each blood-sucking insect can only reproduce once. The more Hongshuang gives birth to this time, the larger the base number will be in the future. Didn't wait long. The reproduction is over, and there are 50 first-generation offspring. Hongshuang was the first to fly out of the halo, and circled in front of him as if to seek credit. After devouring so many ferocious beasts, it grew a lot bigger. Now it's a whole finger long. The pair of wings on the back became increasingly transparent, but they were like blades. Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "I see, you are the best. I will take you out of town for a feast right away." The little guy was very satisfied. He lay on my shoulder and went to play by himself. And at this moment, the 50 offspring also devoured the halo energy and flew towards this side. In terms of body shape, it is shorter than the original Red Frost. Moreover, he was unable to establish a spiritual connection with Lu Chen, and was unable to sense his emotions, etc. But Lu Chen's orders can still be issued through Hongshuang. One of the talents of the blood-sucking insect is the dual form, the ability to transform into a body of fire. It's a good time to test the strength. With a thought, the 50 blood-sucking insects in front of him instantly turned into a ball of red flame. Seeing this, Hongshuang also joined in. Its flame is different from that of its sub-body. It is purple and is at the very core. A swarm of blood-sucking insects in the form of flames, as big as fists, rushed towards the remains of the ferocious beast on the ground. Bang! The skin and bones of the unranked beasts had no defense at all and turned into ashes. A first-level beast can hold out for 5 or 6 seconds. Also began to be incinerated. So strong. Lu Chen's eyes widened in shock. The power of the fire-bodied blood-sucking worm was completely beyond his expectations. If coupled with the terrifying speed, it can kill the first-stage early-stage ferocious beast in seconds. No. These are only 50 blood-sucking worms. If each of the first-generation offspring can reproduce 50, then the second generation will be 2,500. The third generation will be 125,000. When resources are sufficient, no matter the loss. The fifth generation, more than 300 million. The sixth generation, nearly 16 billion. The 10th generation, more than 900 trillion. Lu Chen's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. This moment. Only then did he realize the power of the Zerg Scourge. This rate of reproduction, if there is no external obstruction, can form a scale in a short period of time and even cover the entire blue planet. With just one thought, destroying a country is a piece of cake. Of course, not every offspring can reproduce 50 offspring. The specific number will need to be known later. This is horrible. Lu Chen looked serious and warned himself, once the Zerg Scourge is exposed, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. We still have to be careful. We'll talk about it after we become invincible. Lu Chen believed that this time would not be long. Looking towards the flame, he murmured, "That's just right. The blood-sucking insects can maintain their fire form, which can hide their tracks." After cleaning up all the remains of the ferocious beasts, all the bug cubs were received into the insect nest. Looked at the time. There are still 10 minutes left in the practice room. It will be time. Of course Lu Chen would not leave early. After all, you have spent money, and staying 1 second less is a loss. So, he began to make a plan. First, go out of the city for a trial. Break through to become a formal warrior. A new source insect will be activated. Secondly, the insects from the previous generations are all treasures. They must be kept for breeding and cannot be easily wasted. I still need to make money. Buy ferocious beast meat and ferocious beast blood for feeding. This way I can be more concealed. As long as the snowball starts rolling in the early stage, my subsequent growth rate will get faster and faster. Third, we must win the top prize in this martial arts exam. Become the top scholar in Linsong City and receive a bonus of 10 million. Become the top scorer in the Jiangnan War Zone and you can get another 50 million. And many additional benefits. As for the National Martial Arts Examination Champion, Lu Chen's eyes moved slightly and he licked the corner of his mouth. It's hard to raise a large army of natural disasters if I raise insects on my own. The country regards me as a peerless genius, and countless resources are pouring into me, which will greatly increase my speed. It's dark under the lamp. It's dark under the lamp. The higher your status, many things will be easier, and you may not even be suspected of anything. As for going out into the wild by himself, Lu Chen had also thought about this issue. But at this stage, it is still not realistic. The reproduction mechanism of blood-sucking worms is quite unique, and each generation can only reproduce once. If someone dies, it will undoubtedly be a huge loss in the early stages. Moreover, the world outside the city. It's too dangerous. There are not only ferocious beasts everywhere, but also large numbers of plant demons that form seas. Those terrifying creatures can kill even martial arts masters. Each of the first 3 generations of insects is a valuable seed and should be used for seeding. Once I have saved enough, I can go sweeping across the wilderness. Around noon. When he returned home, Lu Chen was carrying a combat bag on his back. I have bought all the necessary things for going out of town. This time. And completely drained his remaining savings. Expensive. The things a warrior needs are damn expensive. It's no wonder that the corpses of ferocious beasts are expensive. The starting price of a lowest-end alloy sword is 100,000. Together with combat uniforms, combat boots, etc., it cost more than 300,000 yuan to put together a complete set. But Lu Chen also knew that this money could not be saved. Leaving the city means risking your life. The bug guys are the trump card, and your own software and hardware must also keep up. Now, it's a real fight to the death. After putting down the backpack, Lu Chen turned on the computer and began to look up the trial location. Look at the retrieved information. He muttered to himself, the entire area within 100 miles of Linsong City has been cleared out by the army. Almost all of them are low-level beasts, and there are very few first-level beasts. If I want to hunt 100 first-level monsters, I have to go further away. Search the Linjiang City Martial Arts Forum. Lu Chen also locked on the destination. S23 area. It was the ruins of a county town, now occupied by a group of ferocious beasts. The terrain is complex and the monsters are dense, which makes ordinary warriors dare not set foot in it. But I'm different. What we want is more ferocious beasts. With Hong Shuang as his trump card, Lu Chen was not afraid at all. As long as you don't encounter a second-level ferocious beast. The rest is easy. After setting the target location, I also looked up relevant strategies to have a clear idea of what I was doing. Bite. At this moment, the phone kept sending out reminders. Bai Qiuning, your qi and health points are at 119, why don't you switch to the literature test? Bai Qiuning, if it's for me, please stop your childish behavior. Bai Qiuning, my goal is the 9 martial arts academies. Time is precious, I hope you don't create something that will interfere with me. Bai Qiuning, my dad already knows about your situation, and he will probably come looking for you. Take care of yourself. Lu Chen's whole body was disheveled in the wind. What the hell is this? After all, it has not been long since I traveled through time, and many memories are still in a state of confusion. Etc. Bai Qiuning. He suddenly recalled that he seemed to have a childhood sweetheart. The fathers of the 2 families were comrades in arms who shared life and death. I have known Bai Qiuning since childhood and have a good relationship with her. In junior high school, Bai Qiuning had a good talent for martial arts and was specially recruited into Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. From then on, we gradually lost contact. But the key is, the original owner of this body still wants to renew their relationship. Every now and then, I will show my courtesy. Looking through the chat history, Lu Chen felt a chill all over his body. cursing. Delete the friend directly. At noon, Lu Chen made some simple food, prepared to take a rest, and then left the city directly. But he had just finished his meal. The doorbell rang. Could it be Uncle Bai? Lu Chen sighed, smiled bitterly and went to open the door. To be honest, as a time traveler, he really would rather be alone. It's so annoying to be related to each other. But Bai Weizhou was different from others. He really regarded Lu Chen as his own. From the bottom of my heart, I care for the orphans of my deceased comrades. After sighing, Lu Chen went over and opened the door. The middle-aged man in front of him has a standard military temperament. He was even wearing military uniforms, so he probably came in a hurry and didn't have time to change. Why, you keep a straight face when you see Uncle Bai, don't you welcome him? Bai Weizhou smiled, touched Lu Chen's head, and walked in directly. Aren't you slandering me? Lu Chen laughed and poured a cup of tea. Leave aside Bai Qiuning. The middle-aged man in front of him can indeed be called his relative and elder. Also worthy of respect. I'm short on time, so I won't talk to you anymore. Bai Weizhou said this and took out a brocade box from his briefcase. In here, there are 3 transfiguration pills. They should be able to increase your qi and health by about 30 calories. Uncle Bai, you. Lu Chen was interrupted by a wave of hand before he could finish his words. Xiaochen, you have a dream, so as your uncle, I must support you. Bai Weizhou smiled and said with emotion, it's a pity that your merits are not enough, so I can only exchange for 3. After saying that, he stood up and said goodbye without waiting for Lu Chen to refuse. Oh, it's getting late. I, your uncle, have to go back to the meeting. That's right. This martial arts exam is not easy. There are several talented people emerging, so the test is very difficult. You kid, don't be too reckless when the time comes. After drinking the water on the table, Bai Weizhou patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and left. From beginning to end, no one said anything against it. Only help and encouragement. Lu Chen stood there, silent for a few seconds, then came to his senses and chased after him. Uncle Bai, thank you. When the martial arts exam comes, I'll give you a surprise. After returning to the house, looking at the 3 body transformation pills, a warm feeling welled up in my heart. This thing is a treasure for beginners. It's not cheap in Jiuding Pavilion. Even within the army, they must have emptied out all the merits that Uncle Bai had accumulated. Lu Chen knew it clearly in his heart. Bai Weizhou gave him this, not because he expected him to be admitted to the martial arts academy, but because he wanted him to improve himself and be able to survive in the martial arts exam. People dying in military examinations happen every year. If Lu Chen's health value is really only 119 cards, he might really die after entering. But now, I'm already at 149 cards, the limit for a quasi-warrior. 1 month later. He must be a formal warrior. Lu Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Formal warriors taking part in the martial arts exam is really a bit like bullying the weak. More than 200 miles east of Linjiang City. It's only a dozen miles away from the S-23 area. This place was originally a deserted village and had long been occupied by ferocious beasts. Because it is next to S-23. Later, it was cleaned up by a chamber of commerce and developed into a supply point, making a lot of money. At this time, in a remote corner, Bai Qiuning put down the satellite communication phone, looking a little unhappy. I saw the concerned look in my best friend's eyes. She said with a bitter face, my dad called and told me to help Lu Chen at the venue during the martial arts exam later. Ah. When my best friend heard this, she got a little angry. Angrily said, your father is too partial. The most outrageous one is still Lu Chen. You have a face for nothing. It's useless. He doesn't really think that a person with a talent for life is a noble awakener, right? It's totally unreasonable. You are questioning him now. Why don't you know what's good for you? The relationship between Lu Chen and Bai Qiuning. She also knows something. Hearing this now, I am speechless. In front of him, Bai Qiuning hesitated for a few seconds, then took out her cell phone and sent a message to Lu Chen. The prompt that could provide feedback made her eyes widen. Sending failed. The other party has deleted you, do you want to add him again? He deleted me. Bai Qiuning was a little confused. As if she didn't believe it, she handed the phone to her best friend. The latter's face was full of surprise. I also tried and sent a message casually. Still the same tips. It seems to have been really deleted. Damn it. Where does this Lu Chen get the courage from? The expression on my bestie's face seemed distorted and she stamped her feet in anger. After taking a few breaths, she waved her fist and continued viciously, help him for nothing. With only 119 HP, he dares to take the martial arts exam. Oh my god, this is too funny. People who seek their own death should be helped. Hearing this, Bai Qiuning shook her head, feeling exhausted. Don't want to talk about this topic anymore. The two walked forward, talking in low voices. It's because of you that I have the opportunity to come to the S-23 trial. Qiuning, I think Zhang Feiyu is pretty good. He's handsome, has a good family background, and most importantly, he's obsessed with you. This time, he actually brought us to S-23 in person. Speaking of this, the friend snorted again and added, he is countless times stronger than that ignorant Lu Chen. Zhang Feiyu. Bai Qiuning lifted her hair and said softly, let's observe for a while. I want to make a decision after I enter the martial arts academy. Hearing this, the bestie nodded, that's right. The martial arts academy is full of geniuses, and Zhang Feiyu probably can't even rank among them. By the way, seems to remember something. She said excitedly, I heard that the people from the chosen class are also coming to S-23. They seem to be going to the core area. It's too powerful, there are second-level beasts in there. The chosen class. Bai Qiuning's tone suddenly paused. As if he sighed, he continued, the darling girl from the chosen class, Lin Xie, should be here too. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. On the left side of Linsang Martial Arts Association, the transportation hub square. Special vehicles come in and out in an endless stream. They all go out of the city. Lu Chen came to the ticket office and asked the staff at the window, how much is it to go to area S-23? 1600, hurry up, the bus will leave in 3 minutes, it's the last one of the day. Yes, in the J4 waiting area. Holding the ticket card, Lu Chen started running and finally caught up. The S-23 area is more than 200 miles away from Linsang City, and it is definitely impossible to walk there. The ticket price is a bit expensive though. But safety is definitely guaranteed. Just got in the car. Lu Chen was slightly surprised that there were so many people. This is not quite the same as what is said online. And at this time, the middle-aged man sitting in the passenger seat had his eyes closed, but suddenly opened them. He frowned and asked, little guy, you are also a martial arts student, right? Are you going to S-23 alone? Lu Chen nodded, yes. He knew that this person was a bodyguard warrior with considerable strength. Just about to find a place to sit down. The man said again, you martial arts students are really brave. Can you just go to S-23 casually? Forget it, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. But I still have something to say. During the day, you can practice in the marginal areas. But at night, you must stay away. In the S-23 at night, even a warrior at the Rongqiao realm could die. After saying this, he seemed to remember something. He waved his hand in boredom and said no more. Lu Chen kept these words in mind, bowed slightly to the other party to express his gratitude, and then entered the carriage. It seems that I am not the only martial arts student who got on S-23 in this car. I silently chewed over what I just said in my heart. As I glanced around, I met several excited gazes. In the middle area of the car, there are 4 boys and girls sitting, with outstanding temperament and high spirits. They looked excited and were talking in low voices. The outer area of S-23 is for ordinary martial arts students to play with. We should go to the core area. That's true. As a member of the chosen class, we can't lose face. As long as you leave the central region at night, you'll be fine. Don't forget, we still have Sia here. Hee, hug her thigh. Surrounded by several people was a cold girl with picturesque eyebrows and eyes. She seldom spoke, but just listened silently. No matter how his companions flattered him, his expression never fluctuated in the slightest. The chosen class, Lin Sia. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze, and a slight ripple rose in his heart. The so-called chosen class doesn't belong to any school. Instead, it is officially opened, and the most elite group of martial arts exam candidates from the entire Linsang city are singled out for top-level training. To enter the chosen class, the minimum requirement for qi and health is 145 calories. Besides, you have to be an awakened one. It is no exaggeration to say that those who can enter the chosen class are all geniuses. Lu Chen is a member of the martial arts examination. Naturally, I have heard many rumors about it. The most common name among them is Lin Sia. She has an outstanding appearance, surpassing all the school beauties in high schools, has an A-level ice talent, and her qi and blood value has broken through the peak of quasi-warriors and entered the official warrior sequence. This was the first time Lu Chen met him in person. After a quick glance, I'm too lazy to read more. Women will only affect the speed of drawing the sword. After coming out of the city gate, the world outside is just like a primeval forest. There are huge trees that are so tall that you can't see their tops, densely packed with vines that cover and crisscross each other. Only this road is regularly cleaned to avoid being damaged. No wonder the book says cities are isolated islands in the wilderness. There are even researchers who have proposed that if the human race on Blue Star is destroyed, it may not be because of the ferocious beasts, but rather the mutated plant demons. What you learn from books is always superficial. Lu Chen looked out the window and suddenly thought, if insects can reproduce and feed their children by eating plants, it would be against the will of heaven. Unfortunately, the blood-sucking insects are not satisfied with this. That's not right either. I will bind many more source insects later. Maybe some of them are related to plants. Thoughts drifting. Occasionally you can see other vehicles. There are even military patrols that are clearing out the ferocious beasts around Linsang City. But 100 miles away from the city, it is a completely different world. Vast and depressing. The terrifying roars of beasts are everywhere. The road is full of potholes from time to time, as they were trampled by ferocious beasts. Lu Chen turned his head and looked. The escort warrior sitting in the passenger seat no longer closed his eyes to rest. Instead, he sat upright, looking outside, obviously on guard. The city is 100 miles away, and the military has cleared it, so it's relatively safe. But once it exceeds the limit, we will face crisis at any time. After all, it was my first time out of town. Lu Chen was also a little nervous. But more than that, it's excitement. The carriage was quiet. The martial arts students from the chosen class did not say anything and just stared out the window silently. Suddenly, someone said excitedly, "Look. There's a big guy in the sky over there." This sentence instantly attracted everyone's attention. They all looked towards the sky. Lu Chen is no exception. In the field of vision, a human figure was like a stream of light, coming from far away and passing over the head. So young. He can fly with a sword. He must be at least a master of the sky control realm. A trace of admiration arose in Lu Chen's heart. Have to say, the swordsman in the sky is so cool and handsome. When I read online novels in my previous life, I had imagined many such scenes. Sky realm. It won't be long before I can step in. After the quasi-warrior, comes the formal warrior. There is a strict level division. Extraordinary, fusion, flying, grandmaster, grandmaster. Among them, each realm is divided into 1 to 9 levels from low to high. The third realm of a warrior, flying the sky, allows one to control the void and fight in the air. Just as Lu Chen was guessing. The voice of the escort in front came to my ears. The one from the main base of the Jiangnan war zone is Senior Qiu Yuanlong, the Sky Thunder Sword. 5 years ago, he was at the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm. Hearing this, Lu Chen was suddenly shocked. Not only him, but everyone else in the car also took a breath of cold air. 9th level of Grandmaster Realm. Just one step away from becoming a Grandmaster. This level already belongs to the legendary big man. Nothing else to say. The strongest person in charge of Linsong City is at the 1st level of Grandmaster Realm. It's an easy trip. With Senior Chiu passing by in the sky, his pressure lasted for a long time, and those high-level monsters did not dare to come out. In the co-pilot seat, the escorting warrior looked relaxed. S-23 area, core location. Chiu Yuanlong descended from the sky with a serious look on his face. Where he landed, there was a middle-aged warrior standing there. He was none other than Yang Zhen, the strongest man in charge of Linsong City. Master Chiu. After clasping his fists and saluting, Yang Zhen said in a deep voice, "After receiving the report, I rushed here as soon as possible and have completed the preliminary investigation." After a pause, with a puzzled look on his face, he continued, "That thing underground doesn't look like a beast-tied passage, it looks more like an entrance to a natural secret realm." Hearing this, Chiu Yuanlong's expression finally relaxed. Beast-tied. These two words are so scary. Every outbreak means many deaths and even the destruction of entire cities. If it is a natural secret place, then it is an opportunity. Let's go. You and I will go down and check it out again. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The bus that Lu Chen took arrived at a supply point more than 10 miles away from S-23. After getting off the bus, a simple stone fort building is right in front of you. There were guards on the city wall. Be armed and be alert all around. Looking in from the gate, it is about the size of a football field. There are 3 or 2 shops, but business is slow, as well as accommodation areas and restaurants. This kind of supply point is usually set up by the Chamber of Commerce. They earn a lot, but they also pay a lot, and they need to arrange for strong warriors to be stationed there permanently. The more popular the trial area, the larger the supply point. Small cities may even form around those huge ruins, and they are extremely bustling. Passengers in the same group as Lu Chen. Most of them entered the supply point and prepared to rest for the night. After all, the wilderness at night is too dangerous. The members of the chosen class were chatting and laughing as they headed directly to the S-23 area. It costs 20,000 yuan to stay a night. Lu Chen muttered. I took a look around the shops inside and got some information about the trial area. Similar to what I saw on the forum. The outer areas are usually low-level beasts, the middle areas are first-level beasts, and the core areas are suspected to have second-level beasts. A few minutes later, Lu Chen walked towards the outside of the stone fortress. A group of warriors came towards him, and the conversation reached his ears. Stop talking nonsense. How could S-23 have a secret place? I've been here for more than 10 years. No one knows it better than me. Say no more. Even if there really is a secret realm, can we brothers go to the core area? There are several second-level beasts in there. Secret place. Lu Chen's mind was slightly moved. This thing has been highlighted in the textbook. It is a strange place that countless warriors dream of. The so-called secret realm is actually a dimensional space whose origin is unknown. Some secret realms are like forbidden areas, and entering them means death. There are some. This is a treasure land. You can obtain skills, materials, and even exotic elixirs. The rise of human martial arts is largely due to secret realms and relics. No wonder the number of warriors in the S-23 area has increased. So there is such gossip. Lu Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. For other warriors, the secret realm may be filled with unimaginable attractions, and you may even want to give it a try. But for him, there is no need to risk your life. Since they are all bound to the Zerg Overlord, you can become invincible. Fighting and killing is too dangerous. Let's not be reckless. After selecting the direction on the map, Lu Chen also started forward. The night is dangerous. But under the cover of night, it is suitable for him to raise insects. After walking more than 10 miles, the night also quietly enveloped the sky, and visibility was very low. There were roars of beasts coming from the front, one after another, even mixed with a few death roars. The edge of the S-23 area. Lu Chen was standing on the ruins of a house, looking ahead silently. The county town in front of us was home to more than 500,000 people before it was occupied by the ferocious beasts. It was a very large area. Under the dark green silhouette, you can see the outlines of many buildings. The roads in the city are in ruins. There are rusty vehicles and strange-shaped giant trees everywhere. Roar. At this moment, the roar of a ferocious beast was heard not far from Lu Chen. Faintly, the sound of fighting could be heard. After listening carefully for a while, Lu Chen said to himself, "It's those people from the chosen class. Did they run into some tough guys? Those 4 martial arts examinees are all awakened. And the lowest blood and chi value is 145 calories. In addition, there is also Lin Xie, a formal warrior. Such a configuration is already quite luxurious. Did we encounter a peak first-level beast?" Lu Chen looked over there, his eyes flickering. He wasn't ready to go. Just be alert in your heart, never be careless, if you can't win, run away. After jumping from a high place, I chose another direction and entered the outskirts of S-23. Not long after walking, Lu Chen suddenly stopped and took out the alloy sword on his back. He stared ahead, his muscles gradually tensing. In the alley ahead, there was a 2-meter-long ferocious beast, growling softly. Blue steel wolf. It is a ferocious beast that has not yet reached the peak level. It walks alone, and its tail has great killing power. Lu Chen's eyes were full of excitement. He has not yet entered the rank, and his strength is comparable to mine. He doesn't need the red frost yet, so let me test the waters first. 3 years of high school. I have taken many theoretical classes, practical simulation classes, and equipment classes. This is the first fight. The energy and blood in Lu Chen's body suddenly surged wildly, sweeping up like a wave. Kill. He kicked hard, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked, revealing spiderweb-like cracks. With the force of recoil, his figure flashed past like thunder. And at this moment, the green steel wolf, more than 10 meters away, also rushed over with astonishing momentum. 2 figures approached rapidly. Lu Chen found the right angle, changed from a chop to a stab, and attacked the green steel wolf's neck. It's taught in the textbook. The beast's jaw, lower abdomen, and anus are all weak points. The defenses in other places are amazing. Bang. In a flash, Qinggang Wolf suddenly stood up and slammed the side of the sword with his right palm. Lu Chen felt a huge force coming at him and he almost lost his grip. So fast. It actually knows how to block, and has a backup plan. There was no time to think, as I saw the huge wolf rushing down, its bloody mouth was so close to me, I could even smell the stench. Critical moment. The adrenaline in Lu Chen's body was secreted crazily. Without caring about his image at all, he shrank back, fell to the ground and rolled to avoid the attack. The book teaches the weaknesses of the beasts, but it doesn't tell you how to defeat them. Lu Chen took a deep breath and did not panic. His eyes were fixed on the blue steel wolf, and they were in a standoff. Come again. His action was the same as at the beginning, he rushed forward directly. The alloy sword still stabbed towards the jaw. But just when I arrived nearby, Lu Chen shouted loudly, and his body suddenly accelerated, crossing from the left side of the blue steel wolf. At the same time, he bent the sword in his hand and held it in reverse. Die. After passing the wolf's belly, he stabbed the sword downward and backward with his reversed grip. With a puff, the belly was ripped open. Boom. The huge wolf body twitched and fell to the ground. Lu Chen also used the knife as a walking stick and leaned on it while breathing heavily. It was really thrilling just now. When he changed direction and came to the side, the blue steel wolf also realized it and prepared to attack with its strongest tail. But it's too late. Lu Chen suddenly accelerated, catching everyone off guard. If I had used this plan from the beginning, I should have been able to kill him. And the blue steel wolf's speed doesn't seem to be as fast as mine. If I use guerrilla tactics, I can not only consume it to death, but also avoid taking risks. Lu Chen reflected on the battle just now. Find out the gaps and learn from experience. 2 minutes later, he stood up and drew his sword. Really? No matter how well you learn in school, you are still a newcomer in the wild and have to start from scratch. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze from the wolf corpse. The corpses of ferocious beasts that have not yet reached the upper ranks have no further effect. But it is also possible to let the offspring swallow it and develop. To be cautious, Lu Chen did not make a big fanfare. After all, the people from the chosen class were not far from here. He placed his palm on the body and released a part of it. It soon finished devouring the food and returned to the insect nest along the same route. And at this time, above those students from the chosen class, Qiu Yuanlong looked indifferent. These so-called awakened ones, except Lin Xie, are all trash. A mere first-order mid-stage beast has made them so miserable. He only knows how to use his innate abilities, and doesn't dare to fight in close combat. He will use up all his mental energy in just a few hits. Hearing this, Yang Zhen's face turned bitter and he felt extremely embarrassed. Under the cover of night, as the two left, they looked towards the core area of S-23 again. Qiu Yuanlong said, that secret realm will be opened soon, and only warriors of extraordinary level and below are allowed to enter. It depends on whether these little guys have the chance. After a faint sigh, he turned around and smiled, let's go, and stay in your Linsong city for a few days. When the martial arts exam is over, I will take Lin Xie directly to Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. Yang Zhen was stunned. He was puzzled before. Such a not-so-big problem actually caused the 9th-level Grandmaster of the Thunder Sword to come in person. So that's it. They are here to recruit people before other martial arts academies. Master Qiu's visit to Linsong brings honor to our humble home. Lin Xie is really good, with A-level talent. She is the top scorer in Linsong City's martial arts exam this year. The night grows darker. Lu Chen was like a ghost, wandering around the periphery. It was still early, so he didn't ask Hong Shuang to come out to help, but instead focused on honing his own skills. There are no first-level ferocious beasts in this area. They are all unentered. Just right. 2 hours later, Lu Chen fought his way from the northern area of S-23 to the southeastern periphery. His body was covered in blood and his face looked a little tired. Almost there. You have to save some energy. After dealing with a green steel wolf again, Lu Chen stopped. Looking at the sword in his hand, he saw that it was obviously worn in some places, and there were even gaps on the blade. Sure enough, cheap stuff doesn't mean good stuff. It only takes me 3 to 5 seconds to kill a green steel wolf now, easily. The shadow cats are difficult to deal with. They are too fast and it takes some time to kill them. There are only a few types of ferocious beasts that have not yet entered the entire S-23 area. Lu Chen encountered almost all of them. While exploring and improving, he killed nearly 20 of them. But I still can't fight a first-order ferocious beast. Whether it's speed, strength, or even intelligence, it's far beyond what can be compared to those who haven't yet entered the level. Just arrived at the southeast area of S-23. Lu Chen encountered a green steel wolf king. After trying it, he almost fell to his knees. He couldn't withstand the terrifying force at all, and his sword almost broke. Fortunately, there was the Red Frost Raid, which killed him with a sneak attack. The gap between the great realms is like a chasm. Once you enter the martial arts academy, you will be able to learn martial arts. Once you master it, your combat power can be doubled. Moreover, there are also legendary high-level martial arts that can allow warriors to cross great realms and kill enemies. This is a process that every warrior will go through. As for the special awakeners, most combat and auxiliary awakeners have good martial arts talent. And compared to ordinary warriors, they are born with an extra ability. Adding the two together, it is not an exaggeration to call him a child of destiny. As for life-oriented awakeners like Lu Chen, well, there's nothing much to say, they're service-oriented talents. There is still 1 month left until the martial arts exam. With my chi and blood constantly replenishing itself, it wouldn't be too much to raise it to the high level of the transcendent realm, right? Lu Chen was somewhat looking forward to it. When the martial arts exam begins, I will be able to sneak in among the group of prospective warriors and become a 9th level extraordinary warrior. Even without extra abilities. You can also rely on your realm advantage to take first place. Certainly. Lu Chen also understood that he must not take it lightly. After all, in every martial arts exam in Linsang City, there are always a few people in the early stage of transcendence, and they are basically awakened ones. Those guys are also very strong. This is just Linsang City. If I want to be the top scholar in the Jiangnan war zone, or even the top scholar in the whole country, I'm still a long way off. The extraordinary realm is not possible. Then ascend to the Rongqiao realm. Anyway, in the hundreds of years of the martial arts era, no one has entered the Rongqiao realm before the age of 20. With this level, it's absolutely certain that you'll get the top spot in the country. Call. Don't be too ambitious. First, improve to the extraordinary realm. Lu Chen withdrew his thoughts. Look towards the central area of S23. The outer part is basically filled with ferocious beasts that have not yet reached the next level. He has been fighting for 2 hours and has exhausted a lot of energy. It is time to let Hongshuang come out and make a breakthrough. After choosing the direction, he began to move towards the center. But we haven't gone far. After passing a ruin, panicked footsteps suddenly came from the front. Lu Chen frowned. I was too lazy to avoid him, so I just stopped and waited for him to pass by. After a few breaths, 4 figures ran out from the intersection. I was ecstatic when I saw him. He didn't even look at anything carefully, he just rushed over as if he was grabbing a life-saving straw. The young man in the lead ran and shouted, "Boss, help me. I am a student of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, my name is Zhang Feiyu. Please help me, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Dare to go out at night and come alone to the southeast of S23. He must be a master." However, after the 2 sides got close, among the 4 people, one of the 2 women who was protected in the middle suddenly shouted in disbelief, "Lu Chen. Why are you here?" It was Bai Qiuning. Her eyes widened, somewhat unresponsive. But after seeing Zhang Feiyu beside him, as if afraid of misunderstanding, he quickly ran to Lu Chen. "You knew I was at S23, so that's why you followed me, right? Lu Chen, I hope you can be more mature." After hearing this opening remark, Lu Chen was numb. If I waited for her to finish speaking, I would probably not be able to resist slapping her a few times. After taking a cold glance, he dodged past several people and rushed towards the depths. Behind him, Bai Qiuning and others saw this scene. Disheveled in the wind. Did he hear what I said? Bai Qiuning was confused. "Leave him alone." My best friend came over and said unhappily, "This guy must have done this on purpose. He doesn't think his back is handsome, does he?" Hearing this, Bai Qiuning came back to her senses. I was suddenly shocked. Over there, we're almost getting deep into S23. With Lu Chen's limited strength, he wouldn't survive more than 10 minutes in there. If something really happened, then my father will definitely be furious. Bai Qiuning also knew about the relationship between the 2 families' fathers, and had even arranged a marriage for them. Although I don't take it seriously now. But Dad Bai Weizhou has always been very caring towards Lu Chen, and even asked him to help Lu Chen during the martial arts exam. No. We have to go find him. There's a red phosphorus python over there. Bai Qiuning was a little frightened. If Lu Chen really died in there, there was no telling what his father would do. Just when she was feeling confused, her best friend held her hand and said, "Qiuning, you have advised Lu Chen, but he was the one who didn't leave with us and pretended. It's so late now, let's go back to the supply point first. Besides, Lu Chen is not stupid, he will definitely not commit suicide. He is probably hiding somewhere. If he doesn't come back tomorrow morning, we can come in and look for him." These words. It slightly dispelled Bai Qiuning's worries. Zhang Feiyu also said, "Yes, Qiuning, wait until tomorrow. If you want to come, I will accompany you." Bai Qiuning withdrew her gaze. He nodded and replied, "Thank you, Feiyu." The danger they were in just now was caused by the red phosphorus python. After escaping death, she really doesn't want to go back. After the interlude, the group continued on their journey. Prepare to circle back to the north of S-23 and rest for a night in the supply area. After walking for half an hour, several people looked confused and doubtful. The ferocious beasts on this road have been swept away by someone. It seems that a master passed by. Zhang Feiyu checked several places and said solemnly, they were able to kill them easily without using any martial arts. They seem to be quite powerful. Even the corpses of the ferocious beasts were taken away. That's unscientific. How can such a big shot like this kind of stuff? Hearing this, Bai Qiuning's best friend smiled and said, hey, could it be Lu Chen? After all, he is a high-ranking awakener, and he just happened to walk by here. When she said this, the expression on his face was clearly one of mockery and ridicule. Zhang Feiyu stood up and said with a smile, a trainer is also considered an awakener. If you tell others about it, they will laugh to death. After encountering Bai Qiuning and other three, Lu Chen was secretly unhappy. He changed direction and continued to head towards the middle area of S-23. This time, he was much more cautious. He didn't feel relieved until he had completely left the periphery and no longer saw anyone. A thought came to my mind. Red frost flew out of the insect nest. The little guy was very excited. He immediately retracted the barbs on his feet and flew around to get close to Lu Chen. Walk. Dad is as good as his word. I'll take you to the central area for a feast. S-23 supply area, to the north. Therefore, the most warriors are taking trials in that direction. And now, Lu Chen has completely circled to the south and is at the edge of the middle circle. There is no one around him, let alone fighting. Looking up, I saw that the blood moon in the sky had been covered by dark clouds. The night is getting darker. The roars of beasts came from all directions, one after another, as if they were very close. After choosing the right direction, Lu Chen took Hongshuang and began to look for the first-level ferocious beast. There are vines everywhere in the ruins. It's easy to cause noise. And this naturally attracted ferocious beasts. Squeak, squeak, squeak. When Lu Chen heard the sound, alarm bells rang in his heart and he looked towards the ruins in front of him on the left. Although he is still just a quasi-warrior, but his eyesight is far superior to that of ordinary people, and he can even see at night if he concentrates. Between the broken walls, one can see several huge snake-like bodies swimming towards this side. Each one is as thick as a bucket and more than 10 meters long. The scales exude a light reddish-brown color, and when they rush, they look like flowing red clouds. Red-scaled python, a first-stage vicious beast, appears in groups when looking for food. The 4 people just now were panicked. It is very likely that you encountered this thing. Lu Chen didn't intend to avoid it, and said softly, Hongshuang, it's up to you. Hear the instructions. The little guy rushed forward without saying a word. As for the 50 brood cells in the insect nest, Lu Chen would definitely not use them easily. After all, each blood-sucking insect can only reproduce once. The first generation of 50 are all treasures. If too many people die, the plan of the Scourge army will probably be aborted. He has made plans. The first and second generation of insect cubs cannot be used to kill monsters, but to reproduce. When the third generation comes out, there will be more than 100,000 of them, and we will be able to make them by then. Not to mention, Hongshuang's own abilities were also extremely terrifying. The Green Steel Wolf King was killed instantly. This is also the reason why Lu Chen is relieved. At this moment, Hongshuang's finger-length body streaked across the night like a meteor. What a fast speed! My sight almost failed to catch it. Lu Chen watched silently. He held the alloy sword tightly in his hand, ready to provide support at any time. Although the red-scaled python is also in the middle stage of the first stage, it is definitely much stronger than the Blue Steel Wolf King. Although there will be some delay in action. But there are almost no weak points under the snake scales. If Lu Chen encountered it alone, he would probably have no choice but to run away. And at this moment, Hongshuang's speed suddenly increased and he disappeared from sight. When it reappeared, it had already clung to a red-scaled python 7 inches away, and its front claws suddenly thrust forward. Clang. It was like metal suddenly colliding with each other, making a harsh sound. And what happened next made Lu Chen's eyes widen. Hong Shuang broke through the defense with one blow, and his skin and flesh were torn apart, and he went straight in. Hiss. This voice clearly carries with it incomparable pain. The red-scaled python twitched violently. The snake's body churned, twisted, and slapped the ground crazily. For a moment, the surrounding broken walls and ruins collapsed, making a loud noise. After just 2 breaths, everything returned to calm. Hong Shuang flew out of the python's mouth and killed another red-scaled python. It's a complete massacre. In as little as 10 seconds and as much as 20 seconds, the red-scaled pythons turned into corpses. 3 minutes later, all 14 red-scaled pythons were killed. And until then, the red frost began to slowly devour the flesh and blood. So strong. Lu Chen swallowed and was secretly shocked. When he was searching for strategies on the Linsong City Martial Arts Forum, the red-scaled python in the S-23 area was the nightmare of many people. In groups. Even a warrior at the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm would choose to retreat. And now, it was dealt with by Hong Shuang in just a few minutes. Not long after. After the little fellow finished swallowing, he flew back happily. Lu Chen's mind moved, and he opened the system panel to take a look. Zerg Overlord, Lu Chen. Age, 18. Chi and blood value, 149, limit for quasi-warriors. Breakthrough feedback status, 15/100. Skills, basic boxing, basic swordsmanship, basics. Kung Fu, none. Bound source insect, blood-sucking insect. During the breakthrough period, one needs to devour 100 first-level ferocious beasts. 85 more to go. That's certainly enough for tonight. I don't know what the new bug that awakens after my breakthrough will be. Lu Chen was looking forward to it. Continue moving deeper. Even the extremely ferocious red-scaled python in the S-23 area is no match for Hong Shuang. During the rest of the journey, Lu Chen also felt much more relaxed. His main focus was on being alert to whether there were any warriors present. Time passes by. Lu Chen, bringing Hong Shuang, traveled through the southern area, sweeping it thoroughly. Whether it is a lone first-level blue steel wolf king or a group of red-scaled pythons. Everything was swept away like a whirlwind, leaving nothing behind. The little guy is not Lu Chen. I've been killing for so long without feeling tired at all. I even get more and more excited the more I kill. 2 hours later. It was nearly 3 in the morning. Except for the north, Lu Chen has thoroughly swept the middle areas of the east, west and south of S-23. But it's still a little short of the goal of 100. I looked up at the blood moon. It was half hidden and half visible in the dark clouds, and much dimmer than before. In a few hours, it will be dawn. That's unscientific. Logically speaking, the middle area of S-23 is so large, where are the beasts? Where did they go? Could it be that they sensed danger and hid themselves? Lu Chen was a little puzzled. I opened the page and checked the progress, 74 out of 100. He only needs to defeat 26 ferocious beasts before he can cross the limit of quasi-warrior and enter the extraordinary realm. No. We must break through tonight. Lu Chen made up his mind and headed directly towards the core area. Hong Shuang's current strength can kill a first-level beast in 1 second. For a mid-level beast, it will take some time. However, the defense of a first-level peak ferocious beast is too strong. Can also kill. However, it will take some time to break the armor. According to the forum, there is a suspected second-level beast deep in the core of S-23. There are 3 dangerous places, I just need to avoid them. At the same time, S-23 trial area, deep in the core. 4 young men and women stood in front of the ruins of a building, looking excited. Not far from them, a vertical crack appeared in the void, flickering slightly. Secret realm. It really is a secret realm. Old son, who called just now. Can you tell me where the secret realm is? Don't talk about this anymore, let's find a way to get in first, we are short of people. Forget about the lack of people, but the secret realm only lasts 3 hours. Hurry up and contact the supply area. Just find a quasi-warrior to fill the number. I'll pay you. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Great opportunity. It's too late to recruit people now. It will take at least 3 hours to get here from the supply area. Several people talked at once. As anxious as an ant on hot pan. Lin Xie didn't say anything, but stepped forward and reached out to touch the secret realm. A weak teleportation force was sweeping away. At the same time, several pieces of information came to mind. Dimensional rift, the nest of the flame serpents shedding. Restriction 1, 5 people entering at the same time. Restriction 2, not higher than the transcendent realm. Unscientific. Why are there so few ferocious beasts in the core area? Deep inside S-23. Lu Chen frowned, searching for the traces of the ferocious beast. The progress of breaking through the levels is already 88 out of 100, and only 10 more are left to enter the extraordinary realm. But at this level, I couldn't find the ferocious beast no matter what. After thinking about it, Lu Chen said to himself, there are only 2 possibilities in this situation. First, there are strong people present, and all the beasts hide under the pressure. The name, Sky Thunder Sword, instantly came to mind. I had come to S-23 by bus. Just then he met the swordsman passing by, and Lu Chen was envious. Wrong. If that senior was here, the beast would have already gone into hiding, and I wouldn't have been able to kill more than 80 first-level beasts. After ruling out this possibility, what remains must be the truth. Could it be that a secret realm really appeared? According to what I learned in previous classes, after the natural secret realm appears, the air inside will escape through the channel and change the surrounding environment. In some places, it will be thousands of miles away. There are also places that will become full of spiritual energy. There are many more examples like this. The current situation is consistent with this. The aura of the secret realm has dissipated, and the ferocious beasts outside may have sensed the danger and hidden themselves away. Just think of this. Lu Chen leaped up to the top of the ruins and looked around. Above the sky, the blood moon disappears. The core area of S-23 was completely silent, not even the roars of ferocious beasts could be heard. There are people there. Lu Chen's gaze was looking towards the front left, about 700 or 800 meters away. If I remember correctly, that place is a forbidden area of S-23, and it is rumored that there are second-level ferocious beasts. It seems to be the 4 people in the chosen class. Is the void crack behind them the entrance to the secret realm? After all, it's so far away. And Lu Chen was only at the level of a quasi-warrior and could not see it clearly. Secret realms and the like are very tempting to others, but there is absolutely no need for me to take risks. If I can't reach the extraordinary realm tonight, I can go to another trial site. After binding Zerg Overlord, Lu Chen knew very well in his mind that as long as he could survive for a while, he would definitely be invincible. Don't compete, don't show off, just make money and develop. But just when he was about to look away, Yu Guangzhong caught a glimpse of a huge creature, which was the corpse of a ferocious beast. Earth Flame Spider. A second-level vicious beast. This body must be more than 30 meters long, right? If you include the legs, it's probably 100 meters long. Lu Chen was stunned. It turns out that there really is a second-level ferocious beast deep in S-23. But now, he was lying there as a corpse. It is impossible for the few people in the chosen class to have such strength, even if Lin Xie has an A-level ice talent. Could it be the previous senior Tianlei sword? Lu Chen couldn't figure it out. He looked at the corpse of the earth flame spider and felt a burning sensation in his heart. If the red frost swallows it and then feeds back, promotion to the extraordinary realm is a sure thing. The second bug can also be obtained. Look away. Lu Chen resisted the temptation and prepared to leave. But the little guy wouldn't let me. It flew in front of its master, and after hovering, it stretched out one of its front legs in a very human way and pointed at the corpse of the earth flame spider in the distance. Do you want to go eat? Lu Chen asked softly. Hong Shuang nodded. Then he kept rubbing his two tentacles together, looking very eager. She just looked at Lu Chen eagerly. The earth flame spider has the same fire attribute as you. Lu Chen thought about it and continued to ask, will you be able to evolve after swallowing her? The little guy's realm is different from that of human warriors. There are no specific requirements for evolution on the attribute panel. It turns out that you have to rely on swallowing. At this time, just after he finished asking, Hong Shuang nodded his insect head happily, flying and circling in front of him. Lu Chen thought about it and said with a smile, let's go, Dad will help you unlock new abilities. Remember this. Go inside the hive first. If you need to come out, you can only use your fire form. The earth flame spider is not a common ferocious beast. It usually lives in special hot environments and is difficult to encounter. Not to mention the area around Linsong City. In the entire Jiangnan war zone, I'm afraid there aren't many places with. As an opportunity for Red Frost to evolve, this one must not be missed. A distance of 700 or 800 meters. For a warrior, it is not worth mentioning. Lu Chen slowed down and approached silently. I was thinking about how to get the body of the earth flame spider. After all, no matter how that big guy died, now there are a few people from the chosen class standing by him. In name, you own it. It's difficult. If there is no other choice, we can only rob it by force. Lu Chen thought of several plans, but none of them seemed very feasible, so he guessed he would still have to fight. We are all students and awakened people. At such a young age, what else do you want to do if not fight? Play mahjong. It's normal to have a discussion with each other. Besides, the corpses of ferocious beasts left behind by others should be taken by the most capable ones. Think about it this way. Lu Chen thought it made a lot of sense and his eyes lit up. He quickened his pace and walked over. However, just as he approached, Lin Xie was the first to notice it. She turned around and looked at him with a wary look. After seeing that it was a fellow creature and not a ferocious beast, his vigilance was reduced a lot. Soon, she seemed to remember meeting Lu Chen on the bus. But she was not talkative and did not speak. The people around him were all overjoyed and rushed over. One by one. It's like seeing my ancestors. Before Lu Chen could speak, he couldn't wait to say, brother. Are you going to the secret realm? The secret realm. You are the only one missing. They are really anxious. The flame snake secret realm only exists for 3 hours, and now most of it has passed. Although the message had been sent to the supply area long ago, it would take 3 hours for the people there to come over. Except Lin Xie. Each and every one of them was like an ant on a hot pan, impatient. Although I know it's too late. But I always hope that a miracle will happen. As time passed, the people coming from the supply area had not even completed half of their journey. Just when they were discouraged, Lu Chen appeared. What a savior. At this time, the 3 people who rushed over were talking at the same time. The leader even grabbed Lu Chen's arm, but with such force, it felt like he was dragging a mountain. Dude, it's a secret place. Sun Qi asked anxiously, don't you want to go in? This time, the 3 of them calmed down. Lin Xie, who was far away, also looked over with confusion. For any warrior, the secret realm is a rare treasure that is hard to come by. But the young man in front of him was terrifyingly calm. There is absolutely no interest at all. As expected. In my ear, I heard Lu Chen say calmly, sorry, I'm just passing by and have no interest in the secret realm. For a while, Sun Qi and the other 2 in front of him were all stunned. What a weirdo. Not interested in secret realms. Brother, can you please help me? This secret realm requires 5 people to enter. Sun Qi said in a deep voice, how about this, you name a price and give us some extra people. Without waiting for a reply, he continued, 1 million, how about 1 million? Just consider it as making friends. You won't have to do anything after you get in. We are from the Linsong City chosen class, and we can fully guarantee your safety. Lu Chen pretended to be moved. Pointing to the corpse of the earth flame spider not far away, he said, I am an alchemist and I need that corpse. I wonder. Convenient. That's so convenient. Take whatever you want, brother. Sun Chi suppressed a smile but said, let me be frank. This earth flame spider was killed by Senior Tian Legion. It has a strong sword energy in its body. I'm afraid it can't be used as material. Lu Chen nodded. Replied, wait 2 minutes, I'll check it out. After walking towards the earth flame spider, he placed his right hand on a wound. The insect nest on the palm of the hand opened, allowing red frost to drill in. Boom. In less than 2 minutes, the flesh and blood of the earth flame spider had been devoured. The huge membrane and shell collapsed with a loud bang. Lu Chen turned around. He grinned at the bewildered crowd and said, brother is right. This corpse is indeed useless. Senior Tian Legion is too strong. After walking over. Then he continued with a smile. Transfer the money first, 1 million. I'm determined to be your friend. Hearing this, the corner of Sun Chi's mouth twitched. Why do I feel like I'm being taken advantage of when my words come out of this guy's mouth? North of S-23, more than 10 miles away, the supply area. As soon as Bai Qiuning and the others came back, they found that the stone fort was brightly lit and the large square was crowded with people. What's going on? No need to ask many people. The sounds of discussion around him had already reached his ears. It didn't take long to understand the whole story. Secret place. Deep in the S-23 area, a low-level secret realm appeared, and only those below the extraordinary realm were allowed to enter. Now there is only one spot left. This made many qualified warriors ecstatic. But if you want to go, you have to have the life to go. It would take at least 3 hours to get from here to the S-23 core, and if we add in the interference from the ferocious beasts along the way, it would take more than 5 hours. And, according to the news sent back, that natural secret place is only open for 3 hours. This is like a basin of cold water, which makes people feel cold all over. Out of reach. I can only sigh here. At this time, Bai Qiuning's best friend sighed and said, there is actually a secret realm in there. If we hadn't come back just now and had gone around the red phosphorus python and moved forward, we might have been able to enter. What a pity, what a great opportunity. She beat her chest and stamped her feet. A few seconds after he finished speaking, he suddenly continued, hey, didn't Lu Chen go over there? Who knows, maybe he can enter the secret realm. Hearing this, Bai Qiuning's breathing stagnated. Him? That's unlikely. Ha ha ha. Qiuning, I was just joking, why did you take it so seriously? His health is 119 cards, he will be able to come back alive tomorrow. Bai Qiuning glared at her and didn't let her finish her words. Lu Chen must not die here. Otherwise, my father would be furious and I don't know what he would do. At this time, Zhang Feiyu next to him laughed and said, it was a few people from the chosen class who discovered the secret realm. I guess they can't wait for anyone, so this secret realm is wasted. What a pity. With a girl like Lin Xie, we can get through the secret realm easily even with a dog. Fine. That Lu Chen only has 119 cards, it is impossible for him to reach the secret realm alone. If nothing unexpected happens. It should have been swallowed by the red phosphorus python now, right? Think of this. He felt comfortable. If you can't get it, others certainly can't get it. The other side. As a member of the chosen class, Sun Chi is also not short of money. Although I was not happy about it, the secret realm was important, so I just transferred 1 million directly. After the tour, he didn't even bother to say anything and walked towards the secret realm. Lu Chen smiled indifferently and followed. This trip is really profitable. After devouring the second-order Earth Flame Spider, Hong Xuan completed her first evolution and gained new abilities. Red Lotus Hellfire. According to the description on the panel, it seems that after entering the fire form, its power is greatly enhanced. Not only that, the feedback after swallowing also allowed Lu Chen to reach the standard directly. You can cross the limit of Quasi-Warrior at any time. Enter the extraordinary realm. If this place wasn't so unsuitable, Lu Chen would have wanted to break through right away. If quasi-warriors are still within the boundaries of mortals, that extraordinary realm is the first leap of a warrior's life form, and it will bring unimaginable improvement. Precisely because of its importance, it will also trigger some unusual movements. Lu Chen could only wait until the secret realm was completed. Certainly. The most important thing is that after the breakthrough, you can get new bug cubs. This is what he is particularly looking forward to. At this time, following behind Sun Qi, Lu Chen completely regarded himself as a tool. Don't interrupt, don't ask, and don't take action. Be honest and do what you should do after getting a million. As for the cold-eyed treatment, that's great, it's quiet and peaceful. Anyway, it's other people who are unhappy, so just ignore them, there's no point in being sad. Now that everyone is here, let's have a brief discussion. Sun Qi took the lead and talked about several problems that might be encountered after entering the secret realm. Among the other three, Du Feng and Shen Linlin are also discussing this seriously. He told all the key points of the secret realm that the elders had told him. These things will definitely not be in the textbooks. Lu Chen was listening at the side and also gained a lot of knowledge. As for the last one, Lin Xie, as the main output of the team, she seldom speaks and is beautiful alone. The other three people would ask for her opinion on any plans they made. The answers are usually, yeah, okay, not bad, pretty good. As an outsider, Lu Chen was also looking at Lin Xie. I have to say, this girl really looks like she walked out of a painting. She is tall, has her hair tied up simply, has fair skin, and keeps a certain distance from others. Nothing else to say. Just with this appearance, she is definitely better than all the female stars in her previous life. Every time someone talks to him, his eyes either look at the ground, drift away, or seem a little distracted. The main point is never look directly at it. How can this be called aloof? This is the invincible social phobia. Lu Chen has lived 2 lives and absolutely believes in his own judgment. I suddenly felt like laughing in my heart. Maybe his eyes were too direct. Lin Xie felt uncomfortable being stared at and looked over. His eyes were like an ancient well, without any emotional fluctuations, and even had a hint of oppression. If it were an ordinary would-be warrior, even one at the extraordinary level, he would definitely dodge subconsciously. But Lu Chen didn't. The two just stared at each other. 3 seconds later, Lu Chen clearly saw a flash of panic in Lin Xie's eyes and she looked away. Really? Aloofness is just a disguise, social phobia is the truth. Someone must have taught her to do this, to set up a person. Certainly. This is just a small episode. Lu Chen would not pay too much attention to it. He would just wait for an hour to finish the work and then break through. 2 minutes later. After Sun Qi and his companions finished their discussion, they began to enter. Suddenly, a wave of energy came from the entrance of the secret realm, sweeping across the body like water ripples. Following right on, a suction force came, wrapped around the bodies of several people, and swept away. Buzz. Lu Chen lost consciousness instantly. When I came to my senses again, I had already arrived in the secret realm. As far as the eye can see, it seems to be in a cave, and the air around is extremely hot. The road ahead is winding and I don't know where it leads. Behind is the exit of the secret realm. Go. Go directly to the central area. Sun Qi was impatient and took the lead and walked forward. He seemed to be in a very good mood, and said as he walked. What we call a secret realm is actually a fragment of a certain big world. The rise of martial arts is inseparable from the secret realm. The secret realm we are in now is called Nest of the Flame Snakes Shedding, which should be a secret realm for monsters. I don't know what I can gain. Behind him, Du Feng said with a smile, only beasts above level 5 are called demon beasts. If I could get an inner elixir, well, I don't dare to think about it. I also heard that the top secret realms even have magical powers that can call the wind and rain. Except Lin Xie and Lu Chen. Sun Qi and the other 2 were chatting animatedly. About 10 minutes later, after going through countless twists and turns, we finally got through. Suddenly the view becomes clear. Below is a huge open platform, like an underground square, about the size of a football field. The 5 people look down. You can see a giant snake about 100 meters long, lifelike, lying across the center. The hot breath, like a wave of fire, made everyone's cheeks red. It's really a monster. Such a large snake slough must contain a lot of treasures. Etc. Sun Chi's eyes suddenly fixed on a certain place, and he said in a trembling voice, "Look over there." Follow where he points. Lu Chen also cast a glance and was immediately shocked. In the corner of the platform below, there is a place similar to a flower garden where many spiritual plants grow, and even emit precious light. Profit. Profit. We are so prosperous now. Sun Chi jumped down first, followed closely by Du Feng and Shen Linlin. Lin Xie, on the other hand, looked solemn and kept looking around. After hesitating for a moment, he also jumped down. However, alarm bells were ringing in Lu Chen's heart, because Hongshuang in the insect nest had just expressed a hint of uneasiness. But then he lay down again. That feeling. It's like admitting a mistake, there's nothing to be afraid of. What does Hongshuang mean? It's dangerous, but can it be solved? Forget it, I'll just run it straight away, why bother getting involved in this mess? Lu Chen was just about to say hello and leave. I guess Sun Chi and the others are also happy with this. Just as he was about to speak, a huge force suddenly hit him. Without giving the slightest chance to react, he was bound and landed somewhere. Not only Lu Chen. The same was true for the other 4. Standing at a specific point. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. Oh no, there's something strange about this secret realm. We must have entered a formation. Sun Chi came from a well-educated family and reacted quickly, with fear in his eyes. Hearing this, Lu Chen looked solemn. Looked at the ground beneath his feet. Where he stepped, there was a rune engraved, emitting a faint blue light. The others are gold, red, gray, and brown. No wonder 5 people are required to enter. It's a trap. At this moment, just as all 5 people stood still, the light under their feet became brighter and brighter. Then it rose from the ground and merged into a 5-colored beam of light. Inject directly into the snake skin. Boom. The snake skin in the center actually came back to life. After raising his head, a terrifying aura filled the air and his eyes, as big as water tanks, stared at the people below. My fellow Taoists. Do you think I look like a dragon or a god? These 2 sentences were like thunder, exploding in the minds of several people. In Lu Chen's heart, 2 words suddenly emerged, asking for a title. Whether it is the China on earth in the previous life, or the Daxia in this world. There is a legend of asking for a title everywhere. The so-called enfeoffment. They are some spirits who have just started their practice. If they want to break through the bottleneck, they have to find a human to ask for help. If the answer you get is the one you want, your cultivation level will greatly increase. It is said that this is because humans, as the most intelligent creatures in the world, are born with the blessings of heaven. If the spirit succeeds in asking for a title, it will share the opportunities and fortune. Lu Chen always thought that this was all nonsense. Unexpectedly. Now I've really encountered it. But he was not panicked. As an ancient strange insect, the red frost even caused a world-destroying catastrophe and has the instinct to avoid disasters. Since she thinks it's okay, then it must be okay. Even if something goes wrong, we can handle it. As I thought about this, all the pressure suddenly disappeared, as if the pressure on me didn't exist. At this time, Sun Chi was terrified and said anxiously, "Don't answer, don't answer, don't answer." Just 4 simple words, but he said them 3 times. Then, he continued. A ferocious beast seeks to seal the title, which is a great disaster. If we answer, all our longevity, destiny, and luck will be deprived of us, which is equivalent to sacrificing to it. Hear this. Du Feng and Shen Linlin both looked pale. The latter's teeth were trembling, and his eyes were full of panic. Then what should we do now? Her question got no reply. My heart suddenly sank, and the shadow of death enveloped my whole body. Under the desire to survive, Shen Linlin turned to look at Lin Xie, who had the highest combat power. Xie, help me, Wu, I don't want to die here. I thought this secret realm was a chance. I didn't expect that it would become a burial ground for everyone. The huge drop from such a great height made her heart collapse. Stop crying. Sun Qi growled, then turned to look at Lu Chen. I still have a trump card in my hand, maybe it can help us break free, you can just run away later. It would be best if you could live. If you die, I'd be really sorry for putting you in danger. The last sentence was said very seriously. This made Lu Chen look at him with a higher regard. Although Brother Fu is a bit arrogant, he still has some moral standards. Well, you can squeeze it again. Don't wait for the other party to play his trump card. Lu Chen suddenly said, we are friends, how can I run away by myself? V me another 5 million and elevate our friendship. I will find a way to rescue you. How do you think? Sun Qi was stunned. What kind of nonsense is this? Your life is almost gone, and you are still making money. You saved me. A pharmacist who hasn't even reached the transcendent realm. Sun Qi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you really have this ability, I'll buy your life for 10 million. As he spoke, he shook his head. I actually took this kind of bullshit seriously. As life-oriented warriors, 99% of alchemists are weaklings and have basically no combat ability. He was just about to say a few words to Lin Xie. Lu Chen, who was not far away, suddenly said loudly, okay. It's settled. 10 million is enough for our friendship to last forever. The words haven't finished yet. In the central area of the underground space, the fire snake seemed impatient. After lowering his head, he was almost in front of several people. A terrifying flame rose from his nostrils, ready to sweep over at any time. It questioned again. You look at me. Like a dragon, or like a god? Lu Chen smiled and looked at the huge snake head. I think you look like a go-ba. His words stunned several people not far away. Sun Qi was so frightened that he was about to shout at his enemy when a huge roar sounded. You guys, damn it. I will give you one last chance. Do you think I look like a dragon or a god? The huge snake head approaches again. The terrifying pressure came like surging waves. With Hongshuang around, Lu Chen remained calm. As a darling of heaven, Lin Xie had no idea how she could bear it. As for Sun Qi and the other two, their faces turned pale and cold sweat broke out on their bodies. Shut up. Just shut up. If we provoke him again, we will all die. If we delay, we can still survive. Wait until I recover some spiritual power and activate my trump card. Sun Qi gnashed his teeth and sounded extremely angry. Du Feng and Shen Linlin also glared at him. Lin Xie, on the other hand, looked at Lu Chen with flickering eyes, as if she was guessing something. At this juncture, Lu Chen's gaze swept across Sun Qi and others and he smiled. It is rare to encounter such a strange event as asking for a title. If you don't satisfy your curiosity, then wouldn't it be a waste of time? Could it be possible that the giant snake in front of me could really become something I could respond to? Thinking of this, he raised his head and looked at the void snake head again. He grinned and said, I think you look like a go-ba. Roar. The roar echoed throughout the entire underground space. Sun Qi and his companions were terrified and felt that they were doomed. Lu Chen, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. The fear in Sun Qi's heart turned into hatred towards Lu Chen, and he was about to say something else. But was suddenly interrupted. Shut up. From now on, listen to him. The one who spoke was Lin Xie. Before she finished her words, she suddenly broke free from her restraints and rushed towards Shitue. The extremely fast voice came again. This secret realm is just an extraordinary realm, so you won't encounter situations that are far beyond that. The fire snake in front of us is not really alive, it is just a wisp of remnant, it is just for show and not that powerful. Lu Chen just deliberately angered me twice. It is to make it consume energy and release its pressure, so that the constraints on us are much less. Now it is already at the end of its strength. The crisp words echoed in the underground platform. When Sun Qi and the others heard this, they were all shocked. The look he gave Lu Chen was filled with disbelief and a hint of doubt. Is this true or false? Not to mention them, even Lu Chen himself was a little confused. Blink. I don't know what to say. This Lin Xie is not only socially anxious but also likes to imagine. But when fighting, he was very cool. He speaks fluently and acts decisively, as if he is a different person. At the same time, when the fire snake saw Lin Xie coming, it quickly retreated. Flames suddenly appeared on the body of the remains, and they transformed into many small snakes that rushed towards Lin Xie. What are you standing there for? Sun Qi, you three, come and help. Lu Chen, when you command me, I can only fight. I can't find the opportunity like you do. There was an extra scimitar in Lin Xie's hand. As he chopped, the icy air turned into blade light, like the falling moonlight. The tall figure shuttled among the snakes. It is quite beautiful. Sun Qi and others also joined the battlefield, which reduced her pressure. Not far away. Lu Chen scratched his head. I'm in command. I just want to see the big snake turn into a hook. He was also planning to let Hong Shuang take action and transform into fire to kill him, but he didn't expect Lin Xie to act first. At this point, the battlefield was in a stalemate. Even though the fire snake is only a wisp of remnant, it is still invincible. As the snake's skin burned, its body became smaller and smaller, but more and more small fire snakes appeared. Before long it was like it was overwhelming. Except for Lin Xie, who was still able to hold on, Sun Qi and the other two were injured and were huddled together back to fight the enemy. It seems that we are at the end of our rope. Sun Qi shouted, Lu Chen, what should we do now? Isn't it 10 million friendship? Find a way to command. Although there are still doubts in my heart. But in the current situation, we can only try our best to save the situation. While fighting, Lin Xie was also preparing to wait for Lu Chen to speak. As awakened beings, their innate abilities are very strong, but they are not without limits. It requires mental energy. The four of them fought for a while, their faces were pale and their eyes were dim. Wei. The solution is to add fuel to the fire. As Lu Chen spoke, he suddenly rushed towards the battlefield from a distance. Then, he leaped up and rushed directly towards the snake's head. Sun Qi's eyes widened and he shouted, I asked you to save people, not to lose your life. Of course they knew that the snake head must be a weak point. But the key is, you can't get close. The terrifying flames formed a series of protective barriers that could not be broken at all. Lin Xie has tried many times. All in vain. Seeing Lu Chen rushing over, he was also surprised. Looking at that figure. Just as he was about to rush over to rescue, he suddenly stopped, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I saw Lu Chen jump to a high place. He suddenly raised his hand and released a fireball. The outer layer is purple and the inner layer is black. As soon as it appeared, the temperature of the entire underground space soared instantly. Talented skills. What a terrifying power. Lin Xie's heart trembled. As an ice-type awakener, she felt it most obviously at this moment, and even the display of her innate abilities was delayed. Could it be that he is also an A-level awakener like me? No. Could this kind of strength be the legendary S-level? In my ear, I heard Sun Qi shouting exaggeratedly, you are also an awakener. The words haven't finished yet. The fireball released by Lu Chen has reached the snake's head. Those lines of defense seem to be made of paper, and there was no hindrance at all. Flames are also divided into levels. Hongshuang's Red Lotus Hellfire completely crushes this Go-Ba. Lu Chen muttered to himself. Evaluator Hongshuang's current combat power. Before completing its first evolution, it was already able to kill a first-stage mid-stage ferocious beast in seconds. Now, this Red Lotus Hellfire might be able to instantly kill a peak level 1 enemy, or even an ordinary level 2 enemy. Horrible. Change the angle. If you get 1,000,000 blood-sucking insects, and all of them cast Red Lotus Hellfire. That scene is a bit scary. Even a martial arts master can't escape, right? This is only the first evolution. It will continue to evolve if the power of the flames continues to increase. Before Lu Chen, he thought that the blood-sucking insects were a little weak. I even doubt what the panel says, blood-sucking insects have caused a catastrophe that destroyed the world. You are just bragging. But now it seems that there is not a bit of water in it. While thinking, the red frost had already rushed into the snake's skull, and within a few seconds, the entire head was riddled with holes. Boom. After the snake lost control, it fell to the ground with a loud bang. A streak of red light emerged from the snake's tail, as if it had a soul and wanted to escape. After Hong Shuang sensed it, as if discovering a delicious meal, he rushed over and wrapped it up. Then he returned to the insect nest inside Lu Chen's body. At this moment, the little fire snakes that besieged Lin Xie and others also disappeared. In the underground space, falling into strange silence, the four of them looked at Lu Chen with extremely complicated expressions. A few seconds later, Sun Qi couldn't hold it any longer and sat down. Looking at Lu Chen, he smiled bitterly and said, "Is this just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Damn it, you have mastered the skills I have always wanted to learn." Beside him, Du Feng also sat down, shook his head and said nothing. It was Shen Linlin. He looked at Lu Chen with twinkling eyes. There seemed to be stars in his eyes. He was looking more and more handsome now. Lin Xie put away the scimitar and said softly, "Thank you." After leaving the battle mode, she became a socially fearful girl. I found a corner and sat down. The image of Lu Chen just jumping was all in his mind, and he couldn't get rid of it. After trimming for a while, Sun Qi regained some strength, stood up and said, "Brother Lu, according to the rules, you get 50% of the income from the secret realm. No, you just get 70%. As he said this, he turned and looked at his companions. No one has any objection. Certainly. I will definitely not default on the transfer I promised to give you. Sun Qi now knows that Lu Chen is an awakened one. Although I don't know the talent level yet, it is definitely not weak. At least it's an A grade. As for higher, he couldn't even think about it. If it is really an S-level fire system, the entire Jiangnan war zone will probably be shaken. This kind of gifted child of heaven will surely be an extremely brilliant existence when he grows up. Now you can get in touch with them by spending a little money, which is really a great deal. Let me take a look first. Lu Chen smiled and walked towards the snake's skin. The head, which was as tall as a person, was in a state of disarray, with many charred holes. Hey, there really is something. Reaching out and tearing open a crack, Lu Chen leaned in and squeezed in, picking up something that looked like a pebble. The surface is smooth and warm to the touch. It seemed as if there were water ripples flowing inside. Faintly, there was a hint of golden color. After taking it out and weighing it, Lu Chen turned around and asked, "Brother Fu, what is this thing?" The words haven't been finished yet. Then I saw Sun Qi, who was originally paralyzed, suddenly bounced and stood up incredibly. Sitting up in shock from his dying illness. His eyes were staring at the thing in Lu Chen's hand, as if they were about to burst out. "Taste the inner elixir every day." Sun Qi trembled and said a few words. His Adam's apple rolled and his eyes seemed to be glowing green. Du Feng and Shen Linlin next to them. It's a similar expression. His eyes were filled with shock and greed. Lin Xie became much more normal now. After taking a quick look, she continued to recover silently. In the empty underground space, Sun Qi continued, "Whether it's weapons, elixirs, or techniques, they are all divided from high to low into heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Each level is further divided into 9 grades. Brother Lu, this is the best thing in your hand. There is a hint of gold on it, it should be the first or second grade of the heavenly rank. It is not realistic to be higher." Lu Chen had never learned these things in high school. It is probably a course in the martial arts academy. After hearing this, he was surprised and asked curiously, "How much can this inner elixir be sold for?" As he spoke, he kept throwing it up and catching it. I pondered in my heart. If it is of the highest quality, it should be worth quite a bit. I guess it can be used to raise the insect cubs to the 3rd generation. Sun Qi's gaze jumped up and down along with the inner elixir. He was afraid that Lu Chen would not catch it. He even took a few steps forward unconsciously, reached out his hand, and then quickly put it down. He smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Lu, this is a heavenly inner elixir, please don't throw it around like this, my heart can't bear it." Pause. He continued, "I have never heard of a Wei Bao of this level. It has never appeared in Linsong City. If I remember correctly. 5 years ago, at the Jiuding Pavilion auction in the Jiangnan Warzone main base, a third-grade Earth-level inner elixir was sold for 40 billion. In Sun Qi's explanation, Lu Chen also understood why the heavenly grade inner elixir was so precious. Simply put, ferocious beasts above level 5 are called demon beasts. Some of them have very high-level bloodlines and can produce inner elixirs in their bodies, making them much stronger than monsters of the same level. Even warriors of the same realm cannot match him. The quality of the inner elixir has nothing to do with the realm of the monster. It depends on the level of bloodline, as well as potential, talent, etc. For example, the Dragon Clan, even if it is only at the 5th level, its inner elixir is at least at the Earth level. And other ordinary monsters. Even if his strength is at level 8, what is condensed in his body may only be the lowest level yellow level inner elixir. In addition to being a precious material, inner elixir is also used. There is also a huge use. It can allow an ordinary warrior to awaken a related original talent. The higher the grade of the inner elixir, the stronger the awakened talent. Hear this. Lu Chen was amazed. No wonder that Fire Snake is so awesome, dreaming of becoming a dragon or even a god. It seems like its bloodline is very strong. After a sigh, he continued to ask, that is to say, my first grade inner elixir can enable a human warrior to awaken a fire talent, and it is A grade. Sun Qi nodded. He said seriously, A-level talent is extremely rare. In the past 10 years in Linsong City, there have been only 2 or 3 people. In this year's Tianxian class, Lin Xie is one of them. As he spoke, his eyes turned towards Lin Xie, who was practicing alone not far away. Lu Chen also looked over there. The latter was watched by so many people. Pretend you know nothing. But her face instantly turned red, and a rosy color rose up, like a cloud. Visible to the naked eye. Spreading towards the neck and earlobes. Lu Chen smiled. I thought to myself, this girl is not only socially anxious, but also very shy. Quite interesting. Cough. Sun Qi didn't dare to look any longer and quickly looked away. Although they were both in the chosen class, he dared not defy Lin Xie's identity. He continued to talk to Lu Chen. It is precisely because the heavenly grade inner pill is so powerful that the top chaebils not only in Daxia but also in other countries will buy it at any price. Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. It seems that the blood-sucking worm army will surge. Spending money to raise insect cubs is definitely the safest way. It is convenient and fast, and no one will discover it. Pa. Throw it up and catch it again. Lu Chen held it in his hand and looked at Sun Qi and the others. I'll take this, and the rest is yours, how about that? There are quite a few treasures in this secret realm. Although there are no skills, weapons, etc. But there is a small patch of spiritual plants that are of good quality and worth a lot of money. I have no objection. Sun Qi shrugged and said with a smile, it's all thanks to you that I survived. But I still suggest that you take action quickly to avoid being targeted. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret. After all, he was born into a big family, so he is still very good at life. With just a few words, he gained Lu Chen's favor. Beside him, Shen Linlin also nodded. Then came Du Feng, who also said calmly, I don't have any objection either. After you finish speaking, close your eyes and continue to regain your energy. As for the last Lin Xie, to be honest, this inner elixir was not as attractive to her as Lu Chen. All she wants to know now is, what grade of talent is the flame that Lu Chen displayed, A grade or S grade? Although I was curious, I didn't ask. After all, it's someone else's privacy, so she won't pry too much into it. The same is true for Sun Qi and others. More than 10 minutes later. Everyone has finished repairing. Carefully collect the spiritual plant on the edge and store it in the storage equipment. Lu Chen watched from a distance. I thought to myself, when I get back I should spend some money and get myself a storage bracelet or something. Lu Chen. Sun Qi came over and asked, after we get out, we plan to go to the S-23 supply area. What about you? Lu Chen thought about it and replied, I'll go over there too and take a rest. There is also a training room inside the stone fort in the supply area. The charges are of course expensive, but at least it's safe enough. Lu Chen now plans to go there to break through to the extraordinary realm, and let's see what the second origin queen will be like. The night was dark and eerily quiet. It is the darkest period before dawn. But the lights in the S-23 supply area were still on, and groups of people gathered at the gate of the stone fort. While chatting, his eyes would occasionally look towards the trial area. It's a secret place after all. Even if I can't go, I'm still full of curiosity. Waiting for those chosen ones to bring back news. Countless warriors will never encounter a secret realm in their entire lives, but now, it appears not far away from them. Among the crowd. Bai Qiuning's eyes also kept looking over there. I don't know if he is waiting for Lu Chen to come back, or if he wants to see the people from the chosen class. Next to her, her best friend said excitedly, I'm about to meet Lin Xie. I admire her so much. She was born in poverty, but she is incredibly talented, works very hard, and is beautiful. This time, I can finally meet him in person. Among the martial arts examination candidates of this year in Linsang City, Lin Xie is definitely the most dazzling existence. He has awakened his A-level combat talent. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be the city's top scorer this year. If you try hard, you can even enter the top 10 in the Jiangnan war zone. I don't know what they gained in the secret realm. Zhang Feiyu said, and suddenly sighed, what a pity, what a pity. I don't know who was so lucky that he was carried away by the people in the chosen class. After the news of the secret realm came back, even though they knew it was impossible, many people still set out to head deeper into S-23. There are even powerful people who directly pay money to hire the aerial masters in the supply area to fly over with their men. But not long after, when the news came again, Lin Xie and others from the chosen class have already entered in advance. After a sigh, Zhang Feiyu turned his head and said to Bai Qiuning gently, Qiuning, you are definitely strong enough to get into Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. Then you will be my junior schoolmate. When we get there, I'll invite my good brothers out for dinner so we can get to know each other. Hearing this, Bai Qiuning smiled unnaturally. After flipping her hair, she replied, let's get into Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy first. Don't take the initiative, don't refuse, don't take responsibility. The main focus is on hanging. In the words of my bestie, you have entered Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, which is one of the 9 major martial arts academies. Why not find an awakened person? Zhang Feiyu is indeed very strong, but he is just an ordinary warrior after all. If placed in Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, it would be the most ordinary one. They chatted for a while longer. The topic suddenly turned to Lu Chen. Bai Qiuning was afraid of her father and was really worried that something might happen to Lu Chen in there, so she gradually became nervous. Logically speaking, the news about the secret realm had spread and attracted many people to come over. If Lu Chen was smart, he could have followed the main force back. But it's almost dawn now. Groups of people returned to the supply area, but Lu Chen was not among them. Qiuning, are you worried that if something goes wrong, Uncle Bai will hold you accountable? Her best friend took her arm and said unhappily, but this is not your fault. We have already asked Lu Chen to come back with us. Zhang Feiyu also sneered, the path of martial arts is a life and death struggle. Anyone who leaves the city may die outside. Smart people may be able to increase the probability of obtaining it. But fool. Then you deserve to be killed. At this point, he suddenly changed the subject and said with a smile, Qiuning, don't just think badly. Who knows, Lu Chen is the lucky one. He followed the chosen class. The last few words have not been finished yet. But it got stuck in the throat. Zhang Feiyu's eyes were staring into the distance, full of shock. In my ears, I heard the noise of the people around me. They're back. The people from the chosen class are back. Hey! I know everyone in the chosen class. Is that extra boy just someone who was there to make up the numbers? Sun Chi, the pride of the Sun family, offered 1 million to find someone to fill the number. Why can't I get this good thing? Bai Qiuning also looked over there with a dull look in her eyes. His lips trembled. Lu Chen. Seriously. Bai Qiuning hoped that nothing would happen to Lu Chen and that he would return safely. In this way, many troubles will not happen. For example, the pressure from father Bai Weizhou. But she never expected that Lu Chen would come back with the people from the chosen class. And look at those people over there. Lu Chen is actually standing in the core position. On the left is Lin Xie, and on the right is the Sun family's genius, Sun Chi. These two people are almost the two strongest seeded players in this martial arts examination in Linsong City. I won't talk about the former. A-level Ice Talent Awakener, a true favored daughter of heaven. Every time Bai Qiuning heard Lin Xie's name, she would yearn for her very much and wished she could replace her, but that was just a dream. And the other Sun Chi. That is the direct descendant of the top family in Linsong City. He has talent, strength, and status. This kind of boy is Bai Qiuning's ideal type, but she is not qualified to come into contact with such an existence. And now. Lu Chen was there, and it was not an exaggeration to describe him as the moon surrounded by stars. Although Lin Xie was serious, she followed closely behind. Sun Chi kept talking with a smile on his face, just like a servant. This picture is so impactful. What made Bai Qiuning even more silent was. Lu Chen had just seen me, but his eyes were like those of a passerby. He swept past indifferently without stopping at all. Right now. Bai Qiuning was completely stunned and felt like she was dreaming. Next to her, she heard her best friend mumbling, "Am I seeing things? That's really Lu Chen. Why do I feel like Lin Xie and Sun Chi have become his followers? Why should he? By virtue of the 119 card HP value, or by virtue of that face?" She admitted that Lu Chen was indeed handsome. In high school, he was definitely the school hunk. But in this era of martial arts, strength is the standard for measuring everything. What's the point of being handsome? Logically speaking, people of Sun Chi and Lin Xie's level couldn't be attracted to such a person, right? Is the world of geniuses so plain and simple that they don't care about their skills but only look? I can do it too. Speaking of this. The best friend suddenly seemed to understand something, and excitedly whispered to Bai Qiuning, "Qiuning, here's an opportunity. With the help of Lu Chen, we can just go over and get to know them." Glancing at Zhang Feiyu on the other side. She lowered her voice again and continued, "You are so beautiful, what if Sun Chi takes a fancy to you?" "That's Sun Chi." Bai Qiuning's eyes lit up. His lips moved slightly, but he didn't say anything, and it was unknown what he was thinking. And at this time, Zhang Feiyu saw Bai Qiuning staring at Lu Chen. He walked closer and said, "Qiuning, you are really good at dancing. Not only did you survive, you also followed the people from the chosen class into the secret realm. TSK TSK TSK. How much licking does it take to get to this point?" After reprimanding Lu Chen, the jealousy in his heart dissipated a lot. What's so good about this? It's just a 119 card piece of trash. Relying on eloquence to curry favor with others is only temporary. Thinking of this, he smiled. He said again, "Qiuning, our Zhang family and Sun family have always had a good relationship. Wait, I will go over to say hello and introduce you to each other." Bai Qiuning nodded obediently, pretending to be in admiration. "Really, Feiyu? I didn't know you were so amazing." "Of course." Zhang Feiyu straightened his clothes. When the four people over there came closer, he walked over with a smile on his face and slightly hunched over. "I didn't expect to meet the eldest son of the Sun family here. I am." He hasn't finished speaking yet. I can't say it anymore. Sun Chi just glanced at him indifferently without even stopping for a moment. "Just follow Lu Chen and continue into the stone fortress." Faintly, a word floated over. "What kind of idiot are you? You think you can have anything to do with me?" "Brother Lu, I'm sorry. Let's continue what we were talking about. Zhang Feiyu was petrified on the spot. The man's expression kept changing, but he still maintained the same posture. A few seconds later. Then he withdrew his hand stiffly. Turning around, he felt his face burning and didn't even know how to face Bai Qiuning and the others. Such humiliation. In his heart, he didn't even dare to hate Sun Qi. But he hated Lu Chen more and more, and the look he gave him was even full of resentment. I saw Lu Chen and Sun Qi having a pleasant conversation. It's more painful than killing him. Fei Yu, it's still dark now and they didn't see you clearly, which led to a misunderstanding. Bai Qiuning said softly, if it were daytime, it would definitely not be like this. The stairs were delivered to me. Zhang Feiyu naturally took this opportunity to come down, but his face became even hotter, as if he had been slapped hard several times. Several people were silent, and no one knew what to say. Continue looking at Lu Chen. After entering the stone fort, everyone went their own way. Sun Qi suddenly remembered something and turned around and shouted, Brother Lu, I almost forgot, can you add your contact information? After getting the consent, he ran over happily and added Lu Chen on his own initiative. In the distance, Zhang Feiyu's face twitched again. Why? You are a young and talented man, why do you degrade yourself by licking a piece of trash? Could it be that she likes men's style? Thinking of this, many doubts were immediately resolved. Zhang Feiyu seemed to have found confidence in his heart again. Looking over there, he sneered, Lu Chen is indeed qualified to be a gigolo, perfect. But Lin Xie, a goddess-level figure, didn't talk to him the whole time, and probably despised him extremely. As soon as the words fell, Lin Xie, who was about to go to the rest area, suddenly turned back. Then she came to Lu Chen, her face blushing, lowered her head and whispered, Lu Chen, can I add one too? This moment, Zhang Feiyu only felt that the sky was dark and the earth was dark. Bai Qiuning also had mixed feelings in her heart. Looking at Lu Chen again, she suddenly had the urge to snatch it away. Even if I don't accept you, you can't have contact with other girls either. Sitting area. After casually booking a room, Lu Chen did not relax. He didn't turn on the light and stood in front of the window, silently looking down. It's almost 6 o'clock in the morning, and the blood moon in the night sky has disappeared. At the end of the sky, a dark blue appeared. Someone wants to kill me, maybe for the Tianping inner elixir. Excluding Sun Qi and Lin Xie, only Shen Linlin and Du Feng are left. Who are they? This news was conveyed by Red Frost in the insect nest. After leaving the secret realm, Hong Shuang sensed the murderous intent and kept giving warnings. But because we can't communicate. Before Lu Chen could use the method of elimination to find the target person, the little guy Hong Shuang formed a cocoon and entered a state of seclusion. After killing the fire snake in the secret realm, the red frost devoured the remaining soul, and there seemed to be some sign of evolution, which started unexpectedly. The enemy is in the dark, and so am I. This is to my advantage. We have to find a way to solve this problem first. Lu Chen pondered. Decided to break through to the extraordinary realm first and then bind the second origin mother insect. A high point in the S-23 supply area. In the dim room, Du Feng stood silently, looking at the exit of the stone fortress in the distance. He was holding a satellite phone and talking quietly. Yes, father, it is indeed a heavenly inner elixir. I don't know his HP value, but it's definitely not at the transcendent realm. In addition, he has awakened an A-level fire talent. But I have that defensive trump card in my hand, so as long as he dodges the attack, he will definitely be the one to die. Okay father, I will be careful. After I get the things, I will meet up with Uncle San and go back to the city together. After hanging up the phone, Du Feng continued to look at the exit, like a stone sculpture. We all entered the secret realm together. Why did you get to keep the heavenly grade inner pill for yourself? Sun Qi doesn't like it, Lin Xie doesn't need it, Shen Linlin is a nymphomaniac, but I want it. I only have a sea-level talent, and I'm also a fire element. This heavenly grade inner elixir is obviously the most suitable for me. Du Feng said to himself. He didn't stop, sorting out things that would be used during the assassination. Promoted to a level. I will never be looked down upon again. S-23 Supply Zone. After a night of hustle and bustle, it was almost dawn, but it fell into an eerie silence. Most people were tired and took a room to rest. There are still some people who form a team and head to the depths of S-23, expecting the secret realm to appear again. In the room, Lucien sat cross-legged. Open the Properties panel. Zerg Master, Lucien. Age, 18. Chi and Blood Value, 149, Limit for Quasi-Warriors. Level-Breaking Feedback Status, 100 out of 100, Advanced. Kung Fu, Basic Boxing, Basic Swordsmanship, Basic. Talent, Taming, Affinity with Beasts. Kung Fu, None. Bound Source Insect, Blood-Sucking Insect, Natural Disaster Type. The 3 words, can be promoted, are constantly flashing. Lucien took a deep breath. With a thought, you begin to advance. In an instant, his face suddenly turned blood red, and the spiritual power between heaven and earth seemed to awaken and rushed into his body madly. As it rushes, it gathers into a torrent of spiritual power, like a long river. At the beginning, it just moves through the meridians, constantly widening, repairing, and strengthening them. To the back, the torrent of spiritual power entered the flesh, bones, and internal organs. The bones all over the body exploded like beans in a frying pan, and even the body seemed to grow a little taller. As the blood rushes, fine blood-colored lines can be seen on the surface of the skin. A flash of red light suddenly appeared above the head. Spiritual energy enters the marrow, and blood energy rises. The next step should be to absorb the spirit into the purple palace. Right now, Lucien could feel it clearly. Some kind of transformation is going on inside my body. Pain and happiness. Time goes by. About 20 minutes later, Lucien suddenly felt a shock all over his body. A little bit on the lower abdomen. The location of the Dantian Purple Palace suddenly became extremely hot, and then all the spiritual power in the body rushed towards there like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. The Purple Palace has absorbed the spirit, and it's done. A look of joy appeared on Lucien's face. This promotion was easier than I imagined. Moved his body. The surface seemed to be peeling off a shell, and filthy things mixed with bad blood fell off in large pieces. A cyclone of spiritual energy formed at the Purple Palace location in the body. The spiritual power in the body starts from here and returns here, and it will be strengthened a little with each cycle. Lucien clenched his fist and said to himself, my strength now is 10 times more than before. Then a thought came to my mind. A layer of faint green light covered the fist like water ripples. With the help of spiritual power, the lethality can be increased several times. I am currently only at the first level of the transcendent realm, which can only cover 2 fists at most. With the breakthrough, my spiritual energy will continue to transform, and I will be reborn. The chi and blood value of the extraordinary realm is 150 to 250 calories. The process of breakthrough is to continue developing the body from the inside out. Let the muscles, tendons, bones, chi and blood, internal organs, and the brain become a complete whole. To use martial arts terminology, it means, inside and outside are transparent and round as one. Alright. It's time to take a look at the second origin queen. Lucien's heart was pounding. With a thought, a ball of light flew out from between his eyebrows and floated in front of him. Relevant information appears in my mind. Daoyan insect, female. Rarity, eternal unique. Description, functional source insect. Born at the Xuanping Gate, ethereal and uncertain, leaving traces in many eras. Talent. Skill advancement, consumes a certain number of sub-bodies to advance the skills and martial arts of the designated host. Skill proficiency upgrade, consumes a certain number of sub-bodies to upgrade the master's skills and martial arts proficiency. Number of offspring, 0. Reproduction method, only the mother can reproduce, 60 per hour, in addition, by feeding special materials, additional reproduction can be achieved. Binding. In the room, Lucien's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This second origin queen is so incredibly powerful. Although it is not a natural disaster type and cannot form a terrifying combat power, For Lu Chen himself, it can be regarded as a cheat-like improvement. Advanced skills, upgraded proficiency. It's something I dare not even think about. For warriors, the level of martial arts is the foundation and determines the lower limit. However, the skills and combat techniques can determine the upper limit. Both are indispensable. With the same level of cultivation, a warrior who masters high-level techniques will definitely be able to crush those who only know low-level techniques. In other words, I no longer have to spend so much energy to learn advanced techniques. The martial arts and fighting skills circulating on the market are basically of the yellow level and the black level, and the prices are extremely high. A yellow-level elementary martial arts book would cost millions. As for the Xian level, they are not sold directly and can only be found at auctions. As for the ground level, they are all controlled by powerful forces and are enough to serve as the family foundation. For me, it's enough to get the yellow rank primary skills, which can consume Daoyan bugs to advance. As for proficiency, you don't have to spend a lot of energy practicing, you can still improve it. Lu Chen's heart was pounding. After collecting your thoughts, start binding. The ball of light floating in front of my eyes suddenly dispersed, and an insect similar to a butterfly appeared. The two wings are extremely dreamy and completely transparent, with a touch of magical color flowing inside, as if they are constantly evolving and full of mysteries. With the binding successful, Lu Chen could clearly feel that the little guy in front of him was full of affection towards him. It flapped its wings and flew onto the outstretched fingers. Have to say, the Daoyan insect in front of me is really good-looking. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said softly, Kai-E, Kai-E, if you want to be called Kai-E, then just call me Kai-E. The little guy flapped his wings, looking very happy. Colorful lights dance in the transparent butterfly wings, dreamy and blurry. If Hong Shuang wasn't still in seclusion to make a breakthrough, I would have let you two get to know each other. After further research, Lu Chen asked Sai to go and rest first. The latter did not enter the insect nest, but fell directly on his right arm, turned into a pattern, and disappeared with a flash. Right now, outside the window, the sky is getting brighter and the night is fading away. Lu Chen stood up and looked at the scene below. The stone fortress was gradually becoming noisy. Wait a little longer. Just go and solve the problem. He knew in his heart that the person who wanted to kill him must be lurking in the dark. Wait until you return to the city, or continue to go into the wild. If I take the bus back to the city, the other party will not dare to attack me, and I will be safe. That's not necessary. You don't dare to kill me, but I want to kill you sooner. Lu Chen lowered the curtains and waited silently. First, wait for Hong Shuang to break through. Secondly, wait for Tsai to reproduce more offspring and evolve the basic skills on her panel. Buzz. S-23 supply area, in a lounge. Du Feng's satellite phone suddenly vibrated. He frowned. While monitoring the direction of the stone fort's exit, he picked up the phone, looked at the number, and answered it immediately. Uncle San, I'm Xiaofeng. Is the target person still in the supply area? An old voice came from the other end of the phone. Here I am. Okay, now listen to me. First, keep watching. Your fifth uncle will be joining you soon. Second, if nothing unexpected happens, that kid will definitely take the noon bus back to the city, but don't worry, your other uncles and I have already found a place to ambush him. Hearing this, Du Feng was stunned at first, then he stood up suddenly. Even his voice was unconsciously lowered a lot. Third uncle, isn't it too risky to rob and kill the Martial Arts Association's vehicles outside the city? All shuttle buses from major cities to outside the city are under the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Association. And this organization is completely official. Huge energy. Someone did something similar decades ago, but the case was solved within 3 days and the perpetrator was executed. Du Feng didn't know what he was thinking of, and continued, and there is a high possibility that Sun Qi and Lin Xie will be on the bus at noon today. If they both die, Linsong City will be in turmoil. The Sun family, to which Sun Qi belongs, is the top family in Linsong City, and he is the direct descendant of this generation. As for Lin Xie, although he was born in a poor family, He possesses A-level ice talent and is said to have been appreciated by a big shot in Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, who plans to take him in as a disciple. If something happens to these two people, Du Feng didn't dare to think about that result at all. And at this time, a sinister laugh came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Feng, you have no idea of the importance of the heavenly grade inner pill. Fortunately, this time, we are the only ones who can do it. And now that we have done it, we must be decisive and thorough and make sure we get it. At worst, the whole family can flee. Your father has already contacted the channels. Our Du family has struggled for 5 or 6 generations. Whether we can rise again depends on today. When you become an A-level talented warrior and grow up in the future, maybe you can return to Linsong City. After hanging up, Du Feng silently put down the satellite phone. He still felt frightened. But deep in my heart, a wave of throbbing emerged and turned into a burning heat. Lu Chen. Today, I must ask you to die. About 10 o'clock in the morning. As noon approached, more and more people gathered in the S-23 supply area. Many people rushed here from Linsong City early in the morning after receiving the news about the secret realm. Although I know that the secret realm is gone. But everyone was coming, so I just followed suit and tried my luck. These people can't even eat shit as hot as it is hot. In the room, Du Xianghe looked down and said with a sneer. Standing next to him, it was Du Feng with a respectful look on his face. As an elder in the clan, Du Xianghe has extremely high authority, second only to the head of the family. In terms of martial arts skills, he is also the third best in the Du family. The second level of Rongqiao realm. It's been so long, and that guy hasn't shown up yet. He couldn't have left already. Du Xianghe asked in a deep voice with a puzzled look on his face. This time, the entire Du family is out in full force. The few warriors, no matter they were from the older or middle-aged generation, all received their missions. If I can really get the top-grade inner elixir, then everything will be worth it. If it fails, the Du family will be doomed. He must still be there. I've been keeping an eye on him. Du Feng said seriously, the supply area of S-23 has only one exit, and all other directions are blocked. He was going to say something else. He stood up suddenly, his voice trembling slightly. He's out, Lu Chen, he's out. Lounge area downstairs. Lu Chen walked out slowly and headed towards the shop next to him. Boss, give me an alloy sword, priced at 300,000. He was too lazy to choose. Anyway, there is nothing good in this place. After all, it is just an entry-level trial area. This one. We're not kidding you, it's just 30,000 more expensive than in the city. The boss handed over the weapon and said with a smile, it is made of flame gold crystal, and can break the defense of a second-level beast. As for a first-level beast, there is no need to say more. Lu Chen smiled and took it. I held it in my hand and weighed it. The texture is good, at least much better than the previous one. As for the boss's exaggerated claims, he certainly wouldn't believe them. After all, a ferocious beast won't just stand there and let you chop it. But it doesn't matter. That's certainly enough killing. After paying the bill, he walked out of the stone fortress without haste. In my mind, I was talking to Hong Shuang. That's right. After the little guy devoured the remaining soul of the fire snake, he was able to communicate directly using his consciousness. Master, there are 2 murderous auras. One of them is the bad guy from last time. There is another one who is stronger, but he definitely can't beat me, hee. Lu Chen smiled, knowing what was going on. It seems that someone is being called. He didn't say much. Like a normal trial warrior, he left the supply area and headed southwest. Hidden corner at the rear. Du Xianghe wondered to himself, he didn't take the bus back, and he didn't go to S-23. Is this a trick? After thinking for a while, he shook his head and laughed. Whether you cheated or not, you are dead. For the Du family. As long as Lu Chen doesn't take the bus, it will be the most desired outcome. After all, they didn't want to intercept the Martial Arts Association's bus unless it was absolutely necessary. Let's go, the prey is out of the cage. Notify your second uncle that there is no need to ambush and come over with us. After giving an order, the two continued to follow from a distance. To the southwest of the S-23 supply area is the long Chixia Mountain. Going deeper inside is the vast Wui mountain range, which ordinary warriors dare not enter. Right now. After Lu Qin had walked for more than 10 minutes, he asked softly, "Are they still following us?" In her mind, Hong Shuang said excitedly, "Following master, let me go eat them." "Don't be impatient, wait a moment. It's better to find a remote place to silence the witnesses." A hint of coldness flashed across Lu Chen's eyes, and he continued to speed up. "It won't be long before we reach Chixia Mountain." Got there. It is definitely off the beaten track. He clenched the sword in his hand tightly, keeping a vigilant eye on the ferocious beasts in the wild and ready to strike at any time. I am now at the first level of transcendence. But there are 2 evolved yellow-level second-grade martial arts, and the proficiency of both is quite good. In summary, my combat power is about the 3rd or 4th level of transcendence. If I meet a stronger opponent, I'm afraid I won't be able to cope with him. In Lu Chen's heart, be very clear about your own strengths. He certainly wouldn't do it himself because the risk was too great. Among the 2 people following behind, there might be a master in the Rongqiao realm. Quasi-warrior, extraordinary, integrated, flying, master. Each great realm is a leap for life forms, and combat power increases 100-fold. Fortunately, Hong Shuang first completed his first evolution, obtained the Red Lotus Hellfire, and then devoured the remaining soul of the fire snake, becoming stronger again. Otherwise, this trouble may not be solved. Kai Yi's ability allowed my basic sword skills to evolve into Small Thunder Blade, and my basic fist skills to evolve into Tiger Cannon Fist, both of which are of the 2nd grade of the yellow rank. If I buy it with money, 2 martial arts skills, guaranteed, will cost 3 million. But it's still not enough. Lu Qin shook his head. I still feel like I'm too weak. There is no way. The starting point is not high, and the effect after the strengthening of the skills cannot be very strong. If I learn the 5th grade of yellow rank, using Dao Yan's insect body to advance, it is possible to reach the Xian level in one go. By then, I will even be able to compete with the 9th level of the extraordinary. Any skill or martial skill can only be advanced once. The higher the initial level, the level after evolution is naturally higher. Thoughts swirling. Lu Qin only felt a darkness above his head, shrouded in a huge shadow. Chixia Mountain has arrived. This place is much more dangerous than the S-23 ruins. After all, it is connected to the Wui Mountains, and powerful ferocious beasts often sneak over. Basically few warriors here in Linsong City come here. Alright. It's time to open the blind box. Is it Dufeng or Shenlinlin? S-23 supply zone. Sun Qi had a good sleep and felt refreshed. Not long after I got up and was about to take the bus back to the city, I received a call. After saying a few words, his expression gradually became ferocious. Dufeng. You son of a bitch, you're playing dirty tricks. Damn it, damn it. As the largest family in Linsong City, the Sun family naturally has many spies. Some small actions of the Du family were also noticed. After notifying Sun Qi, it became immediately obvious. Second aunt, please come over here and help me save people. I have to take care of this. I was the one who invited Lu Chen, I was the one who brought him into the secret realm, and he was the one who saved my life. Don't worry about what he got in the secret realm, just come here first. After hanging up the phone, Sun Qi immediately sent a message to Lu Chen, but there was no response. Then, he went to the supply area registration office and found the surveillance footage of Lu Chen leaving. Stop. Looking at the 2 figures in the picture, Sun Qi gnashed his teeth in anger. Du Xianghe, a master of the 2nd level of Rongqiao realm. After arriving at the exit of the stone fortress, Sun Qi was restless and paced back and forth. He didn't dare to go alone to rescue people. If those mad dogs of the Du family were pushed into a corner, they would do anything. Half an hour later, a beautiful woman fell from the sky and landed in front of Sun Qi. The people around him immediately exclaimed, "Master Yukong, stay away." In Linsang City, Yukong realm is already at the top of the pyramid, and no one dares to mess with him. Second Ant. You are finally here. Sun Qi was overjoyed. Don't say more yet. Sun Chenyan asked, how long have they been gone? It took 3 hours. We were out of the supply area at 10 in the morning. It's all my fault for getting up too late, Sun Qi said in annoyance. He is young after all. I never expected that my teammates who were taking the trial together would kill people for the inner elixir and the treasure. Let's go. But you have to know that it may be too late to save your friend. Sun Chenyan sent out a spiritual energy from his right hand, directly lifted up Sun Qi and flew into the air, after rising to the void. Then he continued, can you tell me what the Du family wants to get at all costs? Sun Qi was silent for a few seconds. Still smiling bitterly, he said, a heavenly inner elixir, probably of the 1st or 2nd grade. Then he briefly recounted what happened last night. As soon as the words fell, the inspiration under his feet began to tremble and almost threw Sun Qi down. Sun Chenyan looked at the prodigal son in front of him, moved his lips to curse a few words, but stopped. You only know that the heavenly grade inner pill can create an A-level awakener. But what you don't know is, the innate abilities derived from the heavenly grade inner pill have the potential to grow. That is to say, A-level may grow to S-level. Sun Qi's face was filled with horror. Not leaving. In the Qixia mountain area, Du Xianghe and Du Feng were hiding behind the dense forest. More than 100 meters ahead, Lu Chen suddenly stopped and found a tree to sit down. After thinking for a few seconds, Du Xianghe shook his head. This place is quite good. It is suitable as a burial place. Having said that, he no longer hid it. Just walked out. What else is there to worry about? Even if that boy is in the extraordinary realm, so what? Moreover, he had also briefly explored this place and there was no possibility of an ambush. So what if I'm an A-level awakener? If you take something you shouldn't take, you still have to die. With every step, Du Xianghe's cultivation level in the Rongqiao realm exploded, and his energy and blood were as strong as a dragon. Taking one step of more than 10 feet, he approached Lu Chen. Du Feng also followed behind, chasing madly, feeling extremely excited. Heavenly grade inner pill. It's almost there. A distance of 100 meters is fleeting for a warrior, and he was only a few seconds behind Du Xianghe. The weird thing is, the two of them made quite a bit of noise. But Lu Chen was still sitting with his back to them, swinging his sword. Du Feng stepped forward and shouted, Lu Chen, if you have that heavenly grade inner pill, it will only be a hidden danger. You might as well sell it to my Du family. The voice faded away. Lu Chen still turned a deaf ear to it. Just when Du Feng frowned and was about to say something else, the young man in front suddenly turned around. Holding 2 white wooden boards in his hands, he grinned and said, these 2 boards are for you to use as tombstones. Do you mind? Just as Du Xianghe snorted coldly and was about to take action, Lu Chen suddenly took out something from his hand. It was inner alchemy. Do you want it? The two people's attention was immediately attracted, completely subconsciously. And at this time, Du Xianghe suddenly felt terrified, and his heartbeat almost stopped. How dare you? He only felt a chill on the back of his neck, and immediately knew that something powerful was attacking him. My hairs stand on end. After all, he is an old hand. In a flash, all the spiritual power in the body was mobilized and flew out of the body, transforming into defensive crystal walls to block behind him. Old bitch, you react pretty quickly. As Lu Chen spoke, he already had a sword in his hand and moved forward to attack Du Feng. The knife flashed by at an extremely fast speed. Faintly, there seemed to be thunder. It's the little thunder blade. After upgrading the basic sword skills, using the offspring bred by Kai Yi, you will get a 2nd grade yellow level martial art. Second uncle. Du Feng was furious, feeling that the shadow of death had completely enveloped him. His HP value is still only 149 cards, almost at the peak of a warrior. How could he be a match for Lu Chen? At this point, there was not even enough time to respond. Ah, the knife flashed and Du Feng was cut in half. His face was still filled with astonishment and fear. The last thing in sight was the lower half of his body. Damn it. You deserve to die. Du Xianghe's eyes turned bloodshot, all the acupoints in his body opened, and his spiritual energy surged. At that moment just now, he had to guard against Hong Shuang and had no time to take care of anything else. And now, the most talented heir of the Du family died in front of him, cut in half. Kill. The endless hatred in his heart turned into terrifying murderous intent and rushed towards Lu Chen. But it's only halfway. A strange ball of fire suddenly appeared from the side. This is not a natural ability. It's alive. It's the bug that just attacked me from behind. Du Xianghe's pupils reflected the purple outside and black inside flames, and he felt his soul tremble. The weapon in hand defends against the enemy. After getting a little bit of it, it started to dissolve immediately. In a panic, Du Xianghe's defense gradually became chaotic, and no matter what weapon he took out, it would be destroyed. Even the spiritual energy barrier was only barely holding on. I will die, I will die. After dealing with it for a while, his scalp became more and more numb. The unknown is the most terrifying. The speed of the flame is too fast. My attacks cannot hit the target at all. As the two sides gain strength, I will definitely be killed. Thoughts are churning. Du Xianghe panicked and immediately turned around and prepared to escape. Yet right in front of him, several more blood-sucking insects appeared, exactly the same as the one that attacked him at the beginning. Not only in front, but also on the left and right, there are the same blood-sucking insects. And there are more of them. Impossible. What the hell is this? After being frightened by the red frost, he subconsciously thought that the insects in the other three directions were the same thing and could also turn into terrifying flames. After making the decision, he continued to fight with Hong Shuang. After all, there is only one here, and it is ready to escape in this direction. Seeing this, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The plan worked. 10 seconds later, a scream resounded through the clouds. The third best warrior of the Du family, a warrior at the second level of Rongqiao realm. Die. He almost ran away, Lu Chen whispered to himself. He looked at the two corpses in silence for a few seconds, then let the red frost devour them. In the eyes of blood-sucking insects, there is no difference between the corpse of a human warrior and that of a ferocious beast. In just a dozen seconds, the two bodies were devoured. Lu Chen was just planning to see what the feedback data was. After all, there was a Rongqiao realm, which was equivalent to a second-level ferocious beast. But the information in his mind made him stagnant. Your blood-sucking insects devour the flesh and blood of warriors, and you gain special rewards, and obtain the skill, 4 Seasons Fist, Yellow rank 7th grade. Your blood-sucking insects devour the flesh and blood of warriors, and you gain special rewards, and obtain the body movement, 7-star Cloud Hidden Step, Yellow rank 6th grade. Is there a hidden mechanism for Red Frost's return of favor? Could it be that? Devour ferocious beasts and give back energy. Devour the warrior and give back the skills he has learned. This should be Hong Shuang's special ability to repay his kindness. When binding the blood-sucking insect before, there is an introduction on the panel. Talent, energy feedback, in some cases, there may be special feedback. At that time, Lu Chen was still confused. But I couldn't figure out the details, so I just put it out of my mind. It turned out to be the activation of the special feeding back, which devoured the warrior. Linsang City. Dongqing District, the old residence of the Du family. In the clan temple, all the Du family's leaders were present. In the entire Linsang City, although the Du family is not as good as the Sun family where Sun Qi is from, it is also considered a martial arts family. The head of the family, Du Hongtian, is also a real master of the sky control realm. His hair was gray, and there was no trace of spiritual energy in his body. He looked more like an ordinary old man. Standing in the first place at this time, holding a dragon-headed cane in his hand, he silently looked at the ancestral tablets. Among the people behind him, there were both old and middle-aged people, and they all stood there in silence. Most of the people were called in at short notice, with confused looks on their faces, not knowing what was going on. Another 10 minutes passed. Bang. The dragon head cane hit the ground with a deafening sound. Du Hongtian turned around. The aura all over his body suddenly burst out, with eagle-like eyes and wolf-like gaze, which made people feel afraid. Many people don't know why I suddenly convened a meeting at the ancestral temple. He glanced at everyone. He continued with a smile, half an hour ago, Lao Wu and Xiao Feng went outside the city to kill a martial arts student. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces showed surprise. Military exam candidate. This can also be killed. Aren't you afraid that the inspector will come and destroy the Du family? As the cornerstone of Daxia, military examination candidates are protected by many regulations. If he died during training outside the city, he would be killed by a ferocious beast. There is nothing to say about that. If you die, you die. No one will pursue the matter. But if I die at the hands of my own kind, after the truth is found out, it will surely be like a thunderbolt, implicating the entire clan. Why kill? Du Hongtian looked at the expressions of the crowd and continued, because the young man has a heavenly-grade demon beast inner elixir in his hand. In front of him, the breathing of many Du family leaders suddenly became rapid. Heavenly-grade inner elixir. If the Du family could get this thing, they would be able to surpass the Sun family and become #1 in Linsang City. After a few years of development, there is even hope of competing for supremacy in the main base of the Jiangnan war zone. Think about this. Someone asked in a trembling voice, "Chief, did you get the stuff? Now that you've done it." That's for sure. Moreover, there are many ways to eliminate the trouble. Got it. He. Du Hongtian was very secretive, looking at everyone with a strange look in his eyes, and grinned. Lao Wu and Du Feng are both dead. Boom. In the Du family ancestral hall, everyone's mind was buzzing and their heartbeats seemed to have stopped. The old five mentioned by Du Hongtian is the fifth elder Du Xianghe, who has reached the second level of Rongqiao realm. A strongman of this level is going to kill a martial arts student. I actually failed. No one would believe this if I told them. I don't know how he died, and there's no need to find out. Anyway, it's related to that little guy. In addition, the Sun family has already entered the venue. Sun Chenyan from the Sky Control realm has just gone there. It seems that this heavenly inner elixir is not for our Du family. Speaking of this, Du Hongtian shook his head, feeling quite sorry. If the Sun family was still unaware of this, he would have already taken action himself and flown directly there. What a pity. It's too late. Even if the Du family had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to confront the Sun family head-on. "Master, what should we do now?" someone asked fearfully. "Don't worry. Everyone is dead, what else can happen?" Du Hongtian arranged, "Second brother, go send a notice and say that the fifth brother and Du Feng rebelled against the Du family a few days ago and are missing. What they did has nothing to do with the Du family. In addition, arrange some personnel to keep an eye on that Lu Chen. You killed my grandson and caused my Du family to lose their only awakened one. This hatred must be avenged." As he spoke, sadness appeared in his eyes. Leaning on a dragon-headed cane, he walked through the crowd and left the clan temple, looking listless. It is the result of 6 generations of hard work that has brought the Du family to what it is today. After much wait, we finally got the awakened Du Feng, but now he has been killed. Whether as the head of the family or as a grandfather. In Du Hongtian's heart, filled with murderous intent. Qixia Mountain. When Sun Chenyan brought Sun Qi to find Lu Chen, the latter was eating a barbecue by a stream, lighting a fire. The rich fragrance floats in the valley. "Brother Lu, are you okay?" Sun Qi was stunned after jumping down. On the way here, he was silent for a long time, feeling very guilty. If I hadn't asked Lu Chen to fill in the number of people and enter the secret realm, he wouldn't be ambushed by the Du family. That's the Rongqiao realm. Even if Sun Qi encountered it himself, he might be able to escape by relying on his trump card, but if no one rescued him, he would probably be doomed. But what I saw before me was Lu Chen eating skewers. This contrast. It's really big. Hey, Brother Fu, why are you here? Lu Chen pretended to be surprised and said, what can happen to me? Although there are many ferocious beasts here, it is still safe for me to hide. When speaking, he glanced at the queen-like woman next to Sun Qi without leaving any trace. The Sky Realm boss. Are you chasing me here just for that inner elixir? Lu Chen pondered secretly in his heart. The consciousness in my mind asked, Hong Shuang, can the self-detonation of the blood-sucking insects really threaten the woman in front? Master, don't worry. Though the cubs are not as strong as me, they are still very strong if they self-destruct. If one doesn't work, then explode 10 and blow her up to the sky. Lu Chen immediately understood what was going on. The self-destruction of the blood-sucking worm is his last trump card. As for the power strength, I haven't tried it yet, so I don't know yet. But Hong Shuang is so cute and she definitely won't lie. 10 is not very safe. If we do it, let's kill 30 of them. Keeping 20 for breeding is enough. Just as Lu Chen was thinking, Sun Chenyan took a few steps forward and looked at him with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. After a few breaths, she never stopped talking, and suddenly said, it seems that Du Xianghe was really killed by you. Du Xianghe? What Du Xiang? Before Lu Chen could finish his words, he was interrupted. Sun Chenyan ignored her completely and said to herself, you can kill even the second level of Rongqiao, and now you are not afraid of me, and even have a faint killing intent. She looked at Lu Chen. Suddenly she laughed, gracefully. Funny little guy. The trump card you have must be very powerful. But the extraordinary killing of Rongqiao has happened a few times in the hundreds of years of the martial arts era. But it's impossible for Chaofan to kill Yukong. Looking at the awkward expression on Lu Chen's face, Sun Chenyan somehow found it more and more amusing. She has practiced martial arts for more than 30 years, and has never seen a young man with such courage. Not only can he keep calm, but he can also act well. Beside, Sun Qi's eyes were dull, and he glanced at Lu Chen and his aunt from time to time. My brain seemed to have crashed and I couldn't get it to work at all. Du Xianghe, who was at the second level of Rongqiao, was killed by Lu Chen. Etc. Lu Chen has entered the extraordinary realm. When I entered the secret realm last night, I was just a quasi-warrior. How come I suddenly became extraordinary and killed people across realms? It is already scary enough that a monster like Lin Xie appeared in Linsong City. Now, another one. Is this true or false? Sun Qi raised his hand and slapped himself. Pain. Not a dream. He turned his head and looked at Sun Chenyan. It was the first time he saw such a strange expression on his aunt's face. Undisguised appreciation. And a strong interest. My aunt is in her 30s and has never had this kind of interest in any boy. For some reason, Sun Qi imagined a big drama in his mind. Pooh. What are you thinking about? He blinked and was about to speak. Sun Chenyan turned his head and looked at him, nodding his head in approval. Shao Qi, your friends are of high standard, much better than those bad friends. It's worthy of the friendship that has been sublimated by 10 million. It's worth it. Sun Qi. Hey auntie. Are you praising me or mocking me? In front of him, he saw Sun Chenyan take a few steps forward and actually sit directly in front of Lu Chen. He took the wooden stake, pierced the monster meat and started roasting it. Lu Chen. My name is Sun Chenyan, you can call me Aunt Sun. Don't worry, our Sun family is different from the Du family. We don't have to kill people to steal treasures. This time, Xiaoqi begged me to come and save you. As Sun Chenyan spoke, he flipped the skewers of meat skillfully. He picked up the condiments next to Lu Chen and sprinkled them lightly on it. Sun Qi next to him chuckled. He raised his chin towards Lu Chen, as if asking, brother, are you loyal enough? The latter smiled. Hand over a skewer of grilled meat. Sun Qi took it happily and started eating while standing nearby. In front of him, he saw Sun Chenyan raise his head and look at Lu Chen seriously. Continued. If you feel comfortable with it, you can give me the heavenly grade inner pill. The Sun family will help you sell it and charge you 3% as a labor fee. If you don't like it, forget it. She was about to continue speaking. Lu Chen in front of him suddenly did not hesitate. He just took something out of his pocket and threw it over nonchalantly. Sun Chenyan subconsciously caught it. The demon beast's inner elixir in his hand was about the size of an egg. Its surface was red, emitting warmth, and a hint of golden light was flowing through it. It's really a heavenly-grade inner elixir. Even a big shot in the sky control realm couldn't help but tremble in fear at this moment. Well. This time, Sun Chenyan was stunned. I heard Lu Chen laughing and saying, "This thing is a hot potato. I couldn't ask for more if Sister Sun could sell it for me." Hearing this name, Sun Chenyan blinked and her expression softened a lot. Lifting up her drooping hair, she looked at the boy opposite and asked, "Aren't you afraid that my Sun family will just embezzle it?" Sister Sun is joking. Lu Chen ate the skewers and said calmly, "Even if the Sun family really embezzled it, it's better than losing my life. Besides." He paused. Then he said seriously, "My parents died young, so I have experienced the ups and downs of life. I always judge people by my intuition. Sister Sun, you are definitely not a bad person. 2 members of the Du family have died for the inner elixir. If you still have it in your hand, there will definitely be trouble. If things go wrong, a powerful person from the sky control realm might come and attack and kill you. And the news has leaked, and the enemies attracted may not just be the Du family. Might as well give it a try. The most important thing is that as an ancient strange insect, Hongshuang has extremely strong perception." She had already told Lu Chen that Sun Chenyan had no intention of killing. Then there's no problem. Lu Chen was very clear in his mind that he had to make a decision when necessary. Anyway, I have the bug cubs in my hands, so this inner elixir is not of much use to me. It is better to sell it and buy resources to train the bug cubs. Even if the top-grade inner elixir can create A-level or S-level talents, can it defeat the Zerg Scourge? Thoughts flow. Lu Chen saw the look of surprise on the other person's face. He smiled and continued, "Even if I was wrong and was deceived by Sister Sun, I will admit it." Hearing this, Sun Chenyan stared straight at Lu Chen. I found that the boy's eyes were extremely clear, without the slightest pretense. As a warrior at the sky control realm, her perception is also extremely high. It can be seen that Lu Chen is not speaking against his conscience, but is speaking sincerely. "You're smart, smarter than I thought. If Xiaoqi had 1/10 of your ability, our Sun family would surely take off." I just stared like that for a few seconds. Sun Chenyan suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, "Okay. I have decided on you as my little brother. Don't worry, I won't let you call me sister in vain. The market price is 3% labor fee, I'll lower it to 1% for you. In addition, the heavenly grade inner pill is in Linsang City, so it is definitely impossible to digest it. We have to go to the main base in the Jiangnan war zone, which will take some time. If you need money urgently, just ask Xiaoqi to withdraw it in advance and settle it later." Sun Qi, who was standing not far away, had his eyes wide open. He held the skewer of meat in his hand, but did not put it into his mouth, just stood there in a daze. Brother Lu is so good. Not only does he know how to play the pig and eat the tiger, he also knows how to coax women. He has the same 36-degree mouth, so how come he can speak so well? In a few words, the Sun family will lose hundreds of millions. You know, a few years ago, an Earth-grade inner elixir was sold at an auction house for a whopping price of 40 billion. This heavenly step. Totally inestimable. Thinking of this, he secretly gave Lu Chen a thumbs up. "I can't wait to learn from you. As for the Sun family's loss of hundreds of millions, what does it have to do with me, Sun Qi?" After a few brief exchanges, Sun Chenyan suddenly warned, "In Linsang City, the Du family has been doing some shady things. You must be careful. They will definitely seek revenge on you. But as long as you don't leave the city, they won't stand a chance. No one dared to take action in the city. Otherwise, you will definitely die, no matter how great your background is. But outside the city, there are more opportunities." At this time, Lu Chen's eyes flickered with a faint light, and he suddenly asked, I heard that if you get the top scorer in the Jiangnan Warzone martial arts examination, you will get a gold medal of immunity from death. There is such a thing, called Mountain and River Order, which is very useful. It can even invite great masters to take action, or exchange it for merits, etc. Of course, as long as you don't go too far, you can use it as a get-out-of-jail-free card. After Sun Chinyan finished explaining, he suddenly became serious. Lu Chen, you must not act impulsively. The patriarch of the Du family is at the 4th level of flying, which is a bit stronger than me. This kind of existence is far beyond your ability to deal with. Of course, with your A-level fire talent, after you reach the sky control realm, you may be able to fight him. Lu Chen nodded. Didn't say much. When it comes to revenge, the most feared thing is procrastination. Instead of being on guard all the time, it is better to take action as early as possible. There is less than a month left before the martial arts exam. I have a lot of money now, so it should be no problem to upgrade to the 9th level of transcendence. The key is, we have to raise the blood-sucking insects and produce a few more generations. After winning the Jiangnan Warzone martial arts examination, I solved the Du family's problems. Lu Chen muttered to himself. After finishing the skewers, he followed Sun Chinyan back to the city. Now that my wallet is full, it's unnecessary and unsafe to stay outside the city. Go back and buy the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts and start raising insects. Stand firm. A gentle spiritual power supported his waist, and then he slowly left the ground. Sun Chinyan said this, and then took Lu Chen into the air. Below. Sun Chi was confused. Aunt. Where's me? Why don't you take me with you? The shouts echoed in the valley. From the sky, a voice came. Aunt is too old to take care of 2 people. You go to S23 by yourself and take the bus back. Sun Chi. My own nephew is no match for my newly recognized brother. Is this reasonable? Linsang City. Even though I was away for only 2 days. But when Lu Chen entered the city gate, he suddenly felt that time had passed. There are indeed a lot of things happening. This led to my own plans also having to be adjusted accordingly. Before him. He also planned to stay outside the city for a month, relying on the red frost to continuously feed him and cultivate the offspring of blood-sucking insects. But now. There is now the Du family, a mortal enemy. However, he also gained huge wealth by relying on the heavenly grade inner elixir. Overall, it's getting better. Lu Chen smiled and took out a card. 5 billion, I wonder what level this will take me to. Before entering the city. Sun Chinyan brought Lu Chen to a secluded place, handed him a card, and left. There is only a faint fragrance lingering in the nostrils. I have to say. The feeling of controlling the void is really good. Besides, she was led by a royal sister. As for why there are only 5 billion. Sun Chinyan also said in detail that although the Sun family was the #1 in Linsang, it was involved in various industries. But most of them are fixed assets, and there is not much cash flow that can be generated. In fact, Lu Chen didn't complain about the little money. But people were afraid that he would misunderstand, so they had to explain it clearly. I have to say. Sun Chinyan, the new sister, is indeed very sincere. Sun family, Du family. Lu Chen shook his head. I never thought that a lone man like me would be involved with a martial arts family of this level. But think about it carefully. Not bad. With the Sun family's help and support, he could avoid a lot of trouble. At least if Lu Chen wants to make a heavenly inner elixir himself. I'm afraid it's not that easy. Retracting his thoughts, Lu Chen stopped a car and headed straight for Jiuding Pavilion. On the way, he closed his eyes and rested. Thinking secretly about the follow-up. I now have control over the 2 main queen insects, red frost and colorful clothes. After the blood-sucking insects multiply, they will become terrifying combat power, even a natural disaster for the Zerg. And the Daoyan insects are used as auxiliary types to improve myself. In the next month, there are 2 things. First, the top scorer in the martial arts exam. At least he is the top scorer in the Jiangnan War Zone. Get the golden medal of immunity from death. This is what Sun Chinyan called word of honor. As for the National Martial Arts Exam champion, if you can get it, then get it, but if you can't, it doesn't matter. On the way back from flying, Lu Chen hinted at the topic and deliberately talked about it. In the words of Sun Chenyan, the martial arts era has been around for nearly 1,000 years. How much foundation have those terrifying martial arts families and even hidden forces accumulated? The talented seeds that have been cultivated are truly outstanding. Besides, the military system has also been rising in recent years. Starting to cultivate your own elite youth should not be underestimated. Starting from this session, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to get the top spot in the Jiangnan war zone. As for the second thing, of course, we have to deal with the Du family and eradicate the roots. Although the Sun family has exchanges of interests with me, they will not kill for me. Lu Chen has to do this himself. It is better to eliminate thieves as soon as possible than to guard against them for 1,000 days. Lu Chen doesn't like to drag things out. After understanding these 2 points, it becomes clear how to arrange it. My first priority now is to improve myself. Spend money to buy the corpses of vicious beasts and let Hongshuang feed them back. The second is to use the offspring of Tsai to evolve the skills and improve proficiency. As for the blood-sucking insects, we will just watch them multiply and take as many as we can. While thinking, already arrived at Jiuding Pavilion. Lu Chen was very familiar with the situation. Seeing the waitress coming over, he said directly, "Take me to the meeting room and ask Lao Lu to come out to receive the guests." Okay. The smile on the waitress's face froze for a moment. While keeping up with Lu Chen, he kept in touch. As for Lao Lu, he was the deacon who received us last time. We are acquaintances. In the lounge, Lu Bingren walked in with a smile on his face. He naturally took the teapot from the waitress and made tea for Lu Chen himself. "My dear friend, are you visiting again? Are you still planning to buy the corpse of the ferocious beast?" Lu Chen didn't waste time either. He directly took out the card given by Sun Chenyan and slapped it on the coffee table. "There are 5 billion in this card, do you want to check it?" Bang. Lu Bingren's knees went weak and he almost fell to his knees. This isn't a young friend, this is the god of wealth coming to visit. Jiuding Pavilion in Linsang City has more than 10 customer deacons. If he can complete Lu Chen's order, he will definitely be the sales champion this year. No, no. In an instant, Lu Bingren suppressed his excitement and said respectfully, "This is the Sun family's black diamond card. I recognize it." Lu Chen nodded. He said directly, "First, we should arrange a training room. It should be fully equipped, the top-level one you mentioned last time. Let's set it up for 20 days first. Secondly, any ferocious beasts that are newly stored in the warehouse every day, above level 2, can be sent to me." After asking, Lu Chen suddenly changed the subject. "By the way, Lao Lu, do you have any materials to improve comprehension, or anything related to this aspect?" His second original mother insect, Daoyan insect, Tsai. There are 2 ways of reproduction. First, natural reproduction, 60 per hour. Second, feeding-related materials can increase reproduction. If Tsai relies on herself, she can only reproduce 60 eggs in an hour. It's really not enough. In particular, after Lu Chen killed Du Xianghe, he obtained 2 skills through Hong Shuang's return of support. Yellow rank 6, 7-star cloud hidden step. Yellow rank 7, 4 seasons fist. This is not the basic boxing and swordsmanship. If you want to evolve, 7-star cloud hidden step requires 2,000 Daoyan insect bodies, while the latter requires 2,500. This is just the evolution of the technique. If you want to improve your proficiency, the cost will be staggering. Lu Chen now has less than 1,000 Daoyan insect bodies in total. At this time, just after he asked, Lu Bingren thought for a while and nodded. "We don't have this kind of inventory in Linsang, but we do have it in the Jiangnan main base. Like enlightenment tea, Tribulu's juice, Shinra wood, etc. If you need it, I'll notify them to transfer the goods immediately." Lu Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately decided to place the order. It may be expensive, but the money must be spent. The more offspring Tsai produces, the stronger he will be. After these 2 skills evolve, they will at least reach the Xian level, right? Lu Chen was looking forward to it. At the same time, an office filled with the fragrance of flowers. Sun Chenyan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a document in her hand and reading it carefully. After a few minutes, she put it down with a frown. Looking out the window at the distant scene, he said to himself, "My brother is a little weird." "Oh. How weird is that?" Suddenly, an old voice was heard from outside the office door. Following right on, an energetic old man walked in, carrying walnuts and a bird cage. "Great-grandfather." Sun Chenyan showed a look of joy on his face. "You have come out of retreat. Have you made a breakthrough to the Grandmaster level?" This person's name is Sun Jinyue. The strongest person in Linsang Sun family, with the 9th level of flying skills, has been in seclusion all these years, hoping to knock on the door of the Grandmaster. Alas, as soon as we meet, he starts to expose my great-grandfather's shortcomings. The old man pretended to sigh. "Does it mean that I can't come out until I reach Grandmaster level?" Although he said so. But he still walked in with a smile. Putting down the bird cage, Sun Jinyue smiled bitterly and continued, "Below the Grandmaster level, everyone is an ant. It is so difficult to enter that realm. This is not it. I heard that you got a heavenly inner elixir. I've never seen one at my age. I was so eager to come out and see the fun. Okay, let's stop talking about this and tell me about that little guy." Sun Chenyan put the information down. He whispered, "His name is Lu Chen. His parents were both grassroots soldiers in the Linsang military. They died in the Beast Tide 10 years ago. When I was in the first year of high school, I awakened my talent, but it was unfortunately the life-related talent, taming." Speaking of this, Sun Chenyan's expression was quite strange. Looking at Sun Jinyue, she said in confusion, "But according to what Shao-Chi said, when Lu Chen took action, he used fire ability. And the level is not low, at least B-level talent. Besides, he is extremely low-key in school. Even though I was mocked as a tamer, I never revealed my talent for fire." Because of this, the school of Linsang No. 3 Middle School also suggested that Lu Chen take the literary exam to avoid losing his life on the way to the martial arts exam. At this time, Sun Jinyue suddenly asked, "What was his most recent blood and chi test result at school?" 10 days ago, 119 cards. "And when you saw him?" Sun Chenyan stood up suddenly. The look on his face was filled with shock. She actually missed this point and replied in a trembling voice, "I don't know the details, but it is definitely in the extraordinary realm." The old man had been crunching walnuts before. "Now put down what you are holding." He raised his head, his eyes sparkling. "According to what you said, 10 days ago he only had 119 calories, and 10 days later it was over 150. In 10 days, I increased my calories by more than 30. This speed is faster than those evildoers, right?" Sun Chenyan's heart trembled. In my ear, I heard the old man continue, "I know that some people in the Sun family are very impetuous now. After learning about the news of the heavenly grade inner elixir, they all lost their minds and encouraged you to just embezzle it." Sun Jinyue sneered. Shaking his head, he continued, "Greed can blind your mind. Can such a genius be bullied? Unless we cut off the roots. But his information will definitely spread out. Right now, I'm afraid that all the big shots in Linsang City are talking about Lu Chen's name. Not to mention, Senior Tian Lei Jian and Senior Qiu Yuanlong from Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy are in Linsang right now. At this critical moment, if anyone dares to attack Lu Chen, Senior Qiu will definitely take action, and the inspector will come immediately. To the real genius. Daxia has always protected itself very well and has not been stingy in sending out experts. In particular, Lu Chen is a person with a clear foundation. My parents are in the military. This is definitely a plus. It is possible that the Linsang military will go to recruit Lu Chen soon. Although the old man has been in seclusion. But he was very clear about what was happening in the outside world. Thought for a while. He continued, "Chen Yen, I'm giving you the power now. Please help that little guy and consider it as a good relationship. Besides, if anyone in the Sun family has evil intentions, you can just kill them." "That's right. Just in case, we should send someone to keep an eye on the Du family. After all, Du Hongtian is a lunatic. After explaining some more, Sun Jinyue picked up 2 ancient walnuts, carried the bird cage, and left leisurely. He is in a good mood. I have a vague feeling that the opportunity for the Sun family to move to the next level lies in Lu Chen. In the office behind. After Sun Chenyan recovered his composure, he sighed, "What a pity, I don't have time to improve you further. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will be able to take down all the top martial arts champions in the Jiangnan war zone. After all, there are less than 30 days left until the military examination. No matter how talented Lu Chen is, he cannot surpass those monstrous players. Think about this." Sun Chenyan felt a little regretful. Right now. Just as Sun Jinyue said. As the news of the heavenly grade inner elixir spread, information about Lu Chen was also in the hands of major forces. For a moment, all the big shots in Linsang City were stunned. There is actually a genius even more terrifying than Lin Xie right under his nose. A-level fire talent. Increase your qi and blood value by 30 calories in 10 days. These 2 pieces of information were like depth bombs, causing a turmoil in Linsang City. Many powerful people wanted to find Lu Chen and establish a relationship with him, but they could never find him. And the Du family. He immediately withdrew his power and behaved himself, for fear of being targeted by someone with ulterior motives. Various changes in the outside world. Lu Chen didn't know. At this moment, he was eating and sleeping in the training room of Jiuding Pavilion. After all, it is the best VIP area, the money is well spent, all the necessary facilities are available, and there are service girls to serve you in your daily life. The next day, Lu Bingren, the steward of Jiuding Pavilion, suddenly came forward on his own initiative. After entering the training room, he looked respectful and said with a wry smile, "I didn't expect that my friend is actually the genius rumored by the outside world." Lu Chen blinked. A bit confused. Seeing him like this, Lu Bingren told him the situation outside in detail. Finally, he added, "We at Jiuding Pavilion keep our customers' information completely confidential, so don't worry, my friend. No one knows you are here." Lu Chen understood. "But I don't care about that." According to his plan, he was supposed to win the top spot in the Jiangnan War Zone's martial arts exam. Even if it's not noticed at this time, you will also be in the spotlight later. It doesn't matter if it's a little earlier now. Then, Lu Bingren took out a ring and said, "This is a storage ring. Just bind it. It is a gift from Jiuding Pavilion to you. Rest assured. We always give these little gifts to our distinguished guests, and we don't ask for anything else." Lu Chen hesitated for a few seconds. Nodding and smiling, "Thank you very much. After binding, I found that something was already installed in it." Seeing this, Lu Bingren said at the right time, "The comprehension materials that my friend needs have been urgently allocated from the headquarters. If it is not enough, there will be more later." We talked a little. After the other party left, the training room became quiet. Lu Chen digested the information just now. According to Lu Bingren, as his strength was exposed, many forces in Linsang City and even in the Jiangnan War Zone wanted to recruit him. Do everything possible to find out the news. But at this time, seniors Tian Lei Jian and Qiu Yuanlong stepped forward and suppressed this trend. And he said directly, "Anything, wait until Lu Chen finishes the martial arts exam before discussing it. Before that, do not disturb him." This actually saved Lu Chen a lot of trouble. After all, although the Jiuding Pavilion is powerful, it cannot block the hands and eyes of everyone. Only a 9th-level Grandmaster's Heavenly Thunder Sword has this ability. Senior Qiu's move is probably also intended to intimidate the Du family. "I will thank you for this kindness after I take the martial arts exam," Lu Chen muttered to himself. But he suddenly laughed. "Increasing 30 calories in 10 days makes you so excited, but now I'm already at the 5th level of transcendence. If you do the math, in the past 2 days, the calories have increased from 150 to 209, an increase of 59 calories. All the new corpses of ferocious beasts that had arrived at Jiuding Pavilion were moved to his side. The red frost also feeds back after being devoured, and its supply is endless. At the very beginning, devouring a early stage ferocious beast can provide 15 cards in return. However, as Lu Chen's cultivation level increased, the value of the feedback began to decrease. Now that I have reached the 5th level of transcendence, I can only maintain 15 cards by devouring late-stage 2nd level ferocious beasts. No matter how much the data is, it is always improving. But the most important thing now is the corpses of the ferocious beasts in Jiuding Pavilion. I don't have enough. Linsang City is not a big city in the Jiangnan War Zone. This leads to the transaction volume at Jiuding Pavilion is also small. It is estimated that there are only about 10 second-level ferocious beasts stored in the warehouse every day, and the number of corpses that remain intact is even smaller. As for the 3rd stage, not at all. A 3rd-order ferocious beast, equivalent to a warrior at the Sky Control realm. In the entire Linsang City, there are less than 10 warriors at the Sky Control realm, and no one is willing to hunt ferocious beasts. That's why. During these 2 days, Lu Chen let Hong Shuang devour 3 on the 1st day and 2 on the 2nd day. After repaying the kindness, all you can do is wait or do other things. Hungry. 5 meals of hunger in 2 days. He had already instructed Lu Bingren to ask Jiuding Pavilion to raise the price, but the effect was not very good. After all, the largest ferocious beast hunting organization in Linsang City is the military. That place is a special unit and will definitely not be sold. Well, it's so hard. Shaking his head, Lu Chen didn't think any more and took out the materials from the storage ring. He called Tsai out again. Colorful lights flow in the transparent wings, which is extremely dreamy. When the little guy saw the piece of enlightenment wood, he immediately flew over happily and perched on it. Such a small piece of stuff cost 30 million. Tsai, you have to do your best and give birth to more babies. Lu Chen whispered to himself. When the little guy heard this, he flapped his wings in response. At present, she can understand Lu Chen's words, but she cannot communicate directly with her consciousness like Hong Shuang. At this time, seeing that Tsai had finished eating the enlightenment wood, there was still some time left. Lu Chen stopped watching. After 2 days of accumulating, there are now 3,722 Daoyan insect bodies. You can try to upgrade your skills now. Talking softly to himself, Lu Chen sat down cross-legged, feeling a little excited. The basic boxing technique that was not upgraded last time can all evolve into the yellow level 2nd grade Tiger Cannon Fist. This time, the 7-star Cloud Hidden Step is a real yellow level 6 grade. Don't ask for too much. Just evolve into the 6th level of Xian rank. After taking a few deep breaths, Lu Chen began to use the Daoyan insect and evolutionary skills. As Lu Chen's mind moved, the speed of the colorful light flowing in the colorful and transparent wings clearly increased a lot. Immediately afterwards, ripples began to appear in the void around the wings. Tiny particles of colorful light floated out from inside, dancing and connecting to Lu Chen's brows like a ribbon. Are these light particles the offspring of Daoyan worms? He was wondering where the 60 offspring produced by Tsai every hour went. Unexpectedly, it's inside your own wings. At this moment, as the colorful ribbon touched the center of the eyebrows, a cool feeling suddenly came. In an instant, consciousness seemed to be pulled into nothingness. There are densely packed golden small characters floating around, which are the content of 7-star Cloud Hidden Steps. In addition, there are also graphic descriptions. Just when Lu Chen was shocked, those small golden characters suddenly merged together and turned into a ball of colorful light. The pictures and texts floating around seemed to come alive, like little people, acting on their own. After a few breaths, a ball of colorful light exploded. A brand new manual of body movement techniques is born. You consume 2,000 Daoyan insect bodies, and the 7-star Cloud Hidden Step evolves into the stepping into the battle. In Lu Chen's mind, specific information emerged. Stepping on the steps, secrets of body movements. Rank, Earth Rank 2. Explanation, it is formed by arranging and evolving the 36 celestial stars, and exploring all kinds of changes. Supplement, there are 9 levels in total. Each level is a level of controlling 4 stars. Each level has its own mysteries. After reading the introduction, Lu Chen's heartbeat was uncontrollably and was beating wildly. Earth level. Really evolved into the Earth level. Before this, it was just a fantasy and he had no expectations at all. What is the concept of ground level? The Sun family in Linsang City, as a martial arts world, has been passed down for hundreds of years. Relying on the old ancestor who obtained a mysterious 6th grade skill in the ruins. And the Earth level simply cannot exist in Linsang City. If the news gets out, it will definitely attract the attention of many big shots. Tianping Inner Elixir is just a consumable product. It can cultivate a talented person and suppress a generation. But the Earth-level cultivation technique is the real foundation of the Zhen clan. It's enough to allow an existence like the Sun family to climb several steps again. After sighing for a while, as Lu Chen thought, all the spiritual power in his body suddenly boiled, rushing according to the behavior of Bugang Tread Fight. His figure suddenly looked like a ghost, shuttling back and forth in the training room. Quietly. It's like teleporting, constantly appearing everywhere. Even if you are a warrior in the extraordinary realm, if you don't look closely, you will not be able to spot him. So strong. With this body skill, I even dare to fight with the 2nd-level ferocious beast. But it can only be used for a short time. My current spiritual power and mental strength are completely insufficient. After an exciting experiment, Lu Chen was excited. As expected of a 2nd-grade Earth rank, it can only be said to be ridiculously strong. And this is what I have just learned, and I haven't even reached the 1st level. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt a little regretful. Because he didn't have any extra Daoyan insect bodies to upgrade the level of Bugang Tadu. This is like having a treasure mountain but being unable to develop it. I can't stand it. Save slowly. Bugang Tado is the 2nd level of the Earth rank, with 9 levels in total. To reach the 1st level, you need 5,000 Daoyan insect bodies. His gaze shifted to Tsai. The little fellow was perched on the Wudao tree, gnawing on some food in some unknown way. I thought 5 billion was a lot, enough for me to reach the Rongqiao realm. Now it seems that I took it for granted. These rare materials for feeding Tsai cost 800 million yuan. Lu Chen shook his head, feeling a little emotional. Now, he just waited for Tsai to finish eating the materials, and then reproduced more Daoyan insect bodies to evolve the 2nd technique. 4 Seasons Fist. Different from 7-star cloud hidden steps, this technique is a combat skill. If it can also evolve into the Earth level, that's really against the will of heaven. 20 days later. On the top floor of Jioding Pavilion, in an antique office. Earth Marrow Spirit Fluid. What does he want this for? The person who raised this question was Huang Yongxiao, the manager of the Linsang branch of Jioding Pavilion. He frowned and leaned back. The figure was lying on the soft back of the rocking chair, and continued, Earth Marrow Spirit Liquid is usually used in the 9th level of the extraordinary realm to prepare for breaking through the fusion realm. Could it be that Lu Chen has already reached the peak of transcendence? Across from his desk, Lu Bingren spread his hands and replied with a wry smile, Boss, you ask me, who should I ask? But in just 20 days, he can't reach the 9th level of transcendence. The martial arts era has been around for nearly 1,000 years, and so many evildoers have appeared, but no one has ever lived so fast. After a pause, he continued, according to intelligence, Lu Chen might be an alchemist. He has been buying beast carcasses like crazy recently, and he has asked me to constantly change the alchemy furnace. I guess he found some ancient recipe and tried to refine it. Hearing this, Huang Yongxiao nodded. I also felt that my previous guess was really a fantasy. From the beginning of the extraordinary realm to the peak of the extraordinary realm, the qi and health value needs to be increased from 150 to 250, and the span is 100 calories. It's impossible in just 20 days. After all, when you are a quasi-warrior, there are some external objects that can increase your qi and blood values, and there are almost no side effects. For example, at the beginning, the transformation pill that Bai Weizhou gave to Lu Chen. But once they reach the level and become formal warriors, few people rely on external objects to improve. Because there are sequelae. The improvement of chi and blood value is a multi-step process. We must take into account the carrying capacity of the physical body, the load of energy, and the inclusion of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Simply improving chi and blood will often result in a deficiency of the body that cannot be replenished. Those whose bodies are too weak may even explode and die. Certainly. Except for some top-quality natural treasures. But those things are hard to come by and are extremely rare. At this time. In the office. Huang Yongxiao thought for a while and said in a deep voice, Earth Marrow Spirit Liquid is a controlled material. Please register it and bring a few copies to him. In addition, remember to tell him that if he is using it to make medicine, try to use other materials instead. This is if someone else needs Earth Marrow Spirit Liquid. He refused outright. But Lu Chen is different, and an exception can be made for him. After Lu Bingren left, Huang Yongxiao said to himself, this little guy, who has an A-level fire talent, doesn't take the test seriously and strive to get a good ranking, but stays in the training room to make medicine. Never mind, I understand. When he entered the extraordinary realm, there was only 1 month left before the martial arts exam. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless. TSK. This year's Linsong City martial arts exam should be very intense. Lin Xie is at the 3rd level of transcendence, Sun Qi is at the 2nd level of transcendence, and the girl introduced by the military is probably also at the 3rd level of transcendence. Lu Chen is a rising star. But in the small city of Linsong, there are still people who shine brighter than him. The time for the military examination is getting closer day by day. The atmosphere in Linsong City is becoming more and more lively. After all, the annual military examination is like a grand festival. No matter warriors or ordinary people, they will pay special attention to it, and even derive betting and gambling. At this time, a few dozen miles north of the city, in a small courtyard in the mountains, Qiu Yuanlong from Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy was standing with his hands behind his back, looking at the waterfall in the distance. There were 2 people sitting on the coffee table behind him. Yang Zhen, the president of Linsong City Martial Arts Association, is also the strongest man guarding this city, at the 1st level of Grandmaster Realm. The other one was Lu Chen's godsister, Sun Chenyan. Neither of them finished talking, drinking their tea in silence. After a long time, Qiu Yuanlong turned around and said with a smile, you 2 came to see me together, is it because of the martial arts exam? He said as he spoke. He also sat in front of the coffee table and made tea for himself. Looking at the 2 people's solemn eyes, he continued. The reform of the military examination was promoted 10 years ago. You should have heard the relevant rumors. In the past 10 years, countless forces have been intertwined and connected one by one, which led to the beginning of this round of reforms. And because it's the first time, the Daxia government attaches great importance to this and has asked the 9 major martial arts academies to send experts to various cities to preside over the work. So, I came to Linsong City. Opposite him, Yang Zhen saw Qiu Yuanlong stop. He carefully considered his words and said, I understand some of the rules for the military exam reform, such as allowing the military elite to participate. But what I don't understand is, why are those hidden martial arts families, or even those that call themselves sects, also qualified to send people to participate in the martial arts exam? They never sent anyone to the battlefield. Hear this. Sun Chenyan also nodded, this is also what I am confused about. She looked at Qiu Yuanlong and said seriously, in the whole Daxia, there are countless martial arts families like our Sun family. Everyone relies on Daxia to survive and obeys orders. But those hidden forces, who occupy a blessed land and cultivate themselves on their own, how can they also get a place in the martial arts examination? Warrior. Warrior. If you want to improve your realm, you need resources. The higher your cultivation level, the more resources you need. In Daxia, most of the secret places and relics are under the control of the government. That's why taking the martial arts exam and entering one of Daxia's 9 martial arts academies is the shortcut to reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. And this road is also full of competition. In the past, the military does not get involved. They have their own system and produce and sell their own products. Now that the military examination is being reformed, we must also come in and get a piece of the pie. And it makes sense. After all, we are all family. The maintenance of every city and the elimination of ferocious beasts outside the city cannot be separated from the military. However, those hidden forces, although located in Dacia, are almost isolated from the world. Do you also want to seize resources through the martial arts exam? That's too much. Faced with the two people's questions, Qiu Yuanlong was not angry either. After all, he came from the main base and his first priority was to mediate. He picked up the teapot and filled it for both of them. Suddenly the aroma of tea filled the air. Then he continued, "There is a secret that I can tell you two in advance. You must have heard of the legend of Tianyuan's secret realm, right?" As soon as the words fell, the expressions of Yang Zhen and Sun Chenyan both changed drastically. Hundreds of years ago, the era of martial arts arrived. Countless powerful beasts emerged from the dimensional rifts. All major countries around the world have entered the Dark Age, with heavy casualties, and even worse, direct annihilation of the country. At this juncture, within the Kunlun territory of Dacia, a secret realm appeared called Tianyuan. The group of people who entered that year. As long as they are still alive, they will rise completely and become the giants of Great Xia. It was also at that time that many legendary families were born, which continue to this day. Just as the two of them were having ups and downs in their hearts. Qiu Yuanlong continued, Tianyuan's secret realm, after being closed for 500 years, is showing signs of opening. That's why the military, as well as all the major hidden forces, have come forward one by one, trying to get a place to enter. Based on this incident, the martial arts examination reform has been promoted for 10 years and is scheduled to start in this session. We even set up a special list. It's called the Heavenly Pride Ranking. The place to enter the secret realm is on this list. Looking at the two people in front of him, they were breathing rapidly. Qiu Yuanlong smiled, picked up the teacup and took a sip. When he heard the news at first, he was also extremely shocked. The list of geniuses. For Dacia, this is absolutely unprecedented. If nothing unexpected happens. The benefits of being on the list are definitely not just about getting access to the Tianyuan secret realm, there are also terrifying cultivation resources. Countless young geniuses will strive madly to improve their rankings. That evening, at the Sun family's ancestral home, the confused Sun Qi was called into the ancestral temple. When he saw the old man standing in the hall, his eyes widened and he hurriedly shouted respectfully, "Sun Qi, a descendant of the Sun family, greets the great-grandfather." He had only met her once when he was a child. "This is the second time I have seen the legendary old man of the Sun family since I grew up. Come here." Sun Jinyue put down the bird cage and said earnestly, "I heard from your aunt that you have reached the second level of transcendence." "Yes, great-grandfather." Speaking of this, Sun Qi felt a little proud. With this level of cultivation, he is definitely a genius boy. If it were in the previous session, he could even get the top spot in Linsong City's martial arts exam. Coupled with his own talents and abilities, he could even make it into the top 10 in the Jiangnan theater. What a pity. Linsong City has an A-level talent Lin Xia. The second level of transcendence, plus your spiritual talent. Sun Jinyue said, and suddenly sighed, "Alas, it's still too weak. How can it be on the Tianjiao list with such little stuff?" Looking at Sun Qi's confused expression, he was too lazy to explain. He continued, "Go find your aunt tomorrow morning and ask her to take you to the Qixia mountain for the trial. Since your realm cannot be improved, then improve your killing ability. I'll set a goal for you. Before the martial arts exam, you can kill a mid-stage second-level beast by yourself. If you can't finish it, don't come back." Sun Qi. "Thank you." South of Linsong City, more than 50 miles away, there is a long military camp. At this time, in a conference room, several warriors in military uniforms were discussing something. Their faces showed some excitement. A colonel said, "We've waited for 10 years. Our people can finally take the military exam. The people beside him also sighed. That's the Tianyuan's secret realm. I regret that I wasn't born 30 years earlier. Maybe I could be ranked on the Tianjiao list. Old Lu, can't you tone down your big mouth? A female warrior laughed and said, you are an ordinary warrior, and you don't have any awakened talent. How can you be on the Tianjiao list? Do you think you can brag about it? Okay, don't be too proud. At the head, a dignified middle-aged warrior said, the Linsong City Martial Arts exam is only the first round. The top 3 will compete with the winners from other cities in the Jiangnan War Zone in the second round. And at this time, those evildoers from the hidden forces will also participate. How difficult is it to get on the Tianjiao ranking? Speaking of this, he suddenly changed the subject and said with a smile, no matter how difficult it is, we still have to fight for it. Old Ma, you are the one who is taking care of those 2 little guys, how are they doing now? Being named. He is a taciturn warrior. He stood up solemnly and replied, report to the commander. Yuni has already reached the 5th level of transcendence, his talent has been well developed, and he has also learned a 7th grade yellow level martial art. Besides, Lu Yi has already reached the 6th level of transcendence and has mastered 2 profound martial arts. As soon as these words came out, the conference room was in complete silence. Someone muttered, Old Ma, you have been quietly doing something big. You have been hiding it from us, waiting for today. Someone else followed up and said, Lu Yi's cultivation speed is so fast. It's really terrifying. He, she is our trump card, she will definitely be able to kill people at that time. I can't wait to see the stunned expressions on those old guys' faces. What Lin Xie? What Sun Qi? They are no match for our military geniuses. At this time, someone suddenly asked in confusion, by the way, I heard a few days ago that there is a new rising genius in Linsong City, named Lu Chen. Hearing this, someone laughed and said, that little guy is a bit watery. His qi and blood value increased so quickly. He must have taken the transfiguration pill, which he exchanged from our troops. Bai Weizhou is from the military. He used his merits to exchange for transformation pill, so he could naturally find it. Combination of the 2. It is naturally deduced that Lu Chen increased 30 calories in 10 days, in fact, the water content is quite large. Jiuding Pavilion. In the top-level VIP training room. With a slight roar, a culture chamber slowly rose. Under the transparent hatch, specially prepared nutrient solution is being discharged. Lu Chen's figure appeared. As the cabin door opened automatically, he opened his eyes blankly and took off his oxygen mask. 5 days have passed so quickly. He sat up and waited for consciousness to slowly return. After a while, someone walked out of the incubator. I tried to move my body, and suddenly there was a crackling sound, and all the muscles in my body were filled with strength. Faintly, the structure of the skin seems to change. There are faint lines between each pore, connecting them into a whole. Mobilizing spiritual power when the blood and qi surge. The surface of the skin seemed to come alive, with a faint glow flowing, as if it was covered with a protective shield. The strength and defense of the body have increased by at least 10 times. Clenched his fist. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This earth marrow spirit fluid has something special. Before I entered the incubator, I was already at the 9th level of the transcendent realm, and now, my physical strength has reached a new level. A thought came to my mind. Open the properties panel. Zerg Overlord, Lu Chen. Age, 18. Qi and blood value, 249, 9th level of transcendence. Talent, taming, affinity with beasts. Kung Fu, none. Martial arts, 4 seasons reincarnation fist, Xian rank 8th grade, LV5, tiger cannon fist, yellow rank 2nd grade, LV3, small thunder blade, yellow rank 2nd grade, LV3. Sports, stepping on the steps, earth rank 2, LV2. Binding source insect. Bloodthirsty, disaster type, red frost, number of offspring, 625,000. Daoyan insect, functional type, colorful, number of offspring, 8,071. Overall. The data is similar to that before entering the incubator. The only change is that Tsai has been diligently producing a lot of offspring during these 5 days. In the past 20 days, as Lu Chen's cultivation level increased, ordinary second-level ferocious beasts basically had little to show for their efforts. They are all values of a few tenths. After reaching the 9th level of transcendence and the blood value increased to 249 cards, it completely hit a bottleneck. If you want to rely on Red Frost for support, he must perform the breakthrough devouring process just like the peak quasi-warrior before. This time, if you want to enter the fusion realm, you have 2 options. First, let Hongshuang devour 100 second-level peak ferocious beasts. Second, let Hongshuang devour 10 third-level ferocious beasts. Of these 2 conditions, we should exclude the second one first. A third-order ferocious beast, extremely terrifying. It is equivalent to the sky control realm of human warriors, which is far beyond what Lu Chen can deal with. Of course, this can also be achieved by using blood-sucking insects to stack. But a lot of people will definitely die. If I rely on myself to break through to the Rongqiao realm, I can only slowly polish it, which may take at least half a year, and at most 3 to 5 years. Even if you take the second-level breakthrough pill, you need to prepare at least 10 pills. Not only is it expensive, but there is also the risk of failure. Lu Chen was very clear in his mind. If you polish it slowly, you can't afford to wait. Being bound to this system is full of uncertainties. If the fact that you control the natural disasters is exposed, you never know what will happen. Before those things happened, you must seize the time, improve yourself, and cultivate the insect swarm. 100 level 2 peak ferocious beasts. Lu Chen shook his head, stood up and put on his clothes. Still the same reason. Linsang City is too small after all. The resources here can no longer keep up with Lu Chen's cultivation speed. Martial Arts Test. Martial Arts Test. In this martial arts exam, I have reached the 9th level of transcendental cultivation, plus, stepping on the steps, and 4 seasons reincarnation fist. It shouldn't be difficult to get first place in the Jiangnan war zone. Bugong Tadu is a second-grade earth-level body movement technique. Although it is not offensive, it is definitely one of the trump cards. Now, after spending a lot of money to feed Tsai, he also relied on the Daoyan insect body that he reproduced to advance to the 2nd level. The 8th grade, 4 seasons reincarnation fist, of the Xian rank was obtained by evolving the original, 4 seasons fist. Although it has not reached the earth level, its strength should not be underestimated. Certainly. My biggest trump card is still Red Frost in flame form. Lu Chen felt very confident. Once you reach a bigger platform, your improvement speed will take off again. I picked up my phone and looked at it. The head teacher Zhang Jinming sent a lot of messages. Lu Chen, the martial arts exam will be on the 7th. We must gather on the 6th and go to the venue together. You must return to school on the 5th. Please reply if you received it. Lu Chen, if you give up the martial arts exam, tell the teacher. There is nothing to be ashamed of. You can still take the literary exam. The teacher supports you in the literary exam. Teacher, I heard that this martial arts exam is very difficult. Lu Chen, give up. Take the literary exam. This is your way out. Lu Chen, where are you? Is anything wrong? Besides, Bai Weizhou also called himself many times. There are also a lot of messages. His words were full of anxiety and worry. What's going on? Uncle Bai also advised me to give up the martial arts exam and take the liberal arts exam instead. What happened in this martial arts exam? Lu Chen was somewhat confused. But I'm too lazy to figure it out. After a brief reply, he packed up his things and prepared to leave. Today is the 5th. According to the announcement, all martial arts candidates must gather at the Martial Arts Association Square tomorrow to prepare for the exam location. Lu Chen was stuck. With the storage ring given by Jiuding Pavilion, it is much easier to pack up. When leaving, Lu Chen was still a little reluctant to give up. Seeing Lu Bingren arriving in a hurry, Lu Chen threw the card sent by Shen Chenyan over. Old Lu, please keep the balance. Okay. My little friend is happy. Lu Bingren's face was full of joy and he completed the operation quickly. The printed bill alone is several meters long. More than 4 billion, just gone. Lu Chen shook his head, feeling a little emotional. The biggest expense. Still on Sai. After the first batch of enlightenment materials were consumed, Lu Chen made a few more batches. Only in this way can you upgrade Bugong Tattoo and 4 Seasons Reincarnation Fist to several levels. Besides, in order to improve the strength of the body, I bought 5 bottles of Earth Marrow Spirit Liquid and spent a lot of money. As for the corpses of ferocious beasts, they are actually small in number. After settlement is completed, Lu Chen waved his hand, said goodbye to Lu Bingren, and left. The top floor of Jiuding Pavilion. The head shopkeeper looked at the young man below and drank his tea happily. Behind him stood his grandson. He also took part in this military examination. See. That person is Lu Chen, who is in the same class as you and is probably at the first level of extraordinary. This guy is obsessed with playing with things. He has spent billions of dollars on refining medicine. What else can he do with this money? Why is he playing with refining medicine? Is this something that an ordinary warrior can do? It's ruining 3 generations. Huang Yongxiao said this, sneering and shaking his head. He turned his head and looked at his grandson. If you encounter him during the martial arts exam, you can take him down directly. The chance of winning is relatively high. Hearing this, the young man next to him asked in confusion, Grandpa, you said last time that he was very strong. A-level talent, increase the health value by 30 calories in 10 days. Those are all rumors. Grandpa was fooled, too. Huang Yongxiao smiled and said, there's news from the Linsang military that a sergeant named by Weizhou used most of his life's merits to exchange for 3 transfiguration pills, and gave them to Lu Chen. Besides, at that time, in the secret realm of S-23, according to the account of one of the participants, Shen Linlin, a big shot made a review. It was just a coincidence that the flame snake was killed by Lu Chen. After an explanation, Huang Yongxiao continued, this little guy even attracted the attention of Senior Qiu Yuanlong. He is the 9th level of the Grandmaster. It's a pity that he is a parallel import. When the tide recedes, it will be clear who is the dragon and who is the bastard in the martial arts competition. At the same time, south of Linsang City, deep in Qixia Mountain, the young man was covered in blood, his clothes were in tatters, and his face was full of ferocity. More than 10 meters away from him, a mid-level second-order diamond ape was roaring crazily and beating its chest. The 6-meter-tall body was also covered with scars. There is even an alloy sword inserted in the side of the waist. Come again. Sun Qi roared and rushed forward. Holding a weapon in each hand, he was performing different fighting skills at the same time. At the same time, he squeezed his mental power and released another mental attack. Buzz. In the void, there seemed to be ripples, sweeping forward like water waves. After this operation, Sun Qi felt dizzy and his eyes and ears were bleeding. I can do it. I can definitely do it. Gritting his teeth, he continued to rush forward and fight with the King Kong ape. Ever since his great-grandfather arranged for him to be thrown deep into the Qixia Mountain, he has been in battle. Either the beast dies or he dies. And the people at home really don't care. I was almost beaten to death several times, but no one showed up to save me. This shattered his fantasy. In Qixia Mountain, we were having a blast. This mid-stage second-level King Kong ape in front of me is not the first time I have fought against it. From being nearly killed, to slowly being able to tangle with him, to finally being able to make that beast bleed. Sun Qi is making progress all the time. What he didn't know was, above the sky, 2 figures were looking down silently. It was Sun Jinyue and Sun Chenyan. That's what I said. How could the Sun family's offspring be worse than others? Sun Jinyue was rolling up the walnuts with a big smile on his face. This little guy is growing faster than I thought. He has also become more proficient in using his spiritual talents. Maybe I can really make it onto the Tianjiao ranking. But then again, The old man turned his head and looked at Sun Chenyan. When I said that he should kill the second stage mid-stage beast, I just thought it was theoretically possible, so I said it casually. After you brought him here, why did you really order him to do so? Sun Chenyan blinked and felt numb for a moment. Looking at Sun Chi below, who was in such a tragic state, the corners of her mouth twitched. I have to say, grandfather, your theory has always been correct. Ha 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 ha. Sun Jinyue laughed, as if he had thought of something, and suddenly asked, I wonder how that little guy Lu Chen is doing now. Hearing this topic, Sun Chenyan's expression softened a little. Those guys all think that my foster brother is a fake. Let's see how they turn the tables when the time comes. So far, Sun Chenyan is the only one who has had close contact with Lu Chen. She didn't believe in the shedding pill, or the coincidence of killing the flame snake in the secret realm. And the whole Linsang city was rumored to have been the one who had killed 2 people from the Du family in order to obtain Lu Chen's Tianping inner elixir. But Sun Chenyan knew it. I didn't do anything at all. Du Xianghe, who was at the second level of Rongqiao, and Du Feng must have been killed by Lu Chen himself. When she went there, she felt the aura of the Du family's martial arts on Lu Chen. Certainly, the Sun family will definitely not reveal this information. I heard that Lu Chen has been refining medicine in Jioding Pavilion this month. Sun Jinyue asked puzzledly. Do you think it's possible? Sun Chenyan chuckled and said, from what I understand, Xiaochen is definitely not someone who wastes his time. Hearing this, the old man suddenly turned his head. He asked jokingly, Chen Yan, you are already over 30, have you ever thought about finding a partner? The road of martial arts is never a road to walk alone. Wealth, friends, dharma, and land are all indispensable. I think that little guy Lu Chen is quite suitable. At Sun's house. Apart from him, Sun Chenyan is the only one who has reached the sky control realm. He has the talent, the ability, and the means are pretty good too. Although the old man has not yet announced it publicly. But in fact, the Sun family has been handed over to her to manage, and she is cultivating her subtly. So many years. I have never seen the future leader of the Sun family interested in any man. But now, there is one. Just a little young. Great-grandfather. Sun Chenyan was stunned for a moment, then her face turned slightly red. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely have chased Xiaochen, but now I am devoted to martial arts and I am determined to do it. Sun Jinyue smiled and said no more. Martial Arts Association, Headquarters. As the defender of Linsang City, Yang Jin also has considerable power behind him. At this time, there were 3 figures standing in front of him, all of them were taking the martial arts exam. He glanced at them and said softly, Xie, you are now at the 4th level of the Transcendent Realm. You may not be as good as the 2 geniuses in the military, but you have an A-level ice talent. Your only opponent is that Sun Chi. Although that little fellow seems lazy and carefree, he has spiritual talent after all. He should not be underestimated. In front of him, Lin Xie nodded. She was socially anxious, so she didn't say much. Jing Qiong, Wang Xiaojuan, you 2 are a little weaker, but you are also awakened. In the last session, you would definitely be in the top 5. But this year is the first year of the reformed military exam, and there are more geniuses from the military. My request to you is to stay in the top 10 and strive for the top 5. Looking at the 2 people's faces, there was a determined look. Yang Jin was quite pleased. The Martial Arts Association recruits people from poor backgrounds. Seeing these little guys succeed, Yang Jin also felt happy from the bottom of his heart. At this time, he seemed to remember something and continued. Although the content of this martial arts exam has not been announced yet, I can reveal a little bit in advance. The most important thing is that we can form a team. Hearing this, Lin Xie suddenly looked up and asked, Commander Yang, can I team up with Lu Chen? Lu Chen? Yang Jin frowned slightly. Of course you can, but you have to remember that Lu Chen is not as strong as the rumors say. When choosing teammates, it is better to choose strong ones. Oh. Lin Xie didn't say much. She definitely knows whether Lu Chen is strong or not. At that time in the secret realm, when Lu Chen released the flame, her innate ability was activated and even sluggish. In this case, there is only one. Lu Chen's fire level is far higher than his ice ability. And Lin Xie herself already has A-level talent. Not long ago, Yang Jin also inquired about the specific situation in the secret realm. But Lin Xie didn't say anything. One is social phobia, and the other is that I don't want to talk about it. Linsang City, military base. In the youth training camp, a dozen young boys and girls with high morale stood in a row with bright eyes. In front of them was instructor Ma Pei Jin. This was the first time the military took part in the military examination and they attached great importance to it. The chief instructor assigned here is a person who has reached the 7th level of flying skills, and his strength is considered to be top-notch in the entire Linsang City. If there's more, I won't say any more. For this military exam, all the major cities in Daxia have military geniuses participating. Although our Linsang City is not big, it is not the worst. If you can all advance to the second round, that would really make me proud. The first round of the military examination is internal screening in each city. Only the top 10 geniuses are eligible to enter the second round and compete with the qualifiers from other cities in the Jiangnan War Zone. At this time, after Ma Peijin said a few words, his eyes fell on the two people in front of him. Yun Yi, Lu Yi. You two, whether in terms of cultivation, talent, or fighting ability, are all top-notch. Is it okay to get into the top 3 in this martial arts exam? As soon as these words came out, the other candidates all looked at the two people in the middle with admiration in their eyes. In the army, strength is everything. As long as you can convince others, you will be recognized and respected. Yun Yi and Lu Yi clearly did this. Yun Yi said with a smile, "Report to the instructor. I promise to complete the task. I dare not say I will take first place, that belongs to Yi, I will take second place." Lu Yi calmed down and said calmly, "Instructor, I can make a pledge. I will never return to the camp unless I win first place." Early the next morning, in the entire Linsang City, all the students who were going to take the martial arts exam went to the Martial Arts Association one after another. Linsang No. 3 Middle School, with 47 participants. For this purpose, I specially chartered a car. In the carriage, Zhang Jinming sat next to Lu Chen and gave him some final advice. "You are young and don't know a lot of things, but the teacher will never lie to you. This martial arts exam is said to be the first after the reform and is extremely dangerous. Although you are an awakener, you have the life-related, taming, talent. You can't compete with those combat talents. Listen to the teacher and take the exam. I can ask the principal to help you complete the formalities." He was about to continue speaking. The sound of brakes suddenly rang out, and we had arrived. Lu Chen stood up, patted Zhang Jinming on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Class leader, I remember a few years ago, there was a martial arts student in our No. 3 middle school who won the 3rd place in Linsang City. His class teacher got $1 million bonus." Sudden words. Zhang Jinming was stunned for a moment, then nodded subconsciously, "Yes, more than 1.2 million. I even went to his house to have a celebratory drink." Lu Chen continued, "Then you should prepare and book a hotel, at least 20 tables." Zhang Jinming pushed his glasses and asked in confusion, "Why book a hotel? Are you going to eat at your table?" Lu Chen. I am offended. There is nothing wrong with what he said, but when Zhang Jinming said it, it always felt weird. There are a total of 72 acropolises in the entire Jiangnan War Zone. Linsang City does not rank at all here, and is even at the bottom. After all, geographically, it is too far away from the main base of the war zone. It is almost the border of Jiangnan and borders the Guangai War Zone. This also led to the fact that the scale of martial arts in Linsang City was very small and talented people were scarce. The number of people taking the martial arts exam in the entire city was barely 1,000. At this time, they have all gathered and are standing excitedly in the square in front of the Martial Arts Association. Crowded with people. All the young boys and girls are ambitious and ready to do something big. In addition, the surrounding streets were packed with students, parents, and people who came to watch the fun, so much so that the streets were deserted. Lu Chen also stood among the crowd of martial arts examinees. Bored, waiting silently. According to past practice, a big shot from the Martial Arts Association will come out to speak and announce the content of the martial arts exam. This time, it seems different. I could only hear the noise around me, and then it suddenly went quiet, as if someone had flipped a switch. There were bursts of gasps. There were also a few whispers. Grandmaster. It's Senior Tian Legion. He can take his place. Who is bragging? Come out and let everyone see. Lu Chen looked up. A figure was slowly stepping into the void from the front. This man has a resolute face and carries a long sword. Every step he takes seems to be stepping on the ladder of the 5 elements. Sky Thunder Sword, Qiu Yuanlong, 9th level Grandmaster. The last time Lu Chen went out of town, he saw this big guy on the bus, and he didn't expect to see him here again. The closer you perceive it, the more you can feel the fierce sword intent. Ice cold, biting, and heart-shaking. No wonder everyone is saying that this martial arts exam is the beginning of a revolution. It's extremely extraordinary. Even a great figure at the 9th level of the Grandmaster level has condescended to be the host. A strong person of this level is basically a legendary existence for Linsang City. After all, the strongest person in Linsang is only at the 1st level of Grandmaster. Lu Chen's heart suddenly felt hot with blood boiling. A fighting spirit arises. Traveling to this world where martial arts is supreme, doesn't he have some youthful spirit deep in his heart? Step into the sky and take power. Standing on top of the wave. Of course, the premise is not to expose his identity as the Zerg Overlord. And at this time, Qiu Yuanlong stood still in the void, with his hands behind his back, looking at the thousands of candidates below, and slowly said, "Please introduce yourself. My name is Qiu Yuanlong. I am honored to be the Vice President of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy and Sword Training Academy. I have reached the 9th level of Grandmaster cultivation." Seeing that the candidates below were extremely excited and looked like they wanted to vent. The long sword behind Qiu Yuanlong trembled and made a soft hum. There was sudden silence. I won't say more. Anyway, I will host this Linsang City martial arts examination. Now, I announce the rules of this martial arts exam. First, the martial arts exam is risky. You have all signed the life and death agreement. But there is still one last chance. It is not too late to withdraw. After he finished speaking, he looked down silently. Waited for a few seconds. No one quit. After nodding, Qiu Yuanlong continued. Secondly, this martial arts exam will adopt a point ranking system. Everyone who enters the martial arts exam venue will gain points by hunting down ferocious beasts. Depending on the strength of the beast, from the unentered level to the peak of the 2nd level, the score ranges from 1 point to 50 points. This regulation is similar to previous martial arts examinations. It all depends on your strength. The only difference is that there is one more peak level 2nd order beast. After all, in the previous martial arts exams, the highest level was only the middle level 2nd order. But Lu Chen in the crowd felt an impulse in his heart. I don't know if there are many level 2 peak beasts in the examination room, if there are 100 of them. It just meets the requirements for promotion. His current HP value is 249 cards, which is at the peak of the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. Want to enter the state of integration? Either rely on your own polishing, or complete the swallowing requirements given by the system. First, let Hongshuang devour 100 2nd level peak ferocious beasts. Second, devour 10 3rd level ferocious beasts. The second option is not very realistic and cannot be completed. The first one. Lu Chen has the ability to do it, but he doesn't have that many ferocious beasts. And now, the martial arts examination venue is ready. He is determined to achieve this. Then, Qiu Yuanlong spoke again and added a few additional explanations. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. In addition, there is a second point to add. In the central area of the examination room, there is a 3rd stage early stage beast. It is the ultimate test. You can get 500 points after hunting it. If you are not strong enough, do not go there. Another point is that this martial arts exam allows teams, with a maximum of 2 people. Team up to kill the beast, and the points will be divided equally. A 3rd level ferocious beast. Not to mention the thousands of martial arts exam candidates. Even the teachers leading the teams from the high schools were stunned. This level of ferocious beasts is comparable to the sky-controlling realm of human warriors, and their lethality is extremely great. Normally, if a third-level ferocious beast appears outside the city of Linsang, an alarm will be sounded, and the military will have to arrange a company to clean it up. And now, it was actually placed in the martial arts examination venue. Facing the surging discussion, Qiu Yuanlong said calmly, "The third-level beast is in a weak state. That's all I have to say." He added one last sentence: "Third, the top 10 candidates from this year's martial arts exam in Linsang City will be led by me to the main base of the Jiangnan War Zone to fight against the qualified candidates from other cities." Then he looked away. He flew directly into the air and headed to the martial arts examination venue first. In the square in front of the Martial Arts Association, all the martial arts examinees were talking about it. Many staff members interspersed among them and began to distribute scoring rings and other detailed instructions, such as rewards. Not long after, a staff member came to Lu Chen and handed him a few things. "Student, this is your bracelet. You must wear it. If you take it off during the exam, you will be disqualified. In addition, this is an emergency teleportation bomb, there is only one. If you encounter a life-threatening situation, you will be teleported out after using the formation, but it also means the end of the martial arts exam." Lu Chen put on the bracelet and thanked him after listening. At this time, the head teacher Zhang Jinming came over. All the martial arts candidates from Linsang No. 3 Middle School were gathered together and a meeting was held. Time is running out, I'll just say a few words. First, no one is allowed to go to the central area. The third-level beasts are reserved for geniuses, such as Lin Xie and the military. Second, do what you can. Nothing is more important than your life. Third, you can form a team for this martial arts exam. Everyone, hurry up and find your teammates and complete the binding on the bracelet." After saying that, then he looked at Lu Chen and said, "What are you going to do? If no one teams up with you, you will not be able to get into the martial arts academy." He finished speaking and sighed again. His gaze turned to the other martial arts students from No. 3 Middle School, and they all avoided him. Afraid of being called out, he teamed up with Lu Chen. However, at this moment, a timid voice suddenly came from behind. "Hello, Lu Chen. Excuse me, do you have teammates?" Lin Xie said nervously, "If not, can I team up with you?" Zhang Jinming. Candidates from Linsang No. 3 Middle School. The other side of the square. Bai Qiuning hung up the phone with a very bad look on her face. Seeing this, her best friend asked worriedly, "Qiuning, what's going on? The martial arts exam is coming up soon, you need to stay in good shape." Her cultivation level is the same as Bai Qiuning's. After a month of hard training, they barely crossed the limit of quasi-warriors and became extraordinary warriors. The two of them had already agreed to form a team in the assessment. After all, it is a big matter concerning the future. It's understandable that my bestie is so worried. My dad's phone call. Bai Qiuning said helplessly, he asked me to team up with Lu Chen and help him. Hearing this, Su Qin beside him was like an ignited gas tank, taking a deep breath and about to start spraying. Then I heard Bai Qiuning continue, "My dad said that because he gave Lu Chen 3 transformation pills, it caused a lot of misunderstandings, so I must team up with Lu Chen to make up for it." In the past few days, the legend of Lu Chen has been circulating among the top leaders of the entire Linsang city. For example, Qi and blood value increased by 30 calories in 10 days. Possessing A-level fire talent. In the secret realm, single-handedly killed the flame snake monster. These intelligence information about Lu Chen made everyone think that Linsang City had gained another peerless genius. Even Qiu Yunlong, the 9th-level Grandmaster, was alarmed. He also personally informed the Du family not to do anything tricky against Lu Chen. But I didn't expect. In just a few days, a reversal occurred. Lu Chen's true identity was completely revealed. Naturally, they found Bai Weizhou and found out that he had spent most of his life dedicating himself to giving it to Lu Chen in exchange for the body slew pill. As for what happened in the secret realm, there are many loopholes in the oral account of Shenlinlin, one of the people who experienced it. At least level A fire talent. Absolutely fake. After all, Linsong No. 3 Middle School had just done a martial arts examination test not long ago, and Lu Chen only had one talent. Lifestyle, domestication. It was precisely because of what happened that Bai Weizhou felt more and more sorry for Lu Chen. Only then did I order my daughter to team up with Lu Chen. But why? You are asked to bring a piece of trash. Beside Bai Qiuning, Su Qin lowered his voice with a distorted expression. What on earth is your father thinking? Doesn't he know that this will affect your grades and you may not even be admitted to the martial arts academy? Seeing Bai Qiuning didn't say anything, she continued, why should you repay the kindness of your father's generation? This is unfair. Qiuning, you must fight this matter. Who would team up with a loser like Lu Chen? Isn't that crazy? A big reason why she gave such advice was because of herself. Bai Qiuning's strength is higher than hers. If the two of them succeed in forming a team, it will definitely be of great benefit to them. Things were originally going well, but something unexpected happened. Seeing that Bai Qiuning didn't speak yet, she suddenly became anxious. Just as he was about to say something drastic to help Bai Qiuning make up her mind, there was a sudden burst of noise around him. He frowned and looked towards the noise. She immediately looked like she had seen a ghost. Her eyes widened. Qiuning, look over there, is that Lin Xie? Look in the direction of the finger. Although she could only see the back of a figure, Bai Qiuning still nodded with certainty. In my ear, I heard Su Qin continue to say, then come closer and take a look. Is she looking for Lu Chen? Bai Qiuning raised her head and glanced at her best friend in confusion. Although I felt it was ridiculous, but I still walked over to take a look. Without the obstruction of the crowd, the situation over there was clearly visible. Lin Xie was seen standing timidly behind Lu Chen. He seemed to have mustered up his courage and finally said something. From Bai Qiuning's angle, she could see that many people on Lu Chen's side turned around, stunned. Among them, there were even several teachers from Linsong No. 3 Middle School. Suddenly, the entire square in front of the Martial Arts Association fell silent. The person who was nearby passed a message to the back, and then stared over there blankly. And the people at the back continued to pass on the information. Everyone who knew what was happening was as quiet as a chicken. Soon, Bai Qiuning and the others also understood. Su Qin seemed to be in a state of madness. He grabbed his hair with both hands and muttered to himself in confusion, why would Lin Xie ask him to form a team? And at this time, Bai Qiuning's gaze fell over there, and she suddenly felt very uncomfortable. It's like, I can refuse to accept it, but I can't let others get involved. Especially Lin Xie. Biting her lip, Bai Qiuning suddenly took a step and walked towards Lu Chen. She wants to team up with Lu Chen. Unconsciously, my pace even quickened a bit. Just when they were halfway there, they saw Lu Chen shaking his head, looking at Lin Xie and saying, sorry, I don't need to form a team. The square was very quiet. These words also reached Bai Qiuning's ears clearly. She was suddenly overjoyed. At this moment, a twisted sense of pleasure rushed straight to the top of my head. This prompted her to shout directly, Lu Chen, let's form a team. My dad just called. The focus of the audience transferred to her instantly. At this moment, Bai Qiuning seemed to be at the highlight moment of her life. Without even looking at Lin Xie, he walked straight to Lu Chen. With a smile on his face, he continued, my dad just told me to team up with you. Don't worry, I will take good care of you. At least you can get the points to enter the martial arts academy. She couldn't wait for Lu Chen to agree. For this purpose, he even brought up Bai Weizhou's phone call. Bai Qiuning had always known. Lu Chen especially respects his father and never disobeys him. When Bai Qiuning thought that Lu Chen had just rejected Lin Xie and was about to agree to her, she felt a tremor all over her body. You. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen's eyes turned cold, and he looked at her and said indifferently, no, I don't want to form a team. Then, he left on his own. Take the shuttle bus to the Wukao area. Bai Qiuning was completely stunned, standing there like a stone sculpture. The gazes from all around were like knives, scraping at her. At this time, another genius seed in Linsang City, Sun Qi, the eldest son of the Sun family, came over and said disdainfully, "What kind of person is this? You want to team up with my eldest brother?" Then, I was too lazy to even look at it. He flattered Lin Xie and said, "Team leader Lin, how about we form a team?" The words haven't been finished yet. Lin Xie shook her head and said calmly, "Sorry, I don't need to form a team either." What he said was exactly the same as Lu Chen's. Seeing her leave, Sun Qi clicked his head and said to himself, "Isn't this what the old man said, the strong always walk alone, and the weak will go in groups? Fuck. I want to learn from Boss Lu too." The crowd dispersed and got on the bus to the martial arts examination area. Not long after, a horn sounded, "The last bus is about to leave. Those martial arts students who haven't boarded yet, please get on quickly. Otherwise, your scores will be invalid." Bai Qiuning, whose defense had already been broken, lowered her head and walked over. Behind him, Su Qin came over and comforted him, "Qiuning, don't take it to heart." After saying some caring words, she said viciously, "That idiot Lu Chen doesn't really think he can do it, does he? I want to see how many points he can get." Bai Qiuning didn't say anything, but resentment appeared in his eyes. The huge convoy left Linsang City and headed towards the east of the city. In front of the convoy, to the side, and even above the sky, they are all escorted by military personnel, which makes them look so cool. After seeing this scene, the martial arts examinees in each car became even more excited and were ready to show their skills. More than an hour later, before 9 o'clock in the morning, all 1,300 martial arts students had arrived at their destination. It didn't take long for the group to be assembled. Lu Chen stood in the crowd, looking into the distance. On the left side in front of the queue are rows of stands where some people are already sitting, all of them powerful figures in Linsang City. With a quick glance, he even saw Sun Chenyan. The latter had obviously been keeping an eye on him. After their eyes met, Sun Chenyan even blinked mischievously. Lu Chen also smiled and nodded as a greeting. Soon, he discovered again that there was another pair of eyes looking at him, with a chill and murderous intent. The patriarch of the Du family, Du Hongtian. After all, they are mortal enemies. Lu Chen had already looked up the Du family's information, so when he saw them now, he naturally recognized them. After a pause of a few seconds, he looked away. "Not long. When I get the golden medal of immunity from death, Shan Heling, I will reunite your entire clan." Du Xianghe is at the 4th level of flying skill, so Lu Chen is definitely no match for him now. But now, he has reached the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. As long as he hunts down 102nd level peak ferocious beasts, he can enter the Rongqiao realm. Plus blood-sucking insects. It's enough to destroy the Du family. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen looked towards the huge display screen in front of the stands. The screen is divided into left and right sides. Left part. Linsang City Martial Arts Examination Real-Time Ranking List. There are 300 ranking sequences in total, and all of them are empty now. Right side. Linsang City Martial Arts Examination On-Site Real-Time Picture. This half area is already playing content, and it's from the perspective of a drone, so it's extremely clear. As the camera slowly pans across the sky, many ferocious beasts appear above, some are foraging, some are fighting, and some are sleeping. At the same time, all martial arts examination candidates also knew that the examination location was in a ruined county town. Some of the high school teachers immediately showed joy on their faces. You guessed the topic right. After all, the rules of the martial arts exam may be the same every year, but the venue is sometimes different. If you guess the terrain correctly, you can allow your school's martial arts students to gain geographical advantages to a certain extent. At Linsang No. 3 Middle School, Zhang Jinming didn't look very happy. He walked over to Lu Chen and the others, lowered his voice and said quickly, "Our school's terrain is mountainous, and the training you do is the same. I won't say more for now." He said hurriedly, "You have all repeatedly learned the basics of ruins terrain. You must learn and apply them flexibly. calm, careful, and courageous. Every high school has limited teaching resources, and it is impossible to conduct actual combat simulations in every martial arts examination area. Just as Zhang Jinming opened his mouth and wanted to elaborate on something. At the very front, Qiu Yuanlong's voice came over. It's 8:55 now. In 5 minutes, this martial arts exam will begin. No more nonsense. Everyone, check the equipment you have been given and prepare to enter. After finishing speaking, Qiu Yuanlong's gaze inconspicuously fell on several talented youngsters. The power of the Martial Arts Association. The 4th level of Transcendence, Awakening A-level Ice Talent, Lin Xie. Local Family Power. The 3rd level of Transcendence, Awakening the B-level Spiritual Talent, Sun Qi of the Sun Family. The 3rd level of Transcendence, Awakening the B-level Earth Talent, Wang Tai of Jiuding Pavilion. Linsong Military Forces. The 5th level of Transcendence, Awakening B-level Power Talent, Yun Yi. The 6th level of Transcendence, Awakening B-level Control Talent, Lu Yi. These 5 are probably the most brilliant seeded players in this martial arts exam in Linsong City. The worst ones are at the 3rd level of Transcendence, and they are all awakened. As for the others, they are much weaker. After looking at her silently for a few seconds, Qiu Yunlong's gaze returned to Lin Xie again with a hint of admiration. His strength has reached this level. Naturally, I have long understood that in the path of martial arts, talent is the only thing that determines the upper limit. Even though the 2 seeds from the military are far ahead in terms of cultivation, they are only B-level talents after all. This girl is pretty good. Both his talent and his character are top-notch. He's a rough diamond. Qiu Yunlong was in a good mood. He had already contacted Lin Xie in advance and extended an olive branch on behalf of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, and the latter accepted it. This trip to Linsong City was absolutely fruitful. What a pity. I thought that the small city of Linsong would really give birth to 2 A-level awakeners. Qiu Yuanlong was very surprised when he heard about Lu Chen before. He even used his own abilities to check Lu Chen's information, but he didn't expect to find out later that everything was a rumor. Of course, this was just a small episode. Qiu Yunlong didn't take it to heart. After sighing a little at this time, he silently waited for the martial arts exam to begin. 5 minutes passed quickly. More than 1,000 candidates were divided into dozens of rows and began to enter quickly. At the entrance to the ruined town, there is a light band area that is more than 20 meters long, which is hazy and unclear. It is said to be the latest array equipment. Can teleport the target within a certain range. For example, those who take the martial arts exam will be randomly teleported to the outer area of the ruins after stepping into the light band area. Those who have already bound themselves through the bracelet and formed a team will be teleported together. In the stands, a group of Linsong city leaders were stunned. After all, the martial arts era has been around for almost 1,000 years, and this kind of thing has never appeared. In previous military examinations, candidates were divided into many groups and entered the examination site from different directions in order to achieve fairness. Qiu Yuanlong, who was sitting in the center, was also amazed. Those hidden forces are not completely useless. At least in terms of formations, they are already far ahead of the official ones. In order to obtain the qualification this time, they handed in a lot of good things. Think of this. Qiu Yuanlong's heart was a little beating. After 500 years of silence, the Tianyuan secret realm is finally about to open. It is precisely because of this that this martial arts exam has specially set up a list of geniuses. With the military and hidden forces joining in, the competition for places will definitely be fierce. Several S-level awakeners have been exposed at the main base. Alas, this is a world of great strife. As he thought about it, Qiu Yuanlong suddenly sighed. There is a sense of helplessness in being born at the wrong time. It was like being washed away by light ripples of water. When Lu Chen passed through the entrance light band, his consciousness paused for a moment, and then he was teleported to the martial arts examination area. Everywhere you look, you see jagged ruins of buildings. This description may not be accurate. Because only the outline of the building can be seen, and the surface is covered with various vines. Layer upon layer, airtight. In the distance, there are many huge trees of strange shapes, with intertwined roots, making the entire town ruins look like an ancient jungle. Too quiet. With just a quick glance, Lu Chen could tell that this place was much more dangerous than S-23. He took out a standard alloy sword from his backpack. Press the switch, and half of the blade will instantly extend out, with a total length of nearly 1.5 meters. Official products are of good quality. After weighing it in his hand, Lu Chen determined the direction and started to rush forward. The unranked ferocious beasts on the periphery have no appeal to him at all. The middle level and even the area close to the core are his destination. We have to speed up. There must be not many level 2 peak beasts in this examination room. For others, this military exam is about getting more points and working hard to get a good ranking. But for Lu Chen, getting a ranking is only secondary. What is more crucial is to break through to the Rongqiao realm. This is a rare opportunity. The authorities have deployed a large number of second-level peak ferocious beasts in the martial arts examination venue. Of course, we must seize it. As for whether there are enough 100, we have to kill them first. Lu Chen's figure kept bouncing and jumping, passing over the wreckage of various buildings. Even if you encounter a ferocious beast, don't take action and try to save time. He must arrive as soon as possible and start harvesting. If he misses one and it is killed by others, it will be a huge loss. Although I don't know much about the strength of the others. But the authorities actually dared to release the peak of the second stage, which means someone can be killed. This ruin is still too big. It will take me another half an hour to reach my destination. No. It has to be faster. Lu Chen no longer hesitated and directly performed Bugong Tadu. As the spiritual power surges, his entire figure suddenly became erratic, and every place where his feet landed contained the arrangement of the stars. After all, it is an Earth-level body movement. Even though he didn't use his full strength, in this terrain, Lu Chen's speed increased almost tenfold. Call out. The air around was squeezed at high intensity, making a sharp whistle. So strong. Lu Chen was shocked. Before, he had only tried it briefly in the training room of Jiuding Pavilion. Now that there was no obstacle, it was like a meteorite passing by under full force. The powerful gas explosion even caused many buildings that passed by to collapse. This body movement was born for combat, and complements the martial arts. It's a waste to use it on the road. Lu Chen shook his head and slowed down a little to avoid consuming too much spiritual energy. He is now only at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. If this continues for too long, the supply of spiritual energy will not be able to keep up. At the same time, all martial arts examination candidates are already in place outside the entire martial arts examination venue. Those who had formed a team before bound their information through the bracelet and were teleported together nearby. Bai Qiuning and Su Qin had already reunited. After all, they are both extraordinary warriors. If we try hard, it is very likely that we will be in the top 20, if not the top 10 in Linsong City. After some discussion, Bai Qiuning said, the beasts on the periphery are all low-level beasts. Let's not waste time and head straight to the central area, killing our way through. Once we find the distribution area of the first-level beasts, we'll start to sweep. Su Qin nodded. In terms of tactics, she definitely trusts Bai Qiuning unconditionally. After all, the latter's father is a member of the Linsong military general staff. He must have some real skills from what he has seen and heard. After determining the overall strategy, under Bai Qiuning's command, the two women began to move towards the target area, and the journey was relatively smooth. More than 10 minutes later, taking advantage of the break, Su Qin pressed the bracelet and flipped through the ranking information. After swiping on the screen a few times, she lowered her voice and said in surprise, Qiuning, you are ranked 13th, and I am 14th. Wow, we are so awesome. Bai Qiuning was in a good mood after hearing Tian Dao's words. He nodded and said, the two of us complement each other in terms of combat power. You fight at close range and I attack from a distance. We complement each other very well. Although not an awakener. But both women have learned martial arts. As long as you keep a positive attitude, it's actually not a big problem. After saying a few words, Bai Qiuning also opened the ranking information and looked at the top 10 people. First, Yun Yi, 79 points, Linsong military. Second, Lu Yi, 73 points, Linsong military. Third, Lin Xie, 62 points, Linsong city selected class. Fourth, Sun Qi, 56 points, Linsong city selected class. After Bai Qiuning looked at the top 10, she continued to scroll the screen. When she saw her own name, she skipped it. Seeing her actions, Su Qin smiled and said, "Qiuning, you are looking for Lu Chen's ranking." As she said that, she stretched out her hand. A line of information was displayed on the screen of the bracelet. Number 1324, Lu Chen, 0 points, Linsong number 3 middle school. After Bai Qiuning saw it clearly, Su Qin sneered. That guy is really a loser. He ranks last. It's almost 20 minutes now, and still 0 points. Even if I kill a few unranked beasts, it will be more than this. It seemed like he remembered everything that happened before. Then he continued, "It's a good thing you didn't team up with him, otherwise you would be dragged down to death. After killing the beast, half of the points will be given to that guy." Bai Qiuning remained silent and said nothing. But there is an indescribable feeling in my heart. I was both confused and scared. If Lu Chen is really that bad, then why would Lin Xie team up with him? Forget it, why think so much? After the martial arts exam, he and Lu Chen will be people from two completely different worlds. Even her father Bai Weizhou can no longer force her to do anything. After tying her hair back up, Bai Qiuning said softly, "Let's go. Let's work harder. Keep our ranking in the top 20. Outside world." In the stands, all the senior executives of Linsong were looking at the huge screen in front of them. The ranking sequence on the left keeps jumping around, but the top 5 are very stable. The picture on the right is fixed on the military prodigy Yun Yi. The young man had no weapons and was fighting with several first-level ferocious beasts with his bare hands. With the terrifying force, every punch has the power of 1,000 pounds, completely crushing. Next to Qiu Yuanlong sat the head of the Linsong military, named Song Wuyang. At this time, he smiled and introduced, "The ability awakened by Yun Yi is the B-level power of the earth. He can use the energy of the earth veins to launch attacks. Besides, he also mastered the military 7th grade yellow rank combat skill, the mountain shaking fist. Even if he controls the troops of a city and holds real power, he is the absolute top figure in Linsong City." When facing the 9th level Grandmaster Qiu Yuanlong, Song Wuyang remained humble, even a little flattering. In the face of absolute strength, rights must also be compromised. His introduction was naturally to recommend Yun Yi to Qiu Yuanlong. What if the latter took a liking to him and accepted him as his disciple directly? After hearing this, Qiu Yuanlong just nodded lightly. He moved his eyes to the left side of the screen, glanced at it, and continued, "Turn on the scrolling mode so I can see the overall data." As the command was given, the ranking sequence on the screen immediately began to scroll. Previously, I could only see the first 100. And now, those behind are beginning to show up, and after 2 minutes, they are at the end. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. Because you are the last one, the points are 0. This is unscientific. The outermost part of the martial arts examination venue is obviously filled with ferocious beasts that have not yet entered the rank. Even martial artists below the extraordinary level can deal with them. How could it be 0? In the back rows of the stands, the principal of Linsong number 3 middle school and several other leaders all broke out in cold sweats instantly. Because the guy ranked last was from number 3 middle school. Due to the circumstances, no one dared to lose their temper and could only sit there gritting their teeth. And at this time, Qiu Yuanlong suddenly frowned and arranged, "Find Lu Chen's location and point the surveillance drone at him." If it was someone else, he would just glance at it and let it go. But it was Lu Chen. A person who left an impression on Qiu Yuanlong. Right now, as Qiu Yuanlong's order was issued, the people in the equipment department at the rear immediately took action. Previously, there were only 3 or 5 drones, cruising at long distances, switching perspectives from time to time and displaying them on the screen. And now, all 20 drones parked in the martial arts examination area are activated. The right side of the huge display screen was also divided into 20 small screens, all of which were rapidly searching for Lu Chen's trace. Time goes by. The entire area outside the examination hall was searched thoroughly, but no one was found. The manager of the equipment department hurried off the stage. He growled in a low voice, "A bunch of idiots. Turn on the positioning. The martial arts exam bracelet has positioning." A group of manipulators woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly did as they were told. Soon, the 20 drone perspectives disappeared, replaced by Lu Chen's location coordinates. In the picture, a spot of light is moving rapidly. Qiu Yuanlong looked at it with a frown on his face. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the equipment? How can Lu Chen be so fast? In just a flash, the light spot had already swept across dozens of meters. Not to mention that the extraordinary realm can't do it. Even at the Rongqiao realm, it is completely impossible. The pressure from the 9th level Grandmaster made it impossible for anyone in the audience to remain calm. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. In this situation, there are only two possibilities. First, there is an equipment error. But now it is the military examination, one of the basic national policies of the entire daxia, and it is taken very seriously. If this kind of problem really occurs, there will definitely be a lot of people who will be held accountable. The second possibility. Lu Chen is dead. The positioning bracelet was in the belly of the ferocious beast, and was being carried forward at a rapid speed. Report to the chief. We have drones monitoring third-level beasts in the core area. Please use them to head to the path ahead of Lu Chen. The head of the equipment department was sweating profusely and made a request. Relying on the drones on the periphery, they could no longer catch up with the light spot representing Lu Chen, so they could only use the ones in the depths. After getting the consent, he immediately arranged people to start the execution. Time. Every second passes by. There was dead silence in the stands. These high-ranking officials from all parties in Linsang City all looked solemn and stared at the display screen silently. In the crowd, Sun Chenyan looked worried and wanted to rush in to save people. The old man next to him, Sun Jinyue, remained calm. Still drinking tea leisurely. He even dipped his finger in some tea and wrote on the table, "Don't panic, that kid is not destined to die." After writing, he signaled with his eyes and glanced to the other side. The person sitting there was the head of the Du family, Du Hongtian. The old fellow was also staring at the screen with anticipation in his expression. "It's better to die. You must die in there. Killed Du Feng, the awakened one of the Du family, and caused the Du family to lose Du Xianghe, a master of the fusion realm. Lu Chen must die. This is a blood feud." Although Du Hongtian also knew that the person who killed the two people from the Du family must be Sun Chenyan from the Sun family. Even the clues have been sorted out, Lu Chen handed over the top-grade inner elixir to the Sun family and asked Sun Chenyan for help to deal with Du Feng and Du Xianghe. But the Sun family is a giant in Linsang City. The current Du family is far from being a match, and can only transfer all their hatred to Lu Chen. At this time, following the old man's gaze, Sun Chenyan was slightly startled when he saw Du Hongtian. Then I felt relieved. If he could kill someone in the Rongqiao realm, how could Lu Chen possibly get into trouble in the martial arts exam? After eliminating this option, the only possibility left is Lu Chen's speed might be so terrifying that even Senior Tianlei Sword would be shocked. Staring at the display screen, Sun Chenyan only felt that his heartbeat was accelerating wildly. The drone taking off from the depths is about to overlap with the light spot. In the picture, the drone has stopped and is waiting silently. In the stands, everyone held their breath. Here it comes. As the light arrived, nothing appeared on the screen. This is very weird. At this moment, Sun Chenyan suddenly discovered that the old man next to him stood up suddenly, his expression full of shock. What's going on? Just as she was about to ask, Qiu Yuanlong, who was sitting in the first row at the front of the stands, also stood up. As if suppressing some emotion, he said hastily, "Slow down the video. Quick, quick, quick." After a few seconds, the captured image began to be played at twice the speed. Until this time. Everyone then noticed that there was a flickering figure in the picture, like a star passing by, and it disappeared in a flash. If you are not careful, you won't notice it at all. Slower. Adjust it to 10 times. Chiu Yuanlong's voice unconsciously became much louder. As the 10 times slow motion was turned on, Lu Chen's figure was finally fully revealed. I saw that his steps were at strange angles. He was obviously not walking in a straight line, but he was surprisingly fast. Vaguely. There are rays of starlight covering the body, as if wearing a starry cloak. Chiu Yuanlong widened his eyes, unconsciously took a few steps forward, and stopped at the edge of the stands. On the display screen, the slow-motion footage was played repeatedly. Chiu Yuanlong looked at the starlight and felt a surge of excitement in his heart, and was inexplicably shocked. Earth level. It must be an Earth-level skill. As a great figure who is at the 9th level of Grandmaster, he naturally knew that only Earth-level skills could trigger strange phenomena in heaven and earth. Lu Chen is only at the extraordinary level now. If one is at the Grandmaster level, when performing the skill, he can even turn day into night and condense the stars within a certain range. Taking a few deep breaths, Chiu Yuanlong suppressed the fear in his heart. He turned back to his seat and said, "Continue to follow Lu Chen and lock him." This is such a big surprise. A bigger surprise than Lin Xie. Apart from anything else, Chiu Yuanlong could even conclude that with this skill alone, Lu Chen would be able to make it onto the upcoming list of geniuses. Well, if his cultivation level was higher, he might be able to compete with those S-level monsters. Chiu Yuanlong smiled bitterly and shook his head, thinking that he was too greedy. On the seat behind, Sun Chenyan looked excited and his face flushed. He took out his cell phone and typed, "Great-grandpa, is Xiaoqin's body movement at the Earth level?" After seeing the old man nodded, she added, "But the Earth-level skills cannot possibly exist in Linsong City. Moreover, the Earth-level skills are too powerful, and only a master can control them." The old man shook his head. Sun Chenyan wanted to ask something else. Suddenly, a startled voice came from my ear, "Look at the rankings. Look at the rankings. Someone has suddenly landed in the top 10. As soon as the words fell on the display screen, the drone's perspective finally caught up with Lu Chen. In the picture, he was slaughtering a peak level 2 ferocious beast. The sword in his hand is as fast and powerful as thunder. Chop, cut, stab, chop. It was like the god of death's scythe, constantly leaving horrific wounds on the body of a red flame leopard. With strange body movements, he dodged the flame jets. Every time it appears, the long sword in its hand makes it more difficult for the red flame leopard. Roar. A few more breaths passed. The more than 3-meter-long red flame leopard fell to the ground, covered in blood. On the ground, Lu Chen suddenly looked up and grinned at the drone in the sky. "Don't look at it. I'm timid and shy, I'll be embarrassed." Then he suddenly threw the sword in his hand and hit the drone accurately. Beep. In front of the outside stands, the surveillance screen suddenly turned black. There was deathly silence in the stands. Sitting in the corner were the school leaders of Linsong No. 3 Middle School, including Lu Chen's head teacher Zhang Jinming. At this moment, his eyes widened and he was completely confused. Is this really Lu Chen? Students in your class? Among all the people present, no one was more shocked than him. After all, as a good teacher, Zhang Jinming has always paid attention to Lu Chen. After all, the latter's academic performance is the best in the school. But such a good seedling is so stubborn as to sign up for the military examination. He and Lu Chen had talked about this matter countless times, and he was really worried about it. He had been admonishing Lu Chen until an hour before the martial arts exam officially began. Unexpectedly. What's that kid holding back? Looking at the screen that turned black, Zhang Jinming blinked his eyes, and after the shock, he began to feel ecstasy. At this moment, the principal tiptoed over and changed seats with the person next to him. He lowered his voice and asked tremblingly, "Lao Zhang, what's going on? You're not deliberately suppressing the information to provoke me, are you?" As the principal of Linsong No. 3 Middle School, he could fully anticipate that someone from above would come to question and investigate soon, and he had to get information about Lu Chen first. I really don't know. Zhang Jinming smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, I have asked you for feedback on Lu Chen's matter many times. His strength has always been the written test. And although this guy is an awakener, his awakened talent is taming. And you have also seen the blood and energy value test more than a month ago. The data cannot be false. The old principal was speechless. These words won't be enough to deal with the people above. He thought for a moment and then asked, did Lu Chen show any special behavior or say anything special before the martial arts exam? Zhang Jinming recalled for a moment, and suddenly said, it really is true. In the old principal's expectant expression. He continued, after the gathering this morning, Lu Chen asked me about the bonus and asked me to prepare a banquet in advance, at least 20 tables. Hi. This kid, could it be that he has planned this all along? Isn't he afraid of scaring me to death and just eating my meal? Looking at Zhang Jinming, who looked excited. The old principal sighed and said nothing more. At the same time, at the equipment department behind the stands, the person in charge asked, Commander, do you still need to send drones over? Qiu Yuanlong smiled and said, no need. To be honest, the shock in his heart was no less than Zhang Jinming's. After all, the latter is because of Lu Chen's contrast. He obviously has a poor talent in martial arts, but he became a dark horse in the martial arts exam. And what about Qiu Yuanlong? As one of the vice presidents of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, he is also a 9th-level grandmaster in terms of cultivation, and his fame lies in his thunder sword, which is well known throughout Daxia. This kind of person naturally has a very broad vision. From Lu Chen's brief attack, he could clearly see that Lu Chen was definitely not a quasi-warrior. This kid is at least at the 5th level of transcendence. Although the sword skills he used were of low grade, his mastery level was extremely high. What does this mean? This means that in addition to learning Earth-level body techniques, Lu Chen also has extraordinary high-level cultivation. He even possesses great talent in swordsmanship. What a genius! In Qiu Yuanlong's heart, his opinion of Lu Chen rose again, from surprise to astonishment. After the martial arts exam is over, take him to the martial arts academy to hone his skills. Maybe there will be a big surprise. Daxia has 8 war zones. In this year's military examination, each battle zone will conduct rigorous selection to select the best batch of geniuses to participate in the competition for the genius list. You can imagine how fierce the competition is. Moreover, the battle for the Tianjiao list has a deeper meaning. That is, the allocation of resources among major war zones. The war zone with more people selected for the Tianjiao list will be allocated more resources. In Qiu Yuanlong's opinion, with Lu Chen's strength, he would definitely be on the list. Even if I can't beat those monsters who have awakened S-level talents, at least I'm in the front of the 2nd tier. Thinking of this, Qiu Yuanlong became even more excited. As for things like blowing up drones, that's nothing. Which genius boy has no privacy? It's normal to be a little rebellious. Looking at the ranking area again, Lu Chen had undoubtedly rushed to the 1st place. First, Lu Chen, 324 points, Linsang number 3 middle school. And at this time, Yun Yi, who ranked 2nd, barely broke 100. Lu Chen had no idea what was happening in the outside world. At this time, after shooting down the drone and checking around the 4 weeks, he confirmed that there was no detection equipment. So he summoned Red Frost, let it transform into flame form and start devouring. The hunted 2nd-level peak ferocious beast shrank in an instant, leaving only the membrane that emitted a burnt smell. Devouring requirements, 7 out of 100. There was a gleam in Lu Chen's eyes as he continued hunting. There are only so many level 2 peak beasts in the assessment area. My points have skyrocketed now, and those selected seeded players must have noticed it. If nothing unexpected happens, they are all heading towards the middle level area now. Time is running out and there is no time to waste. Lu Chen had originally been thinking about honing his practical skills. Forget it now. Let Red Frost in flame form join the battle. The man and the insect began to sweep frantically, just like a whirlwind, hunting and devouring the 2nd-level peak ferocious beasts one by one. Certainly. The early and middle stage second stage ferocious beasts encountered along the way must not be let go. Although it is useless for breaking through one's own rank. But there is still some improvement for Red Frost. And at this time, just as he expected, the sudden change in the ranking list stunned all the referees. Especially Yun-E, who is firmly in the first place. As a military genius, he has the hope of impacting the Linsong #1 seed on the genius list. At this moment, he was standing silently in a dense forest with a frown on his face. Lu Chen. Damn. This data is too outrageous. He raised his wrist. Just keep watching the rankings change. My position has long dropped to second place, 109 points. And Lu Chen. 324, 339, 351, 372. Basically every few seconds, there will be an almost exaggerated rise. If there is a problem with the scoring props, the examiners outside will definitely find out and freeze it. But until now, his points are still skyrocketing. Yun-E is not stupid. He knew that Lu Chen must have rushed directly to the middle circle, specifically looking for second-level ferocious beasts to hunt. It's hidden so deeply. Putting his wrist down, Yun-E's eyes became indifferent. He looked into the distance and said to himself, "You are not the only one who hides your strength. I wanted to keep some tricks and use them when I got to the main base of the war zone. Now it seems that it is no longer possible." Boom. The surging energy and blood were flowing rapidly through his body like a river with its floodgates opened. Lioha lock. Open. As the restrictions on himself were lifted, Yun-E's aura rapidly soared, and he rushed directly from the 6th level of the extraordinary realm to the 9th level. At the same time, he used all his strength to rush forward like an arrow from a bow. The first in Linsong is mine. It's mine. His heart was beating fast, and his eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. Half an hour later, when he reached the middle circle, he was completely dumbfounded. The early and middle stage second stage ferocious beasts were scattered and almost wiped out. And there wasn't even a single second-level peak ferocious beast. Damn it. Lu Chen must have been to this place. Yun-E changed direction, surrounded the middle circle, and attacked in another direction. But still no results. The entire circle in the martial arts examination area was completely slaughtered. After chasing for a while, I finally saw a figure near the core area. After recognizing the men, Yun-E suddenly shouted, "Lu Chen." Full of emotions, completely exploded. Next to the ruins of the tall building in front, Lu Chen turned around and asked inexplicably, "What are you doing?" He was just about to leave and head towards the core area. Looking back at the person behind him, Lu Chen didn't even know who he was. After all, the people arranged by the military did not gather at the Martial Arts Association Square, but came to the assessment area alone. At this moment, Yun-E had a complicated expression, opened his mouth, and said, "Nothing, just saying hello." As a prodigy trained by the military, Yun-E is definitely a smart man. He followed the trail and saw the corpses of hundreds of second-level beasts. Even the peak second-level beasts seemed to have been killed in an instant. This strength is so terrifying. There is definitely a gap among this batch of martial arts examinees, it's so terrifying. Old silver coin. Yun-E knew in his heart that even if he revealed his 9th-level supernatural cultivation, he was still no match for Lu Chen. How could such a guy appear in Linsong City? It's outrageous. Yun-E was feeling depressed. When he saw Lu Chen nod and rush towards the core, he roared silently and punched the air several times. How pathetic. Another place. In the ruins of a shopping mall somewhere, Bai Qiu-Ning and her best friend Su Qin also noticed Lu Chen's ranking. Especially the exaggerated points, which made the two women unbelievable. They worked very hard but only managed to get a few dozen points, barely ranking in the top 15. And what about Lu Chen? It's more than 500. Fake. It's absolutely fake. Su Qin's expression changed, but he sneered in the end, even geniuses like Yun-E and Lin Xie can't reach this value. She turned her head, as if seeking confirmation. He continued, "To get this kind of points, you must hunt a second-level beast. And it's only been a short time since the assessment started. It's less than 2 hours. Although ferocious beasts below level 3 are all low level. Human warriors, due to their mastery of martial arts, are generally stronger than ferocious beasts at the same level, but it is impossible for it to be so outrageous. Lu Chen's points are too unreasonable. Bai Qiuning nodded silently and replied, "It's indeed unlikely. Alas, I hope he doesn't lose his qualification for the martial arts exam. Let's go, let's continue hunting and try the first level peak beast." Su Qin raised her wrist again and looked at Lu Chen's points, which were still soaring. "I feel more confident. No wonder you don't team up with others. You're afraid that your cheating will be exposed. I heard that more than 10 years ago, someone cheated in the martial arts exam. Even the point system was hacked and changed secretly. A lot of people were executed in that case." Su Qin said viciously, "The martial arts exam is going on now, no one outside can come in and interfere. When the exam is over, I want to see how Lu Chen ends up." Hearing this, Bai Qiuning was suddenly startled. "Fortunately, I am not in a team with Lu Chen, otherwise I would definitely be implicated." For a moment, I felt a little scared. Stimulated by Lu Chen's points. In this year's Linsang City military examination, several talented young people headed towards the core area in advance. When Lin Xie rushed here, she found that there were already several figures in front of her, gathering together with puzzling expressions. Seated players such as Sun Qi, Lu Yi, and Huang Tai are all there. After noticing her coming, Sun Qi immediately ran over excitedly and said in a low voice, "Squad leader. Big news. All the second-level beasts in the middle circle have been slaughtered." He rubbed his hands together and did not wait for an answer. He continued, "I thought that Brother Lu's integrator was broken before, which was why he got such an exaggerated score. Now it seems that's not the case. Maybe he killed all those second-level beasts. TSK TSK TSK. This is outrageous, my brother Lu. In such a short time and such a large area, the only way to get so many points is to push forward and kill instantly." Sun Qi reasoned on his own, his eyes filled with excitement and enthusiasm. But suddenly I recalled it in my mind. That day, when I was taken by my aunt Sun Chenyan to rescue Lu Chen, who was being hunted by the Du family, the latter was eating barbecue by the stream. He even had murderous intentions towards Sun Chenyan. He was still very confused at that time. Now it seems that Lu Chen is really confident. And now it can be concluded that Du Xianghe, the Du family's second-level Rongqiao master, was dealt with by Lu Chen personally. Extraordinary killing and melting. At that time, Lu Chen had just stepped into the extraordinary realm. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Sun Qi's blood was inexplicably boiling. "Let's go. Let's go to the core area. I heard from them that Yunyi from the Linsang military has already followed Brother Lu in, and they are probably going to start looting and attack the third-level beast. Oh my god. Are these perverts so fierce?" The third-order ferocious beast, corresponding to the human warrior, is the sky control realm, and it is at the top of the pyramid in the entire Linsang city. The reason why his Sun family became the #1 family in Linsang was because they had 2 people at the sky control realm. And now, 2 martial arts students are actually going to challenge a third-level ferocious beast. In Sun Qi's opinion, this was simply a fantasy, and the thought of it was ridiculous. He couldn't wait any longer and rushed towards the center of the assessment area. Outside world. Opposite the judging panel stands, the ranking area on the large display screen has been closed. After all, Lu Chen's riding speed had already whetted everyone's appetite. There's no point in looking at other candidates. Now the entire picture is the drone's perspective, all locked on the third-level ferocious beast. A group of Linjiang City senior officials held their breath and waited quietly. You don't need to pay attention to the process of hunting the second-level ferocious beast and let Lu Chen do it freely. But the third-level ferocious beast is different. According to the regulations of the Daxia high-level officials, with the participation of military geniuses in this martial arts exam, in order to further screen out the top geniuses, third-order ferocious beasts will be released in the core area. In a small city like Linsang, this regulation is just a formality. After all, only the main base in the war zone and the powerful satellite cities will have a few S-level monsters who are qualified to challenge the third-level ferocious beasts. But now, There are two such people in just Linsang City. Yun-Yi from the military suddenly burst out with 9th level extraordinary cultivation, and planned to turn the tables by relying on the 3rd level ferocious beast. And what about Lu Chen? After sweeping away all the 2nd order ferocious beasts, they still had some energy left and headed towards the core area. Hey, how on earth did this Lu Chen show up? Next to Qiu Yuanlong, Song Wuyang, the commander-in-chief of the Linsang City military, smiled bitterly and continued, I thought Yun-Yi could win the first place in the Linsang City martial arts examination by only showing his 6th level extraordinary strength, and it would be more than enough. I didn't expect to run into a little monster. He really couldn't figure it out. In a small place like Linsang City, the several seated players all know each other well. The one with the best talent is Lin Xie, who has awakened A-level talent, but she was born in an ordinary family and did not receive the best training. The rest of the people, including Sun Qi, have been receiving physical training from clan masters since childhood, which laid a very good foundation. But these beings cannot possibly compete with the military. According to the speculated situation, Yun-Yi would definitely be the first in this martial arts exam in Linsang City. But Lu Chen happened to appear. There were rumors before, which were very convincing, saying that Lu Chen was able to enter the extraordinary realm by taking the transformation pill from the military. But now it seems that this information is totally wrong. A 3rd level beast is not that easy to deal with, even if it is already in a weakened state. Qiu Yuanlong stared at the screen and said calmly, your Linsang military commander Yun-Yi, if you rush forward rashly, you may be in danger. It's really reckless. The 3rd order ferocious beast corresponds to the sky control realm in the martial arts system. But if they really meet one-on-one, without the ability to fly in the air, the warrior is no match for the 3rd level beast. Not to mention, Yun-Yi is only at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. At this time, Song Wuyang heard this and said distressedly, Yun-Yi's temperament is not so reckless. He lost his mind when he saw Lu Chen rushing over. By the way, Lu Chen's strength is only in the extraordinary category, right? How dare he hunt a 3rd level beast? If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would have dared to believe it. Although it was a bit outrageous for a person in the extraordinary realm to slaughter hundreds of 2nd level beasts in an hour. But at least it makes sense. After all, a 2nd level ferocious beast is only 1 level higher than a superordinary beast. If you have good talent and learn martial arts, you can do it. Can you cross 2 realms and hunt down a 3rd level ferocious beast? Are you trying to kill yourself? You don't understand. Qiu Yuanlong looked at the screen and saw that Lu Chen's position was getting closer and closer to the target point. For a moment, the Grand Master of the 9th level of Heavenly Thunder Sword felt a little nervous, or perhaps expectant. After a few pauses, he continued, I don't know if Lu Chen can hunt level 3. But some of those perverts in the main base of the war zone can. And the 3rd level beasts they killed were not the ones that had been dealt with in the examination room. Song Wuyang next to him took a breath. His status in Linsang City might not be low, and his own strength was also that of a 4th level sky-controlling expert. He holds a high position of power in the entire Linsang City. But still the same sentence. Linsang City is just one of the weakest cities among the many citadels in the Jiangnan War Zone, and its martial arts development is too low. Things that are impossible to happen here may actually happen somewhere else. In the examination venue, Lu Chen is walking towards the core area. When they swept through the area of the 2nd level ferocious beasts previously, they had to use all their tricks in order to save time, which consumed a great deal of their spiritual power and energy. Now that everything is done, I can recover. After all, no one will compete with me for the 3rd level ferocious beast, right? Thinking of this, Lu Chen looked back and saw a stubborn figure following him. It was Yun-Yi. Although Lu Chen was puzzled by this guy's behavior, he was too lazy to care. Do you also want to attack the 3rd level ferocious beast? Lu Chen smiled and said nothing. He opened the panel and took a quick look. Devouring requirement, 83 out of 100. I am not far from breaking through to the Rongqiao realm. The number of 2nd level peak beasts is still not enough. If I can kill that level 3 monster and devour it, maybe it will be full immediately. Lu Chen knew it clearly in his heart. Whether he could enter the Rongqiao realm in one fell swoop depended on the upcoming battle. After all, in order to prepare for the martial arts exam, almost all the second-level ferocious beasts around Linsong City were captured. If I were to look for it alone, it would probably take a lot of energy and I might even encounter danger. Now is the final step. We must fight that third-level beast. According to the plan, if he relied on the second-level peak ferocious beast, he could meet the promotion conditions. Lu Chen would never hunt a third-level ferocious beast. The risk is too great. Even though the beast had been dealt with and was in a weakened state. But it is still not something that a supernatural person like him can touch. Unless you use a swarm of insects, they will slowly consume you to death. Thinking of this, Lu Chen shook his head. If nothing unexpected happens, if I really want to take action, the people outside will not continue to condone it and will definitely watch the battle through drones. But although the blood-sucking insect swarm cannot be exposed, it can still transform into a flame form, which serves as my second talent. But this ability is Lu Chen's biggest trump card. He didn't want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Let's talk about it over there. My Earth-level body skills can at least ensure my immortality, and it will also be convenient for me to leave the battlefield. If possible, it will be a good opportunity to hone my skills. Another moment passed. Lu Chen suddenly realized that Yun Yi was not the only one following him. Further behind, several seated contestants of this year's Linsong City martial arts examination followed silently. Everyone looked excited and thrilled. Are you preparing to watch the battle? Lu Chen looked back and saw Sun Qi, that guy, like a conspicuous person, dancing and shouting silently, and shouting exaggeratedly with his mouth, "God, Lu is awesome." Lin Xie also waved her little fist to show encouragement. As for the others, some were indifferent, some watched the show, and some showed goodwill. Now that all the second-level ferocious beasts have been wiped out, there is no need for them to continue fighting for points. Moreover, his own ranking has already opened up a gap with those behind him, so at least he has a chance of being admitted to the martial arts academy. After knowing that Lu Chen was going to hunt the third-level ferocious beast, they all followed him. Time passes slowly. More than 10 minutes later, an open space appeared in front of Lu Chen, with a unique pillar on it. There was an inexplicable aura that made people feel uneasy. There are more than one such pillar, and there are some every 30 meters. They are distributed in a circular shape, separating the area inside from the outside world. Arrive. Lu Chen understood in his heart that this was an official arrangement to restrain the third-level ferocious beast. Looking up, I saw several military drones hovering silently in the sky. Sure enough, people outside were looking at this place. Lu Chen's eyes were deep, as if he was looking at the people outside through the perspective of the drone. Senior Tianlei Sword, who is at the 9th level of Grandmaster, and everyone from the Du family. Give it a try. Even if I can't advance, I can do something else easily. Du family. The family that wants to kill me. Since the fight is over, Lu Chen is naturally ready at all times. It will be too late to get the Shanhe Ling as a golden ticket to immunity from death. The other party might run away and go from open to covert. Take revenge as soon as possible. Without hesitation, Lu Chen stepped over the membrane and directly entered the area where the third-level ferocious beast was restrained. It was like passing through a layer of water curtain and entering the core area of the entire examination room. As far as the eye can see, there is no tall building, only piles of ruins. There were huge footprints everywhere on the ground, which looked very hideous. The entire core area was extremely quiet and filled with a violent atmosphere. Lu Chen continued to move forward, looking extremely alert, and began to search for the target's location. Among the people following behind, Yun Yi stood at the isolation device and wanted to follow Lu Chen's example and step into it several times, but he hesitated. The expression on this military genius face kept changing. Finally, he gritted his teeth and prepared to follow. He is also arrogant. If Lu Chen dared to come in, what wouldn't he dare to do? But as soon as he stepped one foot in, the ground suddenly began to shake, and some gravel was even bounced away. Roar! A beast roared, as if exploding in everyone's ears. Then, the ruins that looked like a small hill in the distance suddenly suffered a violent impact. Amidst the flying dirt and rocks, a figure nearly 10 meters tall rushed over. The violent aura swept over like a landslide or tsunami. Explosive Flame Demon Ape. Sun Qi was horrified and took a few steps back uncontrollably. Apart from anything else, the 10-meter-tall body alone brings a great sense of oppression. What is the concept? An ordinary house has one floor that is about 3 meters high, but the explosive demon ape in the distance was like a 3-story building, rushing towards them at a terrifying speed. A third-level beast is on the same level as my aunt and grandfather. If you take any chances, you'll probably die. Sun Qi subconsciously wanted to run away. But when he looked at the pillars in front of him, he suppressed his fear. After all, this device was officially installed, so there must be no problem with the restraint range. Not far ahead, Yun Yi, who was just about to go in, turned around and rushed out without hesitation. Never mind. When it comes to being competitive, you have to know your limits. That's a third-order ferocious beast, comparable to the sky-controlling realm among warriors. Can you deal with it yourself? If you get slapped in the face, you'll probably become a meat paste. By the way, is Lu Chen crazy? If I were just competing with myself in courage, then if I ran away first, wouldn't that be admitting defeat in advance? Could it be that Lu Chen is also running here now? He looked back, but his pupils suddenly shrank. The tiny Lu Chen not only did not rush back, but even increased his speed and rushed forward towards the explosive flaming demon ape. The scene was like a moth flying into a flame, shocking Yun Yi and others. Are you crazy? For some unknown reason, Yun Yi shouted loudly over there, even if a third-level beast is in a weakened state, it is not something that the transcendent realm can deal with. Is it not enough for me to admit defeat? Come out now. But in his sight, Lu Chen ignored everything and continued to stare at the explosive flame demon ape. Call out. The next moment, with the activation of the Earth-level body movement, Bugong Tadu, his entire body turned into an afterimage and disappeared on the spot like starlight. He is really ready to give it a try. And he has no intention of using Red Frost in its flame form. Anyway, I have my own skills, at least I can save my life. Kill. In Lu Chen's hand, he tightly grasped the standard alloy sword, his eyes cold as he locked onto the explosive flame demon ape that was charging towards him. Outside, on the stands. When the senior officials of Linsang City saw Lu Chen rushing towards the explosive flame demon ape, they were all shocked. Some of the weaker ones even stood up unconsciously. My mouth was dry, and there was a surge of throbbing in the depths of my heart, and my whole body was trembling. That's a third-level ferocious beast. Sun Chinyan looked nervous, his brows fixed on the huge screen in the distance, his hands clenched into fists, sweat pouring down his face. As a powerful aerial warrior of the Sun family, she was naturally more than capable of dealing with a third-level ferocious beast. But it is precisely because of this that we know how terrifying the danger Lu Chen has to face is. That's so reckless. If you are just competing for the first place in Linsang City martial arts examination, there is no need at all. After sweeping away all the second-level ferocious beasts, Lu Chen's score has reached a terrifying number that is impossible to be surpassed. Why is he suddenly attacking the third-level ferocious beast? Sun Chinyan just couldn't figure out this problem. However, the old man next to him, Sun Jinyue, who had been frowning, seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Chen wants to kill someone. No. That's not all. After ruling out all the impossibilities, Sun Jinyue's heart was shocked. I almost guessed what Lu Chen was thinking. That kid tried his best to prove himself. It's definitely not as simple as killing a few people. He wanted to wipe out the whole clan and eliminate future troubles. As the strongest man in Linsang City, Sun Jinyue's strength is at the 9th level of flying, just one step away from the Grandmaster level. Having lived for over 100 years, he has already lived a very clear life. He knew very well that Lu Chen was a smart man and would never do anything extremely risky just for a name. There must be a deep reason for this choice. Combining some of Lu Chen's information and what Sun Chinyan had said before, Lu Chen asked for information about Shan Heling. It is obvious that he wants to take action against the Du family. Lu Chen is a vindictive guy. He was worried that the Du family would flee and hide after seeing his potential, so he proved his potential to Qiu Yuanlong, the Thunder Sword. In this case, it might be tonight. Sun Jinyue was excited and admired Lu Chen's style more and more. At his level, he is naturally very clear, The Du family's influence in Linsang City is not small, and it is deeply intertwined. It is basically impossible to wipe out the entire family for no reason. But once Lu Qin showed his terrifying strength and talent, those who have a connection with the Du family will have to make a choice, and if nothing unexpected happens, they will distance themselves from it. Moreover, Lu Qin also has Qiu Yuanlong's appreciation. The Du family will not survive this night. As for the laws of martial arts, this is the least important thing. After all, if we really look into it, no major power is clean, and the rise of the Du family was originally based on shady dealings. Is this little guy really only 18 years old? Your brain knows more than someone like me who is over 100 years old. Sun Jinyue was filled with emotion, and felt more and more that the Sun family's investment in Lu Qin was an extremely wise decision. Certainly. Everything has a prerequisite, namely, Lu Qin can really kill that third-level ferocious beast. After activating Bugong Tadu, Lu Qin's speed soared. It was not that he really turned into starlight, but it was the special effect of his body movement. At this moment, he was holding the alloy sword, and his aura had reached its peak. The airflow beside my ears whistled, like a knife cutting. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive demon ape, which was nearly 10 meters tall, rushed forward and became even stronger. It let out a violent roar, then jumped up and smashed down with its fists. Buzz. The huge force plus the impact. The air was suddenly squeezed, just like the roar of a pressure cooker under extreme pressure. Feeling the terrifying force coming at him, Lu Qin's expression remained unchanged. He exerted force with his right foot, and with the help of the recoil of the earth, he bounced up and flew into the air. With the full force of Bugong Tadu, his footsteps connected in the void, as if corresponding to some kind of arrangement of stars. As he quickly approached the head of the explosive flame demon ape, Lu Qin's face became stern and his speed increased again. In the hazy starlight, the cold light of the alloy sword appeared and disappeared from time to time. Kill. All the moves were done in one go, from Lu Qin's catapulting to changing his position in the air to confuse. And now, he got what he wanted and the tip of the knife pierced the demon ape's eyeball. Unfortunately, the opponent is only at level 3 after all, so it's not so easy for one strike to be effective. At the critical moment, he suddenly closed his eyes and used his membrane to block Lu Qin's attack, which only dented and left a wound that was bleeding. Roar. The explosive demon ape was completely enraged. It slapped forward with its right arm with great force, and opened its left hand with 5 fingers to cut off their retreat. What a thick defense. After missing the attack, Lu Qin immediately flew out diagonally. While dodging, he was scratched by the demon ape's right arm. Bang. Lu Qin was thrown into the ruins beside him like a rag bag, and dust and smoke rose up. In the distance, Yun Yi and others who were watching the battle all looked pale. Even though they did not join the battlefield, the distance was too close, and they were even forced to retreat by the explosive energy. Is anything going to happen to Brother Lu? Sun Qi murmured to himself, looking somewhat anxious. No one responded to him. In other words, even Yun Yi, the strongest person on the scene, is not qualified to judge a fight of this level. Only Lin Xie knew that Lu Qin had a hidden trump card, which was the S-level flame. But she still looked worried at this time. Boom. Suddenly, Lu Qin, who was smashed into the stone ruins, shot out again and fought with the explosive demon ape relying on his body skills. He was in good condition, luckily the blow just now only scratched him. This third-level beast is extremely weak. This is a good opportunity to sharpen it. Lu Qin looked focused, constantly dodging and moving around. When he found an opportunity, he would jump up and attack the injured eye with the alloy sword. He even felt that grinding it slowly might be able to kill it. Unless necessary, Lu Qin didn't want to use the blood-sucking insect's fire form. 2 more minutes passed in this guerrilla fighting. The battlefield was filled with smoke and the roars of the demon apes. Later on, the two figures could no longer be seen clearly, and the scope of the battle became wider and wider. He actually persisted for so long. Yun Yi, who was watching the battle from a distance, had a complicated look in his eyes and truly realized the gap between himself and Lu Qin. He even didn't have the courage to face a third-level ferocious beast. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, completely losing his former pride. Just as his emotions were fluctuating, the battlefield in the distance suddenly became quiet. Is it over? The hearts of the spectators suddenly rose to their throats. Under the gaze of all the geniuses in Linsang City, a figure suddenly walked out from the depths of the dust. It was Lu Chen. Bang! Farther away, one could vaguely see a 3-story-high black shadow suddenly plunging toward the ground. A huge noise spread, and the ground shook violently. Win-win. The third-level beast was really killed. Yun Yi's heart was trembling, his eyes were wide open, and he watched Lu Chen walking towards him step by step in a daze. Everyone has heard of miracles. But when it really happens in front of you, the indescribable shock will be deeply imprinted in your soul. Each martial arts examination is limited to 4 hours. During this time period, the formation cannot be closed midway, so every candidate must wait until the time is up before coming out. At this moment, time passes slowly. Near the middle circle, Bai Qiuning and her best friend Su Qin were already covered in blood, most of which came from ferocious beasts. With the combined efforts of the two, the scores were pretty good and always remained within the top 15. After defeating another first-level peak beast, Bai Qiuning looked at the time and said, "It's almost time. Let's go to the exit. The time is almost up." Upon entering, each person is teleported to a different location. If you want to go out, you have to go to the first entrance and wait until the time is up, then you can leave the venue directly. The hunting of ferocious beasts has continued until now, and the score gap has long been widened. The last 10 minutes won't make a difference. Su Qin nodded and put away the alloy sword in his hand. Let's go. With our performance this time, we will definitely be able to enter the 9 major martial arts academies. According to past practice, the top 50 people from each city are eligible to enter the 9 martial arts academies. And entering an institution of that level also means that the rest of your life is secure. It is no exaggeration to say that you have brought honor to your family. Su Qin was now beaming with joy, as if all the pain in her body had disappeared. The two chattered and headed for the exit. As if he suddenly thought of something, Su Qin changed the subject and said, "After waiting for so long, I finally get to see that guy's true colors. He even dared to cheat in the martial arts exam. He might end up in jail." The person she was talking about was naturally Lu Chen. I opened the bracelet and looked at the ranking, and my eyes widened immediately. "Qiuning, look." She raised her arm, handed the bracelet screen to Bai Qiuning, and sneered, "Is this guy really stupid? He got himself to 3,000 points. Wow, I really don't know what to say." Throughout Daxia, there have been people who cheated in the military examinations over the past decade or so. The most that the brave guys could do is to control their scores to the minimum score required for admission to the 9 major martial arts academies. I'm afraid that if I do too much, it will arouse suspicion. But now, Lu Chen actually got 3,000 points. I'm dying of laughter. Su Qin looked amused and said exaggeratedly, "Doesn't that guy know what 3,000 points means? He has to eliminate the third-level beasts in the central area before he can achieve that. Is this possible?" She shook her head, obviously not believing it. Bai Qiuning, who was standing next to him, was stunned for a few seconds after seeing the data and became a little confused. But no matter what, at least I have cut off my relationship with Lu Chen. Fortunately, I did not listen to my father and team up with Lu Chen. Fortunately. If things go wrong, you might also be affected by the cheating scandal. But Lin Xie, with such great talent, why did she want to pull Lu Chen along? If only Lu Chen had agreed at that time. In this way, Lin Xie would be affected and would definitely not have the chance to enter the martial arts academy. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Bai Qiuning's mind. Of course she would not say these dark things. Don't bother with him, let's get out of here. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the door at just the right time, as the martial arts exam was about to end. Many martial arts examinees have gathered in front and are leaving here in an orderly manner. On the young faces, some are happy, some are silent, and some have red eyes. After the world changes and the era of martial arts arrives, the martial arts exam is the biggest turning point in everyone's life. Those who can pass the exam can continue their studies in the martial arts academy and also have channels to obtain training resources. As for those who fail the exam, their vitality and blood will gradually weaken, and they will basically return to the state of ordinary people. It can be said that this one test determines your whole life. Bai Qiuning and Su Qin were in the middle of the crowd. When they walked out, they suddenly discovered that the top leaders of the entire Linsong city were not sitting in their seats, but standing in front of the exit, as if waiting for something. Even the renowned 9th-level Grandmaster Qiu Yunlong was no exception and stood at the front of the crowd. This is what happened. Su Qin, who was standing next to him, looked excited and said in a low voice, "It must be Lu Chen who caused the trouble. That guy is finished." She had no favorable impression towards Lu Chen at all. On the contrary, every time we come into contact with them, I only feel disgust and dislike. Hearing this, Bai Qiuning subconsciously felt the same way, but when she observed more carefully, she discovered that Qiu Yuanlong and the others' faces seemed to be filled with excitement and anticipation. Before she could figure it out, she followed the crowd of martial arts exam candidates and left carefully. When passing by a group of senior executives, he didn't even dare to breathe. Soon, most of the martial arts candidates came out of the examination room and stood quietly in line on the flat ground at the back. On the other side, Lu Chen recovered directly on the spot after the battle. Although he relied on his physical skills and a war of attrition to kill the third-level beast he had dealt with, he still suffered some injuries. Certainly. There is one more thing, which is to adjust your state, and when you get out later, find a place to break through directly. Yes, after killing the third-level ferocious beast and letting the red frost devour it, Lu Chen's progress in breaking through the level was finally complete. As long as he wants, he can enter the Rongqiao realm at any time and obtain a new origin mother insect. New bug. Lu Chen was also looking forward to it. But at this moment, there is no need to rush, it is better to take a break. He didn't leave, and neither did the people who were watching the fight. After all the second-level beasts had been killed in the entire martial arts examination venue, so there was no need to continue fighting. Anyway, their scores are all in the top 10. So one by one they began to wait for Lu Chen, some wanting to make friends, some wanting to ask for advice, some wanting to make some acquaintances. Until the martial arts exam was almost over. As soon as Lu Chen opened his eyes, he saw several figures sitting cross-legged not far away. Boss Lu. Sun Qi was the first to run over, so excited that he couldn't contain himself. The others also came over to say hello. Some of them may have had some desire to compete for ranking before, but now there is no trace of that at all. In addition, they are all young people, and have long been impressed by Lu Chen's strength, and there is admiration in their eyes. After getting familiar with each other, these talented seeds from Linsong City guarded Lu Chen as he walked towards the exit. 10 minutes later. When you arrive at the exit, what comes into view is the top leaders of the entire Linsong City. The man in the front, with a dignified temperament and a long sword on his back, is Qiu Yuanlong, the Thunder Sword. As if they had thought of something, Sun Qi and the others moved away quickly in unison, leaving the field to Lu Chen. The Grand Master will come to welcome you personally. Yunyi felt only envy in his heart, not jealousy. Because he also knew that he didn't have the talent or qualifications. The gap between people was obvious in this martial arts exam. In the martial arts exam room far behind, Su Qin, who was standing next to Bai Qiuning, lowered her voice and said, "It started. It started. This guy is going to be judged." She hadn't finished her words yet. Qiu Yuanlong's voice spread throughout the venue. He faced Lu Chen, took a few steps forward, and gently patted the shoulder of the young man in front of him. He whispered, "Lu Chen, you are very good. Very good. I am really shocked that a talent like you can appear in Linsong City." At this point, the 9th-level Grandmaster suddenly changed the subject, tried to smile, and continued, "Lu Chen, if you are interested, you can take me as your master. Of course, there's no need to rush to reply. You have plenty of time to make your choice." Not far behind Qiu Yuanlong. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of Sun Jinyue, the old man of the Sun family, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The little guy is going to deal with the Du family, it's completely stable. With Qiu Yuanlong as a backer. In this Linsong City, Lu Chen can turn the world upside down. On the other side, Su Qin's face was dull and he didn't react at all. Bai Qiuning was not much better, as if she had fallen into a dream. Suddenly, a thought came to her mind. Could it be that Lu Chen got his points by hunting ferocious beasts? But that's 3,000 points. You have to kill the third-level beast to get it. In my ears, I heard my best friend Su Qin's unconscious muttering, "Impossible, impossible, no matter what, he can't kill a third-level beast." Sun Qi, who had just returned to the queue, heard this. He said disdainfully, "Where did this idiot come from? Do you think you can point fingers at Lu Shen? Don't show off your idiocy everywhere, okay?" After thinking for a while, Sun Qi said proudly, "Forget it. I'm in a good mood, so I'll tell you the truth. All the second-level beasts in the middle circle were wiped out by Lu Shen, and the third-level beasts in the core area were also killed by Lu Shen." Bai Qiuning felt as if struck by lightning. He turned his head stiffly, his eyes moving from Sun Qi's face to Lu Chen in the distance. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a golden hue over the entire city of Linsang. At the East City Gate, buses drove in, filled with students taking part in this year's military exam. In the carriage, some people were bragging in groups of 3 or 5, some were singing in a low voice, some were planning to confess their love, and some were silent. The setting sun shines on the young faces, reflecting the last rays of light. From today on, everyone on the bus will be heading towards a different future. At this time, Bai Qiuning and Su Qin were sitting side by side, looking dazed, not knowing what they were thinking. Their grades are good enough to get into the 9 major martial arts academies. But there was no joy in my heart. After a moment, Su Qin looked nervous and turned around to say something. But he was afraid that others would hear him, so he took out his phone and quickly typed a few lines, then handed it to Bai Qiuning. "Qiuning, what should we do? How did Lu Chen become so strong? I have found out everything. What Sun Qi said is true. He has killed all the second-level beasts. Even the third-level beast in the ultimate test was killed by him. It's over. Will he mess with us? What should I do, Qiuning? I don't want to lose what I have now. Let's go and apologize to him later. After all, your family and he are old friends, so you shouldn't mind it, right? If it doesn't work, let's go ask your father for help." Since the great changes in heaven and earth and the advent of the era of martial arts, warriors have become the core. It is no exaggeration to say that. All ordinary people are serving the warriors. In this social model, strength represents authority. In addition, the same goes for talent. As long as you want to have it, money and power will come to you. For an A-level awakener like Lin Xie, it is worthy for Qiu Yuanlong, a 9th-level grandmaster, to come to a small place like Linsang City in person to preside over the martial arts examination. And what Lu Chen showed? There are definitely more than 10 Lin Xies. Just after the martial arts exam ended, the entire Linsang City's top leaders were all surrounding Lu Chen, and their licking dog look was indescribable. Whether it is the military, the martial arts association, or the major families, they all have the same faces. That scene deeply shocked Su Qin and Bai Qiuning. It also brought fear. What if Lu Chen really became Qiu Yuanlong's apprentice and interfered in the admissions to the martial arts exam? He could take away their places in a matter of minutes. The more I think about it, the more likely it seems. At this moment, Su Qin saw Bai Qiuning didn't speak, a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes, and he continued typing. "Qiuning, everything I did before was for you. If I fabricate those words about Lu Chen and someone spreads them to his ears, I will be ruined. We are sisters and best friends, you have to help me. Qiuning, do you want me to kneel down and beg you?" In Su Qin's anxious eyes. Bai Qiuning shook her head and said softly, "Su Qin, what are you talking about? Let's get off the car later and go together. Don't worry, everything will be fine." The latter finally breathed a sigh of relief as if he had been pardoned. She even thought about finding Lu Chen in private to expose Bai Qiuning as a green tea. Time passes slowly. 10 minutes later, the convoy stopped in the square in front of the Martial Arts Association. Bai Qiuning and Su Qin had just gotten off the car and they couldn't wait to find Lu Chen. The latter did not sit in the bus, but rode with Qiu Yuanlong. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were filled with admiration. "Let's go. Let's go find him. Su Qin said hurriedly. Wait, let me put on lipstick. Bai Qiuning hurriedly took out a small mirror from her bag. After putting on lipstick, she quickly applied some foundation and also fixed her hair. Then, he and Su Qin trotted through the crowd. She had a smile on her face and came closer. Lu Chen, are you free? The words haven't been finished yet. Lu Chen just glanced at the two of them lightly without stopping at all. That look was like looking at two passers-by, calm and indifferent. Bai Qiuning suddenly felt as if she was pricked by a needle in her heart. After all, the young man in front of him was still pursuing him not long ago. Can the feelings of so many years be taken back just like that? She took a step forward, ready to continue speaking. But he found that Lin Xie came over from the side, nodded politely to the two of them, and then smiled softly and said to Lu Chen, "Let's go to Senior Qiu's office." Lu Chen nodded, and walked towards the Martial Arts Association with Lin Xie. The two women behind him could only watch. Bai Qiuning's expression kept changing, and a feeling of resentment rose in her heart. She didn't know what she was thinking. When Su Qin saw Lu Chen's attitude, he became even more frightened and his body was shaking. Inside the spacious office, Lu Chen and Lin Xie were sitting on the sofa. Across the coffee table, Qiu Yuanlong personally made tea and poured it for the two of them with a smile. I called you here for two main reasons. First, I am not only the chief examiner of the Linsong City Martial Arts Examination, but also the executive vice president of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. I won't say more. To be frank, I would like to invite you to enter Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. After saying this, Qiu Yuanlong's eyes mainly fell on Lu Chen. After all, he came here from the main base in the war zone just to see Lin Xie, and the application for Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy had already been settled. The main goal now is to win over Lu Chen. Qiu Yuanlong knew clearly that the situation of the military examination here might have spread to the major war zones. If nothing unexpected happens, the 8 martial arts academies except Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy will probably send experts over overnight and use the highest level of treatment to win over Lu Chen. After all, Lu Chen killed a 3rd-level ferocious beast on his own in the martial arts exam. This kind of strength is completely comparable to that of an S-level awakener, and there are not many such talents in the major war zones. More importantly, Lu Chen's background is too clean. It doesn't belong to a top family, nor to the military, nor is it a hidden force, it's completely a blank slate. This kind of genius is a rough diamond. They are much better than those perverted monsters in the main base. With all kinds of thoughts swirling in his mind, Qiu Yuanlong looked at Lu Chen, the 9th-level grandmaster, and actually became a little nervous. Not long after, Lu Chen nodded and said, "Senior Qiu, I will apply for the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy." Good. Qiu Yuanlong almost jumped up in excitement. After the stone in his heart landed, he said the second thing. This martial arts exam is different from the previous ones. The top 10 from each prefecture-level city will go to the main base of the war zone to compete in the next round and fight for a place on the Tianjiao ranking. Lu Chen and Lin Xie were both stunned. After all, according to the previous rules, the martial arts exam ended here, and what followed was just waiting to enter the martial arts academy. We have a total of 72 acropolises in the Jiangnan war zone, and there are 720 people who advance in the first round. Together with the candidates from the main base, there are almost 1,000 people. These 1,000 people are the elite of the entire Jiangnan war zone. They will undergo the following assessments until only 50 people remain. Qiu Yuanlong did not explain what the Tianjiao list was, but instead spoke briefly and directly explained the rules. After Lu Chen and the others digested it for a few seconds, he continued. And these 50 people will compete with the qualifiers from other battle zones. There are a total of 400 people in the 8 battle zones, and only 100 people will be eliminated. These 100 people will be ranked on the Great Summer Pride list. It took some time. After Qiu Yuanlong finished talking about the Tianjiao list, he let Lin Xie leave first. He could see that Lu Chen had something else to do. At this moment, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The night was dark and a cool breeze blew in from the window from time to time. "Little guy, don't hesitate." Qiu Yuanlong took the purple clay teapot, refilled it with tea, and said with a smile, Is it about the Du family? Lu Chen was stunned. He hadn't even opened his mouth yet and it was guessed. He raised his head and blinked, and heard Qiu Yuanlong laughing. It is indeed this matter. You are really vindictive. But for warriors like us, we are all about having clear thoughts. Lu Chen was feeling a little embarrassed as his thoughts were revealed. But after hearing Qiu Yuanlong's words, he agreed with it and felt a great liking for him. The most powerful Du Hongtian in the Du family is at the 4th level of flying. His strength far exceeds that weak 3rd level beast. If you want to deal with him, you'd better think about it. Remember. You must be sure before you take action. In addition, Qiu Yuanlong stood up, took out a box from behind his desk and handed it to Lu Chen. He said with a smile, there are 2 things in it. One is the criminal record of the Du family over the years. So many lives have been lost, enough to destroy the family. And the second thing is a law enforcement order authorized by me personally, which will make your case legitimate. Although you haven't yet accepted me as your master, I still have to teach you one thing. We warriors, although we have the power to trample on the law, we should try not to do so unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, rules are rules. If you don't follow them, others will. If you violate the law with force, you will be met with thunder and lightning. Little guy, you have to learn to be flexible. After all, you have 1,000 possibilities to put yourself on the side of justice. The night is dark. After Lu Chen left the Martial Arts Association. Standing on the big square, he looked at the hustle and bustle of traffic in front of him with bright eyes. He felt loved and indulged by Qiu Yuanlong. After a long silence, Lu Chen looked at the night sky and said to himself, it seems that what a teacher said is not bad. After the martial arts exam, Qiu Yuanlong wanted to accept Lu Chen as his apprentice in front of everyone and gave Lu Chen time to consider. To be honest, he was not ready to accept it. After all, his most powerful trump card is the Zerg and the natural disaster. If it is exposed one day, I don't know what the consequences will be. Because of this, Lu Chen doesn't want to be involved in too many things. But after what happened tonight, he had new ideas. The most important reason, of course, is that Qiu Yuanlong truly values and cares for talent, but there is another factor, which is the Tianjiao list. The Tianjiao ranking. The reward is too terrifying. It's enough for me to train a true Zerg Scourge in a very short period of time. Lu Chen was very excited. If I rely on myself, I don't know how long it will take to accumulate resources, and I have to secretly plunder resources. Once you are on the list of geniuses, it will be much easier. Don't consider these things for now. Now, it's dark and windy, time to kill. The Du family's affairs. It's time for this to come to an end. Lu Chen knew clearly that Qiu Yuanlong had given him a procedural identity through his own channels, and he could take action at any time. But I also seriously reminded you. Be sure to wait until you are sure before taking action. Senior Qiu, are you handing the Du family over to me as a whetstone? I think he wants me to wait until I enter the Sky Control realm before going to the Du family. But there's no need for that. My sword is so sharp, Senior Qiu is still not very clear about it. Lu Chen smiled. As soon as the thought came to his mind, a powerful current of heat suddenly emerged from all parts of his body, quickly flushing and opening up the meridians. At the location of Dantian Zifu, the spiritual energy cyclone was spinning rapidly, absorbing the spiritual energy in the body. The huge suction force expanded, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to flow into the pores all over Lu Chen's body crazily. Boo! The sound of breaking glass seemed to be heard in my mind. The cyclone in the Dantian Purple Palace was condensing drops of liquid spiritual power at some point in time. As the qi and blood circulate at a rapid speed, there is a faint sound of rivers rushing inside the body, and the spiritual power that has undergone a qualitative change begins to reshape the entire body. Spiritual power turns into liquid, and blood and energy are like rainbows. Is this the state of integration? Lu Chen was completely transformed. His health value finally exceeded 249 and reached 250. It is also the true state of integration. With a casual release, several light green energies appeared and disappeared, flashed in the void, and directly pierced through the corner of the wall in the distance. The transcendent realm can only fight in close combat, but the fusion realm can gather spirits into a force and launch long-range attacks. Lu Chen was satisfied. After all, he possesses Earth-level body skills, and after the transformation of his spiritual power, his overall combat power has increased by more than 10 times. Let's bind the third origin queen first. Although the blood-sucking insects are already powerful enough. And there is also a hidden ultimate trump card, the self-destruction of the blood-sucking worm body. But Du Hongtian from the Du family is, after all, a 4th-level air control expert, so it would be better for him to be adequately prepared. It's still early anyway. No one in the Du family will be able to sleep that night. No need to think to know. But after seeing Lu Chen suddenly explode in the martial arts exam, not only did he sweep across the entire middle circle and slaughter all the 2nd-level ferocious beasts, he also killed the 3rd-level ferocious beast by himself. This shock. What a huge pressure it will bring to the Du family. The whole clan must be in a state of panic. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and Lu Chen collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about it. The Du family wanted to kill him. And vice versa. After binding the 3rd origin mother insect, I will go to the Du family to collect the debt. Lu Chen felt a little excited. The first blood-sucking insect is a disaster type. It can provide support to Lu Chen, allowing his strength to increase rapidly, and it can also train an army of natural disasters. The second Daoyan insect. Although it cannot become a natural disaster, as a functional source insect, it can deduce the evolution of martial arts and improve proficiency. To Lu Chen himself, its value and significance is no less than that of an army of natural disasters. And now, the 3rd origin queen is born. In the south of the city, in a dilapidated old neighborhood. The apartment buildings stand silently in the night, with the occasional light on in the house, like stars. After drawing the curtains, Lu Chen was sitting on the sofa. As soon as his mind moved, a soft ball of light flew out from between his eyebrows and slowly floated in front of him. A translucent ribbon made up of countless tiny light particles, like an umbilical cord. Extend from the center of your eyebrows and connect with the ball of light. The basic information of the 3rd origin queen emerged in Lu Chen's mind. Tian Jing insect, female. Rarity, eternal unique. Attribute, guardian. Talent. Heavenly crystal guardian. All heavenly crystal insects can be integrated into the host's body to increase the strength of the body. The specific effect depends on the number of heavenly crystal insects. Gold devouring, the sky crystal worm devours ores, metals, and other materials, and will evolve accordingly. Number of offspring, 0. Reproduction requirements, devour ores, metals, etc. Unlimited reproduction. Binding. Following the natural disaster type and functional type. Lu Chen's 3rd origin queen insect is another new species. Does it affect me? The first talent is easy to understand. It means that the sky crystal bug can possess my body and increase my physical strength. But the second talent is a bit vague. With a hint of doubt in his heart, Lu Chen opened the specific ability description again. Gold devouring variety. Description, the special ability of the sky crystal worm. After devouring the corresponding materials, it will undergo corresponding evolution and provide feedback to the host's corresponding physique. Evolutionary forms: stone level, gold level, rare level, extraordinary level, star level, chaos level. Stone steps: the crystal worms devour stones and evolve. The higher the level of the stone, the stronger its attribute ability. Gold level: evolve by devouring metal materials. After reading the detailed instructions, Lu Chen's heart trembled. This ability is a bit abnormal. To put it simply, the process of the sky crystal worm devouring materials to evolve and then fusing with Lu Chen is equivalent to enchantment. In addition to improving Lu Chen's physical strength, also has special effects. Provide some kind of physique. As for the specific effect, it depends entirely on what material is swallowed. There are 6 devouring evolutionary routes for the Tianjing worm. In other words, it can provide 6 types of physiques. The front ones are okay, that is, stone, metal, etc., but the back ones are exaggerated. For example, the star stage actually wants to devour the star field. It was hard for Lu Chen to imagine how many sky crystal insects were needed to achieve this. 1 trillion isn't enough, right? Moreover, after being possessed by a star-level sky crystal worm, the abilities it brings to oneself are absolutely unimaginable. The third origin queen has almost unlimited potential for my improvement, and it will become more powerful as time goes by. It seems that we need to plan carefully. The first step is a stone staircase. More than a dozen common types of minerals emerged in Lu Chen's mind. After thinking about it, he shook his head. Bind it first. For this kind of professional knowledge, it's better to ask someone. The Sun family is a good choice. A thought came to my mind. Directly bound to the mother body of the sky crystal worm. The ball of light floating in front of his eyes suddenly flickered, and like a cocoon breaking out, a finger-sized insect crawled out from it. It looks like an ant, has wings on its back, and is blue in color. The two little eyes looked at Lu Chen, seeming a little reserved. After staring at each other for 2 seconds, he flew over with his head lowered, turned into a stream of light and merged into Lu Chen's body. Another introverted bug. Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'll call you Xiaolan from now on." As soon as the words fell, Hong Shuang's voice rang out in her mind, "Hey, you're new here, why are you as shy as Kai Yi? Why don't you report to me first?" Lu Chen smiled and ignored the little guy's arrogance. After the insect cubs were bound, their minds became like a chat group where they could all communicate. Of course, Lu Chen can block it at any time. After being fed wave after wave, Tsai was able to speak, but she seldom made any sound. It has been staying in Lu Chen's right arm. As for the newcomer, Xiaolan, I don't know if he can communicate. "Hello, big sister." At this moment, a timid child's voice suddenly appeared in Lu Chen's mind, soft and weak, as if the child had mustered up all the courage to speak. "Ha! Xiaolan, you are much more sensible than Kai Yi. Don't worry, I will protect you from now on. I am so awesome." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled. It seemed as if I imagined Hong Shuang patting her chest with pride. After the two bugs talked for a while, Xiaolan said to Lu Chen, "Father, I'm hungry." Lu Chen felt warm in his heart and replied, "Don't worry, I'll take you to eat delicious food in 2 days." Just after Xiaolan integrated into the body, a very strange feeling emerged in Lu Chen's heart. It's like under the skin, there is a layer of clothes. Is this the heavenly crystal guardian? Lu Chen said to himself. After closing his eyes and feeling it for a while, he suddenly said in surprise, "It can actually be controlled." So far, there is only one sky crystal bug, Xiaolan. If you want to protect the whole body, the defense will be greatly reduced, but if you let Xiaolan's ability focus on a certain area, such as the front of the heart and other key parts, that's quite impressive. Lu Chen summoned Red Frost and conducted a comparative experiment. Let her transform into her strongest flame form and attack her right hand that is protected by Xiaolan. Only a faint blue halo appeared. He actually held on. Although it didn't last more than 10 seconds, it was still exaggerated. You know, Red Frost's flame has evolved several times. At the very beginning, in Qixia Mountain, he almost killed the Du family's Rongqiao master, Du Xianghe, in seconds. The protection of the heavenly crystal is positively correlated with the number of heavenly crystal bugs. If I have enough sub-bodies, my defense can be infinite. Lu Chen's heart was pounding. I can't wait to select the stone steps to devour and let the little blue start to reproduce crazily. Once the Du family's problem is resolved, we will implement it immediately. The sky crystal worm devouring materials can also bring me special effects. The better the quality of the materials, the greater the improvement to me. After taking a deep breath, Lu Chen walked to the window and looked at the night outside. It's already 11 o'clock at night. Before a new day comes, let the Du family become history. Dongqing District, inside the Du family ancestral hall. Several senior members of the Du family were present, all with serious expressions. The head of the family, Du Hongtian, stood in the first place, looked around at everyone in front of him, and slowly said, "Everyone. The catastrophe is coming, how should we deal with it? If you have any ideas, just tell us." For the Du family, Lu Chen's unleashed talent was completely beyond their expectations. Previous intelligence also speculated that Du Xianghe, who was chasing Lu Chen in Qixia Mountain, was killed with the help of Sun Chenyan from the Sun family. Now it seems that it is most likely Lu Chen's doing. And the unique Qilin Sun Du Feng also fell victim to Lu Chen's murderous hands. With a genius of this level, plus Qiu Yuanlong's appreciation, the Du family is indeed in big trouble. Master, it's just Lu Chen. Even if he has some talent, it's not enough to bring disaster to our Du family, right? An elder pondered and said, over the years, our Du family has also been expanding its influence. We have made friends with several big shots at the main base in the war zone. Although Linsang City is not well developed in martial arts, it is also a border city in the Jiangnan war zone. But due to its geographical location, there are many mines around. Although the owners of some mines are big shots in the main base, it is the Du family who is responsible for the daily management. It is precisely because of these intricate networks of interests that the Du family has risen to become one of the major forces in Linsang City. Just a while ago, I received a few calls. Du Hongtian looked at the elder who had spoken and said expressionlessly, because Qiu Yuanlong had said hello, the bigwigs in the main base have cut ties with us. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the clan temple was terrified. After a long silence, someone else said, at this point, we have only one choice, get rid of Lu Chen. A genius who has not grown up is nothing. As long as there is no evidence left, there is no need to worry about Qiu Yuanlong. Some people, after all, wanted to play it safe and said, under the current situation, Lu Chen's rise is inevitable. I'm afraid the whole family will have to leave Jiangnan. The words just fell. Outside the clan temple, someone suddenly reported, Master, a guest has arrived and said he is here to collect a debt from you. Debt collection. In this Linsang city, there are still people who dare to come to the Du family to collect debts. Du Hongtian laughed anxiously, with a cold look on his face, are you here to take advantage of my Du family's misfortune? As soon as he thought of this, a murderous look appeared on his face. The more critical the moment, the more drastic measures are needed. Bring the people here. I want to see how that person is going to collect the debt. Following Du Hongtian's order, his doorman left quickly and soon brought someone to the clan temple. The person who came was tall and slender and looked young. His eyes were bright and he was wearing a high school uniform. It's Lu Chen. After stepping through the door and looking at everyone in the hall, a smile immediately appeared on Lu Chen's face. Amid the confused looks of the people in front of him, he walked in step by step and chuckled, it seems that I am lucky. I came at the right time. He and the Du family were in a situation where they would fight to the death. Naturally, an investigation had already been conducted, and all the core personnel kept it in mind. At a glance, almost all the top executives of the Du family are present, and they seem to be in a meeting. Lu Chen. Du Hongtian narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling doubtful and uncertain. After a few seconds of pause, a smile appeared on his face, a friend has come from afar. I'm sorry that I couldn't greet him from afar. At the same time, he winked secretly. The Du family leaders in the clan temple dispersed quietly and surrounded Lu Chen. Squeak. The heavy door was gently closed, and the hall suddenly became brighter. All eyes fell on Lu Chen. But the latter seemed not to notice, and sat down by himself, leaning back on the mahogany chair and actually closing his eyes. I have to say, these rich people really know how to enjoy life. This chair alone must be very expensive, and sitting on it can actually speed up the circulation of qi and blood. The hall fell into an eerie silence. Many elders of the Du family felt their spiritual energy surge in their bodies, and they looked at Du Hongtian inquiringly. But the latter shook his head slightly and did not make a decision. Why, the door is closed, why don't you do anything? Lu Chen opened his eyes, smiled and said, are you worried about Senior Qiu Yuanlong? Don't worry, he is very busy and has no time to come here. I am the only one who came here to collect the debt. I wonder what debt you are here to collect, Mr. Lu? Du Hongtian asked with a wry smile. Of course it's a debt of life. Lu Chen looked over and grinned, you, the Du family, wanted to kill me and take the treasure. I was frightened for so long that I almost died of fright. Shouldn't you collect this debt? Du Hongtian's expression changed, and he suddenly shouted, kill. Now that things have come to this, there is nothing more to say. As long as Lu Chen is dealt with and enough benefits are offered to build relationships at the main base in the war zone, the Du family will naturally be able to get through this safely. After all, the other party came to cause trouble and was accidentally killed during the counterattack. That's okay, right? As a powerful warrior at the 4th level of air control, Du Hongtian's every move is a fatal blow. He leapt directly in the air, and grabbed with his right hand, locking onto Lu Chen's neck. The other few people in the Rongqiao realm also rushed forward at the same time and blocked Lu Chen's escape route. The wind was howling and the air was roaring like thunder. But Lu Chen still didn't get up. With his strength, he would definitely not be able to defeat a powerful air-controlling expert. During the previous martial arts exam, he was able to kill a 3rd-level ferocious beast in the extraordinary realm. It was entirely because the beast was extremely weak, and he also relied on his body skills to grind it to death. Even if he entered the Rongqiao realm now, he would not be a match for the full-strength Yukong realm. Since I can't beat him, I'll use other methods. For example, the blood-sucking worm army. Swish. The insect nest inscription on the right arm lit up, and suddenly a group of black shadows poured out from it, like a rushing flood, one wave after another, surging and surging. Leave 200,000 blood-sucking insects as seeds, and put the remaining 400,000 to use. Hongshuang did not attack, but lay on Lu Chen's shoulder. After all, devouring human warriors does not give back energy. And the 2 skills of the Du family have already been obtained. This is a good opportunity to take a look at the strength of the Bloodthirsty Legion version 0.1. Master, please let me go. Hongshuang's voice rang in my mind, and I wanted to rush over immediately. This little guy is usually clingy to Lu Chen and likes to act like a spoiled brat, but he is actually a fighting maniac. Previously in the martial arts examination venue, after devouring the 3rd-level ferocious beast, it seemed to have evolved again. Both its own combat power and flame form have been strengthened. I know you are in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Lu Chen chuckled and said, this time we're using the swarm to fight, it's just right for an experiment, the data results are very important. And at this moment, as 400,000 blood-sucking insects poured out, Du Hongtian was the first to be hit. Looking at the dense swarm of insects, his pupils shrank suddenly and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Insect cultivator. You actually awakened this talent. Anyone can kill the forbidden warrior. After being shocked unexpectedly, Du Hongtian, as a sky control realm master, instantly recovered his mentality and increased his speed again to kill. What about bugs? My strong energy can completely resist the eating, and once the insect tamer is dealt with, everything will be fine. Although he thought so in his heart, Du Hongtian did not dare to be careless at all. The spiritual energy in his body surged wildly, forming several layers of defensive shields around his body, like a scarlet mecha. Fire. Lu Chen flashed and appeared in the corner, keeping some distance. As the order was issued, a group of blood-sucking insects suddenly turned into flames and began to burn the spiritual power shield on Du Hongtian's body. The spiritual energy stimulated by the powerful sky control realm expert began to dissipate like melting ice and snow, but was soon replenished by spiritual power. Flame and spiritual power are in a stalemate. But as the flames covered a larger and larger area, Du Hongtian's face changed and a trace of panic arose in his heart. Damn it! What kind of bug is this? Now, he was completely surrounded by a swarm of fire-shaped blood-sucking insects, and he looked extremely terrifying. No matter how we counterattack, we cannot extinguish it. As the highest decision-maker of the Du family and also a powerful person in the sky control realm, Lu Chen arranged the most blood-sucking insects for him, almost wrapping him into a giant flaming cocoon. Even if he had the ability to fly, he was facing huge obstacles at this moment. Ah! Boy, go to hell. Du Hongtian simply ignored it and continued to rush towards Lu Chen with a low roar. At the same time, he squeezed himself again, dividing the excess spiritual power to form a series of nets, blocking Lu Chen's range of movement. To deal with a beast-taming warrior, as long as the beast-tamer is killed, the beast-tamer will basically lose its ability. If we kill you, the Du family will not only be safe, but will also rise to a higher level. It is not impossible for them to replace the Sun family. A forbidden warrior. Daxia hasn't had this happen in so many years. This is a heaven-sent achievement. Lu Chen stared at him and ignored his words. Until Du Hongtian attacked again and sealed off the space around him, he sighed and said, "The fire has a good destructive effect on the Gangjin, but the speed is too slow. It seems that I have to continue to strengthen it." Okay, let's move on to the second item. Lu Chen looked calm. He quickly used his Earth-level body skills to distance himself from her and continued, "Insect explosion. Although you have Shaolan's Sky Crystal Guardian, you'd better be careful and never let anyone get close to you." As soon as the words fell, the flames covering Du Hongtian's body immediately flew away, and at the same time, 100 new blood-sucking insects came from outside. Seeing this scene, although Du Hongtian didn't know what would happen, his heart suddenly tightened. A huge feeling of fear came over him, making him furious. Suddenly, there were continuous explosions in my ears, and severe pain came from all parts of my body. Before he could react, he felt his lower body lighten, and then his vision became uncontrollably chaotic. First I saw the ceiling of the hall, and as I fell I saw the tattered lower half of my body. It was his own body. Ah! An unconscious sound came out of the corner of his mouth, and Du Hongtian, who looked like a half-torn cloth bag, lost his life. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he summarized the effect of the insect explosion. To deal with the fourth level of the Sky Control realm, 100 insect explosions are completely redundant. With proper arrangement, 60 insect explosions are probably enough. Hong Shuang had mentioned the blood-sucking insect's ability to self-destruct before. Now that I have tried it, it is surprisingly useful. Okay, let's end it. A few seconds after the words fell, the remaining senior members of the Du family fell silent. The ones with the highest cultivation level among them were only at the Rongqiao realm, and they were completely slaughtered by the swarm of blood-sucking insects. Hong Shuang, take some of the bug cubs out and clean up the direct descendants in the Du family's inner house. The little guy obeyed the order and left happily with a large group of blood-sucking insects. Now that you have done it, you must do it thoroughly. No more trouble forever. In both of his past lives, Lu Chen has never been a saint. He sat down again and fell into deep thought. This time, by using the blood-sucking insect swarm, he obtained valuable data. Killing Du Hongtian, who is at the 4th level of the flying skill, killed nearly 1,400 insects, which is within the acceptable range. If we can command in an orderly manner, the casualties will be less. What a pity. Neither Lu Chen himself nor Hong Shuang has the relevant talent. At present, the most effective attack method of the blood-sucking insects is the flame form, and the trump card is undoubtedly the self-destruction ability. To deal with the Sky Control realm perfection, at most 1,000 will be enough. And the higher-level Grandmaster. Lu Chen shook his head, unable to weigh. There is a saying in the martial arts world, below the Grandmaster, we are all ants. When one reaches that level, one's strength has undergone a qualitative change, and even the physical body will undergo a transformation. Because of this, there are some rumors among the people that once a warrior reaches the Grandmaster level, he is now a different species compared to humans. I have not really seen the Grandmaster's methods, but quantity brings about qualitative change. If 1,000 blood-sucking insects can't kill the master, what about 10 million? Lu Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. His gaze fell on Du Hongtian's body, which was broken into several pieces, and his eyes were deep. Can anyone kill a forbidden warrior? So, I am a forbidden warrior. Lu Chen had thought about this when he awakened the Zerg Overlord system before. But now that I heard this unfamiliar word in person, I felt a sense of pressure. It seems that the martial arts world will indeed crack down on alien existences. Stay here for now, and once you enter the Martial Arts Academy, you can look up relevant information. But then again, we still have to breed the blood-sucking worms for a few more generations, at least to create a 1.0 Scourge version. He had previously used all of the Sun family's 5 billion funds on Daoyan insects. Let your strength advance by leaps and bounds. After this battle tonight, Lu Chen decided to shift his focus. If he wants to realize his plan quickly, he must advance to the list of geniuses. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Only in this way can you obtain resources. Massive. Horrible resource. Enough resources to cultivate hundreds of billions of insect cubs. After leaving the Du family through the side door, Lu Chen walked around to the main entrance area and slowly joined the crowd of people watching the excitement. In the distance behind him, the sky was full of flames. One of the 4 major families in Linsang City, the Du family. It is turning into ashes in the raging flames. The moon is dim and the stars are sparse, and the night becomes darker. In the office of the Martial Arts Association, Qiu Yuanlong received calls one after another. Someone called from the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy headquarters, asking him to make sure to keep Lu Chen and try to enroll in Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. There are also friends from other martial arts academies who play the emotional card and try to win Lu Chen over. There are even top chaebol in Daxia who want to invest in Lu Chen. In short, as Lu Chen's martial arts exam information was exposed, various major forces rushed to get him to their side. Unfortunately, Qiu Yuanlong got there first. Although it is already very late, Qiu Yuanlong has a smile on his face and is in a good mood. You old guys mocked Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy for not being able to recruit good talents last year, and now you all want to snatch Lu Chen from me. I'm dreaming. There are 9 top-level martial arts academies in the 8 major war zones of Daxia. There are 2 in the capital and 1 in each of the main bases in the other war zones. There is also a complex competition among these 9 martial arts. No matter which base produces good talents, the admissions directors of other martial arts academies will run over and offer their superior conditions, allowing the geniuses to make their own choices. Over the past decades, the 3 major war zones, Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangai, have been the ones that have been robbing the most people. There's nothing we can do about it, it's because others have richer wealth. Precisely because they were unable to defeat their opponents, and in addition to the special nature of this martial arts exam, the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy simply dispersed all of its strong men and sent them to various citadels in the Jiangnan War Zone, to supervise the exam and recruit people at the same time. If we can't recruit good talents from other war zones, then forget it. We must get all the geniuses on our side. I didn't expect that not only Linsang City, but also other acropolises have produced many geniuses. A world of great contention. Qiu Yuanlong was sighing and was about to leave when the phone rang again. After listening to a few words on the phone, he suddenly stood up, his face solemn, and flew out of the window. A few minutes later, looking at the blazing flames below in the void, it was the Du family that was slaughtered by Lu Chen. This little guy is quite murderous. But this is a small matter. The path of martial arts is the path of killing. About Lu Chen's means of revenge against the Du family. To be honest, Qiu Yuanlong didn't care, and even agreed with it. The philosophy of his school of thought is, at its root, to compete with people, with the earth, and with the sky. It's all about having clear thoughts. If someone provokes me, I will retaliate. This is normal. What really shocked Qiu Yuanlong was that he had just handed the Du family's materials to Lu Chen, and he took action less than an hour later. If I remember correctly. For the Du family's sharpening stone, should I let him come back to the sky control realm? Looking at the fire below, Qiu Yuanlong's eyes were filled with doubt and uncertainty. Du Hongtian, the head of the Du family, is a real 4th-level flying master, and is in his prime. How was Lu Chen killed? It's impossible to do it with Earth-level body skills. Could it be that he is hiding his strength? Qiu Yuanlong suddenly remembered that there was a period of time when Lu Chen was a double awakener. One talent is life training, which is of little use. And another suspected talent is fire. But even if you add the A-level fire talent, can a transcendental person cross 2 realms and kill Yukong? Those perverts in the main base can't do that. The more he thought about it, the more confused Qiu Yuanlong became. If the Du family had not been burned down, he could still go down and look for some clues. But now, he can only infer it on his own. Never mind. Why think so much? Once we get to the main base, this little guy's true colors will be fully revealed. Thinking of this, Qiu Yuanlong was quite looking forward to it. He was particularly fascinated by the feeling of slowly uncovering the mystery. Just got home. Lu Chen took out his cell phone and checked it. There were more than a dozen missed calls. Some were from Qiu Yuanlong, some from the Sun family, and some from Bai Weizhou. The news of the Du family's demise spread so quickly. Lu Chen thought about it, edited the information one by one, and reported his safety to everyone. As for the Du family's affairs, he never mentioned them. Early the next morning, after sending a message to Sun Qi, Lu Chen originally planned to take a bus there by himself. I didn't expect that guy would insist on coming to pick me up in person. Just over 10 minutes later, a roar of engines blasted through the neighborhood. Lu Chen stood under the apartment building, watching Sun Qi control the sports car, which drifted to a stop in front of him, and his face suddenly turned black. This guy. What a show-off. Brother Lu. Sun Qi got out of the car and walked over, smiling and saying, I heard that you have something to talk to me about. My father, my great-grandfather, and Aunt Chen are all rushing back to the ancestral house, waiting for your orders. Lu Chen was stunned. Isn't this a bit too big of a deal? He was thinking last night that if he wanted to obtain comprehensive information about minerals, the Sun family would be the most appropriate place to go. After all, although Linsong City's martial arts development is not very good, due to its geographical location, its mineral resources are extremely rich. The Du family, which had been destroyed by him before, now looked after the mining business on behalf of the big customers at the main base in the war zone. As the #1 family in Linsong City, the Sun family naturally has a lot of dabblings. Aren't you embarrassing me? Lu Chen said weakly, I'm just looking up some information. Why did you bring my great-grandfather here? Lu Chen also knew the old man of the Sun family. Sun Jinyue, 9th level of flying in the sky. For a long time, he was the #1 expert in Linsong City. It is because of him that the Sun family can be successful and firmly sit on the title of #1 in Linsong. Don't worry. My great-grandfather was a miner. In the entire Linsong City, no, in the entire Jiangnan war zone, when it comes to ore information, no one knows more than him. Sun Qi opened the passenger door and said with a smile, Do you want me to say something, Prince? Please get in the car. Lu Chen. Ha ha ha, Master Lu, you don't socialize at all. Sun Qi laughed and said, This is a cliché on the internet. Girls like to ask boys to say, Princess, please get in the car. Unfortunately, no girl dares to ask me, Mr. Sun, to do this. More than 20 minutes later. The Sun family's ancestral home, inside the reception room. All the high-ranking members of the Sun family came, including Sun Jinyue, who was at the 9th level of the Sky Control, and Sun Chenyan, who was at the 3rd level of the Sky Control. At this moment, Mr. Sun Jinyue personally received Lu Chen and took the initiative to make tea. He had heard about the demise of the Du family last night, and couldn't help but be shocked. Although he guessed that Lu Chen was going to take action against the Du family on the day of the martial arts exam. But when Sun Jinyue really heard the news, he still found it unbelievable. After all, Du Hongtian from the Du family was a real 4th-level Sky Control realm expert. He couldn't understand how Lu Chen won. Because it is unknown. Sun Jinyue felt that Lu Chen was increasingly difficult to estimate. But no matter what, his judgment of Lu Chen in his heart was raised several levels again. After a round of greetings, Sun Jinyue finally got to the point. I heard from Sun Qi that Mr. Lu wants to know information about ore. Yes, Senior Sun. Lu Chen sat upright, nodded and continued, I am practicing a technique that requires me to absorb the power of ore to increase my power. He had thought of this excuse a long time ago. It's logically reasonable and just meets my needs. Is that so? Sun Jinyue pondered and said, since the great changes in the world, the types of minerals have expanded from more than 20 to more than 100. Various minerals can be further subdivided. If you add them all together, the types are extremely numerous. Having said this, he paused for a few breaths. He carefully considered his words and said again, Forgive me for being so presumptuous, but I would like to ask you, Mr. Lu, what you mean by absorbing the power of ore. If there is no special meaning, I understand it to mean that you can absorb anything you want. Seeing Lu Chen nodded. Sun Jinyue's eyes showed thought, but he did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the rest of the Sun family in the reception room and asked them to leave. After clearing the area, he stared at Lu Chen with burning eyes and asked, One last question, does the ability of your technique directly depend on the special properties of the ore? He suppressed the shock in his heart and tried to speak in a calm tone. If this is true, that would be extremely terrifying. Yellow level techniques, black level techniques, and the like definitely do not have this kind of characteristics. It must be at least Earth grade, and only extremely powerful techniques in the Earth grade can theoretically absorb the properties of the mineral and use it to enhance it. Earth level martial arts. That kind of existence is absolutely priceless. A place like Linsang City does not exist at all, and only the top forces in the main base exist there. Because of this, Sun Jinyue let the rest of the people go out for the sake of safety. Seeing him behave like this, Lu Chen thought about it for a while and roughly understood the reason. But he doesn't care about that. He replied solemnly, "It is indeed as Senior Sun said. I hope Senior can teach me how to make a choice. There are too many types of ores." Even if Lu Chen had mastered all the information, it would probably take a huge amount of energy to screen out the most suitable one for Xiaolan to devour. Since the old man understands your needs, just let him give you advice. Let me think about this for a moment. Sun Jinyue put down the teacup and closed his eyes slightly. Time passes by. 10 minutes later, the old man opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "My friend, you have left this decision to me. I have to think carefully. Sorry for the long wait." Then, he continued, "According to what you said, there are 3 most suitable ores. First, dragon blood stone. There are only 3 mines of this kind of ore in the whole of Daxia. One of them happens to be in Linsang City. It is generally used to create top-level equipment. Its special ability is strength amplification. High-level dragon blood stone even has the dragon roar effect, which can interfere with the target's spirit." Lu Chen sat up straight, shocked. Whether it is the strength enhancement or the dragon roar, they are all top-level additional abilities. If I let the sky crystal bug devour me, I will definitely gain these 2 characteristics, and maybe even other stronger ones. But the disadvantage is also obvious, that is, there are too few dragon blood stones. There are only 3 mines in the whole of Daxia. The output can be imagined. After all, it is not just Xiaolan that needs to be devoured, but also a large number of sub-bodies. And at this time, after Lu Chen digested it for a while, Sun Jinyue continued, "Secondly, it is mainly special zodiac minerals, such as fire stone, thunder stone, Xuanfeng stone, etc. These ores all have corresponding 5 elements or elemental abilities, which are considered quite powerful. Plus, the production scale is huge, so it is easy to obtain in large quantities." After a brief narration, Sun Jinyue said the third choice, "In fact, this last ore is my favorite. If I were in your shoes, I would probably choose it directly." Looking at Lu Chen's curious eyes, the old man didn't keep the secret and said with a smile, "Magnet. This type of ore is commonly seen in daily use and is also used to create equipment, but not many because its disadvantages are too obvious. It will create a magnetic environment, affecting one's senses and skills, etc. But what you just said, if it is just a requirement of the technique, it seems to be able to perfectly shield the negative effects of the magnet." Lu Chen's thoughts were instantly opened. Magnetic force. In a movie in the previous life, there was a classic character who possessed this ability. His name was Magneto. Known as one of the most powerful mutants, with almost unlimited abilities. Controlling metal is only the most basic. Other advanced applications include increasing speed, controlling blood explosions, controlling energy, etc. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's heartbeat quietly accelerated. He could hardly wait to let Little Blue start devouring and reproducing. Of course, while the ability to create and manipulate magnetic fields is powerful, it remains unknown whether all of its properties can be developed. After all, this world is an era of martial arts. The warrior's physical structure and abilities have greatly improved. It seems that Mr. Lu has the same idea as me and has already made his choice. Sun Jinyue said with a smile, "There are also many types of magnets, but the best one is the black gold magnet. In addition to the basic magnetism, it also has the property of affecting the soul. My dear friend, if you need it, my Sun family still has some reserves. Feel free to take as much as you need." In addition, Sun Jinyue changed the subject and his expression suddenly became formal. "Little friend Lu, you are a man of great fortune. Your future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. If you don't mind, the Sun family is marrying up to a higher level, and I'm willing to be their vanguard. The old man was cautious in his words and actions throughout his life, and led the Sun family step by step. I have lived to be over 130 years old and have never done anything that was out of my control. But today, he decided to take a gamble. Bet on the future of the Sun family. As the first person to pay attention to Lu Chen and also one of the most powerful people in Linsong City, his understanding of Lu Chen is definitely more comprehensive than anyone else. Both his talent and ability are extremely terrifying. In addition, when dealing with the Du family, the swift and resolute means of rooting out the weeds. It is no exaggeration to say that Sun Jinyue even feels that as long as Lu Chen grows up, he will definitely be a figure who stirs up the daxia in the future. It would be fine if we hadn't met, but now that we have established some friendship, of course we need to further consolidate it. At this moment, looking at Lu Chen's pensive face, Sun Jinyue, who was at the 9th level of the Sky Control realm, even felt a little nervous. Finally, after more than 10 breaths, Lu Chen said in a deep voice, "The Sun family has always taken good care of me. Sun Qi and I are also good friends. You are really embarrassing me when you say that you will let me command you. I really don't deserve it. But if I am lucky in the future, I will definitely never forget the kindness of the Sun family." After hearing this, Sun Jinyue smiled happily, and the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. He took out a key from his storage bag and handed it over. "This is the key to the Black Gold Magnet warehouse. Xiaochen, you can go there anytime. I will arrange for the staff over there to evacuate immediately so as not to disturb you." After Lu Chen left, Sun Jinyue pondered for a moment and called Sun Chenyan and others in. Today, the nominal head of the Sun family is Sun Chenyan, and the old man has long stopped interfering in all matters, big or small. But at special moments, he absolutely has the dominant power. 3 things. Sun Jinyue stood up, looked around, and his eyes fell on Sun Chenyan again. First, from now on, the Sun family will be deeply bound to Lu Chen. The whole family will support him in everything. A simple sentence. It made several high-ranking members of the Sun family tremble with fear. Sun Chenyan was fine. As Lu Chen's godsister, she knew a little about the situation. So after hearing this arrangement, I could accept it. The others looked at each other, their eyes full of doubt and solemnity. After all, this decision. It is equivalent to making the entire Sun family become a subsidiary of Lu Chen. But frightened by the old man's usual swift and decisive style, they hesitated and ultimately did not dare to speak. Second. Gradually clean up the assets in Linsong City and transfer them to the main base in the Jiangnan War Zone. The whole clan will relocate within half a year. Sun Jinyue kept talking and finished the last 2 points directly. Third. From the liquid funds on the Sun family's books, only the necessary expenses will be kept. The rest will be used to purchase black gold magnets throughout Daxia. 3 decisions. It directly changed the future of the Sun family. Without paying attention to everyone's feelings, Sun Jinyue asked everyone to leave, leaving only Sun Chenyan. He said with a smile, "Xiao Yan, the 3 things I just said are of great importance. If you find someone who is not cooperating and is making trouble, you can kill them directly. It would be better to go to the main base earlier." The old man sighed, not knowing what he was thinking about, and said with emotion, "I guess the next 2 years will be uneasy." Sun Chenyan looked slightly startled and asked, "Are you referring to the front line?" A trace of worry emerged in Sun Jinyue's eyes. The gray fog sea front has been unable to hold on over the years. Not long ago, it was breached twice. Yunza City in the Jiangnan War Zone was almost massacred. If Yunza City is gone, then our Linsong City will be next. Sun Chenyan was silent. A lot of information is blocked. Ordinary people don't know about it, and even low-level warriors may not have the channels to obtain it. Only Sun Jinyue, who joined the army on the front line of the Grey Fog Sea when he was young and met a group of comrades in arms, had some sources of intelligence. 5 or 6 miles north of Linsong City, there is a large warehousing park. The mineral materials from all the major families are gathered here, and the scale is similar to that of a small town. It was already noon when Lu Chen arrived. After verifying his identity at the sentry post, he entered the park and soon found the Sun family warehouse. When you open the door and walk in, what comes into view are 7 or 8 small hills of raw ore, nearly 20 meters high. They are all black gold magnet. Under Sun Jinua's arrangement, the staff here have been cleared out, and even the monitoring equipment has been destroyed, leaving only Lu Chen. Then let's get started. After summoning Xiaolan, the little guy immediately realized that this was a delicious meal prepared for him. His eyes sparkled, and he spoke incoherently, "Father, are these all for me to eat?" For the Tianjing worm, the diet is extremely wide-ranging, and it can even devour the soil on the ground. But ingredients are also divided into grades. In his perception, the piles of black gold magnetite in front of him are simply delicacies. "Yes, didn't we say we would have a big dinner yesterday?" Lu Chen smiled and continued, "Devour and reproduce at the same time. Let me see how fast it is." In 2 days, Qiu Yuanlong will take him to the main base of the war zone. If all the raw ore here can be consumed, it can save some transportation costs. "Yes, father." Woohoo! Xiaolan cheered and immediately rushed to the nearest pile of black gold magnets. Under Lu Chen's gaze, silk threads similar to the skin color suddenly appeared around the little guy, like tentacles, intertwining with each other and forming a flock. Overall, it is about the size of a basketball and shaped like a net bag, covering the stone mine in front. There seemed to be countless tiny microhairs on each silk thread, which were fixed on the surface of the ore like suction cups and began to suck. The whole net bag suddenly lit up. Just like electricity, light blue energy pulses visible to the naked eye were transmitted through the silk threads and into Xiaolan's body. In just a dozen seconds, the basketball-sized, black gold magnet, ore was devoured, and the remaining useless residue turned into powder and scattered. Good times, good times. The little guy talked to himself happily and repeated the previous operation. At the same time, after devouring the first wave, in accordance with Lu Chen's instructions, 10 offspring were reproduced first. After its birth, the sub-body also unconditionally obeyed Xiaolan and Lu Chen and began to devour. What speed! Lu Chen's eyes lit up and he was greatly surprised. He was a little worried before that he would not be able to digest all the black gold magnets in this warehouse, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. That's all. The number of Tianjing insects is increasing, and the speed of devouring is getting faster and faster. In less than 10 minutes, the first raw stone mine was empty, leaving only useless ashes on the ground. By this time, the number of Tianjing insect bodies had reached more than 30,000. Lu Chen took a deep breath and waited silently. After all, the further you go, the more the number of sky crystal insect swarms will increase exponentially, and the speed of devouring will also soar. Right now, the entire black gold magnet, or warehouse has become a blue ocean. The source of the light is none other than the sky crystal insects. They are all weaving webs, all devouring, and all receiving the supply of mineral energy. Another 7 minutes passed. The 8 black gold magnetite mines were completely cleared. Lu Chen took a deep breath, his eyes glowed with blazing light, and he whispered, "Let's get started." He stretched out his hands as if to hug something. In an instant, a swarm of 840,000 sky crystal insects, with fluttering wings and streams of blue light, rushed towards him. At first glance, it looks like a blue ocean, full of fantasy. After all the sky crystal insects were integrated into his body, Lu Chen's body shape did not change much. But the skin, muscles, and even the outermost cuticle are constantly emitting slight vibrations, as if adapting. Looking closely, there seems to be another layer of light blue protective crystal wall under the outermost layer of the flesh. In terms of strength, there is no change, but the defense is. After feeling it for a while, Lu Chen took out the alloy sword from his storage bag and swung it on his left arm with all his strength. Bang! A sharp and piercing sound was heard, like a sudden collision of metal. There was just a slight numbness on the arm, leaving a white mark, and then it returned to normal in an instant. And on the alloy sword held in his right hand, fine cracks appeared. I am now at the first level of Rongqiao. Even with my full-strength attack, I cannot break through the defense. Moreover, the huge recoil even destroyed the alloy sword. Is this the defensive capability provided by 840,000 sky crystal insects? So horrible. Lu Chen didn't even know where his limits were. The improvement in defense is only the most basic characteristic brought about by the possession of the Tianjing worm. More importantly, it has the ability to correspond to ore. Opening the panel, Lu Chen discovered that in addition to taming, there was another one in his innate attributes. Black Gold Magnet. Black Gold Magnet. Level 1, the upper limit of this physique is level 4. Level 1 is 500,000 sky crystal bugs, level 2 is 5 million, level 3 is 50 million, and level 4 is 500 million. Explanation: transformed from the sky crystal bug devouring the black gold magnet. After the rank is upgraded, the corresponding ability will be enhanced. Ability: Yuan Magnetic Control, Soul Magnetic Storm. Jiangnan War Zone, Main Base. This huge city with a population of 200 million is an extremely complex. Martial arts, technology, skyscrapers, slums. Here, all kinds of different things present a strange harmony. At this moment, in a KTV in a slum commercial district, explosive music was venting freely. Even during the day, the dance floor is packed with people of all kinds, twisting their bodies wildly and completely forgetting themselves. At a booth in the lounge area, a young man with dyed blonde hair and colorful clothes was shaking his head, intoxicated by the rhythm of the music. Around him, there were several scantily clad girls playing small games. People who come to such places to consume are basically ordinary people. After all, a warrior's time is extremely precious, and he will not engage in such boring pastimes. In the dim space, a middle-aged man walked slowly and stopped in front of the booth where the yellow-haired young man was sitting, with a respectful look on his face. "You guys step back first." The yellow-haired man waved his hand, and the girls stood up and left tactfully. "Master, it's done." The middle-aged man turned a blind eye to this. After the strangers left, he walked up to the young man and lowered his voice and continued, "The people over there in the Grey Fog Sea will cooperate with our actions and increase our offensive." Hearing this, the young man shrugged, as if he had guessed the result long ago. He leaned forward, picked up the red wine on the table, tasted it slowly, and replied, "Increase the offensive." This kind of empty reply is no different from evading responsibility. Alas, those aliens are not so easy to fool. We still have to give them some benefits. "Uncle Fong, please make another trip and bring them what we discussed before. This should make it happen. It seems that some scenes are coming to mind." The yellow-haired young man shook his wine glass and said to himself, "The high-level masters of the Grey Fog Sea have taken action. The masters sent by Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy to the major cities will definitely go to support them. And at that time, it's time for us to perform. TSK. Without a strong escort back to the war zone base, it must be fun to kill those geniuses selected from all over the place, right? Drink the red wine in the glass." The yellow-haired young man licked the corner of his mouth and asked, "Uncle Fong, are there any plans for the church recently?" The middle-aged man shook his head and replied, "The focus of the church is still on the Tianjiao list. In the Jiangnan War Zone, we have arranged for your eldest brother and 12th sister to forge their identities and participate in the Tianjiao list selection." TSK. The yellow-haired man's eyes sparkled with excitement. The boss is so arrogant that he actually went to participate in the Tianjiao ranking. Isn't this a definite bully? The Jiangnan War Zone, the far eastern region, has a long coastline. Compared with before the great changes in the world, today's sea area has completely become a Jedi, a restricted area that cannot be entered. Above the sea, there is a thick gray fog floating all year round. Therefore, it is also called the Grey Fog Sea. In that forbidden area, in addition to the sea beasts that originated from beneath the sea, other powerful and ferocious beasts were also born, and they would attack the border of Daxia from time to time. During hundreds of years of resistance, the Jiangnan War Zone established a defense line stretching for tens of thousands of miles along the coastline. In many places where the fighting was most severe, war fortresses of all sizes were built. A large fortress would have millions of soldiers, while a small one would have hundreds of thousands. Among them are ordinary soldiers as well as warrior legions. Just like Sun Jinyue from the Sun family in Linsang City, he joined the warrior corps when he was young and fought here. It was precisely by relying on the accumulated merits in exchange for the initial startup capital that the Sun family was able to establish itself in Linsang City and take root from then on. Right now, a video conference is being held in a large conference room in Fort No. 0 in the central area of the front line. All the generals from the 108 fortresses were present, and their faces all appeared in the picture. There was a solemn look on everyone's face. In the conference room, a middle-aged man with gray hair on his temples and wearing a military uniform was saying, according to the results of the detection, a tide of beasts seems to be gathering in the depths of the gray fog sea. If nothing unexpected happens, a war may break out. Everyone please be prepared. If you find any unexpected situation, please contact me immediately. Take it off, and I'll tell you about the areas that may be attacked. Fortress number 14, suspected beast tide level, severe. Prepare protection immediately, pay attention to real-time intelligence exploration. Fortress number 29, suspected beast tide level, disaster level. All personnel are ready to fight at any time. In addition, I will transfer personnel from other fortresses and cities to go there urgently. Linsong City, Qingsong Cemetery. The rarely traveled white stone path was covered with a layer of yellow dead leaves, with neatly arranged horsetail pines on both sides, swaying slightly in the bleak autumn wind. The last few leaves are also falling, making the tree bare. Xiaochen, you have come this far, Uncle Bai is really happy for you. Bai Weizhou was the same as always with a gentle smile on his face in front of Lu Chen. He was not wearing a military uniform, but an ordinary brown windbreaker, and was holding a bag containing items for worship. Earlier, Lu Chen had planned to go to Uncle Bai's house in person to meet him. Unexpectedly, the latter changed the place and agreed to meet here. Lu Chen has always been full of respect and warmth towards Bai Weizhou. This old comrade of my father really cared about me, even to the point of doting on me. It's no exaggeration to say. Ever since Lu Chen's parents passed away, Bai Weizhou has been running to Lu Chen's house every few days, spending more time with Lu Chen than with his own daughter, Bai Qiuning. And when I first knew that I had to take the martial arts exam, in the face of no one's support, Bai Weizhou didn't say anything extra. He simply used up most of his life's achievements in exchange for 3 transformation pills, and gave them to Lu Chen. Lu Chen always kept this kind of love and kindness in his heart. Of course, if Bai Qiuning wasn't always doing this and that, the relationship between the two families would be better. My thoughts are churning in my mind. Lu Chen smiled and replied, hee, I was just lucky. After all, it was the transformation pill you gave me that gave me some opportunities to get the first place in Linsong City's martial arts exam. Bai Weizhou pretended to glare at him and shook his head, what luck. It's all your own strength. It's all earned through your hard work. Lu Chen responded shyly. But I thought to myself, Uncle Bai is right, this is indeed what I got through hard work. Try to cheat. Now, with the help of the Tianjing worm and the acquisition of the black gold magnet, Lu Chen's strength has skyrocketed again. Even without using the blood-sucking insect army, he can kill a master of Du Hongtian's level on his own. And this is just Lu Chen's apparent ability. His biggest trump card now, in addition to the blood-sucking insects self-destructing, is a super defense. Later, in order to test his limits, Lu Chen went directly to find Sun Jinyue. Let the other party attack you. After the full range of experiments, Lu Chen also had a comprehensive understanding of his own defense. Yukong Jiucheng's full-strength attack can break his defense, but it will not cause serious injuries, and will heal in a very short time. This means that his defense can withstand Grandmaster-level attacks. Lu Chen remembered it clearly. At that time, Mr. Sun Jinyue went from initial doubt, to shock, to bewilderment, and finally to silence. Finally, he uttered a few words in a dry voice, awesome, don't provoke me next time. Whenever Lu Chen thought of the old man's little expression, he always found it funny. And at this time, Bai Weizhou stopped and said softly, we're here. Lu Chen looked at the tombstone in front of him. There was a photo of his parents on it. Green Pine Cemetery is Northwest Ordinary Place. Those who can be buried here are all civil servants of the Linsong City military. Xiaochen, your parents, and I have been friends for more than 30 years. We have known each other since childhood. We joined the army together and entered the Linsong City garrison together. Back then, your father and I pursued your mother together. Unfortunately, I was slightly inferior in terms of appearance. Bai Weizhou seemed to be talking to Lu Chen, but also seemed to be talking to himself. When Lu Chen, who was standing next to him, heard these explosive news, a raging fire of gossip ignited in his heart. Unfortunately, Uncle Bai only mentioned the relevant part briefly and didn't say more. Another moment passed. Bai Weizhou asked Lu Chen to take out all the paper money and burn them together. Xiaochen, you are grown up now. Uncle Bai has nothing to teach you or help you with. I just hope you remember. He murmured, looking at the photo on the tombstone, and said softly, the road of martial arts is not easy, you must keep your heart, as long as you are right, stick to it to the end, the world will always recognize you. That's right. My transfer order has come down. I will be heading to the Grey Fog Sea front soon. You will be heading to the main base the day after tomorrow. I can't see you off. Please be careful. The development of things will always deviate from the original expectations. On the fourth day after the martial arts exam, Qiu Yuanlong was supposed to lead the team to escort the top 10 candidates from Linsong City to the main base of the war zone. But a war suddenly broke out on the Grey Fog Sea front. Moreover, unlike previous single-point beast tides, this large-scale outbreak was distributed in more than 10 places, all of which were at a catastrophic level. Among them, the number of high-level ferocious beasts is several times more. The battle between the two sides had just begun when several war fortresses could no longer hold on and were in urgent need of support. If it is delayed any further, the war will deteriorate and the Grey Fog Sea beast tide will surge inland. By then, it would be extremely tragic. At this critical moment, the top leaders of the war zone immediately began to make arrangements and dispatched strong men to provide support. At the same time, some personnel from the garrison troops of each David city were also dispatched to the scene urgently. For example, Bai Weizhou was one of the people sent from Linsong City. However, this is not the end. As the war continues to intensify, the number of experts is still not enough. Even the personnel in charge of the military examinations in the major David cities received emergency transfer orders. Qiu Yuanlong in Linsong City rushed to the Grey Fog Sea front before he even had time to explain the follow-up to Lu Chen. The escort mission was handed over to others. So, we still have to wait 2 days before heading to the main base of the war zone with the promoted players from the surrounding cities. In the antique study, Lu Chen took a bite of an apple and asked vaguely. Behind the desk opposite him, old man Sun Jinyue was practicing calligraphy with a brush in his hand. On the white rice paper, there were a few large cursive characters written crookedly. Maybe there is some beauty in it, but Lu Chen can't appreciate it. Yes, we were originally going to set off today and be escorted to the main base by Senior Qiu, but now it has to be the day after tomorrow. Sun Jinyue kept writing as he continued, according to the plan, due to the importance of the Tianjiao ranking, there will be 72 grandmasters leading the 72 acropolises in the entire Jiangnan war zone, but now only 8 left. With the main base as the center, there are 8 directions, starting from the farthest city. The grandmasters there will bring the promoted players along the way and go to the main base together. There are only 6 cities along our Linsong route, so the population is less than on other routes. Lu Chen nodded. He didn't really care about the arrangement of this matter. After all, the person leading the escort is still a master, he just has more geniuses to be responsible for. The entire Jiangnan war zone is vast. But thanks to the patrols of powerful people such as the demon suppressor, safety is still good. At this time, seeing that Lu Chen did not answer, Sun Jinyue thought that he was worried and smiled softly. Don't worry. Although the area outside the city is full of dangers, there are often caravans passing through those fixed routes, and the surrounding ferocious beasts will be cleared out by people, so there won't be any big problems. And the old man raised his head, his face strange, and continued, with your current strength, you are basically invincible below the Grandmaster level. Even if you can't win, you can definitely run away. Recalling yesterday's experiment, Sun Jinyue still finds it incredible. In this world, there actually exist warriors in the Rongqiao realm who can withstand the attack of a Grandmaster. No one would believe it if you told them. Think about yourself, you are over 130 years old, and you have practiced martial arts for more than 100 years. Although he is only one step away from becoming a Grandmaster, he is still stuck at the 9th level of Flying Sky. Compared with Lu Chen, I have lived like a dog for most of my life. There's really no comparison. It makes me angry just thinking about it. It's like I've worked hard for 100 years, but it's completely meaningless. After muttering to himself for a while, Sun Jinyue adjusted his mentality and bent down to blow dry the ink on the rice paper. He picked it up with both hands and asked Lu Chen with great pride, "How is it? I am not as strong as you, but this character is definitely top-notch. In Linsang City, it is priceless." Lu Chen looked over and tried to identify it for a few seconds. After recognizing the 4 cursive characters above, I read them out loud. He gave a thumbs up again and praised, "The old man is very vulgar and elegant. This state of mind is worth learning from." But suddenly discovered. Sun Jinyue in front of him had a resentful look on his face and stared at him. These 4 words are, Spring Pond and Autumn Rhythm. Lu Chen, you are going too far. It seems that the old man's defense is broken. Lu Chen quickly apologized with a smile. After chatting for a while, he suddenly asked, "Last time you said that when you were young, you also went to the battlefield over there in the Grey Fog Sea. If you ask yourself honestly, Lu Chen is really interested in the front line. Ferocious beasts are disasters to others. But for him, it is the best ingredient. If we could release a legion of blood-sucking insects to devour during a large-scale beast tide, they would probably be able to reproduce rapidly in a short period of time. Of course, there are also great risks. At least the strong ones on the beast side will definitely not let it go. And his identity as a forbidden warrior is also very likely to be exposed. Why, you also want to go to the front line to make achievements?" After Sun Jinyue sneered, he suddenly fell silent. There was reminiscence in his eyes, and his thoughts drifted to who knows where. After a long while, he shook his head and sighed, "That place is like a meat grinder. People are dying every moment. Especially when the beast tide broke out, there were so many deaths. Whether they are ordinary soldiers or martial arts masters, they may die at any time. I was in my 20s at the time, full of enthusiasm, and had just entered the Rongqiao realm. I wanted to establish myself and earn some merits in exchange for some money. After signing up for the war, I was assigned to a company with more than 400 other free warriors. Do you know how many people are still alive after several wars?" Sun Jinyue looked gloomy and laughed miserably, "Including me, there are only 13 people still alive. It's tragic, it's really tragic." Lu Chen was silent. Martial Arts Era, Year 581, September 21st. Although it is just the beginning of autumn, the temperature is dropping rapidly. It is still chilly at nearly 10 o'clock in the morning. The landscape trees on both sides of the road are bare and withered. But the number of people on the streets remains unchanged. Neither the temperature nor the stalemate on the Grey Fog Sea front affected Linsang City. After getting out of the vehicle, Lu Chen and the other 10 qualified candidates had already arrived at the East City Gate. Today, the escort will pass by here and take them to the main base of the Jiangnan War Zone. The person leading Lu Chen and others at this time was Yang Zhen, the president of Linsang City Martial Arts Association. He looked at the 10 genius seeds in front of him and said nothing more, but said sternly, "There are 2 people who are responsible for escorting you this time. They are both strong. Remember to be respectful." The leader is named Song Qifeng, a 3rd-level grandmaster, from Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. The deputy's name is Li Mingyun, he has the 9th level of flying skill, and he is from the Li family in Yunzi City. He was hired by the government to participate in the escort. After a brief introduction, Yang Zhen's expression slowed down, and his eyes were filled with encouragement. "You all know more or less about the matter of the Tianjiao ranking. Whether you rise to the top or sigh in despair is all up to your own luck. Anyway, good luck to you." Just as Yang Zhen's words fell, the ground suddenly shook, and in the distance on the road outside the city, several huge ferocious beasts approached at a very fast speed, like several small mountains rushing towards them. "Ah!" Behind Lu Chen, a girl screamed in fright. Sun Qi, who was standing next to him, curled his lips and muttered, "You are surprised by what you have seen. He is so brave and he is a genius." "Don't panic, that's the escort team." Yang Zhen looked over there and continued, "I can only take you here. When you arrive at the main base, remember to report that you are safe." There were 4 ferocious beasts in the distance on the road. It is 5 or 6 meters long and about 3 meters high. The back is very flat and even has a soft seat and windshield installed. Camel Rhino. Lu Chen said in his heart. I learned about this ferocious beast in class. It has a gentle temperament and is very easy to tame. It can carry an incredible amount of weight and is often used in caravans. At this time, among the 4 camel rhinos, there were 2 people sitting on the leading one. It was Song Qifeng, who was in charge of the escort and had the 3rd level of Grandmaster cultivation, as well as Li Mingyun, a female warrior from the Li family in Yunzi City, who had reached the 9th level of the sky-controlling realm. There were barely 20 people sitting on the 2nd camel rhino behind him. All of them were geniuses from other cities who had won the qualification to advance. The remaining 2 camel rhinos were still empty. At this time, after arriving not far from Lu Chen and others, the camel rhino team stopped. Song Qifeng flew down, and after signing the handover with Yang Zhen, he looked at the 10 qualifying seeds from Linsong City. His gaze stayed on Lu Chen for a few more seconds, and he nodded kindly. Thank you for your help, Commander Yang. Leave the rest to me. Although he has master-level cultivation, Song Qifeng's attitude is extremely gentle. After greeting Yang Zhen, he walked up to the 3rd camel rhino and patted its neck. The camel rhino snorted, lay lazily on the ground, and the soft ladder on its body was put down. All right. We don't need any supplies here for now, so all of you little guys go up. Under his arrangement, Lu Chen and 10 other people climbed onto the camel's back one after another. After getting up there, the ground under my feet seemed to be some kind of plastic. It was extremely flat and there was no discomfort when I stepped on it. In addition to rows of soft chairs in front, there are also several small dining tables, on which fruits and other snacks are placed. Sun Qi chose the front row of seats, asked Lin Xie to sit at the innermost, Lu Chen in the middle, and himself at the outermost seat next to the corridor. After everything was settled, the escort team began to move forward. There was a rumbling sound in my ears. It was the camel rhinoceros running. Apart from a slight bump, there were no other problems. Lu Chen was amazed and thought that it was more comfortable than the high-speed train in his previous life. It may be a little behind in speed, but it's still fast. You are the qualifiers from Linsong City. You have just joined the team. Let me briefly explain a few things. At the front, Song Qifeng stood up. The sound was transmitted directly to the ears of Lu Chen and others through the force. First point. It's still about 3 days away from the main base in the war zone. The journey in the wild is quite boring, so everyone should be mentally prepared. Second point. We rest twice a day, at noon and at 6 p.m. We don't travel at night and set up camp to rest. As for the last point. Song Qifeng paused for a moment, his expression becoming more formal. If you encounter any danger, don't panic, Deputy Captain Li and I will handle it. It seems that he is afraid of scaring everyone. He smiled gently again. Of course, the roads we take are all caravan thoroughfares, and they are often cleared by strong men, so accidents generally don't happen. After a brief explanation, Song Qifeng sat back. The camel rhinoceros began to accelerate, maintaining a speed of almost 200 kilometers per hour. Beside Lu Chen, Sun Qi's eyes were shining, staring at the front without blinking. Suddenly, he turned sideways, touched Lu Chen with his arm, and said with a low voice, "Brother Lu, do you want to hear some gossip?" Lin Xie, who was sitting at the innermost, next to Lu Chen, was originally very reserved. After sitting down, she pretended to look outside to hide her nervousness. She is socially anxious and not good at speaking. Although I am already quite familiar with Lu Chen and Sun Qi, I still can't let go. Hearing Sun Qi's whispered words at this time, although he did not come over, he tried hard to focus on the conversation between the two without leaving any trace. For girls, nothing in the world is more attractive than gossip. Why, did you find the highlight? Lu Chen replied casually. He actually had no interest. After all, in my mind, I can chat with Hongshuang at any time. Moreover, when the little guy was bored, he would pull Xiaolan aside to talk in private, and tell some embarrassing stories about Lu Chen in the guise of a stranger. They had no idea that Lu Chen, as the group leader, could peek into the screen at any time. Of course, he wouldn't say it out loud and just treated it as a joke. After blocking the group chat in his mind, he heard Sun Qi's voice lowered again, excitedly saying, "It's the two escorts. They are having an affair." Lu Chen. Lin Xie's inner thoughts, is this something I can hear? Should I cover my ears? No, I'm looking outside, they don't know I'm listening. He. I've been observing for a long time. Sun Qi's eyes were bright, and he said with saliva flying, "Haven't you noticed that Li Mingyun from the Li family has been trying to please Master Song, and her methods are extremely clever? For example, just now, after Master Song finished speaking to us and just sat down, Li Mingyun handed us a peeled grape. And you guys should pay attention. Although the two of them are sitting next to each other, every time Li Mingyun pulls Master Song to talk, she will unconsciously squeeze her body to the side, just to get closer and closer." Lu Chen's eyes widened, looking at Sun Qi in disbelief. Is this Sherlock Holmes? In his previous life, Sun Qi could definitely be a cheating investigator, and earn at least $1 million a year. At the same time, he also observed quietly for a moment and found that it was exactly as Sun Qi said. Lin Xie next to her also wanted to see what was ahead. But if she really did that, wouldn't she be exposing her eavesdropping? No. Got to hold it in. Lin Xie, you can do it. What do you think? What I, young Master Sun, said is right, right. Sun Qi said with a proud look on his face. Lu Chen gave a thumbs up to this. In my ear, I heard young Master Sun continue to say, "What do you think? Should we remind Master Song? I feel that he is a novice and has probably never been in a relationship. And the woman from the Li family is very high level and has obviously been through many battles. If this continues, the bad woman will probably succeed. Alas. A great master, is it true that he only knows how to practice? He didn't even know that he was being taken advantage of." Sun Qi felt sorry for his misfortune and was angry at his lack of resistance. I said I would give him a reminder, but he definitely wouldn't really do it, so I could only continue watching. At this time, Lu Chen suddenly said in a deep voice, "I heard that you, young Master Sun, are also a virgin and have never held a girl's hand." Sun Qi looked as if there was phlegm stuck in his throat. Nonsense. I am young Master Sun, loved by everyone and flowers bloom wherever I see them. Who spread rumors about me? Oh, it's your aunt, Sun Chenyan. Sun Qi. There is a hidden place in the mountains. The two men in black robes seemed to be discussing something, and mentioned Lu Chen's name from time to time. At this moment, a man in gray robe came from a distance. Report to the two envoys. He bowed respectfully and continued, I just received a message from the agent saying that the conditions are ripe and we can start at any time. Having said that, he handed over the specific information content. After checking it out, the two men in black robes were very surprised. That's great. The Li family's hidden move really played a key role. One of the black robes said, the route number 4 we are in charge of might be the first to complete the mission. The reward will surely be extremely generous. Another envoy nodded and said, I was a little skeptical about letting Li Mingyun be the agent, but I didn't expect that she could use such a method to make Song Qifeng lose his guard. The two chatted for a while. After finalizing the details, we decided to take action tomorrow afternoon when the escort team is resting. A thunderous strike destroyed the talented young people on this line. The day's journey was uneventful and nothing happened. Take a break at noon and in the evening. They stopped at a post station on the trade route, had a good night's sleep, and then started their journey the next day. At the beginning, everyone was very excited and kept looking outside. When they saw some strange and ferocious beasts, they would even exclaim in surprise. But later on, I lost interest. It is indeed boring to stay on the camel rhino's back all day. Lu Chen was fine. He was able to chat with the 3 bug cubs in the group chat in his mind. After closing the group chat, he was also able to sit still and practice. But Sun Qi, with his impetuous personality, couldn't sit still at all. After his invitation to Lu Chen failed, he went to the back to play cards with several other talented young talents in Linsong City. He had just left. Lin Xie, who was sitting in the innermost part, struggled for a long time. Finally, she plucked up the courage, poked Lu Chen's arm with her finger, and handed him a box of pastries. Her face flushed red, she didn't dare to look directly at Lu Chen, and stammered, eat breakfast, this cake is not bad, I bought some more. What a poor excuse. Lu Chen smiled and took the item. Thank you. After tasting it, he praised, it tastes good. Lin Xie's nervousness immediately dissipated a lot, and she also chuckled, her eyes curved into crescents. He raised his head and was about to say something. But he found that Sun Qi had come back at some point and was standing behind Lu Chen with a complicated expression on his face. What? Isn't it time for breakfast when I'm here? Don't I deserve breakfast? Didn't you say you bought too much? There won't be enough for me. Snort. It's better not to eat this dog food. He felt sad, but when he saw Lu Chen turned around and looked at him, he immediately acted as if nothing had happened. Forced to smile, he said, it's okay, you guys eat slowly, I'm not hungry, really not hungry at all. After saying that, he immediately turned around and walked to the back, leaving behind a desolate back. After this unexpected incident, Lin Xie became an ostrich again and dared not say anything to Lu Chen. But I am still very happy in my heart. After all, this pastry was actually made by her herself. As time went by, Sun Qi was tactful and did not come back to be a light bulb again. But Lu Chen was too lazy to speak and just focused on his own practice. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the escort team arrived at the third city on this route, Liyun City. There was still no supply transport into the city, so after Song Qifeng signed the handover with the other party, he took the 10 talented young men with him and continued on his way. In the evening, the sky gradually darkened. After a brief half-hour rest, Song Qifeng gave the order to set off, trying to reach the next trade route station before it got completely dark. During the day, everyone still talked and laughed. But at night, I feel depressed. There's no way, it's always extra scary outside the city at night. In the mountains on both sides of the trade route, the huge roars of beasts never stopped, one after another. Moreover, there cannot be any lighting equipment on the back of a camel rhino at night. Otherwise it will definitely attract ferocious beasts. Although Song Qifeng is here and we can handle it, troubles like this are best avoided as little as possible. Another half-hour passed. The escort team finally arrived at the post station, but all they saw was a pile of ruins. The expressions on Song Qifeng and Li Mingyun's faces became solemn. The latter said softly, Feng, you watch over the students, I will go investigate. After saying that, he gave the other person a reassuring look and flew straight over. After investigating for a while, Li Mingyun came to the camel rhino team and reported to Song Qifeng, it has probably been 2 or 3 days. Judging from the footprints on the ground, it should have been destroyed by a ferocious beast, not by human beings. Song Qifeng nodded, the worry in his heart disappeared, and he said softly, thank you for your hard work, Mingyun, come up first. In the back, Sun Qi was looking at that side with sharp eyes. As if explaining something, the voice under the ground gossiped, even the nickname was used, this woman finally succeeded. Master Song has already fallen in love with her and even cares about her all the time. Wow, the straight man will finally come to his senses. Lu Chen curled his lips, too lazy to care about these things. Anyway, today is already the 2nd day, and we should be able to reach the main base of the war zone before tomorrow night. Lin Xie, who was standing next to him, looked straight ahead under the cover of night and was quite interested in these gossips. Classmates, let me briefly explain the situation. Song Qifeng's voice came over, and he continued, the post station here was destroyed by the beast's attack. We'll have to work hard tonight. We can only set up camp. It's right behind the post station. He led the camel rhino team, went around from the side road and arrived at the designated location. With our backs against a steep wall and a stream next to us, we began to arrange to set up camp. There is a large flat area on the ground with a tent ring installed, which is an area specifically used for camping. After all, there are too many ferocious beasts in the wild, and the post stations are occasionally destroyed. The caravans could not advance in the dark and could only rest on the spot. Taking this into consideration, equipment was provided in the corresponding areas. With everyone working together, tents were quickly set up. After Song Qifeng finished checking everything, he sprinkled several layers of animal repellent powder on the outside and threw out a few spherical devices. After rolling farther, they expanded on their own and could provide early warnings. All the work was done and he looked relieved. After coming in front of everyone, he smiled gently and said, "In the future, if you spend the night in the wild, you must take all kinds of protective measures and early warnings to be prepared for any eventuality. If you're interested, I can share my experience." As soon as the words fell, 30 geniuses from 3 cities all sat down cross-legged with excited expressions. If the environment wasn't so unsuitable, people would have cheered and shouted. After all, it's the master who is teaching. These talented young people from the Acropolis would never have been able to receive such treatment before. Song Chifeng also sat down and began to share his experience in survival in the wild in the dark night. Lu Chen was sitting in the crowd and listening very carefully. Some of them are learned in textbooks, but more of them are summarized by the masters themselves, which can save lives at critical moments. After finishing part of the story, Li Mingyun suddenly stood up and said softly, "I'm going to go to the bathroom. Are there any girls who want to come with me?" Swish, swish, swish. Several figures suddenly stood up and followed Li Mingyun to a remote place. Song Chifeng also said at the right time, "If we boys need to relieve ourselves, we can go over there. Remember to come back soon." Lu Chen was pulled by Sun Qi and walked to the other side with a few boys. After the floodgates were opened, Sun Qi saw that everyone else had left first, so he lowered his voice and muttered to Lu Chen, "I take back what I said before. Li Mingyun from the Li family seems to be pretty good. Although he used some tricks on Master Song, at least he is a good person." "Oh, I thought she was a bad woman. Now it seems that there is nothing wrong with using some tricks to find a good home for herself." Young Master Sun had an expression of enlightenment. "It seems that I have a new understanding of feelings. You should just mind your own business. You were flirting with that girl from the Huang family, did you think I didn't see it, you?" Lu Chen was joking when he suddenly stopped. He looked at Sun Qi with an inexplicable expression and said sternly, "You go first, I'll be back soon." Ah. Poop. Roll. After Sun Qi left, Lu Chen walked a little further away and asked in his mind, "Hong Shuang, you just said there was murderous intent. Was your perception accurate?" "Master, how could I be wrong? I am a professional in this area," Hong Shuang said proudly, and then continued, "But the strange thing is that I felt the hidden murderous intent, but I didn't find out who it was. It seems to be blocked by something." Lu Chen's eyes were deep. If something goes wrong in this remote place, the consequences will be serious. He thought for a while and decided to go back first. "I had just taken a few steps when I suddenly heard a scream coming from a distance, and it seemed to be from a female student." "Have you taken action?" Lu Chen quickly returned to the camp. I found that Song Chifeng also stood up and looked in the direction where Li Mingyun and others left. The exclamation came from that side. After waiting for a few seconds, Li Mingyun's slightly embarrassed voice sounded, Lao Song, can you come over here?" She hesitated to speak, as if it was inconvenient for her to say it. Song Chifeng thought for a few seconds and replied, "Okay." After saying that, he walked towards the darkness over there. At this time, Hong Shuang once again warned Lu Chen in his mind, "Master, the killing intent has increased." "No, there are several more killing intents. But there are still shields." Lu Chen looked solemn as he watched Song Chifeng's back disappear into the night. He couldn't figure out the specific reason and couldn't say anything. If things go wrong, it might even alert the enemy. Moreover, Song Chifeng is a master after all, which is enough to deal with many emergencies. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen called Sun Qi and Lin Xie to him and whispered, "If anything happens, you two should follow me and don't move." Waited for another 10 seconds. Several girls who went to the woods to relieve themselves came back one after another. Lu Chen secretly counted and found that apart from Master Song and Li Mingyun, there was one person missing. Did something happen? Just when he was confused. Nearly a minute later, the last girl came back and walked directly to Lu Chen. "Hello, classmate Lu, my name is Lu Yuan. Master Song asked you to come over for a moment." The night enveloped everything. The blood moon in the sky appeared and disappeared from time to time, and the occasional light it cast down dyed the mountains and forests a layer of scarlet. After Song Chifeng stood up, he walked towards the direction of Li Mingyun's voice. Although he was confused, he was not worried. He just felt that it was something difficult to talk about. As expected. As soon as I walked in, I saw Li Mingyun sitting on the ground, holding a girl in his arms, with an embarrassed look on his face. Several other girls who came here to relieve themselves were also present. After scanning the area, Song Qifeng's gaze fell on the injured person again, and he asked in a deep voice, "Mingyun, what happened?" Li Mingyun smiled bitterly and shook her head, saying softly, "It was Lu Yuanyuan. She was bitten on the buttocks by the Earthzay flower python when she was relieving herself just now, and now her whole body is paralyzed. And my spiritual power is not enough to expel the poison." After hearing this, Song Qifeng had a look of shock on his face. With his master's skills, it would be easy for him to capture it. But she was a female student after all, and it was that part, plus Li Mingyun, who was in an ambiguous relationship with her, was beside her. As if noticing the embarrassment on his face, Li Mingyun chuckled. Then he turned around and looked at the girls next to him. "You guys go over first. We'll be there later, remember to tell everyone not to worry." After everyone leaves, Li Mingyun whispered to Song Qifeng again, "Feng, saving people is the most important thing, it's okay. Besides, I don't mind these." When she said this, a strange look flashed in her eyes. The spiritual power in the body quietly fluctuated. Not only that. A hint of coldness also emerged in the depths of Lu Yuanyuan's eyes in her arms, and she seemed to be holding something in her hand, ready to strike at any time. As long as Song Qifeng is dealt with, the rest of the geniuses will be easy to catch. If they can be captured alive, then they should be captured alive and sent to the church to see if brainwashing can be successful. If that doesn't work, just kill him. Good. Song Qifeng nodded, and just took a few steps forward. He suddenly remembered something. He slapped his head and said happily, "I almost forgot. I have a high-level detoxification pill, just take it directly." As he spoke, he took out a jade bottle from his storage bracelet and threw it over. After all, the girl who was bitten had her skirt slightly lifted up, revealing some of her private parts. Therefore, Song Qifeng did not go there. "Oh, well, that's perfect." When Li Mingyun received the thing, her face was a little flustered, but she forced herself to calm down. The Grandmaster is not easy to kill. Otherwise, there would be no need to resort to so many methods. While feeding the detoxification pill, she looked at Lu Yuanyuan in her arms and decided to implement the second plan. The latter nodded imperceptibly. "Swallow the medicine and it will take effect soon." While struggling to get up, Lu Yuanyuan quietly opened the thing in her hand. A colorless and odorless gas quickly spread. "Thank you, Master Song." "Thank you, Sister Li." After expressing her gratitude, Lu Yuanyuan waved her hand and said, "Then I'll go first." In the dense forest, only Song Qifeng and Li Mingyun were left. The atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. And the colorless and odorless gas also penetrated into the bodies of the two people. Song Qifeng frowned slightly, as if he had noticed something, but he was not sure yet. After all, there were too many different smells in the mountains and forests. "Mingyun, we too." Before he finished speaking, his face suddenly showed a solemn expression, his eyes were fixed on a certain place, and he lowered his voice and said, "Be careful, there are enemies." The reason why I didn't rush forward was naturally because the students behind were more important. Just when he was about to take Li Mingyun back to the camp to defend. After hearing his warning, the latter suddenly panicked, stumbled to his feet, and came behind Song Qifeng. One hand tightly held Song Qifeng's arm. "Are there enemies? How could there be enemies here? Could it be that the Grey Fog Sea defense line has been breached?" She looked extremely terrified, as if she was extremely frightened. The storage ring on his right hand flashed with light, and a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. "Go over there first. Go to the students." Song Qifeng felt more and more uneasy, and the spiritual power in his body seemed to be affected by some kind of retardation. But if that were the case, the impact on him, who has the cultivation level of a Grandmaster, would not be that big. What's more important is one's own protective energy. It seemed to be being gnawed by countless insects and ants, making it difficult to condense into shape. "Go over here quickly. I'm here, nothing can happen to the children, go and activate the formation quickly." Puff. Li Mingyun, who was behind him, suddenly made a move and stabbed out with the dagger in his hand silently. Under normal circumstances, it would be blocked by Song Qifeng's body protection, but this time there was no hindrance at all and it went straight in. After passing through clothing, membranes, and muscles, the tip of a dagger was slightly exposed on Song Qifeng's chest. He lowered his head, watched the blood dripping from the tip of the dagger, and saw that his clothes were instantly stained. He could even sense that the horrible poison on the dagger was madly corroding his body. Song Qifeng's face turned pale in an instant. Ah Feng, don't blame me. As a master, you may be of great help to me. But the ancient god church gives more. Li Mingyun's whispering voice came from my ear, don't worry, I will treat the group of students you are protecting well. At this time, 5 figures walked out of the woods in the distance. 2 black robes and 3 gray robes, with strange patterns inlaid on the cuffs, are the costumes of the ancient god church. The Grand Master of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy was actually tricked like this. One of the black robes was quite emotional. He looked at Song Qifeng, who was unconscious on the ground, and said, "You 3, take Song Qifeng away. Remember to keep him alive. Otherwise, if he dies, the Martial Arts Academy will know immediately. It will affect the hunting of other routes." "Yes, sir." The 3 gray robes immediately did their job. "Next, it's your turn." The black-robed leader turned around, glanced at the envoy of the same rank as him, then turned and left, hiding in the dark. Following right on. In the eyes of Li Mingyun, who was shocked, she saw that the high-ranking member of the ancient god church in front of her, after taking off the outer black robe, was wearing the same clothes as Song Qifeng. Not only that. The man's ordinary appearance began to change rapidly and became exactly the same as Song Qifeng. "Okay, it's Lu Chen's turn. I heard that this seedling is very good, and the big shots above have asked to take him back. I want to see what kind of monster he is." The fake Song Qifeng talked to himself, and his voice gradually changed. Li Mingyun was shocked, but after calming down, he asked respectfully, "Sir, it's just a student. Is it worth your efforts? Wouldn't it be better to just capture him? The messengers of the ancient god church all have the 9th level of flying skills. Although he was at the same level as Li Mingyun, his combat power was much higher than hers. After all, she was defeated in less than 10 moves. Because of this, Li Mingyun's attitude was also relatively humble. "You don't understand. That little guy has mastered the earth-level body movement. If we catch him directly, it might backfire and it would be hard to explain if he died." Seeing that Li Mingyun was about to say something, he said softly, "Hush, here comes the little fish." At the camp, the talented young people from 3 cities were originally a little worried. But after seeing those girls coming back one after another, they all breathed a sigh of relief. As for Song Qifeng and Li Mingyun, they are still in the woods. He, it's okay. We all know something and are willing to help others. After all, ever since Song Qifeng and Li Mingyun called each other by their nicknames, even the dumbest person would have discovered something fishy. It's just a love affair. There's always a special sense of excitement when watching a master-level guy do this kind of thing. At this time, Lu Yuanyuan walked out from the edge of the forest at the planned time. She walked straight to Lu Chen and said openly, "Hello, classmate Lu, my name is Lu Yuanyuan, Master Song asked you to come over." Seeing Lu Chen hesitate for a few seconds, he nodded at him and walked towards the woods. Lu Yuanyuan also felt relieved. Among the more than 30 geniuses in front of us, Lu Chen is the most difficult to deal with, so it is just right to hand him over to the masters of the church. As for the rest, they are all weaklings. As Lu Chen's figure gradually moved away and disappeared into the vast night, the geniuses from the other 2 cities immediately began to talk. Who is this person? He was summoned by Grandmaster Song alone. He is so cool. TSK, what good talents can there be in Linsong City? Their martial arts development is even weaker than ours. They must be related to someone else. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. That Lu Chen is a true genius, much better than us. He passed the ultimate test in the martial arts exam. Is he so powerful? Did he really kill that 3rd-level beast by himself? On the Linsong City side, a few of the people could no longer sit still and started giving orders. He described Lu Chen's highlight moments with extra embellishment. It caused a burst of exclamations. The more this happened, the more excited those people became, and they felt proud of it. Logically speaking, given Sun Qi's boastful personality, he should be the storyteller at this time. But remembering what Lu Chen had just said, he just observed the surroundings secretly. At the same time, he whispered to Lin Xie, according to what Brother Lu just said, we have to quickly find an opportunity to get out of here and hide. Although I don't know what happened. But as Lu Chen's friends, they trust him unconditionally. A light white mist has risen in the mountains and forests, bringing a cool feeling when it comes into contact with the skin. Lu Chen gradually moved away from the camp. The footsteps stepped on layers of rotten leaves, making a rustling sound. The visibility in front of him was very low. With his eyesight at the Rongqiao realm, he could only see clearly within 3 meters around him. Anything further away became very blurry. Very quiet. Lu Chen's eyes were deep, and he was thinking rapidly in his mind, but he did not stop. Not long after, he finally saw 2 figures. He had his back to him and seemed to be talking in a low voice, chatting and laughing. Is it Master Song and Li Mingyun? Lu Chen looked at them briefly and recognized them from their backs. Just as he was about to move forward, Hong Shuang's voice came into his mind, Master. There is a strong smell of blood. Something happened here, and it happened no more than 2 minutes ago. As the original mother of the blood-sucking worms, Hong Shuang's perception of blood is absolutely unmatched. One can even sense murderous intent from this. Lu Chen remained silent, expressionless, and stopped. He said in a deep voice, Student Lu Chen, I wonder if Master Song has any instructions for me to come here. The place where he was standing at the moment was about 5 meters away from that place, which was exactly the limit of his vision. And if something goes wrong, if he uses his full strength in Bugong Tattoo, he can escape quickly and ensure that nothing goes wrong. Oh, is Lu Chen here? Li Mingyun turned around and smiled softly. Old Song just received information from the Grey Fog Sea. It's related to your teacher Qiu Yuanlong, so I asked you to come over and take a look. As she spoke, she seemed to be holding intelligence in her hand and walked towards Lu Chen. Song Qifeng behind him also turned around at this time, but did not take any action. He just looked at him with a scrutinizing look. Is this Senior Qiu's information? Lu Chen's reaction was appropriate. With surprise and confusion on his face, he also walked forward. Qiu Yuanlong walked too fast when he headed towards the Grey Fog Sea. As a result, the matter of accepting a disciple was delayed, and there was only a verbal agreement with Lu Chen, and no formal ceremony had been held. At this time, in this dark forest, the distance between Li Mingyun and Lu Chen was getting closer and closer. When there was only 1 meter between them, Song Qifeng from the distance also walked over with a smile. Over at the Grey Fog Sea front, your teacher is injured. Li Mingyun came in front of Lu Chen, and as soon as she finished speaking, she saw that Lu Chen's expression was nervous, and she took decisive action. It was still the same dagger that stabbed out. With her 9th level flying skill, even a master couldn't avoid her at such a close distance. But what she didn't expect was, Lu Chen's speed was not slower than hers at all, and they were almost doing it at the same time. Facing the dagger stabbing at his chest, Lu Chen did not defend himself at all. He simply stretched out his left arm to grab the back of Li Mingyun's head and pushed the head towards himself with force. Although Li Mingyun was countered, he is an old hand after all. He let Lu Chen pull him towards him forcefully, and used the force to stab out with the dagger in his hand, with even greater force than before. Clang! A terrifying scene happened to her. The dagger she stabbed with all her strength seemed to have hit an alloy, making a sound of metal hitting metal. Are you surprised? How dare you two rubbish harm Grandmaster Song? Lu Chen's next words shocked Li Mingyun again, and her pupils dilated. Then, a fist grew bigger and bigger. In a flash, it was already before his eyes. Several spiritual spikes rose in front of the fist and pierced directly into Li Mingyun's eyes, sinking deeply into them. Ah, coo, coo. An unconscious sound came from his throat and blood foam gushed out of his mouth frantically. Li Mingyun, who was at the 9th level of the Sky Control realm, died in Lu Chen's arms in a daze. It's really like killing a girl by holding her in his arms. Until the last moment, Li Mingyun's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. The physical defense was able to resist his own attack and also recognized that Song Qifeng had been replaced. Snap. 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 3 meters away, the fake Song Qifeng had a gleam in his eyes and clapped his hands, seeming to enjoy the performance. Seeing Lu Chen let go of his hand and let the corpse fall, he looked behind him. He continued, "Very good. No wonder the people in the church specifically named you and wanted to capture you alive. Not only are you talented, but you are also very courageous. Ah. You guys are geniuses. How can you give other warriors a chance to live? I really want to kill all of you." The fake Song Qifeng came over, but suddenly changed the subject. "Oh no, dear little guy, we will definitely be colleagues in the future, maybe I will have to count on you." "That's right. Let me ask you a question. How did you find out that I'm not Song Qifeng?" Lu Chen had a blank expression on his face. He moved away from him and replied, "Because when Grandmaster Song starts, he always steps with his left foot first, and you just stepped with your right foot." Of course, this was just Lu Chen's nonsense. The one who actually recognized the fake one in front of her was, of course, Mo Shuang, who was currently acting cute and taking credit in the group chat. Just because of this? The messenger of the ancient god church frowned and said, "Can this be a reason?" He said change his face and he changed his face. There was none of his previous elegance, and it seemed that he wanted to kill Lu Chen immediately. "Be honest and come back with me, otherwise I'm going to make you hurt." And at this time, Lu Chen suddenly waved his hand and asked a question, "Excuse me, sir, are you a master?" Hearing this strange question, the envoy of the ancient god church was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Grandmaster, it's not that easy to climb. How many people are stuck in the sky control realm for their entire lives and never have the chance to become a grandmaster?" See the change in Lu Chen's eyes. He seemed to feel that he was being looked down upon, and continued with a sneer, "You don't think that grandmasters are cheap, do you? Among 100 people in the sky control realm, not even one can be promoted to grandmaster." After he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Lu Chen, who was far away, looked around vaguely before answering the question, as if he was trying to determine an escape route. "After you answer it yourself." The boy's eyes suddenly became calm, even a little bit ashamed and angry. "So, you are only at the sky control realm?" "Yes, Yukong Jiuchong." "Why, you don't think that I'm the same as that trash Li Mingyun, do you?" The messenger of the ancient god church smiled. Laugh at Lu Chen's ignorance. Although they are all at the 9th level of flying sky, some people can fight with the grandmaster for a few moves, while others will be killed by those at the Rongqiao realm. This is the difference. And he himself, as the messenger of the ancient god church, is definitely an elite level. Whether it is the cultivation method, the martial arts skills mastered, or even the external equipment, they are all top-notch. Looking at Lu Chen, there was not the slightest fear in his eyes, only calmness. Even a little eager to try. Are these so-called geniuses all crazy? The envoy didn't like that look and decided to capture him quickly and make him suffer a little. However, Lu Chen's actions were even faster than his. You scared me." Taking the initiative to rush towards the opponent, Lu Chen growled in a low voice, "You are not a grandmaster, what were you pretending to do just now? You were applauding and laughing at the same time. I thought you were a master. Although you can run away, you can't take your friends with you. I didn't expect it, it's just rubbish." The ancient divine order blinked, suddenly confused and a little angry. However, the next moment, his hair suddenly stood up. Lu Chen's figure suddenly disappeared in his eyes, leaving only faint traces of starlight. Earth-level body technique. Although the information stated that Lu Chen had mastered it, he was still shocked when he actually saw it. This level of movement skills is at the top level within the ancient god church. If you rely on meritorious service to earn it, 100 years may not be enough. A sky control realm envoy like him is naturally not qualified to practice. If we catch this little guy and ask him about his origins. As soon as the thought came to his mind, he shuddered. If he really did this, he would most likely be arrested by the church's law enforcement team, and then suffer endless torture and pain. These thoughts flashed through my mind. The corner of Lingshire's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Is this your trump card? What a pity, there is something, but not much. In the face of absolute strength. It's all in vain. What's funny is that Lu Chen clearly possesses Earth-level physical skills, but he didn't take the opportunity to escape. Could it be because he has hidden the strength of Rongqiao realm? You don't know whether to live or die. The spiritual power in the messenger's body surged wildly. After the special pupil technique was activated, his eyes were covered with a layer of dark color, and he could clearly capture Lu Chen's figure. At the same time, the micro-formation on his feet was also activated, which could increase his speed tenfold. Being sent here to carry out the mission, naturally I have anticipated all kinds of situations and am confident of victory. Now, let me show you. Bang. Before the church emissary could finish his words, his figure flew backwards and hit a huge tree trunk with a dull sound. How is it possible? Just now, Lu Chen's figure disappeared mysteriously, and he teleported directly in front of him, and then he was hit by a punch unexpectedly, knocking him away. This is definitely not an Earth-level technique. He touched the corner of his mouth and saw blood flowing out, which made him furious. Lao Zhang, let's go, the idea is difficult. The words fell. From the darkness at the back of the dense forest, the remaining men in black robe walked out. He was also an envoy of the 9th level of the Sky Control Realm. Kill. The two of them said nothing more and rushed towards Lu Chen. In a flash, 3 figures were entangled in a fight, but the terrifying thing was that the 2 messengers of the ancient god church could not touch Lu Chen at all. Although the special pupil technique can capture the Earth-level body movements. But I can't break the teleportation. After using the magnetic field to teleport, Lu Chen could be said to be completely elusive, and he would use his hidden moves to kill his opponents from time to time. What a pity, my black gold element magnet is only at the 1st level. Not only does it consume a lot of energy, but the distance limit is also too great. Lu Chen also summed up his experience as he took action again and again. Although he was able to launch a sneak attack by relying on teleportation, the defensive energy of the 2 emissaries was too strong. It can injure, but not kill. If I wait until later, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on any longer. After all, his current cultivation level is only at the 1st level of Rongqiao realm, and the spiritual power he can mobilize in his body is pitifully small. We have to use the bug bastard. But before that, Lu Chen still had an ability to experiment with. Magnetic Storm of the Soul. After obtaining the black gold elemental magnet, he possessed 2 abilities, Elemental Magnet Control and Soul Magnetic Storm. The former is to create and manipulate the magnetic field, and the latter is a directional soul attack. The consumption of both abilities is astonishingly huge. The special one is the Soul Magnetic Storm. With Lu Chen's current level, he can only use it once in a short period of time. After making the decision, his figure became like a ghost, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. The 2 were indeed the elite emissaries of the ancient god church. They were extremely tenacious and could see that Lu Chen was about to give up. Both of them had grim smiles on their faces. At this moment, even if it means getting injured, we must block the surrounding roads and trap Lu Chen here. However, in the next moment, it seemed as if a storm had blown up in their minds. The steps of the 2 great emissaries suddenly stopped, their bodies seemed to be drunk, and they were even shaking. The spiritual power in their bodies lost control and became chaotic. The protective shield dissipated. Although it only lasts less than a second, it is enough. Puff. Puff. The cold light of the alloy sword flashed, and 2 heads flew up like balls and fell beside. The headless corpse gushed blood and fell down. Lu Chen was in front, leaning on the ground with his sword in hand, breathing heavily. The power of Soul Magnetic Storm is unquestionable. However, the consumption of his own spiritual energy was far beyond imagination, and even made Lu Chen's own spirit become extremely weak, as if it was cut off. Who? Lu Chen recovered a little and was about to let the bugs devour the corpse on the ground. Suddenly he looked behind him and saw 2 figures running towards him in panic. It was Sun Qi and Lin Xie. After all, they were too worried and wanted to come over to help regardless of Lu Chen's instructions. Brother Lu. Oh no. The people in the camp were knocked unconscious first, and then a few gray-robed men appeared. Sun Qi's face was pale and his thighs were shaking. Lin Xie had stronger psychological qualities, but there was still some panic in her eyes. After seeing Lu Chen's condition, she hurried forward to support him. Leave them alone for now. Hurry up and carry me to find someone. Sun Qi was about to do as he was told, but he found that Lin Xie was already grunting and carrying Lu Chen on her back. He blinked and his brain seemed to shut down. Didn't you ask me to carry him on your back? Why is the person on your back? Lin Xie didn't care about that. She lowered her voice and asked, Lu Chen, hold on. Who are we going to find and how are we going? Lu Chen also blinked. After exchanging a glance with Sun Qi, he looked away. Find Grandmaster Song Qifeng. He has a communicator on him, we must find him, otherwise we will all die. I'll point the way, go over there quickly. Lu Chen didn't know what kind of power the ancient god church was, but these lunatics dared to kill the talented young people in the Jiangnan war zone. There is absolutely no way that there are two people who are at the 9th level of the sky control realm and can do everything with full authority. It is very likely that there is someone behind the scenes giving the command, and it is very likely to be a master. As for whether Song Qifeng was dead or not, Lu Chen didn't know. But it certainly bled. Based on this, Hongshuang can follow the smell and find people. The blood moon in the sky has peeked out from the thick clouds. As the night spread, the mountains and forests seemed to be covered with a layer of light blood-red gauze. Under Lu Chen's command, Lin Xie and Sun Qi hurried on their way in silence, shuttling through the vast forest. The roars of beasts all around came one after another, as if they were right next to my ears. Both of them looked pale. It's not all about being tired. But they had just experienced a drastic change, and the lives and deaths of dozens of talented people who were traveling with them were uncertain, and the Grandmaster Song Qifeng was even missing. As for the three of them, there was a great possibility that they would be hunted down. In addition, the environment we are in now is in the vast mountains. Their nerves were extremely tense and they dared not say a word. They just listened silently to Lu Chen to determine the direction. Nearly 10 minutes later, the three of them came to the outskirts of a mountain stream and vaguely heard the deafening sound of rushing water and falling waterfalls. Stop. Lu Chen whispered something and prepared to get down from behind Lin Xie. But the latter hurriedly said, I can do it. I still have enough physical strength, Lu Chen, you can rest for a while. Sun Qi is not strong enough to carry you through the mountains and forests. Along the way. This was not the first time Lu Chen had brought this up. After all, he had been taking status drugs, and the spiritual power in his body had almost recovered. As for the mental aspect, after using Soul Magnetic Storm, there are still some negative effects, but it's not a big problem. But Lin Xie is stubborn. She thought Lu Chen was afraid that she would get tired, so he didn't let her come down, and it was still the same now. No. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We have arrived. Ah. Oh. Okay. Lin Xie was stunned. The blush on her face spread to her neck, but it was not obvious under the cover of night. Sun Qi next to him was feeling sad alone. Although what Lin Xie said just now was correct, she didn't have to say it. The destructive power is too great. You two, wait here for me. Seeing that Lin Xie and Sun Qi's faces changed drastically, Lu Chen looked solemn and said, no one knows what's going on inside. If you go in, you will become a burden to me. According to Hongshuang's feedback, there was a hideout of the ancient god church in the mountain stream not far away. Song Qifeng, who was in charge of the escort, was among them and his life or death was unknown. Lu Chen has decided that after entering, he will directly use the insect cubs to quickly resolve the battle. After explaining the matter to Lin Xie. While the blood moon was hidden in the clouds, Lu Chen's figure was hazy as he explored the interior of the mountain stream. Sun Qi looked over there, speechless for a long time. After a moment, he lowered his voice and said to himself, I, Sun Qi, swear to heaven. I must work hard to practice in the future and not hold Brother Lu back. Class monitor Lin Xie, do you believe what I say? He turned around, looking for his companion, but there was no one there. Behind the pile of rocks not far away, Lin Xie replied calmly, "It's okay if your strength is not good enough, as long as your brain is fine. If you continue to stand there and yell, you will probably die early." Sun Qi. Squad leader Lin. Are you speaking human language? My young master Sun is at least a B-level awakening. I'm A-level, and Lu Chen is at least S-level. Okay, you two go ahead, I'll just go, okay. After saying these words in grief and anger, Sun Qi still jumped into the back of the rock shelter, throwing out a few portable formation bases to make this place more concealed. Just as Lin Xie said, this place is full of dangers. After all, not far ahead is one of the hideouts of the ancient god church. In the mountain stream. It is very narrow at first, just enough for one person to pass through. After winding for hundreds of meters, it suddenly becomes open. It is an extremely hidden natural stronghold. After coming out of the mountain stream, Lu Chen looked back at the corpse on the ground, which had been devoured by blood-sucking insects. There are also 7 or 8 secret sentry posts on this path, so you can imagine how deep the defenses are. But in front of the blood-sucking insect swarm, they are just ingredients. I couldn't even send an emergency call. Covered by the darkness of night, the swarm of insects is hidden, and their lethality increases dramatically. We need to hurry up. With the death of the people here, it won't be long before heretics are discovered inside the base. Although there was no time to summon. But as a sentinel, failure to report within the specified time is also a form of information transmission. With the help of the firelight inside, Lu Chen could see several simple buildings and 2 patrol groups from the ancient god church. Those students. 100 meters ahead on the left, there seems to be another passage in this valley. All the talented young talents escorted by Song Qifeng were caught here in a coma and are being handed over and detained. Lu Chen glanced across and vaguely seemed to see a few familiar faces. They were several geniuses from Linsang City, Yun Yi, Lu Yi, Huang Tai and others. But it was just a glance. There was no ripple in Lu Chen's heart. His mission is very clear, which is to find Song Qifeng and contact him after getting the communicator. Otherwise, he, Lin Xie and Sun Qi would definitely be hunted down. In the vast mountains and wilderness, it is still unknown whether we can escape. As for the fate of this group of geniuses, it has nothing to do with him. Each of them has his own destiny. If you are unlucky and get killed, that is fate. Heng Shuang, has the location been determined? It's confirmed. We're underground, Master, we have to speed up. I can sense that his blood is draining away, and his vitality is running low. That's right, Master. I also sense that there is a lot of blood of ferocious beasts underground. So much, so much. Eat it up, eat it up, eat it up. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. A large amount of blood from ferocious beasts. Why does the ancient god church store this thing? But it doesn't matter. Now that I'm here, I must take it. What a pleasant surprise. If the quantity is sufficient. A swarm of more than 600,000 blood-sucking insects may be able to reproduce again and soar to more than 30 million. Call. Lu Chen took a deep breath and became more cautious. Now, it's not only for Song Qifeng, but also for the blood of the ferocious beast in Hong Shuang's mouth. After the ability of primordial magnetic control is activated, the electromagnetic field covers the entire body, distorting the light on the surface, thus achieving invisibility in a certain sense. If they were like the 2 black-robed masters before, who were elite commanders of the 9th level of the sky control realm, they might be able to discover them if they sense them carefully. But now the surface of the valley is filled with low-level gray-robe members. Plus the darkness of night. Lu Chen was not too worried about being exposed. If it's not underground, why bother? The insect swarm can just push through. Sigh inwardly. He began to look for the entrance to the underground passage. Only after finding the entrance and making sure it can be used normally can he clear out the members of the ancient god church in the valley. Deep underground. It's interconnected, like a maze. Many members of the ancient god church, each performing their respective duties, rest and recuperate here. In the core area, there is a huge hole like a square, which is circular and has a diameter of about 200 meters. There are many mechanical cranes in the air, connected to some kind of pipes, but it is unknown where they lead to. Below the pipe is a huge blood-red pool. The strong smell of blood filled the entire enclosed space, and even the surrounding walls were dyed red. A burly man was casually soaking in it. Blood mist rose around him, and from time to time gathered into various strange visions, as if he was alive and could even roar. Suddenly, he sat up, exposing his upper body outside the pool of blood. Under the skin at the heart, the capillaries swelled, looking like tiny blood dragons, extremely ferocious. Plop. Plop. The sound of the heartbeat was extremely strong, forming a chain of echoes in this closed blood pool space. After sensing it for a moment, the man sighed and said, "The blood of the beast is still not good enough, and the purity is not high enough. If there are a few hundred more fourth-level beasts, my blood seal method should be able to reach a higher level." Muttering to himself, the expression on his face suddenly changed, extremely distorted. "It would be great if I could massacre the city. Just massacre a city in the Jiangnan war zone, and the blood of millions of lives will be enough for me to reach the Grandmaster level." Boom. High up ahead, a door suddenly opened on the stone wall. A black-robed messenger from the ancient god church walked in and said respectfully, "Sir Swordbearer, it has been done. All the talented seedlings on line 4 have been put into storage, and the escort Song Chifeng has also been detained on the verge of death. In addition, some accidents happened. Envoy number 11 and envoy number 17 died in battle, and the agent Li Mingyun also died. In addition, 3 students escaped and are currently being hunted down." After listening to this report, the man in the pool of blood frowned, a hint of coldness in his eyes. "You messed up even this little thing. How did those 2 losers die?" Although the messenger of the ancient god church is only at the 9th level of the sky control realm, his strength is absolutely unquestionable. After all, it is a killing machine created by secret methods. Although there is no possibility of advancement, he is almost invincible in the same realm. Could it be that a master has appeared? Impossible. The man in the blood pool pondered in his mind, but then rejected the idea. In the robbery on this line, Song Chifeng was the first to be controlled, without transmitting any information at all. It is impossible for other strong people to arrive in such a short time. I heard the black-robed envoy continue to say, "The specific results are still being checked. But what is certain is that both the agent and the 2 envoys died at the hands of one person. There was an element of sneak attack." Sneak attack? Then you are not a master. The man in the blood pool showed a mocking smile on his face. "It seems that one of the 3 people who escaped has a talent beyond compare. He was able to kill the ancient god's envoy. It's quite interesting, quite interesting." Wu Tsang stood up, stepped out of the blood pool, and ascended into the void. His 3-meter-tall body looked like a giant beast in the blood mist. "By the way, has the higher-ups captured Lu Chen, who was specifically requested?" Lu Chen is one of the 3 people who escaped. The black-robed envoy could not bear the pressure of the blood mist. After recovering, he took a few steps back and was finally able to breathe normally. "It's getting more and more interesting." Wu Tsang showed a strange smile on his face. "If nothing unexpected happens, this Lu Chen is even more powerful than what he showed in the martial arts exam. As a talented young man that the ancient god church pays special attention to." All of Lu Chen's information, no matter how big or small, had already been investigated. From birth to the time he took the martial arts exam, everything had been turned upside down. It would be extraordinary if a genius of this level were to be cultivated by the ancient god church. At the very least, he is a grandmaster-level envoy. This is a great achievement. Wu Tsang's heart was even more moved. He stretched out his hand and made a move in the air, and the robes on the distant rock wall suddenly flew over under the effect of the force. "Don't worry about the 3 students who escaped. I will take care of them myself. Lu Chen, Lu Chen, please don't let me down." Just as Wu Tsang was about to go out, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded in the huge cave. The sounds of enemy attacks are everywhere. After receiving the news, the black robe envoy urgently reported, "Sir Swordbearer, the base was attacked. All the upper echelons were killed in the battle." Wu Tsang was shocked and asked, "How many people are there? How strong are they? Are they from Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy? If the strong men from the Martial Arts Academy really come to kill us, Then he can only run. They're not from the martial arts academy. It seems like there's only one person here, that Lu Chen. He's in the elevator room and isn't ready to come down. After the black-robed envoy finished speaking, a bloody shadow flashed beside him. Wu Tsang's figure has disappeared. In the valley, Lu Chen wandered around the huge base like a ghost, and used his electromagnetic ability to destroy all the monitoring equipment. Then, the insect nest inscription on his arm flashed. More than 600,000 blood-sucking insects are released. Kill. Kill, then devour. In front of the blood-sucking worms, both the gray robes of the ancient god church and the few black robes were completely slaughtered. The process was extremely short and completely one-sided. Except for the unconscious students, there was no one alive in the entire valley. Do all this. Lu Chen gathered all the blood-sucking insects, came to the underground passage, and entered the staircase room. Not far in front of him, there was a single intact surveillance device, moving and aiming at him. Lu Chen was not in a hurry and waited silently. According to the original plan, he was going to rush in and kill his way in. But now, after knowing that there was an astonishing amount of ferocious beast blood underground, he changed his mind and planned to end the battle outside. Fighting underground would be terrible if something were to break down and collapse. Back to the point. If there really is a master, he would have come out after seeing that he is the only one left. Boom boom. Behind a wall in the elevator room was the elevator leading to the underground, which made a loud noise at this moment. Someone is coming up. A smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips. He bet right. The people below will definitely come up, because they don't know whether Lu Chen has called for help. If they really get in touch with Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, then waiting underground will mean death. It's better to rush out now while there is still a glimmer of hope. Bang. The elevator reached the top and hit the metal wall with a dull sound. The elevator door opened. Wu Tsang, with an expressionless face, immediately spotted Lu Chen not far away. But his gaze quickly shifted away and scanned the surrounding area, sensing whether there were other strong people. After a few seconds, doubt appeared in his eyes. Looking at Lu Chen again, he seemed to understand something. It seems that you are the only one here. Should I say that you are looking for death, or that you are brave? Never mind. Since you've come to my door, kneel down. Wu Tsang stretched out his right hand, and a giant blood-red hand instantly condensed in the void and grabbed towards Lu Chen. At the critical moment, Lu Chen, who was sitting opposite him, had a horrified look on his face. He shouted, "Grandmaster! You are actually the Grandmaster." After saying that, he used his Earth-level body skills crazily and escaped outside. Isn't it too late to find out now? Wu Tsang smiled indifferently, flashed behind Lu Chen, and reached out to grab him again. In the face of absolute strength, Earth-level physical skills are just a joke. But the next moment, he suddenly saw that the panic in Lu Chen's eyes disappeared, leaving only indifference and a hint of expectation. Following right on. What was reflected in Wu Tsang's eyes was a dense swarm of insects. Boom. The moment Wu Tsang came out of the elevator. In Lu Chen's perception, the other party was like a scorching sun, with surging energy and blood, simply unparalleled. The aura that escaped from it alone was far more powerful than that of the previous black-robed envoy. This person is definitely a master. Although I have already prepared myself mentally. But when he really faced it, Lu Chen still felt terrible pressure. His eyes were locked on the other party, and after seeing him make a move, he pretended to be horrified and distanced himself from him, going to the open space outside. Then, wait for Wu Tsang to catch up. Lu Chen's electromagnetic ability was stimulated to the extreme. He quickly teleported to 5 meters away, and then fled away from the original place desperately. Boom. Behind him, 30,000 blood-sucking insects exploded, making a deafening sound. The terrifying energy impact ravaged the entire valley, and all the buildings were reduced to ruins. Lu Chen was well prepared for these. He hid in a hole he had found earlier, and after the explosion was over, he pushed away the rubble that had fallen on his body and climbed up covered in dust. Dead. Lu Chen didn't go over, but stared straight over there. The last time we went to the Du family, facing Du Hongtian, who was at the 4th level of the sky control level, the problem was solved by the self-destruction of 100 blood-sucking insects. But this time, his enemy is at the Grandmaster level. The psychological pressure was too great, so for safety reasons, 30,000 blood-sucking insects were directly mobilized. If quality is not enough, quantity will make up for it. At this moment, Lu Chen stood in the pit, silently looking at the center of the explosion, without any hurry at all. Time seemed to stand still. The night wind blew into the valley from the mountain stream, making a whimpering sound, like the howling of ghosts and wolves. Hong Shuang, can you sense it? After another 10 seconds, Lu Chen asked in his mind. Master, his level is too high, I can't sense it at all. Whoa, I need to eat more to evolve. A certain Shuang was acting like a spoiled child every day. Has he even reached a terrifying level in controlling his own blood flow? Lu Chen sighed in his heart. Below the Grandmaster, we are all ants. He had a new understanding of this sentence. No wonder there is a rumor in the martial arts world that once you reach the Grandmaster level, it is equivalent to crossing the life level and becoming a new species. But, they should be dead, right? That's 30,000 cubs. There was no trace of regret in Hong Shuang's voice. So, Master, you have to praise me and prepare a feast for me. Oh, I want to go underground as soon as possible. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After nodding, he flashed out of the pit and came to the ground. He stepped forward cautiously. His eyes were also searching the ground to see if he could find some body parts or flesh. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After taking a dozen steps, the explosion point was less than 10 meters away. However, at this moment, Lu Chen suddenly had an idea. His heart was beating fast, and the hairs on his body stood up. It felt like being locked by some terrifying beast. He's not dead. Lu Chen subconsciously wanted to escape, but after performing his Earth-level body skills, he found himself still in the same place. The space is bound. Bang. Stones flew, and a figure rushed towards Lu Chen like a devil from hell. It's Wu Tsang. He was originally 3 meters tall, but now he was in a very miserable state. His right arm was completely missing, and along with the right half of his body, it was blown to pieces. There were also pits and blood holes all over the head. The facial features were no longer visible, only broken flesh and blood, and the exposed skull could be vaguely seen. You. Damn it. Wu Tsang's voice, somehow made, sounded like rotten tree bark rubbing against each other, carrying with it endless hatred. Although he had no eyes, he still seemed to be able to see. Seeing the look on Lu Chen's face, he smiled. It's exploding. Why isn't it exploding? Are you out of it? Bug repair? Bug repair is good. After so many years, Xia finally has a forbidden warrior. This is great. We can capture him and study him. Maybe we can create a few more. Wu Tsang's whole body looked like it had been soaked in sulfuric acid, with blood flowing everywhere. After saying a few words, he seemed to be too exhausted, so he stopped and walked step by step to Lu Chen. Little bastard. Go to hell. He raised his remaining left hand and pressed it directly. As spiritual power surged, the blood-colored energy gathered on his palm and fell on Lu Chen. Yes. Wu Tsang no longer cared about the orders of the ancient God Church, nor did he care about the forbidden warriors. He wants to kill someone. He wanted to vent his anger and kill this rubbish that almost killed him and turned his years of accumulation into nothing. Grind the bones and scatter the ashes. You little bastard, do you know how many years it took me to accumulate 35 blood seals? 190 years. Now they are all destroyed. Die. Not only you will die, but everyone related to you will also die. He vented his anger madly, roaring even while coughing up blood. It seemed that at the last moment, despair could be seen in Lu Chen's eyes. What a pity. When the left hand's attack landed on Lu Chen's chest, a strange scene happened. Lu Chen's membrane melted instantly under the powerful force. But then, under the shattered membrane, a layer of light blue crystal wall appeared. That was the protection of the sky crystal brought by 840,000 sky crystal insects. If Wu Tsang's eyes were still there, they would surely be filled with confusion and shock. Even if my strength has been damaged, I am still a second-level Grandmaster after all. With such an angry blow, even a warrior of the same level who took it head-on would be seriously injured and on the verge of death, or even be directly pierced through. But the one in front of me is just a piece of trash who has just entered the stage of integration. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Lu Chen's face was pale and blood was constantly oozing from the corners of his mouth. Although he defended himself with the strong force, the shock was transmitted into his body, causing injuries to his internal organs. Looking at Wu Tsang in front of him, he suddenly laughed. I have something more exciting, do you want to try it? Finished. The insect nest inscription on the arm flashed, and 10,000 blood-sucking insects flew out. At the critical moment, most of them went around behind Wu Tsang, and a small number directly surrounded Wu Tsang's neck. The latter's whole body turned cold instantly. This kind of insect actually exists. For the first time, he felt endless fear in his heart. Escape. Otherwise you will surely die. Is it too late? At the last moment, he saw the young man lip-syncing to Lu Chen's face. Bang. 10,000 blood-sucking insects exploded. Lu Chen saw with his own eyes that Wu Tsang's head was blown off into the sky, and his bloody body was completely turned into debris, splattering everywhere. And at such a close distance, Lu Chen himself could not avoid it. It was blown away by the terrifying energy impact and slammed heavily onto the rock wall of the valley 50 meters away. Puff. After falling to the ground, Lu Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned as pale as paper. If the body wasn't restrained. He doesn't have to use this trick. If you want to live, you have to be cruel to yourself. Risk your life. All I can say is that fortunately most of the bugs were deployed behind Wu Tsang, providing a buffer after the self-explosion. With the added protection of 840,000 sky crystal insects, they were able to withstand this wave of close-range self-destruction. After panting for a few times, Lu Chen said with great effort, Hong Shuang, go and devour that guy's head quickly, maybe you can repay him with something in return. The little guy immediately flew out from Lu Chen's brow and went happily to find his head. She doesn't care whether it's disgusting or not, as long as it's edible, it's good. Lu Chen leaned against the mountain wall, sat directly on the ground, and kept stuffing pills into his mouth. After more than 10 minutes, I finally had some strength. This time, dealing with the Grandmaster is more difficult than expected. I almost died here. If the first wave of 30,000 bugs hadn't succeeded in their sneak attack, I might have been the one to die. The terror of the Grandmaster gave Lu Chen a clearer understanding. It is no exaggeration to say. If it's one-on-one and there's no possibility of a sneak attack, even if all 600,000 of my insects explode, I may not be able to kill them all. Ahem. Struggling to stand up, Lu Chen took out his alloy sword as a walking stick and staggered towards the staircase room. Just as I reached the door, a reminder suddenly appeared in my mind. Your blood-sucking insects, Red Frost, devour the flesh and blood of warriors, and you gain special rewards and obtain the skill, Blood Seal Technique, Xian Tier 8. Your blood-sucking insect, Red Frost, devours the flesh and blood of warriors, and you gain special rewards, and obtain the secret book, Blood Demon Eye, Xian Tier 2. 2 Xian level return the favor. Lu Chen's heartbeat began to beat violently uncontrollably. The harvest this time was far beyond his imagination. As expected of a master, he is extremely rich. That old bastard Wu Tsang only has a broken head left, but he actually made some contribution and his attack was at the Xian level. Xian Tier 8, just a hair's breadth away from Xian Tier peak. This is the most powerful skill Lu Chen has obtained so far. The previous 7-star Cloud Hidden Step was only the 6th level of the yellow rank, but it can reach the Earth rank with the evolution of Kai. This time, it's the 8th level of the Xian rank. Maybe. If you are lucky, you can touch the heavenly steps. Master, I'm so full I feel like Gigi is about to evolve again. Hong Shuang flew back and pecked Lu Chen on the face affectionately. It's good to be full. Lu Chen smiled and said, you've had enough this time. It's time for the cubs to get the blood of the beasts underground. You are not allowed to snatch it. Not long after. After taking the transport elevator and arriving at the underground base of the ancient god church, hundreds of thousands of blood-sucking insects spread out and slaughtered all members of the ancient god church. By the way, Lu Chen also found where Song Qifeng was. But this is secondary. The most important thing is, it was he who found the location of the blood pool. When he arrived at the huge enclosed space, Lu Chen stared at the pool of blood below, stunned. This. How much blood of a ferocious beast is needed? His eyes were shining, like a peasant who had seen the landlord's treasury. After licking the corner of his mouth, he commanded the remaining less than 600,000 blood-sucking insects to swarm down and dive into the blood pool. Lu Chen knew. The 0.1 version of my own blood-sucking insect army is likely to soar by several levels. After observing for a while, he went to where Song Qifeng was imprisoned. Jiangnan War Zone, Main Base. In a conference room at Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, senior executives arrived one after another, all with solemn expressions, suppressing their anger. Another 2 minutes later, the old man at the head stood up and said in a deep voice, "No more waiting. Let's get started. Old Lu, tell me the situation." "Okay, Dean." A middle-aged warrior stood up and said straight to the point, "In the past hour, the 8 masters in our martial arts academy who were responsible for escorting the talented young people from each city were all killed by the ancient god church. The 3 masters, Yun Shanhe, Wang Xiaojuan, and Jiang Weiqiong, fought their way out of the encirclement and escaped with some of their students. Grandmasters Jing Quming and Jing Jiwei died in the battle, and the fate of all students is uncertain. Grandmasters Song Qifeng and Fang Jun are currently out of contact, and the students they are escorting are also unknown. According to the original plan. Due to the importance of the Tianjiao list, there will be 72 masters escorting the 72 acropolises in the Jiangnan War Zone. But the Grey Fog Sea front suddenly broke out. All the stronger masters were urgently dispatched there to provide support, leaving only 8 to return via a specific route and bring along the talented young people who passed through the city. And now, everything went wrong. As soon as the information came out, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became extremely depressing. An old woman in plain clothes said in a deep voice, 50 years ago, we killed 2 of the 3 leaders of the ancient god church, and the last one was seriously injured and fled into the Grey Fog Sea. This force also disappeared. Now, it has revived again. Oh, pity those children." As soon as she finished speaking, an old man with red hair and beard, carrying an ancient sword on his back, slammed the table. He growled in a low voice, "The Church of the Ancient Gods. These scums deserve to die. I will go find them now and kill them until they are scared. I will kill them all and not a single one will be left alive." He did what he said and was ready to kill someone right away. But he was stopped by the old man in the first place. The ancient god church must be destroyed, but the most important thing to do now is to rescue them. After scanning the area, he said again, "Masters Yun Shanhe, Wang Xiaojuan, and Jiang Weiqiong, I have already sent people to pick them up. It shouldn't be a big problem. As for the 2 masters who died in the battle, and those children." The old man's eyes became fierce and filled with murderous intent. "I have let the people from the Rakshasa tribe pass. Even if the murderer escapes to the ends of the earth, this revenge will be avenged. If you kill one of my Jiangnan people, I will kill 100 of them." I heard the 3 words Rakshasa. In the conference room, all the top leaders of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy were trembling with fear, knowing that this was a serious fight and that the fight would not stop until one was dead. This department is extremely mysterious. But if you want to join them, you have to be at least a grandmaster. The most peak battle ever. It was in a large secret realm where hundreds of thousands of alien races were slaughtered and their royal court was attacked. At this time, in the conference room, even the hot-tempered old man with red hair and beard quickly suppressed his anger, sat back in his seat obediently, and waited for the dean's subsequent actions. And the last point is also the most important one. It's Song Qifeng and Fang Jun. They are currently out of contact, but their natal talismans are still there, so they are definitely not dead. If nothing unexpected happens, they must have been captured. And the life or death of the students they are escorting is currently unknown, and we need to find them urgently. In the first seat, the executive dean of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy moved his gaze to the old lady who had spoken before. "Ms. Qin, I still have to trouble you to go to Fang Jun's place, he is the farthest away. Your mount, the sky-splitting falcon, is extremely fast and can reach the scene quickly." The plainly dressed old woman stood up and nodded, "Cheen Meng obeys." After saying that, he left. The executive dean looked at the old man with red hair and beard again. "Oldly, go to Song Chifeng's place and fly over there on your sword. The faster the better. Is that okay?" The latter laughed grimly. "Leave it to me. I will find the person and kill the murderer." Just as he was about to leave, he heard the old man in the lead say, "The location where Song Chifeng got into trouble has not been locked yet. You can only follow the route to find him." Oldly was stunned. No clear direction. When will this be found? Even for him, it would take at least 2 days, right? By that time, the flowers would be cold. At this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. "Dean. The call is connected. The communication with Grandmaster Song Chifeng has been restored." The person who came was holding a communication device in his hand and handed it over hurriedly. The old man stood up suddenly, and after answering the call, he asked in a deep voice, "Song Chifeng. I am Lu Chen, Master Song is dying." A young voice came from the other side of the communicator, "But if you send someone quickly, maybe we can still save him." Nameless Valley. In the secret underground hideout of the ancient god church. After Lu Chen contacted Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, he put down the communicator in his hand and looked at the unconscious Song Chifeng in front of him. The Grandmaster who was in charge of the escort was in a terrible condition. The bloody hole in the chest left by the sneak attack was simply bandaged by Lu Chen, but the effect was not very good, and the cloth band was already stained with blood. If it weren't for the Grandmaster, at this rate of bleeding, I'm afraid he would have collapsed long ago. And this is not the most important thing. At this moment, Song Chifeng's skin had turned green and was filled with terrible toxins. Even the faintest breaths were green in color. Indeed. Mr. Jean is right, the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. They were sweet and loving one moment, and started to attack the next. That Li Mingyun is totally emotionless. Fortunately, I blew it up myself. It's just a pity for Master Song, he was deceived and cheated on. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze, feeling a little emotional. Then he asked in his mind, "Hong Shuang, how long can Master Song last in this state?" When he arrived here earlier, Song Chifeng was already in a state of unconsciousness. The communicator that could contact the higher-ups was in his storage ring, so it couldn't be taken out unless he was there himself. Fortunately, Hong Shuang always has some strange abilities. For example, stimulating blood flow to the heart. Just like the pacemaker in his previous life, it allowed Song Chifeng to wake up briefly. After taking out the communicator and handing it to Lu Chen, he fainted again without saying a word. "I don't know. I can only sense blood, I don't know anything about toxins." Hong Shuang replied in her mind, "I have to say, the Grandmasters have a lot of blood. Lord, can you kill a few more Grandmasters for me to eat? I can't get enough of just one head." Lu Chen's face was full of black lines. "Do you think it's easy for you to be a master? Kill a few more." In the battle with Wu Tsang just now, Lu Chen almost died. Ignoring Hong Shuang and after looking at Song Chifeng again, Lu Chen turned and left, preparing to go to the blood pool. Life or death, we can only leave it to fate. Lu Chen is only in the early stage of Rongqiao realm and can't be of much help. He did everything he could. Now it all depends on when the people sent here from Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy will arrive. After leaving the stone chamber, it didn't take long to reach the blood pool space. The huge enclosed space in front of him was now filled with swarms of flying blood-sucking insects. Densely packed and overwhelming. The red bodies are stacked layer upon layer, like a bloody wave. The sounds of the fluttering wings merged together, and to Lu Chen's ears it sounded like the song of the harvest of death. The bottom of the blood pool was gradually visible. There are still countless blood-sucking insects inside, and they are making their final devouring. In the upper edge area, many blood-sucking worms that meet the reproduction conditions are struggling to give birth to their offspring. Everything is in order. Of the more than 600,000 insects, only about 500,000 were of the fourth generation. Due to resource constraints, a large portion of the third-generation insects did not reproduce. This time, after having the blood pool below, Lu Chen gave priority to breeding all the third generations that had not yet been bred. Now, after the fourth generation is fully formed, there are more than 6.2 million. This number is extremely terrifying. If he encounters a master again, Lu Chen won't have to be reluctant to explode more, so that he won't be killed in one explosion. Once we go to the main base of the Jiangnan War Zone and participate in the selection for the Tianjiao list, there will be more resources. By then, let's see if we can cultivate the fifth generation of insect cubs. Looking at the blood pool that had already reached the bottom, Lu Chen asked Hong Shuang, "You said before that you were about to evolve, how far do you have to go?" Hear this. The little fellow immediately became excited and said excitedly, "Hey, master, do you want me to kill some grandmasters to eat?" "Well, just 8 or 10 grandmasters will be fine. If it's not enough, 1 is fine." This little thing has started to bargain. Lu Chen said unhappily, "Grandmaster, there's no more. There's still some soup base left. Go drink it yourself. You are not allowed to come back until you advance." After the fourth generation was formed, the amount of blood remaining in the pool is very small, so it is better to let the red frost devour it. Whoosh! Hong Shuang didn't say anything and flew towards the bottom of the blood pool at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. If you can't eat the delicious Grandmaster, you can just have some fast food. In short, Hong Shuang thinks that she is very easy to feed and all she needs is food. As she flew down, as the original queen insect, she immediately ordered all the insect cubs to stop swallowing and spit out everything in their mouths. Well, it's so domineering. In the stone gate area above, after collecting all the blood-sucking insects into the insect nest, Lu Chen began to count his gains while waiting. The biggest. It is undoubtedly the blood pool. Let the fourth generation of blood-sucking insects take shape completely. From the original version 0.1, it has evolved to version 1.0 and directly reached the official version. The next biggest gain was the 2 profound level skills. The Blood Seal method, of the 8th level of the Xian rank. The 2nd grade Xian level, Blood Demon Eye. If the environment did not allow it, Lu Chen would even want to start evolving immediately. The colorful winged Daoyan insects that have been reproducing quietly in obscurity for so long are finally going to be put to good use. But Lu Chen thought about it. Let's wait until we get to Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. After all, the strongmen over there might come over soon. There are 3 things to do when we get to the main base this time. The list of the most talented people, the black gold magnet, and the evolutionary technique. Previously in Linsang City, according to what Qiu Yuanlong said, every qualifier who participated in the Tianjiao list would get a share of resources. Every time you pass an assessment, your share will increase. Later on, you might even be qualified to enter a special secret realm and undergo terrifying upgrades. Lu Chen didn't have any ideas about other things. He only planned to reproduce the bugs to the 5th generation. By that time, the blood-sucking bug swarm would exceed 300 million. As for the black gold magnet, it was left to the Sun family to plan. Before setting off for the main base in the war zone, Old Man Sun Jinyue said that he would let the entire Sun family move to the main base with Lu Chen. The business will also be divided, leaving the high-quality parts for transfer. The first thing the Sun family did was to purchase black gold magnet nationwide to satisfy Lu Chen as much as possible. After a great battle with Wu Tsang, Lu Chen has a deeper understanding of the ability of Tian Jing Guardian and realizes the importance of saving his life. 840,000 sky crystal bugs are still too few. I have suffered such severe internal injuries from Wu Tsang's palm strike after he was seriously injured. If he attacks me at his full strength, I'm afraid I will lose half my life. Thinking of the previous thrill, Lu Chen still felt frightened. The final evolutionary technique is the simplest. As long as Tsai has enough Daoyan insect bodies, she can start evolving and improve her proficiency. Time passed quickly between thoughts. When Hong Shuang returned after cleaning the blood pool, she woke up Lu Chen, who was in deep thought. "Master, I want to evolve." Hong Shuang's body seemed to have grown a little bigger again. It was only the length of a finger before, but now it is half the length of a palm. After saying this happily, the little fellow turned into a stream of light and entered Lu Chen's sea of consciousness from between his eyebrows. This trip was really fruitful. Looking at the dried blood pool, Lu Chen muttered to himself with a smile on his face. but the next moment, there was a sudden buzzing sound in my ears, and the void began to vibrate violently, very similar to when it was blocked by Wu's song. It was just that at that time, I was trapped in the same place. And now, it seems that the entire space has become a cage. Just when Lu Chen was still confused, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Little guy, what did you gain? Tell me about it." Lu Chen's hair stood up instantly. When did this person arrive? Even Hong Shuang couldn't sense it. Another Grandmaster? It must be the Master. It can bind space and is beyond Hong Shuang's perception. It can even be behind him in an instant. Lu Chen even felt that the realm of the person behind him might be higher than that of a Grandmaster. My mind was changing rapidly. After eliminating some possibilities, he roughly guessed who the visitor was. Restraining the urge to use the blood-sucking insects to self-destruct, Lu Chen turned around without hesitation and kept his distance with a vigilant look. He asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Are you from the ancient god church?" At this time, he also saw the appearance of the person who came. The clothes he was wearing were ordinary, quite similar to the Zhongshan suit he wore in his previous life. His hair was very messy and all red. What caught Lu Chen's attention the most was the strange sword behind this man. It's more like a door panel than a sword, it's too wide. It's almost wider than the body. Combined with the normal hilt, it creates a great contrast. "Little guy, stop pretending." The old man with red hair and beard glared and said unhappily, "I have lived for 300 years and have seen all kinds of people. You are too naive to play tricks in front of me. Forget it, I'm too lazy to ask. I am Li Begang, from Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, and I am responsible for handling this accident." After Li Begang finished speaking, he looked at Lu Chen and muttered to himself, "Qiu Yuanlong said he found a treasure, but I can't tell what's so great about it. His cultivation level is at the first level of Rongqiao. The information sent to the Martial Academy a few days ago showed that he is at the transcendental level. It seems that he has hidden his strength." After he finished talking to himself, Li Begang glared again and said, "Nowadays, these young people all like to hide their abilities and pretend to be pigs to eat tigers. It's really ridiculous. Don't just stand there, lead the way, take me to see Song Qifeng." Lu Chen blinked. He walked obediently in front, heading towards where Song Qifeng was. In my heart, I am a little confused. This old man has some unconventional thinking, and he definitely knows himself. After arriving here, you are too lazy to ask anything. This made Lu Chen's prepared remarks fall through, and it was a bit awkward. Especially the way he addressed Qiu Yuanlong, it was obvious that he was familiar with him, and now it seemed that this senior Li Begang was of a very high generation. Here comes a big shot. Lu Chen was determined. From the current perspective, it is fortunate that Hong Shuang returned in time and was not discovered, otherwise I really don't know how to deal with it. After all, the identity of a forbidden warrior. It's not just ordinary trouble. By the way, you are the only sober person here. Did you see the face of the person who attacked you? Behind him, Li Begang suddenly asked, "That person has good cultivation, probably a grandmaster, but his character is definitely not good. He likes to collect the heads of his enemies." Damn, what a weird quirk. Lu Chen. The head was obviously swallowed by the red frost. Okay, the little guy is still a good insect, right? However, Li Begang's own imagination made Lu Chen feel relieved. The label of "likes to imagine" was also attached to the old man. After hearing the question at this time, Lu Chen shook his head and replied, "I agreed with my two companions at the time. After entering this valley alone, I saw a woman in a red skirt fighting with a giant man. The speed was too fast and I couldn't see clearly. Then there was a huge explosion and I was knocked unconscious. When I woke up, everyone in the ancient god church was dead. I came here to find Master Song. He gave me the communicator and asked me to contact them as soon as possible." After Lu Chen finished speaking, he couldn't see Li Begang's expression. But none of this matters. Because the old man will definitely make up his mind. As expected, Lu Chen heard Li Begang muttering to himself, "The woman in the red skirt. That old monster Su from Yunmeng's. That's not right. She can't be here. That is Murong Qing from Tianya Pavilion. That's not right. It's too easy for her to kill a master. Wait, could it be the slutty girls from the Qingqiu Fox clan? There are quite a few of them who like to wear red skirts. Based on Lu Chen's information, he guessed many candidates, but then eliminated them one by one. Thinking about it later, I was too lazy to continue. Following behind, Li Begang stared at Lu Chen's back with a suspicious look. This little devil, he won't lie to me, right? After looking at it for a while, he shook his head. Whether it's a lie or not, it doesn't have much impact, he doesn't care. After all, the accident he was responsible for had already had the best outcome. The students were not dead, and Song Qifeng was still alive. That's enough. The rest is not important. The only thing Li Begang was curious about was who the woman in the red dress Lu Chen saw was. Once we send the person back, we have to investigate thoroughly. Soon, the two came to Song Qifeng. Looking at the little green men in front of him, Li Begang had a strange expression. He reached out his hand to Song Qifeng's neck, and somehow or other he managed to make the latter wake up. Xiao Song, you are so green, it's really miserable. Song Qifeng. His eyes fell on Lu Chen, and he seemed to feel embarrassed to say this in front of a junior. So he changed the subject and said, I didn't expect you to come here. How are the students doing? The students are fine, don't worry about it. Li Begang continued to treat him, and once again said seriously, Xiao Song, how about I just help you remove the poison, and keep the color on your skin as a souvenir for you? I think this green one looks pretty good. Lu Chen was beside him and almost couldn't hold back his tears. I didn't expect this old man to be so humorous. And this was just the beginning. Li Begang looked at Song Qifeng as if he was talking a lot. Come to think of it, how come you, a grandmaster, are injured like this? Judging from the wound, it must have been caused by a sneak attack. TSK, it's really strange, who can sneak attack you from behind? Oh, it's a woman, that's okay. The Li family in Yunzi City has been cleared out. It's really hard for you to be cheated on by a woman like this. If your grandfather knew about it, I'm afraid he would have to clear out the family. Song Qifeng. Could you please stop talking? There are students around, can you please give them some face? It's really socially awkward. He had no doubts about the intelligence organization of the Wu Academy. If something happened on his side, they would probably figure it out. Li Mingyun's disguise would naturally be figured out. See Song Qifeng close his eyes in pain. Lu Chen retreated tactfully. 10 minutes later. Li Begang and Song Qifeng walked out together. Seeing Lu Chen standing outside the door, Song Qifeng looked a little unnatural, and tried to smile gently. This is Senior Li Begang, a swordsman from the Tiank division of our martial arts academy. Lu Chen nodded. His sight fell again on the exaggerated giant sword behind Li Begang. This kind of swordsmanship is quite unique. Lao Shi followed the two of them, and after they came out of the underground area, they met up with the students outside. Some people from the martial arts academy who had come with them rescued them. Sun Qi and Lin Xie, who had been hiding outside the valley, were also among them. Xiao Song, I came here to kill someone. Looking at the ruined valley, Li Begang snorted coldly, I am very angry because I failed to kill the scum of the ancient god church. You guys go back first. I will take a walk and then return to the martial arts academy. Talking about it. Suddenly he shouted, Ban Ban. Get bigger. The big sword behind him flew out with a soft hum, and after it touched the ground, the sword body suddenly expanded. Looking at this scene, Lu Chen just felt awesome. It's not because of this change, but the name Ban Ban is very cool. Under the leadership of Song Qifeng, everyone climbed onto the sword and rose into the air. Under the shining of the blood moon, it flew towards Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. The night wind howled. On the giant sword, figures were all crowded at the edge, looking down and chattering with excitement. When everyone first rose into the void, they were still terrified. But gradually I discovered that the sword under my feet was not only extremely stable, but also had a windproof shield. Even any flying beasts that come within 500 meters will be instantly killed by the sword. This is so awesome. Some brave students went to the edge to look at the night view below, which also inspired others. After ensuring safety, everyone seemed to have forgotten their previous near-death experience and their emotions gradually became enthusiastic. Of course, happiness belongs to everyone. It has nothing to do with Song Qifeng. The Grandmaster escort stood alone at the tip of the sword, staring silently into the distance, wondering what he was thinking. Sun Qi withdrew his gaze from there. He said proudly, "A wise man does not fall in love. Otherwise, he will be beaten to a pulp. Brother Lu, you should know now why I have no interest in women, right?" He was previously mocked by Lu Chen for never holding a girl's hand. Now I finally got my place back. However, just as he finished speaking, a pretty girl ran over. After nodding politely to Lu Chen and Lin Xie, she then tiptoed slightly and whispered in Sun Qi's ear, "Qi Qi, last time you said you wanted to make a wish with me on the highest mountain, facing the red moon. Look, now we can do it." Sun Qi. His whole body stiffened instantly. I just felt that my lifelong reputation was ruined at this moment. We are all warriors, you don't think your voice is too small, right? Looking at Lin Xie's suppressed smile and Lu Chen's weird look, Sun Qi felt his face burning. He could only spit in his face and say, "I, young Master Sun, have never been a wise man." After saying that, he took the girl and ran away. But after walking a few steps, he heard Lu Chen behind him say, "Got it, Qi Qi." Sun Qi staggered. I didn't even dare to look back. The girl next to her lowered her voice and asked in surprise, "Qi Qi, didn't you say that you would only allow me to use this name? Stop talking. Stop talking." Following Master Song Qifeng, Sun Qi also died on the spot. Watching the two leave, Lin Xie smiled softly and said, "The girl's name is Huang Linglin. She is from a wealthy family in Linsong City. She has been well protected since she was a child and is innocent. It is also a B-level talent, and it is a rare musical talent. When I was in the genius class, I had a good relationship with Sun Qi. After going through so much." In front of Lu Chen, Lin Xie was no longer so socially anxious, and at least she could speak normally. The two chatted casually under the blood moon above their heads. 2 hours later. In the distance of everyone's sight, a huge city outline suddenly appeared, with no end in sight, extending to the end of the night. In the dim night, it was like a prehistoric giant beast lurking on the ground. We have arrived at the main base of the Jiangnan war zone. The noisy sound on the giant sword suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked over there, shocked. Lu Chen heard someone mumbling to himself, reciting a paragraph from the textbook. The main base of the Jiangnan war zone was built in the 104th year of the martial arts era. It took 40 years to complete. It was destroyed by disasters several times and rebuilt again. The permanent population is 200 million, the outsiders are nearly 30 million, and the number of warriors is not clearly counted. As the capital of the war zone, the main base has stood firm for more than 400 years. When I saw such words in textbooks before, they were just symbols. But now it appears before my eyes. Only then can you truly appreciate how magnificent a city with more than 200 million people is. Even a time traveler like Lu Chen was shocked. The demon city and the imperial capital in the previous life were nothing more than little brothers in front of the main base of the war zone in front of him. At this time, the giant sword flew forward rapidly. There are more and more things that can be seen visually. The first thing to be hit is the city wall. It's at least 100 meters high. Lu Chen estimated by eye. There are many patrol officers on the city wall. There are also some new weapons that combine technology and martial arts, and the caliber of the gun barrels is eye-catching. Without special permission, flying is prohibited in the main base. At this time, Song Qifeng, who had been silent for several hours, walked to the center of the sword and said softly, "We will land at the south gate number 17. We have arranged a vehicle to pick us up and take us to the dormitory building where we will stay together." "Certainly. You have your own arrangements, or you can just leave now. Remember, you must report to the Martial Academy in 3 days, otherwise you will be deemed to have given up your qualification for the Tianjiao list. Does anyone have any other questions?" After spending a few minutes answering questions, Song Chifeng turned his head to look at Lu Chen and said in a voice transmission, Lu Chen, you don't have to go to the dormitory building. Come back to the martial arts academy with me and live in your teacher's villa. By the way, your teacher Chiu Yuanlong will arrive at the martial arts academy this morning and will look for you then. Besides, your friend is called Sun Qi. Please tell him for me. If he dares to spread rumors, I will beat him up. After the voice transmission was finished, Song Chifeng looked at Lu Chen resentfully, then controlled Senior Li Bagang's Banban giant sword and began to descend. Lu Chen also found Sun Qi and conveyed the instructions to him. The latter was stunned and broke into a sweat. Luckily I didn't tell anyone about it, otherwise I would have been beaten by the Grandmaster. I'm afraid I would have been torn into pieces if he had hit me with a bunch of balls. Sun Qi's face turned pale, and he reflected, this place is not like our Linsong city. If I throw a brick into the crowd, I'm afraid 7 of them are the descendants of the big guys. We can't afford to offend them. You must be careful with your words and actions in the future and not offend others carelessly. Lu Chen deeply agreed with Sun Qi's remarks. Some things are better said in your heart. Talking to yourself will cause big problems. What came to my mind was that I was talking to myself beside the underground blood pool and was bumped into by Li Bagang, who came rushing over. Fortunately, he didn't say anything outrageous, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with. At this time, the giant sword landed. After Song Chifeng handed over the work to the people from the City Guard Bureau, he arranged for most of the students to board the bus and drive directly to the dormitory building. Naturally, as a master, he doesn't need to worry about this part of the matter and can leave it to others. And there were a small number of students who had connections at the main base and left on their own. As for Lu Chen, on the contrary, it is the most unique. Following Song Chifeng, they had a smooth journey and arrived at the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. In the darkness of night, I could only take a quick look and couldn't see my surroundings clearly. Not long after, in front of a small villa, Song Chifeng looked at Lu Chen, wanting to say something but stopping himself several times. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said awkwardly, Xiaochen, you are a good child. I hope that what happened in the valley will not be known by your teacher. You understand me? He looked a little embarrassed, and continued with a wry smile, your teacher is a big mouth. Once he knows, the whole martial arts academy will know, and I will be finished. Lu Chen looked formal and nodded, just about to reply. However, a voice sounded in advance, Hey, old Song, what's wrong with you? Are you threatening my registered disciple? Snap. It felt like something was broken in Song Chifeng's heart. He froze in place and turned around in disbelief. Who else could it be but Chiu Yuanlong? You. Why are you back so soon? Chiu Yuanlong's face was frosted, but his spirits were still good. The battle over in the Grey Fog Sea has stopped. A group of emergency wounded soldiers needed to be transferred to the base. A teleportation array was used, and I was able to get in by luck. Song Chifeng opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Man proposes, God disposes. This kind-hearted master looked at Lu Chen as if asking for help, and his eyes clearly said, Lu Chen, you have to help me keep the secret. Then, without hesitation, he prepared to run away. However, Chiu Yuanlong said again, Alas, I heard that a certain wooden lump finally fell in love with a woman, but was stabbed and beaten green. Ah. That person, isn't it you, old Song? A few steps away. Song Chifeng stayed where he was, and after a few breaths he turned his head with difficulty, his lips trembling. He can be socially awkward in front of the younger generation, but he cannot be exposed in front of his peers. No way, it's really you. Senior Li Bagang posted a photo in the group. It showed a guy with a green body. He blurred it out. Everyone was guessing who it was. Song Chifeng. At this time, it was nearly 6 in the morning. As a warrior, it was common for Lu Chen to stay up all night without feeling sleepy. After entering the villa, he sat on the sofa and waited quietly. Not long after, Chiu Yuanlong, who had changed into casual clothes, came out and began to make tea with great concentration. The rich tea aroma gradually spreads. Try it. Chiu Yuanlong smiled and said, This is the mutated Longjing tea. It is also a special supply of our martial arts academy. You can't buy it outside. Lu Chen followed his instructions and took a sip of the teacup. At first, I couldn't taste anything. But then, the spiritual energy in the body seemed to be pulled by something and began to flow rapidly. In just a few breaths, the speed at which spiritual power converged in the liquefied spiritual spring in the dantian accelerated, and it even began to spontaneously transform the spiritual energy, and was about to condense into a new drop of concentrated spiritual liquid. Even though Lu Chen had not practiced much before, he now discovered the extraordinary nature of this cup of tea. It can actually speed up your practice. Seeing his expression, Qiu Yuanlong was quite satisfied. Not bad. You have just entered the Rongqiao realm. After drinking this cup, you can condense a drop of purified spiritual liquid. It can be regarded as saving a few days of time. But this effect only happens this once, so forget it. Hearing this, Lu Chen's face showed regret and emotion at the right time. But to be honest, he was not moved at all, and even wanted to. After he entered the extraordinary realm from a quasi-warrior to the current Rongqiao realm, he really didn't practice much. The improvement of the realm depends entirely on the feedback from Hongshuang. The breakthrough of the level also depends on breaking through the level and absorbing and accumulating slowly. But this kind of thing can only be known by yourself. Northwest matter how close the relationship is, you cannot tell them. Sitting on the sofa and chatting about family matters for a while, Lu Chen changed the subject and asked, Senior Qiu, the war in the Grey Fog Sea is over. Is my uncle Bai okay? Although he and Qiu Yuanlong had a verbal agreement to become each other's disciples. But some things happened later and it was delayed. As for Bai Weizhou, Lu Chen was always worried about him, but he had no contact with him, so he could only ask him now. Don't worry. The battle over at the Grey Fog Sea is mainly to lure the tiger away from the mountain and lure us masters away. After Qiu Yuanlong finished speaking fiercely, his expression slightly improved, and he continued, I have informed your uncle Bai Weizhou and asked the division commander to take care of him. Nothing will go wrong. See what Lu Chen wants to say. He simply waved his hand and taught, no one in this world is a saint. If you have power, you should use it reasonably. It's normal to help your own people plan. For me, it's just a matter of words. Lu Chen nodded and said he would accept your advice. My impression of Qiu Yuanlong also changed again. The old senior in front of me is definitely not a pedantic person and is very capable. This kind of teacher is good. That's right. I left in such a hurry last time. Now that I have time, I will tell you the specific process of the Tianjiao ranking. Qiu Yuanlong picked up the teacup and moistened his throat. Continue speaking. The Tianjiao ranking was established starting with your class. There are 2 reasons for its significance. First, select the top 100 genius seeds in the entire Great Xia and send them to the Tianyuan secret realm. He looked at Lu Chen with some emotion in his expression. After a few seconds of pausing, he explained, you guys of this generation are really lucky. The Tianyuan secret realm is in Kunlun and opens once every 500 years. The last time it was opened was when Xia was in the midst of darkness and turmoil. Among the people who entered, all those who came out alive became giants of Xia. One after another, top-level experts appeared and put an end to the dark turmoil. It was also at that time that the pattern of Daxia began to take shape. Many legendary families were born here, such as the Ying family in Beijing, the Jiang family in Jiangnan, the Qin Luoji family, etc. They are called the 8 great families, and they are also the top of the pyramid on this land. This was the first time Lu Chen heard these secrets. I couldn't help but secretly smack my lips. If he understood correctly, after entering the Tianyuan secret realm, a warrior could reach the peak in a very short time. This is so horrible. It's not inferior to my own little red frost. Looking at Lu Chen's expression, Qiu Yuanlong was not in a hurry and waited silently for him to finish digesting it. He picked up the teacup and drank it slowly. Seeing that the time was almost up, he continued. It is precisely because of the glory of the last time that the opening of the Tianyuan secret realm, this time has attracted countless powerful people, and they all want to send their own offspring in. That's definitely not going to work, so what? The list of geniuses is out. There are 100 places on this list. Being on it is like getting a ticket to the secret realm. After explaining the relevant background, Qiu Yuanlong briefly explained the selection rules again. It's actually very simple. Within the 8 war zones, based on the results of this military examination, the qualifiers from each David city will be gathered at the main base to start the subsequent promotion. In each battle zone, there are nearly 1,000 people, and the final 50 are selected. And these 50 people, they will participate in the subsequent selection with the qualifiers from other battle zones. From the combined 400 people, the final 100 people will be selected, who are the candidates for the Tianjiao list. After listening to this, Lu Chen asked curiously, "Then Senior Qiu, do you think I can be selected into the Tianjiao list?" He's just curious. The strengths currently exposed are the first level of Rongqiao realm, earth-level body skills, and speculated fire-related abilities. If these 3 things are combined, what level does Qiu Yuanlong think it is? After all, the Jiangnan war zone alone, in terms of geographical area and population, is equivalent to China in the previous life. And there are 8 such war zones in Daxia today. The population is nearly 10 billion. How many gifted people are born? You. Qiu Yuanlong shook his head and smiled. What are you thinking about? You are currently at least tens of thousands of times away from the last place on the Tianjiao list. Lu Chen was stunned. It seems that I am still too conservative, and the strength I have revealed is not enough. Come to think of it, in the eyes of others, the only thing I can show off is my speed. In a small place like Linsang City, it might be considered outstanding, but compared to the younger generation of Daxia, it is not worth mentioning. At this moment, it seemed that he was afraid of hitting Lu Chen. Qiu Yuanlong added seriously, "How difficult is it to get on the Tianjiao list? Those who can enter are 1 in a billion. Moreover, the selection for this Tianjiao list has attracted many forces. All you know is that the military joined, and that's all. There are also those hidden forces, such as the sects you have never heard of, the descendants of the old monster Lone Ranger, and so on. And these are far more than that. Even the demon tribes that are on good terms with Daxia have sent their descendants here, such as the East Sea Dragon tribe and the Qingqiu Fox tribe. It's harder than climbing to the sky to defeat the seeded players from these forces." Lu Chen blinked, a little dazed. He couldn't imagine. The Tianjiao list actually attracted so many monsters and demons. Should we reveal a little more of our strength to give Qiu Yuanlong a little shock? Lu Chen was a little hesitant, afraid that it was too sudden. And at this time, Qiu Yuanlong poured himself a drink and continued, "My expectation for you is that you can get more resources in our war zone's internal selection to improve yourself. After all, your character is very much to my taste and very suitable for my lineage. You become stronger, and my face will be proud too. Oh, by the way, Xiaochen, have you awakened your fire talent?" After Qiu Yuanlong finished speaking, he stood up and said, "Forget it. I'll take you to test it. The equipment in the Acropolis in Linsang City is too old, so there might be something wrong with the test. Our martial arts academy has the most advanced technology." Lu Chen blinked. Testing talent? This is possible. Can shock Qiu Yuanlong's life without leaving any trace. After all, after his soul is bound to the Origin Queen, he will also obtain the relevant mark. These marks can also be displayed after being recognized by the testing machine. For example, Red Frost's fire ability. For example, the enlightenment of Daoyan Worm. For example, the Sky Crystal Guardian of the Sky Crystal Worm and the Black Gold Element Magnet. It's good to test talent. Lu Chen suddenly felt a little excited. Anyway, the bug won't be exposed, so it doesn't matter. The morning light in early autumn always seems a little foggy. After talking about the talent test, Qiu Yuanlong could no longer sit still and directly pulled Lu Chen outside. And the latter naturally did not refuse. He wished it were so. It was just the right time for Qiu Yuanlong to reposition himself in his heart. Lu Chen had thought deeply about the matter of finding a master before, and was still hesitant. Logically speaking, he possesses such a powerful golden finger, and coupled with the various cards he currently has, there would be some risk in becoming his disciple. If you don't handle it well, you will find yourself in a dilemma. But after going through so much, Lu Chen re-examines himself and the martial arts environment he is in. He has a new understanding. This world is still the same as the previous life, full of human relationships and worldly wisdom. Take revenge on the Du family for example. Although he has the insect swarm in his hands and has absolute advantage in military force, he has no legal legitimacy. If you act without authorization, you will only be punished by thunder. At that time, Qiu Yuanlong easily obtained procedural justice for himself and could take action anytime he wanted. Later, he took revenge on dozens of people in the Du family, but nothing happened. No one even came to question Lu Chen. It was precisely because of this incident that Mr. Sun Jinyue from Linsong City resolutely led the entire family and completely turned to Lu Chen. This is the trend brought about by authority. Later, after experiencing a great battle with the Grand Master of the Ancient God Church, Lu Chen finally understood. The martial arts masters in this world are truly terrifying. If we had not relied on a sneak attack and had fought head-on, even if we had used all 600,000 insect larvae, we probably would not have been the opponent. This battle made Lu Chen much more clear-headed. No longer despise high-level strongmen because of the Zerg's trump card, or even look down on them. He needs to continue to lie dormant. Even his own army of blood-sucking insects has leapt to version 1.0, with a size of over 6.2 million. But if you want to recover from the natural disaster as quickly as possible, it is not enough to rely on yourself. Even if the Sun family who moved here is included, it is still insignificant. But from another perspective, it would be different if the powerful Qiu Yuanlong was his teacher. After all, Qiu Yuanlong is not alone. He has a teacher, fellow apprentices, a backer, and a complete interest group. Living under such a huge structure, no matter what you do, it will be more convenient and faster. The selection for the Tianjiao list is about to begin. All parties will definitely compete secretly for the quota. If Lu Chen wants to get more resources than others, sometimes he can't rely on himself alone. There must be someone above. At this time, he followed behind Qiu Yuanlong with a deep look in his eyes and made a decision. You support me and I bring you benefits in return. Only when we work together can we take bigger steps. In this case, then there is no need to hide it. I will test my talent later and open all the soul imprints bestowed on me by the 3 original queen insects. Senior Qiu, I hope there's nothing wrong with your heart. Walking through the campus of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, Lu Chen looked around and felt that it was very empty. Logically speaking, even though it's a bit early at this time, there shouldn't be any students to be seen, right? After expressing the doubts in my mind, Qiu Yuanlong smiled and said, Martial Academy is different from what you imagine. There is no concept of classes here, and there is no such thing as studying for a few years. The first thing every Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy student does upon entering school is to find their own mentor and choose one from each other. There are strong and weak mentors. The strong ones are like grandmasters, while the weak ones are even at the Rongqiao realm like you. Looking at the surprise on Lu Chen's face, Qiu Yuanlong laughed and said, You don't underestimate any of the instructors here. Realm and the like are actually very empty. For example, a mentor who is good at forging may have a low level of cultivation, but he has a wide circle of friends and has created various trump cards for himself. There are also mentors who are good at refining pills, which is even more amazing. We have a saying in our martial arts academy. Among the mentors, the lower the cultivation level, the richer they are. Some are even as wealthy as a country. After Qiu Yuanlong's explanation, Lu Chen understood. When you have enough money, it can be transformed into power. Like Ma in his previous life, he even had dinner with the head of state, but he still said he didn't like money. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen asked humbly again, Then Senior Qiu, since there are no classes in the martial arts academy and no number of years to study, how will the assessment and evaluation be conducted, and how will graduation be conducted? Credit. As long as you complete 1,000 credits, you can graduate at any time. The graduation rewards are divided into various levels and are extremely generous. Even I would be tempted. Qiu Yuanlong said this with emotion, and then added, although there is no class format, students are encouraged to form teams and even various groups. Accept the missions issued by the Martial Academy and earn credits upon completion. And then, Credits cannot be traded, but you can buy things in the Martial Arts Academy's internal mall. Many things are not available outside, and they are very cheap. Many kids are reluctant to graduate just to get this. The two asked and answered each other. Lu Chen also had a more comprehensive understanding of the information about Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. As the top student in Linsang City and a special recruit under Qiu Yuanlong's charge, he did not need to attend the opening ceremony in a few days. Make full preparations for the Tianjiao ranking assessment now. Not long after, the two arrived at the testing area. This is a building with a sci-fi feel. It seems to be made entirely of glass. There is no visible connection at all, it is completely integrated. After arriving here, there are many more students in the Martial Arts Academy. All the young faces were full of energy, and the words uttered during the conversation were completely incomprehensible to Lu Chen, who only felt that they sounded very noble. It is worthy of being one of the 9 major martial arts academies in Daxia. It's so cool. Hello, Grandmaster Qiu. Morning, Grandmaster Qiu. After recognizing Qiu Yuanlong, many students looked formal and greeted him respectfully. He also noticed Lu Chen and looked at him with a scrutinizing look. Qiu Yuanlong looked indifferent and nodded in response. After entering the testing center and completing the registration with the lady at the front desk, Lu Chen was ready to go straight in. At this moment, a figure appeared from nowhere and came closer as if by teleportation. Good for you, Qiu. Come over to my place without telling me in advance. Come on, let's go drink. I killed a 7th level beast not long ago and got a lot of good stuff. The giant whip alone is 10 meters long. Let's soak it in wine. Hey, is this the boy you were talking about, the top scorer in the Linsang City's martial arts exam? The visitor was an energetic old man with hair like a chicken coop, a red nose and a big gourd hanging around his waist. I saw his eyes fall on me. Lu Chen quickly bowed and said, I am Lu Chen, your honor to meet you, senior. But he secretly complained in his heart, do the masters of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy like to appear and disappear mysteriously? Little guy, I know you. Qiu Yunlong praised you a lot before. The old man said, taking out a small gourd from his storage equipment and handed it over. It's our first meeting, Grandpa Ma, I'll give you a small gift, take it. Lu Chen blinked and looked at Qiu Yuanlong. Keep it, this is good stuff, better than the Longjing tea I gave you. By the way, this is Senior Ma Jingyang, a powerful man from my lineage, with a Grandmaster level cultivation. He is usually at the testing center. If you get any ancient wine in the future, remember to come and present it to him. Lu Chen felt awe in his heart and replied, yes, respectfully. Grandmaster. 1 level higher than Qiu Yuanlong. I don't know what level the old man Li Begang was in last time. After a brief conversation, the 3 of them went to the talent testing area together, and went directly to the testing room with the highest accuracy. When it's almost time, Ma Jingyang sent a message to Qiu Yuanlong, Xiao Qiu, you know what Uncle Li Begang said last time. He doesn't think highly of Lu Chen. I hope you will consider it. Although the younger generation of our lineage is a little declining, we can't just fill in the numbers. I look at this child. He has just entered the stage of integration, and his foundation is quite unstable. It doesn't seem like he has cultivated on his own. Compared with other geniuses, his foundation is much worse. His rapid progress before must have been due to some kind of adventure. Qiu Yuanlong was silent for a moment. At the same time, he replied in a voice transmission, Uncle Ma, Lu Chen's character is very suitable for our lineage, and he also values friendship. As for his talent, let's talk about it after the test. Ma Jingyang sighed, and finally said, if this boy really has S-level fire talent as you guessed, then absorb it. If it is lower than S-level, then you should be prepared and explain it to him clearly. Qiu Yuanlong nodded silently. Following behind the 2 people, Lu Chen sensed a solemn atmosphere in the silence. Is this feeling wrong? Although he was confused, he could not guess that the 2 seniors were communicating through telepathy. There was no conversation along the way, and the 3 of them took the elevator directly to the 7th floor. The management here has become much stricter in an instant. There were hardly any students to be seen. But with Ma Jingyang and Qiu Yuanlong leading the way, Lu Chen naturally had no obstacles. The entire corridor structure is made entirely of special alloy. I wonder if it is to prevent radiation or something. The doors of the several rooms we passed were all closed. The nameplates next to it are very tall. Martial Arts and Gene Lock Research Department. Bloodline Talent Purification. Demon Beast Soul Research Department. Martial Soul Research Department. After walking for a few more minutes, we finally arrived at our destination, Warrior Talent Test, Ultimate. I saw Lu Chen's eyes fall on it. Qiu Yuanlong explained with a smile, even after entering the era of martial arts, the structure of the human body is still full of mysteries. The general talent test only targets the soul, but in fact it is not the case. According to the research findings of the Martial Academy, although the formation of talent is not yet known, it may be manifested in the soul, blood, or even the body. Therefore, the equipment for testing talent is also divided into 5 levels. The one in our Martial Arts Academy is of the highest level, and it can test out all the talents contained in the human body. Lu Chen nodded, feeling a little shaken. I have a deeper understanding of the heritage of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. Apart from anything else, the various research institutes in this building alone are definitely not simple. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of the Martial Arts Academy. Drop. Ma Jingyang placed his ID card on the sensor and the alloy door opened. With this big guy around, you have authority to go anywhere. As soon as I walked in, I saw that there were other people inside. After hearing the noise, they all turned around and looked. Master Ma, what brings you here? Could it be that the detection system sent you a message, knowing that my apprentice has detected double S-level talents? The person who spoke was a middle-aged warrior who looked a little gloomy. Although his words were polite, there was a hint of sarcasm in his tone, and it was obvious that he was deliberately showing off. He looked at Qiu Yuanlong again and sneered, "Oh, old Qiu is here too. I heard that you were seriously injured in the Grey Fog Sea. Why don't you take good care of yourself and come here to stroll around?" Qiu Yuanlong immediately said sarcastically, "Mind your own business. Your wife ran away with someone else. Is it because you are not capable enough? That's enough." Ma Jingyang frowned and said, "Liping, you finished the test with your team, right? Get out of here." The room was extremely large, with both sides filled with various large equipment. In the center is a disc-shaped platform. The material underneath is unknown, but it emits a bright white light. In the void above the platform, there are several metal robotic arms connected to various detection terminals. At this moment, a young man with dyed yellow hair was looking at this side and walked down from the platform in a nonchalant manner. It was him who tested out his double S-level talents. "The test is done, Mr. Ma, please don't be angry. It's not good for your health." Li Ping laughed and said, "It's a pity that my disciple has average talent and is only a double S level. What a pity." After saying this, he took the yellow-haired young man and stood beside him. He didn't leave, just watched with a smile. Ma Jingyang was about to scold him, but Qiu Yuanlong got the better of him. "It's okay, Xiaochen, get ready to start. There has never been harmony within the Martial Arts Academy. Conflicts often break out over disputes over resources and ideas. The forces behind Li Ping are quite incompatible with Qiu Yuanlong's lineage, and they can be considered old rivals. There's no need to make a big fuss over such a small matter." However, after Qiu Yuanlong finished speaking. But Lu Chen shook his head and walked straight to Li Ping and the other men. "Senior, if you have nothing else to do, please step out for a while. I need to do a test. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind." Lu Chen just wanted to shock Qiu Yuanlong. Now there is Ma Jingyang, and they are all his own people anyway. But it's better to keep it secret from others for the time being. If some information is exposed, it will bring all kinds of troubles, as well as assassinations like the group of crazy people in the ancient God Church. At this moment, just after he finished speaking, Li Ping in front of him ignored him. He just looked at Qiu Yuanlong with a sarcastic expression. "Is this the disciple you are going to accept? His upbringing is extremely poor. He has the right to interrupt when adults are talking. Didn't his parents teach him?" Lu Chen raised his head. He looked at the master in front of him expressionlessly, looking very seriously. "You're looking for death?" Qiu Yuanlong couldn't hold it back any longer. His spiritual energy surged all over his body, and he was ready to fight, but was stopped by Ma Jingyang. I'll give you 3 breaths. If you don't get out of here, don't blame me for bullying the weak. Liping shrugged. Took the yellow-haired young man outside. After seeing the alloy door closed, he smiled and said, let's wait here until they come out and see the unhappy expressions on those 2 old faces. Ha ha ha. Today is such a great day. It's a rare opportunity to have such a slap in the face. Mingqiu, you really made me proud. The yellow-haired young man next to him shook his head. What's the big deal? As long as the teacher is happy.